social isolation, work from home, and school shutdowns. Well, number one, it has been an extreme challenge for our mental health. Public number two, in Gallup's opinion, is what it calls economic concerns precipitated by the highest inflation rate in more than 4 decades. The Atlantic has 5 other culprits: gun violence, climate change, and the political environment, not to mention overprotective parents, and of course, social media. What Gallup and the Atlantic do not say is that something remarkable is happening. The big companies that employ more than a third of us are going through what the high prestige corporate consultancy firm McKinsey and Company calls a revolution in how they think about, talk about, and cope with all forms of mental health issues. McKinsey explains that a don't ask, don't tell approach to mental health in the workplace is being replaced by do ask, do tell, let's talk. More important, there's been a tectonic shift in the way insurance companies deal with mental health. 25 years ago, if you had a mental health problem, you were on your own. Insurance companies would not pay for a visit to a therapist, much less for a therapist every week. That has changed, starting with the Mental Health Parity Act of 1996, then increasing with Obamacare in 2010. Insurance companies have made a turnaround. Today, they realize that by paying for your visit to your therapist, they are saving themselves money. They know that if they can get your depression and burnout in hand, they can prevent expensive medical conditions such as diabetes, cancer, and coronary artery disease. The result, says McKinsey, is that between 2007 and 2017, the percentage of medical claims associated with behavioral health issues more than doubled. And the stigma that surrounds confessing to a mental health problem has changed radically. In some youth subcultures, announcing that you have PTSD or borderline personality disorder has actually become a badge of courage. One result is that according to Gallup, nearly 1/4 of U.S. adults, 22%, report having visited a psychologist, therapist, psychiatrist, or some other mental health professional in the last 12 months.
You want that room, right?
Average, you visit a healthcare
Just hit this
professional
fucking
3.2
fucking
times
button
a year.
faster.
That is a remarkable
Move her ass
thing
out.
from the days when seeking professional
You're
help
not gonna be
was
the heat,
regarded as a mark of shame. But the most amazing figure in the Gallup report is this: despite COVID, isolation at home, predictions of an environmental apocalypse, and the war in the Ukraine, 75% of us describe our mental health as good or excellent. That's a major achievement, and let's hope we're not flying. All right, my friends, enjoy yourself. Have a great Hanukkah, Mr. Bloom, and we will talk to you next week. In a moment, we'll be talking with the author of a book called Cause Unknown: The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. It is a very alarming story. Up next, Ed Dowd on Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long-wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress that helps you sleep cooler, or the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
Real people, real tools. I have acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Anavora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests, I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
And welcome back to Coast, George and Ori with you. Let me introduce our first 2-hour guest. Edward Dowd is currently a founding partner with Finance Technologies, a global alternative investment firm. He's worked on Wall Street most of his career, spanning both credit markets and equity markets. Some of the firms he worked for include HSBC, Donaldson, Weston, and Gemblet, Independence Investments, and most notably at BlackRock as a portfolio manager, where he managed a $14 billion growth equity portfolio for 10 years. After BlackRock, he founded Ocean Square Asset Management with a couple former BlackRock colleagues. He's written a book called Cause Unknown. The foreword of the book is written by Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's been on our program before, and welcome to you.
Thank you so much for having me on, George. Appreciate being here tonight.
This is an amazing story, but to qualify, let me ask you the first big question. How could a Wall Street guru, as good as you are on Wall Street, be writing the story about what we're going to talk about tonight? How did you uncover this?
Well, my whole career I've spent looking for trends before the rest of the investment community found them, because most of the money that you can make in a very big way is threading the needle between perception and reality. And usually you uncover trends, anecdotes, and then you form an investment thesis, and then you look for data sets to prove your thesis. So for me, I was very prepared with what I was hearing early on in the early days of 2021, when I started hearing about sudden athletic death. Some of our fittest and healthiest, youngest people amongst us. And I also had heard after my circle, anecdotes of death and disabilities beginning, in 2021, spring, winter part of 2021. And I had a suspicion of what it was, but I didn't have enough data at the time. So I made a commitment to myself to analyze data sets as we rolled through the year. And unfortunately, it's grim. The excess mortality and disabilities are off the charts. We had a big, in the book, I detailed a little bit of an interesting mix shift from mostly old people who died in 2020 to younger folks, working age folks, between the ages of 25 and 64, which is, the population workforce, particularly amongst millennials, 25 to 44. They experience very, very high excessive death rates. But that's what led me to write the book. I have a thesis as to what's causing. I'm sure you can guess what it is. I don't pretend that it's definitive, but I believe it's definitive, and I lay out the case and walk people through the data. But first, I want to establish, is it true that athletes are dying at rates we haven't seen before 2021? And there's a study, the Laurentine study, a 38-year study that documented 1,100 such cases over a 38-year period globally. People dying on the field or close to the field, under age 35 athletes. And that comes out to about 29 per year. We've been lucky since 2021 and 2022 to have a month with just 29 sudden athletic deaths. In the book, I documented well over 550 in the front pages, and then there's a compendium with it, story after story. These are mostly local news stories, and we did a vetting process, and we had a methodology to make sure that A, they happened after 2021, and B, they were under age 45, and C, that they were, it's cause unknown, or, died suddenly. And the thing to realize is when you fall to the ground on the athletic field, there's usually medical professionals there to resuscitate pretty fast, too. Yeah. And despite that, these people are still dying. So the bottom line is, it is true. So something different is going on in 21 and 22. And it's not just athletes, unfortunately. It started showing up in the insurance company data, the funeral home data. It's showing up in the CDC numbers, the death numbers, and then showing up in the UK ONS data and the Eurostat data, and also Germany, Australia. So there's excess deaths in the Western world that are off the hook. And, you know, I'll leave it there and have some questions, but I can get into the data and kind of go you through what I think.
Yeah, and then towards the more of the end of the segment with you tonight, we're going to ask you specifically what you think is causing this and why. And we'll talk about those possibilities. But how did you go about, you mentioned some sources, but how did you go about collecting the data?
So, you know, I met up with some people who got my media profile up when I was doing anti-mandate, vaccine mandate protests on Maui. I live in Maui, and my media profile, I just did follow me on Twitter, and I started getting on some independent media shows, talked about the data that I was seeing, and I announced early on one of the programs I went on that I wanted to be a lightning rod for people that were insiders, whistleblowers, to help me with my thesis. And one of the first people who approached me was Josh Sterling, who's come public since anonymous days. He was a former #1 ranked institutional investor, Wall Street insurance analyst, worked for Sanford Bernstein, and he spent 7 years there writing research reports and showing the research to the Wall Street investment firms who used him quite extensively. He had quite a number of relationships with insurance companies and what have you. And he offered to help me analyze the insurance company results. And early on, January of 2022, one of the CEOs from a company known as One America, Scott Davison, on the Chamber of Commerce conference call, let it slip that they were experiencing 40% excess mortality, particularly amongst younger working age people in their group life policy business. And, you know, he in his own words, said that a 10% excess mortality is a 3 standard deviation event and a 1 in a 200-year flood. 40% is off the charts. So something happened to the young folks in 2021, and it continues into 2022, but did not happen in 2020.
What have they been saying has been the cause officially to these deaths?
So what I've heard as pushback to what we'll reveal later on, the pushback to death is that, well, there's a breadth of despair. Suicide rates are up, drug overdoses are up, and then, of course, the lockdowns prevent people from getting their cancer screening appointments, and so that's why we have these deaths. Well, those are 3 interesting things. Okay,
so that's not very definitive, of course, is it?
No, it's not very definitive. There doesn't seem to be any interest in doing studies on what the actual cause is. And I don't know if you've heard lately or seen in the newspapers, there's a new syndrome called sudden adult death syndrome that mysteriously appeared in 21 and 22. Prior to 2020, we did not have it. Other things that have been blamed is this term called long COVID, which, curiously enough, George, doesn't have a clinical definition yet. I find that interesting. Usually, there's a mysterious disease called long COVID wiping out younger people. I think it would behoove us to actually define it instead of sure what it is.
Absolutely.
But here's the smoking gun for me. I'm an analyst, and we look at rates of change. And Josh and I discovered in March with the CDC numbers. The CDC didn't really do a good job of presenting the data on their page. They clumped the whole population in all ages together.
Are they accurate numbers, though, Ed?
100% accurate numbers, and I have a second data set I'll reveal that verified our numbers this August. So we were first 2 guys on the internet analyzing the CDC. But what we discovered was this. We were able to get the CDC data and break it down by age cohort and develop actuarial baselines of what normal deaths were prior to COVID and it's got a 5-year average of, and that's how we calculated excess mortality. Well, what we found with the millennial age group, 25 to 44, so, obviously there was an excess mortality spike in the end of 2020, and then it kind of came back down as the seasonal, winter went away, and it was kind of hovering around 30%, the April, May, June time frame. And then into the third quarter of 2021, it rose at what we call an accelerated rate of change. It looked like a growth stock chart taken off and breaking out from the trend. And it went to 84% excess mortality into the months of August, September, and October. And I posit that we all know something happened in August, September, and October that, especially for the working age people, I posit that there was what we call mandate. So we can get into that later. But with that temporal spike of death into the third quarter, it's hard to argue that there was a suicide pact amongst working age.
Hold on for a second, Ed. We'll talk more about this in a moment. His book is called Cause Unknown. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County is going down 2 cents to $4.44. It's 24 cents less than it was a year ago. Orange County, the average price dropped about a half a cent to $4.32. That's 32 cents less than it was a year ago. Ukraine's President Zelensky has addressed Congress in Washington, D.C. He told the lawmakers against all odds Ukraine is alive and still kicking. He got thunderous applause and standing ovation from lawmakers. And the Holocaust Museum in L.A. has gotten $1 million to host free educational tours. Every year, the museum hosts 30,000 elementary, middle, and high school students. It says with the grant money, it hopes to serve more underserved communities and have the number of students grow to 150,000 here by 2030. Mostly clear, cool tonight, lows below 50. Mostly clear tomorrow and a little warmer, and about 5 degrees hotter overall through the weekend. There are problems in Irvine.
25 freeways totally messed up in Irvine. We had a 2-car crash and separate car fire, 5 southbound before Jeffrey Road, all in the block. Got to stop and get over drive. Look at the 5 freeway along the water, 2 car into the wreck on the right shoulder, 5 north on the Valley View Avenue, and over to Irwindale, 605 northbound past Ramona Boulevard, look out for a tire in the number 3 lane. KFI inside, let's get there faster. I'm Errol Field.
This report is sponsored by In-N-Out Burgers. At In-N-Out, our hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients, made fresh and by hand, made with a smile, and made to order just for you. This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Ocean views, magical sunsets, a luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the coast of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com or call 310-265-2800. That's 310-265-2800.
Attention Southern California, if you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and no payment for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5590 5591. That's 877-211-5591. Semper Solaris is local and veteran-owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Expires 12/31/2022. CSLB number 9788152.
Let's get back to Jay Leno. Did they put skin grafts in other parts of your body and put on your arm and your face?
You know, I got a good deal on skin graft. I have a friend of mine who's a mall. He had a bag of them.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
And he gave me those, and I put them on my arm, but when I get excited, I can't put my arm down.
Weakness today on KFI. Michael Crozier. When something big happens in Southern California, I know KFI is going to be on it. Behind the scenes, people are just running around making sure we have the best resources put in the best places to get that accurate information. And our editors here will send people to the scene. We have the anchors here coordinating with all of it. I always know that the information that you're hearing on KFI is going to be the most up-to-date, the most accurate. When things change, as they often do with something big happening, we'll be there to make sure you know the changes and how they affect you. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're building up to an amazing story, folks. And next hour, we'll take calls with Ed Dowd. So get ready to make the call next hour here on Coast to Coast. March 18th, we're going to Sedona, Arizona, because we're going to be in a live stage show that we'll go and just have a great time with. And Tom's got full details for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We are going to be part of something called the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. It's at the Sedona Performing Arts Center, March 17th through the 19th. We're going to have a live show on Saturday, but there's a ton going on all 3 days. So what you can do is head over Friday. You can take advantage of some nonstop music, food vendors, workshops. Jerry Carson will be speaking, William Henry will be speaking. A ton of people. There's skywatches, so much to do. Come back Saturday, take advantage more, and then come back Saturday night for our show, where, of course, we're going to do a round table, and we're going to set up microphones, and we'll have a band, just the whole works. Then you can come back Sunday, do some more of it. It's going to be a jam-packed weekend. All the info, of course, is at coasttocoastam.com.
May 27th, the day before my mother's birthday, we are going to be in Oregon for another live show.
Part of our tour, we're going to keep going next year. This is Saturday, May 27th. We've got the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon, which is about 84 miles east of Portland. Dr. Sky will be a guest. The UFO abductee Travis Walton will be a guest. From Animal Planet, Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker will be a guest. This night we'll include a live band, a salute to veterans, and of course the Q&A we always do. We're going to have a ton of fun at this one as well. Check this one out, George. The table seats, the very first few rows, they're going to serve you a brisket dinner. People are going to eat there. They're going to eat there. So tickets and info, you can head over to coasttocoastam.com. Again, all that info up in the carousel.
Mom's going to be 94 the day after that. Maybe we'll get her to call in while we're on stage.
Why not?
Something like that. I'll let you work on that. Super. And here's something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Larry Horn.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift relax doll is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring and repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and dragged my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months. And I heard Dr. Wallace on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated a bad tooth and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was thriving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed, and I am so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallace. My name is Lisa Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for their newsletter to receive Dr. Wallace's 10 Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
KFI AM 640.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Ed Dowd. His book is called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. And as you got into this and you looked at the deaths, did they kind of like dodge the reason why these people had died? And how many people were we talking about in these couple of years, Ed?
Well, in 2020, there was about 500,000 excess deaths, mostly old. Then in 2021, it was about 500,000 excess deaths. So it was a huge mix shift from old to young. To give you an example, the millennials in 2020 experienced 40,000 excess deaths, but in 2020, pre-miracle vaccines, in 2021, they experienced 60,000 excess deaths. And Gen X didn't fare much better. They had something like 90,000 deaths in 2020, then 120 some odd thousand deaths in 2021. So old people died less in 2021, young people died more in 2020. in 2021,
which is highly unusual.
Highly unusual. Let's state some facts. We know in 2020 that it was determined that young people were not at risk. The old with comorbidity seemed to be dying. And that was a well-established fact. And then mysteriously in 2021, that flipped. It became what we call it on Wall Street an adverse mix shift. And insurance companies actually had not really bad results in 2020, especially in the early parts of 2021, Q1 of 21, because when old people die, they've already paid into their insurance policy, and they're not really employed under the group life umbrella. If they have whole life, that's their own individual policy. And so they didn't take a big bottom line hit, but they started taking bottom line hits in the third and fourth quarter of 2021, and it continues into 2022. And the group life, let me explain a little bit. At the end of the last segment, I said there's a temporal rate of change in the third quarter. And it's hard to explain that the millennials decided in the 3-month period to have more suicides than normal, and also overdose on drugs more than normal, and also missed their cancer screening treatments more than normal. So there was an event.
So you can't rule it out.
You can't rule it out, but it coincidentally, all three put together, it kind of helped.
It's weird.
You know, it starts to statistically become very improbable. But what's even more interesting is, so we discovered that data in March of 2022. In August, as I was writing the book, one of my insurance industry whistleblowers forwarded the report as supplied as actuaries. This is an industry group that does group survey reports for different lines of business. They did their group-wide survey, which covered about 80% of the revenue, and calculated the claims and excess death. And what they discovered was in 2021, in their policy, and let me just back up a second to describe what group life is. These are policies that are given to entry-level employees when they onboard their Fortune 500 companies and or mid-level companies. They're generally speaking 1 to 2 extra salary if you die. And you, it's a freebie. It's kind of like one of those benefits you get along with healthcare. I did this many times. I signed my beneficiary form and then named the beneficiary and signed it. And it's, you know, it's kind of one of those things you never thought about. And to get claimed, you need to be actually employed at the firm. So let's go forward to this report in August that came out this year. They said in 2021, ages 25 to 64 experienced 40% excess mortality in this 80% revenue survey.
That's huge.
Huge. Now, what's even more interesting, George, is they did a study in 2016 that they obviously not need the answer to because this is why these policies are so good. They found out that on average, group life policy holders tend to die at a rate of 30 to 40% that of the general population in a given year. And that makes total sense, right? They're employed, they're able-bodied, they tend to be younger, they tend to be well-educated, they tend to have access to the best health care. So that was an established fact in the 2016 study. It's in my book. I referenced it, you can go find it. In 2021, the Society of Actuaries reported in September that relationship flipped. They said that they had 40% excess mortality. The general population has 32% excess mortality. So, 8-point differential. The group life folks seem to have a worse time of it in 2021. And so that's something needs to be investigated baseline. Something is affecting the employed population more so than the general population. And the civilian labor force is about 164 million, but the actual employed population is about 100 million. And the group life policy holders are a subset of that. So there's something going on with just that data set.
Well, let me ask you this way. If you know, based on all the deaths that were recorded in 21 and 22, do we know the percentage of those dead people? How many might have been vaccinated against COVID-19?
In the U.S., we do not. In the U.S., we do not have an exact number. The data is not good. And in fact, I will tell you, George, that insurance companies are quietly forming a coalition to get access to that data because they're suspicious. They're not, it's not being talked about in open circles, but I know for a fact that's going on. And they're going to, if the government doesn't give that data, they'll probably form a coalition to sue for that data.
Do we know how many of these people, so we don't know about the vaccinations, do we know how many of these people might have had COVID?
A lot of early on, the insurance companies stated there was COVID data. They're now saying in the most recent quarterly report, saying their access death is COVID, indirect COVID, and non-COVID. So they're using different terminology because they don't have the numbers. They want the numbers and they need the numbers because they're just pricing the policy right now. They're taking off for sure. So they're aware of this. They're not publicly stating what they think the cause is. They're people trying to get some of these individuals to come forward. We haven't been able to do that yet, but I think that's coming. Let me tell you that this pending group with the survivor actuaries experience higher excess mortality. Let's roll over to disability, another problem that seems to be occurring in the U.S. So there's a database of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and this is all documented in my book, that it's the monthly employment report. These people that did a monthly employment report also ask survey questions about disability. They ask, are you disabled or is someone in your home disabled and unable to work? Well, that number on an absolute basis is running between 29 and 30 million the prior 4 or 5 years to COVID. And then it actually went down during COVID, especially the lockdown, because there was less activity and accidental things that went on. But then around between February and May of 2021, it took off and went to a new all-time high. And the absolute number of September of 2022 hit a new high of 33.2 million. And it's come down a little bit in October and November, but the trend is still not good. It hasn't broken trend. And when we examine the data, you can collect that data from this database by total population, civilian labor force, and those employed. And what we found, curiously, was that the employed population experienced a 26% increase in their disability rate versus a 6% increase in the disability rate of the general population. And the amount of employed people that came disabled between February of 21 and September of 22 was about 1.2 million people. That's a big number. And why is that a big number? Because there's only about 98 to 100 million employed. You can see how that can roll into the various labor shortages the people who can't work. So that's why a guy like you, a Wall Street guy, is interested in this, because
they're numbers.
Correct.
You're a numbers guy.
I'm a numbers guy. And so if I'm right and correct, there's implications for the global economic growth because this has occurred in other countries.
Now, the CDC reported that in August of this year, of the COVID deaths, 58% of them were vaccinated. Now, that's pretty high.
That's not a good number. And what do we know now, George? It's absolute fact that these inoculations were advertised as both safe and effective, and that we had many of our health officials, including President Biden, state clearly that if you took the vaccine, you would not get COVID and you would not transmit COVID.
That's not true.
That's not true, and that's not even close to true. And the story or the narrative changed to, well, I'm glad I had the shot because it would have been much worse and I would have been hospitalized, which there is no data for that, actually. There's no peer-reviewed study that I found.
Could be accurate, but who knows, right? You don't have the data.
So we don't have the data, and anybody who has a peer-reviewed study they want to put forth, I'd love to see it, because that might change my opinion, but I haven't seen that yet.
Now, you're not an epidemiologist, you're not a medical professional. Have you come under fire because of your thoughts about this in the book, Cause Unknown?
I'm kind of left alone. So AP and Reuters early on in March fact-checked me, and they said that our experts say he's wrong. That was the fact check. There really was no counter-argument. And there was, they threw the three things I told you earlier, suicide, overdoses, and the cancer screening treatment. This is not, it hasn't really become a problem to me because, I'm an investor. I'm a person on the right dentist thesis. I don't have a doctor's license to go after or a bar's license to take away. So I'm just kind of doing what I would do on Wall Street. And the firm that I recently formed with the two gentlemen who are PhD physicists and help me compile some of the data in the book. We're, trying to raise capital to invest according to the reality we see, and we're seeing good interest. We haven't secured a seed yet, but we have a ton of people wanting to talk to us. So this is what Wall Street does. You come up with a thesis, and money capital will look at it, and we have some smart investors that are looking to invest us because they'll see with our thesis.
Well, there's one thing that there's no question about. The deaths have increased over the last couple of years. We know that.
That's true.
Interesting take.
And what's interesting, George, is, I remember in 2020, the body count was on the CNN ticker as well as the case count. And now there seems to be crickets across the globe from our health authorities about what appears to be a horrendous excess death and disability. And it doesn't really seem to be a problem now. In fact, it's explained away or not even mentioned. And a lot of these athletic deaths in my book, if you can verify yourself, put QR code that will link you to the local news story. What's interesting about it is these are local news stories. They never really make it national. So there seems to be a disconnect between reality and perception at the moment, which is what investors like myself take advantage of.
You met a senator in Washington, D.C. What was that all about?
Senator Ron Johnson has been suspicious of the COVID pandemic response. We've been talking about early treatments and how that was prevented from being effectively used in 2020. He now has concerns about the vaccine program. And he reached out to me and invited me to come to Washington to just present the numbers and the facts and state that's what I've noticed. And I said to him in my fourth slide, I said to him privately that I believe this is a national security issue because if I'm correct, it seems to be a problem with the most able-bodied amongst us in the military employed. And there seems to be something that's affecting them that's not affecting everybody else. And I believe it's the vaccines, obviously, but if I'm wrong, what is it then and why does no one seem to care? And in my book, I conclude with a statement that, look, I told you what I think. I'm not going to get into the who or why because that's not helpful. It's true, this is happening. I believe it's the vaccine. If it's not, please offer another explanation. But what we do know that our health authorities across the globe and global governments seem not to want to talk about this. And it's, in my opinion, it's negligence and malfeasance to not even discuss what's going on violently to the employed population of the globe.
It is very strange, but you're right. We need accurate data in order to come up with some specific conclusions about this.
And I would, Senator Johnson, I posed the question to him. I ended my statement to him with the following: that Denmark has some of the most egregious excess deaths across the board. Their excess deaths in 2020 were exceeded in 2021 and in 2022, and excess deaths went up every year for every age cohort in their country. And while I was writing the book, they suspended the vaccine program for under 50 and stated it's better to get COVID than the vaccine. So you can do with that information what you want. And I posed about Senator Johnson. Why is it that some of the other countries seem to be backing away from this, and why are we not? And why do we continue to push it? He said, good question. So it's a question that I'm raising. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Capital is coming my way. And if I'm proven wrong, I'd be more than happy to say that I'm wrong.
And we're going to come back, final hour to go with you. We're going to take phone calls next.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option.
air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flight, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. SurfAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private. There's a myth out there that electric vehicles are really expensive, but with incentives, they actually start under $19,000. Learn more at electricforall.org, powered by Verizon. Non-profit dedicated to increasing electric vehicle adoption.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owe a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They come in to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
So restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. The holidays. Look at all the beautiful lights from the traffic.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live, premiere on the iHeartRadio app.
Trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County Board of Supervisors is calling for changes following the accidental euthanasia of a puppy at the Baldwin Park Animal Care Center.
This death, as you know, sparked outrage among community members. I even heard from our local mayor, the city of Baldwin Park, who is outraged.
Supervisor Hilda Solis says the mayor asked to speak with the staff of the center. The Board of Supervisors has ordered a plan to be created to prevent similar incidents from happening. Investigators say they're still waiting for the autopsies of 3 people killed in Riverside by a deputy sheriff from Virginia. Riverside police say the day after Thanksgiving, the sheriff killed the family of a 15-year-old girl he lured online through catfishing. Virginia's governor has called for an investigation into the hiring of the sheriff. President Biden has told Ukrainian President Zelensky the United States will stay with Ukraine as long as it takes. Zelensky visited the White House as Congress considers a funding bill that includes $45 billion in more aid for Ukraine. Biden says Ukraine's fight is part of something bigger.
The American people know that if we stand by in the face of such blatant attacks on liberty and democracy and the core principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the world will surely face worse consequences.
Zelensky says the war with Russia will end with Ukraine's sovereignty restored and, as he put it, payback for all the damages inflicted by Russian aggression. Taliban security forces in the capital of Afghanistan have enforced higher education bans for women by blocking their access to universities. BBC's Ian Panel says there are reports of some college professors walking out in solidarity.
Four appear to have now resigned from their positions. Remember, the Taliban have already banned girls from high school and even told women, expecting them to just stay at home.
Video from the Associated Press shows women weeping and consoling for their outside one campus in Kabul. The House has passed a bill to posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal to Emmett Till, a Chicago teenager murdered by white supremacists in the 1950s. Congress's highest civilian honor was also awarded to Till's mother. Medals will be given to the National Museum of African American History, where they'll be displayed near the casket Till was buried in. Mostly clear skies through the night, lows below 50. Mostly sunny and about 5 degrees warmer tomorrow. Highs around 60 at the beaches, 70 Metro Valley, Orange County, mid to upper 70s inland and higher valleys, around 70 in the Antelope Valley. 5 to 10 degrees hotter during the day through the weekend. Right now in Anaheim, 50, Newport Beach, 49, Cerritos, 48, Long Beach, 47 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Michael Crozier.
The 5-freeway is still messed up in Irvine with a two-car crash and separate car fire southbound Classical Jeffrey Road. All lanes blocked except for the carpool lane and the two left lanes due on the bridge in Culver Cross. Look at Long Beach on the San Diego Freeway, 405 southbound before 7th Avenue. Two-car crash that's taken away from the left lane. This is incorrect. And in Encino, the thoroughfare with two-car injured collision. 101 westbound Balboa, full northern middle lanes are blocked. Okay, Friday Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Eric Fool.
Imagine for a moment that this ad was bought autonomously. Welcome to the new open web, where Viant is combining AI and human insight to create autonomous media buying that accelerates your return on ad spend. And using Viant DSP Adelphic, you can now measure your media offline and online to see the full impact of your media spend, so you can spend more time on podcasts. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more. Ocean View, magical sunset, a luxury resort like no other. Discover TRILLIONAIRE, located along the coast of the Palo Verde Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to TRILLIONAIRE now at TRILLIONAIRE.com or call 310-265-2800. That's 310-265-2800.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ. CHOQ. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, CHOQ, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Visit LosAngeles2023.com to start booking your trip today. You'll find links to local hotels, know before you go event information, and the official fan guide for the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship in Los Angeles. Plan your trip to LA today.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With Catalog's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our warm line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhoun.org today.
So and more at RudyMaxa.com.
Yeah, that's what my ability.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls this hour with Ed Dowd, author of the book Cause Unknown, which just came out a week ago. We will be back in a moment with him and you on Coast to Coast AM. Former President Donald Trump, as you know, has announced he wants to be the Republican candidate for president. Ron DeSantis from Florida, the governor there, has not announced, but a lot of people are tuning the two saying, who would you pick? This could be a great political battle. And now Newsmax wants to know what you think between the two. They're conducting an urgent poll, as they call it, if President Trump should continue his run for president again. Or is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis a better pick? Vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald Trump and DeSantis. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. Simply let your voice be heard. Tune into Newsmax for news you can trust. I do. They do a great job. You can also get it on your phone with your app there. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If the cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And be sure to vote in Newsmax poll on whether former President Trump should even run again. That's river to 39747. That's river to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't with that. Texting and rules for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, 2022 and a roller coaster year. So spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all, with soft, silky, naturally new pajamas, exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally new pajamas feel just like their own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you don't love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally made nightie with the purchase of naturally made pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally made nightie when you order today. Just go to pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's pajamagram.com.
Welcome back to Coast. George Norrie, along with Ed Dowd. His book is called Cause Unknown, which I mentioned just came out a week ago. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Ed, you believe there's some deception here, don't you?
I believe there's a cover-up at this point, for sure. I don't, in the book, I don't get into the who and why, because is, and the data that we see, that we're presenting in the book, and you have on a company website called the Humanity Project, outlines the same story in almost every country. They all see this data, and I want to know why we're not talking about it. And there's excess death and disabilities, and it's crickets out there from our healthcare authorities, mainstream media, and global government. So I think it's cover-up, but we'll see what happens as my thesis unrolls over time.
I have made it a point in my career not to tell people to get this or do that or not to or to. It's their decision. But I've got to tell you, these vaccines came out awfully fast when COVID hit, didn't they?
Well, so I personally did not take it, and it's because
I have not either. But that's me. I don't get vaccines.
That's me. I will tell you that I'm divorced. My children unfortunately got it, and my ex-wife did, and my dad, and my brother. And now, with what I'm doing, they're not getting boosters, so there's that. But for me, when what was announced, Operation Warp Speed was kind of like a disaster to me because I know how manufacturing works. I'm an analyst. I know that it takes time to, perfect and go from a small laboratory, which the mRNA was made in, to maximum processing facilities. So it was rushed. So it's Operation Warp Speed. And second, the trial was 28 days. And I know for a fact that 28 days is not enough of a study to figure out whether it's safe and effective. Number one. Number two, I also know that typical vaccines, normal vaccines, that aren't rushed under emergency use authorization, take 7 to 10 years for safety data before they inject it in the office humans. So I knew those two things. And I thought to myself, well, no one's going to take this thing. But I was wrong. I didn't realize that there would be a military-grade psyop advertising campaign across the globe, which is what happened.
Now, by the way, when I said I don't take the vaccine, I meant this COVID vaccine. I have been vaccinated when I was a kid against polio, and I was in the Navy for 9 years, Ed, and they popped me a couple of times with cholera vaccinations and things like that.
Yeah, same here. I got my vaccines. I took a tetanus booster about a year before COVID hit. And again, this is an experimental novel technology that does not do what the old vaccines used to do. In fact, the CDC had to silently change the definition of a vaccine in September of 2021 from providing immunization against the virus to producing an immune response. They changed the definition. So the vaccines really are technically therapeutics, not vaccines in the traditional sense of the word.
What's interesting is last year the flu was basically non-existent, and now it's very rampant. Now they're talking about this triple epidemic of the flu, the respiratory illness, and COVID-19. Where did the flu pop up from all of a sudden?
I don't want to get conspiratorial, but the mysterious disappearance of the flu, in my mind, is a rebranding of the flu. But I'll never prove that. Maybe that gets proven in discovery years from now, but that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I don't think it ever went away. I think it was here. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Craig in Santa Barbara, California to get us started. Hey, Craig, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
How you guys doing?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I want to go back to years ago to Jesse Ventura show conspiracy theory. He blew the whistle on these type of shots years ago that they were going to be harmful, that they had a purpose to harm the population, depopulate the planet. And what I'll say is, my boss got the shot. We're electricians who worked face-to-face for months. He got sick. I was around it the whole time, never got sick. My friend's family all got the shot. Every last one of them got sick. I was at the house every weekend, never got sick. Self-trusted, never had a flu shot in my life. I've never had any big trauma stuck into my veins ever. The only shots I've had as an adult, I'm in my 60s, are from the dentist. And I had one tetanus booster years ago.
Interesting. I don't get the flu shot either, Ed, and
I used to get the flu shot years ago. I stopped because I seriously would get the flu every year. I haven't had it since I stopped, but that's just me.
But it is intriguing how people who have been vaccinated have come down with COVID. Because isn't the vaccine supposed to prevent it, or is it just supposed to minimize it? They keep changing the story.
Yeah, it's a bouncing ball of narrative changes. What I will say is this: recently, I haven't read the study in detail, but the Cleveland Clinic, the Cleveland Clinic, there could have been, a bunch of dudes in Africa, but the Cleveland Clinic came out with a study stating that it appears to be that those who are vaccinated are getting COVID more often than those who are unvaccinated. That's the Cleveland Clinic, and that story just came out a day or 2 ago.
We probably could do our own poll with our callers. Have you been vaccinated? Do you have COVID? Have you had COVID? Interesting. Let's go to Cheryl in Washburn, Missouri. Welcome to the show. Hi, Cheryl.
Hey, George. And hi, Mr. Ed. Stay South. This is awesome. Okay. First of all, I want to say that this contact teaches the airways neighborhood, the coast to coast, and so much. These contact-related congregations, churches, and groups to offer warming shelter stations for the homeless people who
they're going to freeze. Absolutely.
From the bitter smoke days. Okay. And also, I want to say scanning or national forest, hospitals, collect both the placenta and the umbilical cord outside by the back anyway. Stem cells are plentiful, that is also too. And I noticed how the 2 shots have revived, which I'm grateful for, because good and that kind of deal. Anyhow, I want to say also, in addition, thank you all that. Yeah, awesome. Okay, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I hope always, thank God, and Jesus, and everyone else too, and thank y'all. I'm listening.
No question now, but a little warning that we're kind of being some frigid temperatures here in St. Louis and in the next day or two, and people are concerned about the homeless, people who live outside. It's going to be 0 degrees.
It's tragic, and it's, unfortunately, I remember back in my 20s in Chicago, when I lived there, same thing. It's one of those things that we don't seem to be able to fix.
Yeah, we really don't. First time caller Stan is truck driving in Mississippi. Hi, Stan. Go ahead, sir. Stan, you with us?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Stanley. Stanley. Oh, I'm going to let you go. He was there. We heard him. Bob and the Queens of New York. Hey, Bob. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hello. Thank you. Love you, George.
Thank you.
You made my job of Sunday hours much powerful. It was good listening to you. Anyway, I'm quoting from Gary Lowe. He's a PhD in clinical nutrition. I think you've heard of him.
Yes.
And he's from, just quick background. He wrote about, he had to still with Wikipedia for a life book, because they said he basically quackled who he was, that PhD in clinical nutrition and health. And he has in applied biology, biology. He wrote everything he could to help people now with nutritional protocols to get even more. Anyway, he's had on Orthodox, no, not alternative, Orthodox doctors and medical people who've been believe in vaccines, been vaccinated, and now they're talking about rubbery substances found in blood clots due to vaccine. Morticians found this out, like, because they washed out the cloth, and then they said, what if this rubber? One was twisted wrong, the other one was in the teenager's leg, 6 feet long. Now, rubbery substances, of course, within that body doesn't produce them. Like to these mRNAs, modified RNAs, they have, they're coming out. And it causes also the crazy parties into the brain blood area and causes personality changes. And the finding is that micro nanoparticles, they're calling graphite, which of course they razor sharp, and of course that causes cutting of blood vessels. So all this is coming up, and it's going to have, I might say, I'll give it a number, you're going to have a webinar. We spent 1,000 hours with his reviewing with another Richard Gale on protocols, including chelation therapy, to prevent, take yourself a heart transplant, a heart bypass. It's a chelate rate in EDTA, which is like rotor.
Yeah, it really works. But the website you gave out is good enough for us. No phone numbers. We don't give those out, okay? But Bob, thank you, and great information. People are concerned about this, Ed.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, the adverse events, that being the worst of them, are kind of all over the map. Myocarditis has been talked about, blood clotting, accelerated cancers, and a lot of work needs to be done on the short-term, long-term, and medium-term effects of what's going on. And so, my firm and I are just counting the bodies and the disabilities. We're not getting into the disease. That's for the doctors, but we hope to start a vaccine damage project where we're going to collate all this data to kind of figure out what's going on. That's the next step. But we're not doing that yet because we're just trying to get the word out that this is truly happening. And this is going to be, I think, George, what we're going to talk about, not for the next 10 years, for the next 100 years.
I think so, too. I think you're absolutely right about that. Mark is driving in Nevada. Welcome to the program. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, hi, George. Yeah, I know, there's still a little bit I talked to you before. I know you don't want to get into politics outside of English math. It's kind of hard to with this because I think it has a lot to do with politics, too. But I agree with your guess. pretty much everything changed. I worked in a pharmacy. I was working in a retail pharmacy, now
Yes,
hospital.
that's fine.
I'm on the road from get my stuff from California, move back to the Midwest. Actually, I want to go to a state that has a little more freedom and everything else, you know. And so, if you know what I mean, yeah, there's mandates that even for the hospital yet. And I was trying to find out more about it. I found out you can go online. Through some, it depends on the state, but through the HHS, you can get exemption. I'm gonna try to get an exemption so I can work at a different hospital because you know you have to get vaccinated. You don't have a choice. It's either my brother's a nurse actually too, and he said stop people get fired. Other nurses got fired. They got them out because they would get vaccinated, and I don't blame them. I think that's disgusting. I mean, especially the kind of work we put in the hospital and they're firing them, and then I mean, nothing should be forced to put in vaccine, especially if it's still experimental. And a hospital are on the government side because I know for every COVID patient, for 3 months, they get an extra $30,000 for every COVID patient. And if you get put on a respirator or a ventilator, if they get more. So I know that's making the numbers higher. And that's hurts the hospital for pushing for the vaccine too. Okay, so they're getting money from the federal government for all that stuff and for pushing the vaccine also.
I mean, there's no question, according to the CDC, 6 million people worldwide have already died from COVID. Now, those are astounding numbers, but the big question is does the vaccine work? And that's still up in the air, right?
Yeah, you know, let's talk about the mandates. You mentioned mandates. It's improving that it doesn't prevent you from getting COVID nor transmitting it. So that's the old definition of a vaccine. A mandate is something that doesn't do, forget about the safety issues. Is it effective? Not even a little bit. So that's improving. That's been documented, but we're still pushing it. So that to me makes no sense. These mandates should be done based on the effectiveness of the thing alone. But to be mandating something that doesn't work is the definition of insanity. And you keep doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result. It doesn't seem to work. Then the safety issues are a whole other problems of terror. So I think based on the effectiveness, we should have ended this program long ago, but we don't. We continue to push forward as if nothing's happening.
We've got Kathleen in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Welcome to the show. Hi, Kath. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Mr. Dowd. What I want to ask is what's crazy happened to me this summer. I'm 64. I had all 3 shots. What happened was I lost so much blood. I only had 6.4 pints of blood in me. I knew I was sick. And number 2 was glass. And I ended up thrown up in the ambulance, talking down like.
How'd you lose the blood count?
Well, Plain City was never happened to me before. And we don't know. And I had all 3 shots, and I decided, so I didn't have any company or nothing. Everybody said, you know, I'm a widow.
Did you hemorrhage?
I don't go out. I have my groceries delivered. There's no way I had any contact. And I had to do shots. They paid for the house and gave it to me. But to lose all that blood and only have 6.4 pints of blood in me.
When did you lose the blood, though? Over a period of time or in one gush? What happened?
I don't know, because it was like one day in June.
You just didn't have the blood in your system?
Right, I was sick. I was losing. I was not me. And I knew something was wrong. And then number 2 was glass. That never happened before. And then when I called the doctor, the secretary got the ambulance to come. While I was in the ambulance, I threw up in that bag, and it was like brown coffee sound.
I think your next book should be the different kinds of probabilities that have occurred with people who've been vaccinated.
Yeah, that's definitely a project we're working on, and we're asking medical professionals that are suspicious to contact us. We're going to try to get that going, but that's a big project. Counting the bodies and the disabilities is that data is metadata, and this data that she's talking about is specific, and it's going to take some time, but there's indications that all sorts of illnesses and disabilities and strange things are picking up across the board globally, and it needs to be investigated. And unfortunately, I'm sure your doctor didn't, it was ABV, anything but the vaccine, he probably offered as an excuse. That's just because he doesn't know. So, am I a doctor? Can I tell you that it was a vaccine? No, but it's certainly suspicious.
It's, as we say, coincidental, which I don't believe in.
There are no such things as coincidences, George.
Exactly. You got that right. Yeah, the book came out on the 13th of December. How's it doing?
Number one in virology, immunology, and vaccination.
Well, after this show, it'll be even higher.
I thank you, George, for the opportunity, and I really appreciate you and your audience. But I will also say that it's currently ranked about 423 out of all millions of books on Amazon. So
that's good. That's pretty good without a lot of publicity. Ed, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Day.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today and Strangeness listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rex Richardson's been sworn in as Long Beach's first black mayor. Mayor Karen Bass attended the ceremony yesterday. Richardson promised to work with her on the homelessness crisis. He added he would call on the city manager to bring a declaration of a state of emergency on homelessness to the city council. Home sales in the U.S. have fallen for the 10th consecutive month. It's the longest stretch on record since 1999. The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales fell over 7% from October to November. Says it for a slower sales pace than what economists had expected. Sales also dropped over 35% from November of last year. Russia's defense minister has announced the plan to increase Russia's military from 1 million people to 1.5 million. He also declared plans to form new military units in western Russia to counterbalance plans by Finland and Sweden to join NATO. Russia's President Putin says the fighting in Ukraine is a tragedy, but is vowed to pursue his campaign there until his goals are reached. Mostly clear, cool tonight, low below 50 degrees. Mostly clear, a little warmer tomorrow, and 5 to 10 degrees hotter overall during the day to through the weekend. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Michael Crozier.
So San Diego is a total mess in Long Beach. 4-5 south on the 47th Street. 2 cars easily wrecked in the carpool lane, and the 2 left lanes traffic is jammed from Studebaker Road. Go to the Ventura Freeway in Encino. 2 car crash here. It's an injury wreck. 101 west on the Balboa Boulevard. The middle lanes are blocked. And in Willowbrook, a car on fire. Century Freeway 105 westbound. That Central Avenue is on the right shoulder. The slow lane is out of action. Can't find the sky. Have to get you there faster. I'm Eric Roll. How was your job at school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me, man.
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
StopChatStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner.
Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Feel good for the holidays with Christmas music playing now on iHeartRadio's Coast 103.5.
KFI, AM 640.
Look, I'm not equating it to the mafia, but if you owe the mafia money, the one thing they want you to do is stay in touch with them. And it's the same thing with jury duty. As long as you're in touch with them and you need a little break here and there and you call in and you register and all that stuff, they're cool with you. But the moment you try to avoid jury duty by not responding and all that stuff, that's when they get paid.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show, weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Delia's pissed. She has like her private time during the day, and I ran into her, and she tried to hide down the wine aisle, and I tracked her down. And then my wife's like, "Why do you keep following her?" I'm like, "I'm gonna go say hi to her." She goes, "Well, she clearly is trying to avoid you. She's running from you." I'm like, "No, I gotta go say hi to her." Hey, Belio!
Tim, hey.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
That's right.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Look, you know when you gotta go to the doctor.
You can decide what you smell.
When you have to leave the room because of your own fart, it's time to slide into the doctor.
Time to call the doctor.
Go to the emergency room.
Water.
Tim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Justice brings us silence, and it was good. For this feeling, for the feel all I close my eyes, and I
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, psychic John Russell joins us with some Christmas ghost stories. Looking forward to that. And then, of course, in our last hour with John, we'll take questions, and we'll also do some readings on Coast to Coast. Well, this being Wednesday, the New Coast Insiders, two more programs that we grab out of the Archel vault.
Yes, indeed. We've added two more classic programs, one from 2001. Art spoke with Peter Davenport from the UFO Reporting Agency, and then from 1995, Art discussed the Oklahoma City bombing with attorney Douglas Pauchek. This audio is classic audio. It's available for Coast Insiders. It's heard without interruption, which is really cool. It's on multiple platforms. All you need to do is become a Coast Insider. Make a great Christmas gift.
It sure will. And you can become a Coast Insider a couple ways. Just sign up at our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage. Go to our free Coast app. You can do that. Click profile, subscriptions. Once you download the app, sign up that way. And you can also sign up if you are in Canada and worldwide And the people who are insiders just love it.
I love being a coast insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a coast insider, and I'll tell you what. It's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have a provision. I've got 5 years of coast-to-coast program to play.
We're going to be back in a moment on Coast to Coast in just a moment, but to take final calls with Ed Dodd. But first, de-stress yourself.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing. And I'm losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription, just generally happier per se.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives me energy, not only gives me the vitamins I need for my body, but it helps me with my mood. And you know what? It makes my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
Tuesday, California, Northern California got hit with a 6.4 earthquake. A lot of folks still without power. It's so important to prepare yourself ahead of time before an earthquake such as that hits with a radio that works without power. Understanding your risk and preparing is the key here. C. Crane has a radio built for the surprise power outage, the CC Solar Observer. It's an AM and FM weather radio. It will keep you informed during and after a powerless event. Does not require electricity. C. Crane's CC Solar Observer is a great radio to have on hand because it can be powered by the hand crank, a solar panel, or a common AA battery. It's got a built-in flashlight as well, and has the ability to charge a smartphone in a pinch as well. A dependable emergency radio with superior reception and audio, something everyone should have. The CC Solar Observer, a great choice for you. I highly recommend it. And this week, receive 3-day shipping for only $15 on all orders above $50. To order CC Solar Observer, this is what you do. Call C. Crane at 1-800-522-8863. They've got people there now, as a matter of fact. 1-800-522-8863 or visit online at ccrane.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Dory back with Ed Down. Our final segment. His book is called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. Let's go back to the phones. Janice and Marley in Hawaii. Welcome to the program. Hi, Janice.
Yes, hello. Hello, I would like to inform the audience that I've been looking into this for a while from different medical sources on YouTube. And there's one, let's see, one blood test that really stood out to me. It's called foot-long blood clot from mRNA. The pathologist, Dr. Ryan Cole, with Dr. Kelly Victor. So there's two very well-researched medical professionals, medical doctors, that have been researching why people are dying from the mRNA vaccine.
Have you looked much at that, Ed?
I know Dr. Ryan Cole, and I've been on Dr. Drew with Dr. Kelly Victory. And Dr. Ryan Cole is a brilliant doctor who noticed something strange going on in his practice early on in 2021. He runs a bunch of oncology labs where he gets, results from cancer screenings, and he saw a statistically significant increase in new cancers that he just didn't see prior to this. So that was his first inclination that, just like me, a pattern had changed, or the trend changed. And I told him when I saw him with Senator Ron Johnson that I likened him to a stock picker of doctors. He was able to see a trend. And of course, like me, he said, I didn't have enough data, but a trend is a trend, and I wanted to investigate it. So he's a great doctor, and he's really looking into what's causing the mechanism of action that is causing death and injuries. And he's one to stay on top of his watch. So I really respect him a lot.
Next up, Eric, truck driving in Indiana. Hello, Eric.
Hello, George. Hello, Ed. I'm really glad that you're trying to be transparent with all this good information you have here. I had COVID for about a week. I had it minorly. It was almost like the flu to me because I've had the flu. And what I'm wondering is that back in the day when they had the Spanish flu, if they had a COVID test back then, wondering if they would, I was wondering if they would test positive for COVID. Do you think it's a totally different thing, or do you think it's the flu?
Well, Eric, keep in mind Andrew Hoff, the epidemiologist who was on our program earlier this week, last week, talked about how this was made in a laboratory in the United States, transported to Wuhan, China, where they were working on it, and he believes it got out accidentally. What do you think of that?
Well, what's interesting about that speculation is that, my partners and I at our hedge fund, we study demographics and macroeconomics, and my partner Carlos wrote a book that details demographically that China total population growth well in 2020, coincidentally, and that has huge ramifications for their economy because of their population decline, a lot of the excess debt that they've built up can't be serviced, and they're experiencing what we call a minor economic collapse, or major, according to many. And I just find it curious that they hit the demographic well in 2020 when COVID appeared on the scene. So there are no coincidences, George.
That is exactly right. Mayab is with us in the city of New York. Hey, Mayab, go ahead.
Good morning, and season greetings to the beloved Coast community. Ed, thank you for your work. It's such a great program. I guess it's kind of a two-parter, and I'll listen over the air. The first part is, have you looked at the long COVID? I mean, I heard some programs where in the beginning, people, 100 plus 1,000 people were forming groups, and the sex associated with, and a point of clarification. I understand that the very idea of vaccine started in Africa, where a little bit of cow pus from the cow, and that's where the word "that" comes from, which means cow, and then it was put into an injection. So the reason why they can pull a wool over our eyes so readily is because we must be precise in our language. So we need to say injection because of what it's an mRNA genetic manipulation, and we need to be clear. And the last part is I've heard people, and Bob was a great caller. I've heard several, Gary knows, Dr. Charles Malone, who created the mRNA, has backed away from what he created. And I see you, have you looked at, I've heard reports such as he's on Jeff Brady and other news, and he has a good archive. In other news, he's on WDAI. I've heard when it's warmed down, when the genetic manipulation is warmed down, there's things swimming around very bizarre. Now listen over the air. Hope you got all my questions and concerns. Thank you.
More like comments, Ed. Go ahead.
So let's use precise language. Dr. Malone and others and myself have said publicly that this is not a traditional vaccine as vaccines have been presented to us historically that George and I have taken without much problem. This is a mRNA experimental nanotechnology that is actually a therapeutic as per the new definition of what a vaccine has become per the CDC. So call it a vaccine as we knew it pre-COVID is a little deceptive propaganda in my estimation. So I've been calling these experimental mRNA inoculation therapeutics. That they're not a vaccine. Then to your point on long COVID, is long COVID real? Yeah. Do they have a clinical definition for it yet? No. So it needs to be investigated, but I know doctors who are looking at ways to treat long COVID and vaccine injuries as well. So they're lumping them together. I do think long COVID does exist, but it doesn't explain the tremendous uptick in mixture from young to old at 21 and 22 that continues to this day. And the young seem to be more adversely impacted than the old in terms of excess deaths at the moment.
Gordon in Plant City, Florida. Gordon, brace yourself for some cold weather coming your way.
Oh, yes, sir, it is. George, thanks for taking my call. Now, 79% of Americans are vaccinated, but only 58% of them got COVID. So the COVID vaccine, if you can call it that, had a 27% reduction rate. Now, it's not like a 99% reduction rate like the polio vaccine. So it's nowhere near as effective, and there are rumored side effects, but I took both Moderna, I took one Johnson, and I took one Pfizer, and I'm not sure if I'm taking any more, but I seem to be doing all right. So there's definitely some side effects, so I'm not trying to argue one way or the other, but I just want to throw the facts out and get your take on it.
Sure, so my children took the vaccine, and they didn't have any side effects.
Okay, well, they know
it seems to be that there's a couple things that went on. There were some hot spots that are being identified as tracked, meaning there was too much of the inoculant in them. There's also a lot of things going on with the storage. And if it wasn't stored properly and it's sitting on the counter for too long, the mRNA lipid nanoparticle degrades. So you're not actually getting what was designed to create and mimic the spike protein in your body. So basically, a lot of people got stuck. So that's good news. The good news is that because it was rolled out so fast, it wasn't implemented as properly as it should. A lot of training went by the wayside, and a lot of people didn't shake the vials. They came in 5-dose vials, and if they didn't shake them, and all the sentiments and good or bad stuff during the problem. Her viewpoint was settle at the bottom. So a lot of people just didn't get the stuff that was meant to create the spike protein. And some lots were harder than others. So that seems to be what's going on, and that's why a lot of people were seemingly fine.
Oh, they didn't shake your now you got long COVID. They shook mine. So sorry about that.
So we continue to monitor on an ongoing basis all the global excess deaths, Europe, UK, the United States. We just did Germany as well, and we dropped Australia last week. We're going to do Canada. So we're going to continue to monitor that. We're going to continue to monitor disabilities. So we're going to continue to look at other projects, the vaccine damage report. We're also starting a bears analysis with some of the people who are studying bears. And we're going to try to come up with correlations between the countries that are most vaccinated and excess death. We're looking at disabilities and correlations, and those should drop sometime either end of this month or in the beginning of January. So we continue to do our work, and the thesis, unfortunately, only gets stronger and stronger the more we peel the onion.
First time caller Chad is in Prescott, Arizona. Hi, Chad. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just relating to some of the other callers, there's Edward Jenner in 1796 that actually created the vaccine from his milkmaid with cowpox, and he noticed that they were not getting smallpox because they already had the pustules, and he injected people with smallpox with the cowpox, and that's how that originated from. But I'm actually an epidemiologist here in Prescott, Arizona, and the definition of this mRNA, as all your previous callers have said, is a genetic modifier and the spike proteins that associate with it. And all these other health consequences that we're seeing, it's actually creating an autoimmune response where people are going to start developing autoimmune diseases, disabilities, and so forth. My specialty is neuroscience, actually, for neuroimaging epidemiology. And I think that's one of the key underlying factors. These spike proteins, the body's supposed to recognize them and target them and adapt to them. However, the definition of an autoimmune disease is that spike protein.
What do you think of that?
At Senator Johnson's roundtable, a number of the doctors talked about this mechanism that is producing an autoimmune response that kind of gets out of control and causes all sorts of different, presents differently in different disease formations. So there's definitely something going on with the spike protein. Dr. Malone early on in June of 2021 famously appeared on the Dark Horse podcast and said it looks like the spike protein is toxic. And that's what started off his journey of discovery, that the establishment went after him so hard and so fast, he hit his head spin. So there's something to what this gentleman just said, and it's tragic, and it was designed not to do this, but it certainly does.
And where can people get your book, Cause Unknown?
They can go to Amazon and order it there. They can go to skyhorsepublishing.com and order it there. I don't know yet if it's going to be in bookstores, but hopefully it will at some point.
Will you give your regards to Tony Lyons for us at Skyhorse?
I will, and I want to thank you again for having me on tonight, George. I really appreciate you, the opportunity, and your audience.
What does your gut tell you about what's next for all of this?
My gut is this. This is, unfortunately, a cover-up. It's a cover-up that's involving global government, health authorities, and unfortunately the mainstream media seems to receive dollars to push the propaganda. So it's going to take, I think, a grind of awakening of the marginal mind, and the book was designed to do just that. Designed to convince your loved ones that don't really see eye to eye with you as to what might be going on. It's a primer designed to open up people's minds. And I think that the quicker the general population wakes up, the quicker this ends. And unfortunately, the classic frauds that I've seen, regulators come and save the day at the end, but the regulators are unfortunately compromised. So this is kind of just a grind. It's a battle of hearts and minds, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't see any regulators coming to rush to do anything. Do you?
Well, unfortunately, the FDA has long ago been captured by big pharma. 75% of their revenues come from the fees that pharma companies pay to them on an annual basis. So this was an act that happened in the early 80s, and it wasn't as big of a percentage of their revenues. Now it's overwhelmed, and it's clearly what we call institutional rot and corruption that's slowly occurred over time.
All right, Ed, thank you again. Keep up the good work. We will be back in a moment as we talk about Christmas strange stories next.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flights, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. SurfAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at surfair.com. There's a better way to fly private.
Hey, all, it's Dean Sharp. Did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rates by which solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called net metering 3.0. It's now the law. No one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power companies. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rates of net metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 1008373.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With CalHope's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our warm line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Jingling bells, decking halls, and stimulating talk.
KFI, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
But that is not what he signed up for with that job. I'm Michael Crozier from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Orange County Sheriff's deputies have arrested a teen in San Clemente for assault with a deadly weapon and elder abuse tied to an attack on a city councilman. Sheriff Sergeant Scott Steinley says the councilman tried to stop an attack on his wife by a teen with a skateboard
and was trying to restrain him from any further advancement. The victim was hit numerous times in the head and facial region by the suspect swinging his skateboard.
Councilman Gene James says the attack Monday caused multiple head injuries, but they were covered and returned to serving the city. James says his wife was recording the teen causing commotion in their neighborhood when the attack started. 2 people in Huntington Beach have been taken into custody for possession of fentanyl and methamphetamines. Police say they found 5 pounds of fentanyl and meth in people's car during a traffic stop Tuesday. The driver told police he was on probation when he was pulled over. He said the driver and passenger were planning on shipping the fentanyl out of the country. Migrants along the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, Texas, are waiting for the Supreme Court to rule on whether the pandemic-era restrictions on border crossings will be lifted. Title 42 had been set to expire yesterday, but the Biden administration asked the court to wait until after Christmas.
They were putting up more elements of what will constitute a blockade to make sure that the people who were crossing into El Paso should be blockaded. It's going to take several days to fully implement those measures.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says Tuesday was the first day of a multi-day series of actions taken by the Texas National Guard to manage thousands of migrants gathered at the border.
It's been 3 years restoring this town. It is his love. It is his passion. It is his fault he didn't lock the garage.
And going back to some work, the Ferrari 250 GT replica used in the crash scene at Ferris Bueller's Day Off has been sold for more than $337,000. The car's a prop. It's not even functional. Heritage Auction says the car was rebuilt as a display piece after the movie wrapped. A company based in Dallas says the final seats were reupholstered and the red paint was resprayed. The fake car was sold on Saturday. The car actually driven in the 1986 movie was sold in 2020 in Scottsdale for $396,000. Mostly clear through the morning, lows below 50. Mostly sunny and about 5 degrees warmer today. Highs around 60 at the beaches, 70 Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 70s inland Empire, the valleys, 70 in the high desert area south. 5 to 10 degrees hotter during the day through the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 41. Fullerton, 42. Irvine, 41. Florence, 43 degrees. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Michael Crozier.
Holiday songs remind us of family, friends, and gingerbread cookies. Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Unfortunately, the most wonderful time of the year isn't wonderful for many Americans. Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens are sometimes replaced with empty bare cupboards and hungry young children. That's why Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air is making a cash donation and giving a portion of every service call to a rescue mission in your area. You've been generous over the years, and once again, we're asking for your kindness in donating canned and dried goods. Call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air at 866-77 to find out how you can help. Our mission is to help you with your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. This holiday season, we're asking you to help us help others. Call us at 866-77.
We can survive there. What the fuck is this?
Thank you.
LB license number 996688.
Did you know fixing outdoor leaks can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny leaks can be huge water wastes. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Hey, Chargers fans, your Bolts have a bunch of incredible sweepstakes going on right now, and trust me, you don't want to miss out on some of these awesome prizes. Head on over to Chargers.com/promotions for a full list of opportunities and details.
Boom, the station you love, it's on the free iHeartRadio app. The artists you love, they're on the free iHeartRadio app too. The podcasts everyone's talking about, guessed it, they're all here. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Mackey, starring Malcolm McDowell.
So, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the next chapter. This is the great in-between.
A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
I learn something new from you guys every day.
For all you people who think you don't learn something from this show every day,
You're wrong.
you're absolutely wrong. Gary and Shannon, weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI.
Usually I have an answer. I always have an answer because I know everything. Because I should be king of the world.
Phil Handel.
Can you imagine?
Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
That's what I'm saying. He's a dilettante. A dilettante's a good word. I know it. I don't have to spell the fancy words I use.
John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Wanted to be fine.
That doesn't sound like you're going to be fine.
Wanted to be fine.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
It sounds like it's our last words.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Christmas time brings a lot of great things, and it also brings some scary, spooky things. And in a moment, psychic John Russell back with us as we will talk about some things that have happened during the Christmas season. In our last hour of the program, you can ask him a question about some of the things we'll be talking about, or if you want a reading You'll just need a specific question, Cody. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast. Stay on. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress to help you sleep cooler with the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD, in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. Here's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes, or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts, then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to can make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's betterhelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, John Russell back with us. Became aware of his psychic abilities at around the age of 6 years old. Started giving psychic readings to friends and families at about 15. By the age of 18, he was reading professionally. He eventually became internationally known and has more than 45 years of expertise as a professional psychic with a worldwide clientele. As a paranormal investigator, he has witnessed over 800 supernatural manifestations as well. He's got several books out, including A Knock in the Attic, Writing with Ghosts, Angels, and Spirits of the Dead. And his websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And Merry Christmas, John. Good to have you back with us.
Merry Christmas, George. It's great to be back. I always love being with my Coast family.
They love you. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I've been very busy. A little bit tired as everybody is with the season, but other than that, can't complain.
Does the Christmas season bring out any special ghost or strange stories?
You know, it does. I think that any holiday that we focus on and kind of raise our vibrations to and increase the energy thinking about it, whether it's Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, even New Year's, I think that we focus our energies more and become more aware of the paranormal possibilities, the spiritual possibilities around the holidays, just simply because we're more focused. And so that gives us a greater opportunity to have experiences.
So you think beyond the rest of the year, the holiday season, the Christmas season, is a better time to communicate with the other side?
I think it is, simply because we focus more, we're more aware. Because, and especially during the Christmas season, we try and focus on the spiritual qualities of kindness, receptivity, giving, compassion, love. And, you know, we're focused on that Christmas story, the Christmas miracle, and the miracles that accompany Christmas, and angels, and all of these things. And so we're expectant of that. We're hopeful about that. We're focused on that. And that creates a more receptive atmosphere for the other side to communicate more easily.
John, with the new folks who joined the team here, and they haven't heard you before, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Well, I became aware of my gift when I was about 6 years old, as you said.
And around the age of 11, I started doing paranormal investigations. And the reason for that was I wanted to discover what was real and what wasn't, what worked and what didn't in the paranormal world, in the spiritual world. And as my gift developed, I began to do readings for friends and family. And then about the age of 18, I began to read professionally. And I've read now for 50 years. I've got as you said, I've got a worldwide clientele. Got a couple of books out, and one of the works that I hope is out around February, March this coming year. A little slow working on that because I've been so busy with my clients and everything, but that's kind of me in a nutshell.
Did your family, your parents encourage you?
My mother did. My mother was a believer, and her family had a lot of paranormal experiences, and so it was just kind of status quo for me to come along and step into that. My father, on the other hand, was kind of I think a closet believer. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He was a little bit
skeptical.
Yeah, a little skeptical, but a little bit scared of the paranormal. It was something that he couldn't control. It manifested whether he wanted it to or not. He couldn't explain it away, and I think it scared him a little bit.
John, did you ever have a bad paranormal experience yourself?
I haven't. In all these years, and during the introduction, you mentioned 800. I've had by now well over 1,000, and that's conservative. That's just kind of hitting the high point of 1,000 physical paranormal manifestations that have actually occurred on the physical realm. A lot of times, others have witnessed them with me. We've recorded them, we've videoed them, we've photographed them, we've got them on audio, and never had anything negative, never had anything bad. I'm aware that there are people that say that they have, and I think some of that may be a misinterpretation of the event. Or, we're raised a certain way to believe a certain way, and if anything happens outside of that paradigm that we've been taught, then our knee-jerk reaction is it's satanic, it's evil, it's demonic, it's dangerous, whatever. And I think people default to that without understanding what's really going on in the spiritual realm.
John, also with us, the psychic. We're going to talk about some Christmas events that have occurred this hour. Next hour, we'll take your calls, your readings with John, and all he'll need from you is a question. I'll tell him who you are, and you ask a specific question about just about anything, John?
Just about anything.
All right, perfect. Let's talk with you about some of these events that have occurred in your life. What's the story about the closet door that made a closing and latching movement?
That was when I was a young child, and this was at Christmas time. We had the tree up, the presents were under the tree, and what a wonderful time. And my mother would go next door and visit with a friend of hers to leave me there in the house. And, I felt comfortable with that. If she was right next door, I could run over and get her. I could call her. I knew how to use the phone to call the police if something happened or whatever. So I was okay being by myself. And so she was gone next door to visit, and I was alone in the house during the day. And I had a little spaceman toy, and I was flying him around, with my hand flying him around through the air, through the house. So I started in the living room there and looked at the Christmas tree and all the presents. And I was, joyful anticipation of opening those presents and getting the gifts. And so I was flying the spaceman. I flew him back through the dining room, the kitchen, and around the corner into to my father's bedroom. And as I got close to it, I heard the closet door in his bedroom close and heard the latch click shut. Like when you push a door shut when the latch clicks. And I immediately ran next door and got my mother, and I said, there's somebody in the house. And so I explained to her what happened. So our neighbor was just, totally freaked out. It's like, oh my God, should we call the police? My mother said, no, I think I know what this is. She said, just wait, and we're going to go over and check it out. If we're not back in 5 minutes, call the police or whatever, but I think I know what this is. So she said, I don't think there's anyone in the house. She said, I think that's just, a spirit communicating with you, manifesting itself. And so we went into the house, checked everything
look in the closet, and she's like, you know, it's okay. And explained to me that it was just a spirit communicating, manifesting. I was like, okay. So we closed the closet door, made sure it was shut. She said, are you okay for me to go back and visit with the neighbor? And I said, yeah, I'm fine. So she went in and it spooked me just a little bit. I can't say I was really frightened, but it was kind of a little bit unnerving. And so when she went back to visit the neighbor again, I said, okay, just to prove to myself I can do this and everything's cool, I'm going to retrace my steps, fly my spaceman back there, and go back into the back part of the house to that bedroom again, and prove to myself it's okay. So I got back there in the same spot I was before, and I heard the closet door closed and latched again. And I said, okay, I feel to myself, and I walked in there, and I grabbed the knob, and the door was completely shut. I grabbed the knob, and I opened up the door, and this overwhelming cold came out of that closet. It was like just having walked into a deep freeze or something. And it was like, wow, I was just overawed at this manifestation. And so I just kind of, in my own way at that young age, kind of greeted the spirits and said, well, okay, and so thank you for the manifestation. And I closed the closet door, made sure it was closed, and heard the latch click. And as I was walking out of the room, I got out of the room and I heard the door close and latch again. So that was one of the Christmas experiences I had at a very young age.
Are you one of those guys, John, that can't sleep with your arm over your bed? Or do you have to pull it up?
No, I'm okay. I don't think there's any boogeyman that's going to get me or anything. I can sleep with my arm off the bed.
Friday night during the program, I'm going to devote the last 2 hours to Christmas miracle stories during open lines. You've got a few of those, don't you?
I do, yeah. One of the most amazing ones, when I write about this in my second book, Knock in the Attic, and I'll give you the highlights of it here. I had moved back to the family home, and so had my sister. We were both divorced. We moved back home to help care for my mother, and it kind of gave us a soft place to fall after what we had been through. So we moved back into the old family home, and it was all gas. It was a gas cook stove, a gas hot water heater. We had gas floor furnaces and gas space heaters. And during our entire lives, even as a young kid, my mother loved candles. And so especially at Christmas time, we'd light a lot of candles. And I kind of inherited that, I guess. I loved candles and loved incense. And so there was always some kind of flame going in the house, either through cooking or the space heaters. We had candles going, all of this. And periodically we would smell a kind of a funny odor, and we really couldn't identify it. We thought, well, maybe it was the plumbing leak under the house or this or the other, whatever. So all these years, periodically we would smell that odor, and we had all of this gases going constantly. And so one day I had come home, and it was late in the afternoon. The sun was still out. It was a sunny day. It was cold, and it was right after Christmas. And I was watching the news and sitting in my chair, and I had a very large bedroom there in the old house. This was where the closet door clicked shut at that bedroom.
It was still in there.
Yeah, it was in there, and it had become mine. So I was sitting there watching the news, and I had a gas wall heater going over in the bathroom. And I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and I didn't really pay much attention to it because the sun was shining through the bare branches and casting a pattern on my bed. And I thought, well, it's just the sun making flickering through the branches, and didn't think much about it. And kept watching my news story. And then I kept seeing this flickering, and I looked over, and I looked in the bathroom, looked at the wall heater, which was lit. And on the inlet pipe, the gas inlet pipe into the wall heater, this tongue of flame about 16 inches long was out flickering, wavering in the air. And I was like, oh my God.
guy. So I went there and I looked at this and I was like, this is insane. So I turned the gas heat off, turned the handle off, and the flame kept burning out of it.
I should have gone off instantly.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my God. I went and I called the gas company. This was before cell phones. This was back when we still had landlines.
I thought she had a leak or something, huh?
Yeah, so I went to call the gas company. I said, what do I do? And they said, do you know where the gas meter is? And I said, yeah. And they said, do you have a wrench? Go out and turn the gas off at the meter. So I got my wrench, ran outside, and of course it's cold as a dickens. So I turned the gas off at the meter, came back inside, and the flame went out, and then the heater, because all the gas was all turned off. So they said, we're sending an emergency crew out right away. So the emergency crew came out, pulled into the alley. The gas meter was out in the alley, by the alley. So they pulled up, and I told the guy what happened, and he was just kind of looking at me bug-eyed and like, wow. So he gets out, and he has this handheld gas detector, and he turns it on, and the thing, the needle takes, and it squeals, and it goes crazy, and he's like, what the heck? So he turns it off, turns it back on, and does it again. And he's like whacking it, like it's just, what is wrong?
Yeah, like it's defective or something.
Like it's defective or something. And so we walk into the house, and he's like, oh my God. He said, can't you smell that? I said, what? He said, the gas odor is just overwhelming. He said, it's almost instantly giving me a headache. And I can smell it. So he said, get doors and windows open. So we opened the doors, opened the windows, and trying to air everything out. And I showed him the heater in the bathroom, the holes that had developed in the inlet pipe, but the flame was coming out. And he just shook his head, and about this time another truck pulled up, and so we walked outside, and the guy was telling him what had happened, and the technician goes, how badly was he injured? How badly was he burned? And he said he wasn't. This was him right here. And the guy said, no. And so they examine everything and look at everything, and it was a gas meter. And finally the guy understood. He said, my gas meter's not defective. He said, the gas meter is leaking. The line from the gas meter into the house is leaking.
Oh my God, it could have blown up on you.
Yeah, every appliance in the house is leaking, and it has been this way for years. And so the guy said, we have to pull the meter, put a new meter in. You're going to have the plumber come out and check these lines and so on and so forth. So we spent the night without, and it was just cold as everything. And so the one of the people from the gas company looked at me and he said, this is a Christmas miracle. He said, it's a little after Christmas that you have got your Christmas miracle. He said, this whole property shouldn't even be here.
Should have blown up.
He said, you should have blown sky high years ago. He said, I can't understand how this is still standing and how y'all are still alive. He said, you received a Christmas miracle. We didn't know the extent of it until the plumbers came out the next day. And they have a procedure where they pump up air. They get air pressure pumped up and release it into the lines and see. It's kind of like a blood pressure meter and see how fast this indicator falls to show the leak. And they said that when they pump the air up, the pressure up, and then release it into the line, the indicator immediately plummeted down to zero. And they said that like the gas company guy had said, the meter leak, the gas line into the house leak, and between that and in the house, they found 17 major leaks. 17. And they said the same thing. They said, you should have been blown sky high a long time ago. This neighborhood shouldn't even be here. There should be a crater here the size of an asteroid impact. And so that was a Christmas miracle for us. We understood that our guardian angels had literally kept us safe and protected us all those years through all those major gas leaks.
And they put that sulfur smell in gas, because natural gas is odorless. So they put that smell in there so you know there's gas leak. But you could never smell that, no?
Just periodically. I guess we got accustomed to it over the years, and it was like when the gas technician was there, he was like, can't you
Jason. We're going to take a break in a couple minutes, John. We'll come back and talk about more stories during the holiday season. A Knock in the Attic, can people still get that book?
Yeah, they can get my first book and my second book anywhere online. 4 books are sold, Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, a lot of mom and pop bookstores online, all still available.
You had fun writing that book, didn't you?
I had a lot of fun writing both of those books, and I'm having fun writing the third one. It's just exciting to be able to communicate these things to people and to let people know the reality of the spiritual realm with which we can interact and, like in my case, receive life-saving protection.
Well, you get back to Lisa when that third book is done, because I want to get you back on when it comes out.
Absolutely.
And what's your best guess on that one?
Hoping by the end of February.
All right, super. And your websites, I've got a couple. Do you have a preference?
JohnRussell.net. If people want to get a reading, find out more about me, they can go to JohnRussell.net. If they want to find out more about the books, like I say, you can look at Amazon, enter the title, Writings of Ghost Angels on the Spirits of the Dead, or A Knock in the Attic. And each book has its own website as well. You can go to writingsofghosts.net or aknockintheattic.net.
We'll be back in a moment with John Russell. We're going to talk more about Christmas stories, miracle stories, haunted stories. In our last hour of the program, of course, we will open up the phone lines for you to ask him a question about yourself, and we'll give you a reading.
Is it feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Karen Bass has launched a program to change LA's approach to homelessness. Inside State will bring unhoused residents indoors to motels. Will also hire social workers in various county departments. Plan of action will be in place by the end of March. You can blame inflation for scaled-down rose parade floats. Float designers say their costs for products are up over 40%. The floats will still look good, but with scaled-down materials and less expensive flowers. Average float cost for a corporate entry is about $350,000. A Corona man has been charged with 8 armed robberies and 2 attempted robberies in Orange County. 27-year-old George Oregon will be in court later today. And inflation has hit Christmas dinner. The cost is up 16% over last year. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy with highs in the low 70s. Right now, Santa Ana has 53, Balboa Island has 52, 54 in Burbank, and 56 in Malibu. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
There is big trouble on the Garden Grove Freeway in the Garden Grove. It's the 22 freeway eastbound of East Boulevard. 6 cars that slammed together in the carpool lane. CHP is on the way. In Long Beach, 91 freeway eastbound of Terry Avenue, solo crash car over on the right shoulder, and it hits up in Diamond Bar on the Orange Freeway. 57 northbound before the 60 at Pomona Freeway. There is an animal down in the right lane. KFI in the Sky helps get to there faster. I'm Aaron Bull.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work.
getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Nancy Grace here, big news. Brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigator Cheryl McCollum, family members,
This ain't
detectives,
podcast,
justice pros who
but
make up her quote,
war room.
Zone 7.
This ain't a podcast, honey, but a war room.
Podcast, honey, but a war room.
It's just this ain't just a podcast, honey.
Cheryl McCollum now on the iHeartRadio app or
This ain't
wherever
just a
you get your
podcast.
podcast.
KFI, AM 640, like an awkward 8th grade lucky dance.
So this dancing thing didn't happen. No, it really happened. Just sold out. Look at
Somebody asked you to dance? You dance. John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Did you buy it? You do scratch offs, fella? You don't strike me as a woman who's in there scratching off with her coffee and her donut every day.
Conway Jr. Show, weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Once upon a time, all girls, moonlight in her eyes, put her hand in mine, and said she loved me so. But that was once upon a time, very long ago. Once upon a time, we sat beneath a willow tree, counting all the stars and waiting for the dawn. But that was once upon a time. Now the tree is gone.
Live from somewhere deep below the earth, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie on Premier Networks.
Well, if you want to converse with someone over the holidays, sign up for paranormaldate.com. 845 people shy of 148,000 signed up members now at paranormaldate.com. And during the holidays, maybe you want someone a bit more mature, well, you can head over to paranormaldate.com/seniors, and those are people that are 60 plus and think like you do. So meet them, converse with them, do anything you want. It's paranormaldate.com/seniors. Stay strong and build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by
supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be what it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put AdaptoStem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you mean to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you've probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Murray with you along with John Russell, our psychic friend, and we're going to take calls next hour, readings or questions about the psychic world. And we're talking about holiday magic events and holiday mysteries. And it's what a great time of year, John, isn't it?
It's a wonderful time of year, and I wish we could maintain that spirit of compassion and love and miraculous expectation. I wish we could stretch that out all year long and not just focus on the month of December, but, keep that spirit the entire year.
It's been a strange year, hasn't it?
Oh, man. We've had a strange couple of years. It really have. Yeah. And I think that what we need during this holiday season this year especially, we have to realize that we have within ourselves the power to connect with something positive, uplifting, enlightening, compassionate, and healing. And that's what we have to focus on instead of the steady diet of negativity that we're fed through the news sources and everything else. It's up to us to challenge that and to change that. I had a friend of yours and mine, Kat Hopkins. Yeah, she's started a thing where every Wednesday at noon, wherever you are, noon your time, that every Wednesday you stop and pray for as long as you can, for as much time as you have.
Now we do that, John, on Fridays for people. How about that?
There you go. And what we're doing is trying to pray for humanity at large, not just for our immediate needs, but for all of our needs, because, what happens on one side of the planet affects this side of the planet. What happens to someone somewhere else goes out into the psychic atmosphere, the spiritual atmosphere, and eventually affects us in some way, whether it's emotionally or psychologically or physically or whatever. So we're all in this together, and we need to do everything we can to fix this thing, to make the earth a better place to live, and to focus on compassion and ending wars and justice and peace and harmony. And the more that we'll focus on that, pray for that, realize that we can make these changes if we'll focus on them, put power and energy behind it, and not give up, be consistent with it.
Absolutely. You had a story about a hand on your shoulder. What was that all about?
And that was an amazing thing. I had been involved in spiritual work for so long, and I had seen so many people that did everything that they could, and they still fell ill or died or had all these severe problems. And these are all the things that the people involved in spiritual work with and try and overcome, and try and help people with, and try and help people to overcome. And I had just gotten so frustrated that it seemed like I couldn't make the difference that I wanted to, and it seemed like that people tried their best and still failed, still died, still had problems, and people were seeking and striving for answers. And at the time, I just didn't feel like I had the way to put all that together, and I just got tired of it, and I walked away from it. I walked away from all spiritual work, and I went out. I drove my car out, and this was during the Christmas season again. And it was a cold, clear night, and I drove my car out, way out on the highway, way out in the country. And I got out, and I looked up at the starry sky, and I said, give me an answer now, show me something now. And I shook my fist at the sky, literally. I was just so mad and so upset and so tired and so disgusted, and nothing happened. And I said, yeah, I thought so. And I drove back home, and it was maybe a week or two later. I was lying in bed at night asleep, and I woke up, and I was wide awake. I could move my eyes, look around the room, but I couldn't move my body. I was totally paralyzed. And I was laying, facing away from the side of the bed toward my bathroom where this entity was, and they laid a hand on my shoulder very firmly. I could physically feel it, just like somebody was standing there in the flesh. And they gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze, and I felt this tremendous love and compassion communicated through the squeeze, and it was like, we get you, we understand your frustration, but don't walk away from the gift, and don't walk away from helping others. Come back to this and walk in the light that you have, and you'll get some more along the way. And the hand released its grip, and then I could move. And I turned over, and of course there was no one there, but that was a really powerful and defining moment for me, that the other side would come to me and give me that loving caress and say, hey, we understand, we got your frustration, we get it, but we're here, come back to the practice, come back
I've never seen a bitch
and walk in the light that you have, and you'll get more.
Do these things happen to you often, John?
Nearly daily. Wow. Yeah, it's just an amazing, amazing life. And, other people that are around me, they will experience these things. And a lot of times I will kind of activate things that remain in the psychic and in the spiritual atmosphere, and continue to manifest physically after I'm no longer there, like when we shot the TV pilot for the History Channel. The places that I investigated, then they sent reenactment crews back to those spots to shoot the historical aspect. And my producer told me that while they were filming in places where I had been, that they would see objects move on their own, like things would move 4, 5, 6 inches by themselves, things like that. So where I had activated things during the paranormal investigation, that energy remained active for quite some time.
John, what's the story of when you sent a ghost to a friend of yours? Nice guy, John.
I had met this woman, and we were initially thinking it was going to be a romantic connection, and it wasn't. She was a great person, and she liked me. I liked her, but there was just no romantic spark there, and so we became very good friends. And again, during the Christmas season, as a matter of fact, it was New Year's Eve, and we had met for a drink, and it was really early. It was about, I guess, 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that. And she said, "What are you gonna do what are you gonna do tonight?" I said, "I'm gonna go to bed and go to sleep." She goes, "Really? Seriously?" I said, "Yeah, the New Year will be there tomorrow. I'm just going to go to sleep." I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "Well, I'm going to a friend's house. We're going to open up some bottles of wine and, toast the older one out and the new one in and visit and have fun and everything." I said, "Oh, that sounds delightful." So I have a good time. So she got up to go and kissed me on the cheek, and we hugged, and I said, "You know what?" She said, "What?" I said, "I'm going to send a ghost home with you." And she laughed, and she knew what I did, and she believed in it. It was what I did. She believed in it, had experience of her own and everything, but she laughed, and I said, "No, seriously, I'm going to send a ghost home with you." She's like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." So we said goodnight. So I went home, went to sleep, and of course at night I turned my phone off and everything off because people call all hours of the night and everything else. And so I got up the next morning and turned on my computer, and I had this email from her, and she was like, "Check your messages," and this was like all these exclamation points and everything. So I got my phone message. She was like, "Oh my God," she was telling me all this stuff that happened later in the day that we talked. So what had happened was, after she left, she went to her friend's house, and there was several of her girlfriends were there, and they were sitting in the kitchen drinking wine. Now this is the winter, so it's cold. Everything's closed up. There's no drafts, nothing open or anything like that. So those wire hanging fruit baskets that come in 3-segment lines. One of those was hanging there in the kitchen, and she said, out of the corner of her eye, she looks at the thing, and it starts moving. It starts swinging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. She's like, "Oh my gosh!" And so she, tries to ignore it. So finally, one of the other women there sees this, and she goes, "What the world's happening with this thing?" And everybody looks, and the basket's moving back and forth. So the lady gets up and says, "Well, this is weird." So she grabs it and pops it. And as soon as she sits down, it immediately starts swinging again. And she said, by now it's like getting, the arc is like getting a foot or two. It's like swinging that wildly. And everybody's like, "What in God's name? What is happening?" And she goes, "It's John and his stupid ghost." And they're like, "What?" So she tells them that I was going to send a ghost with her. And she had evidence that there was some ghost with her. And so they stopped the basket. They were laughing, so she was telling them about me, and they were discussing things. And the basket starts going again. So that was the time I sent a ghost over with people, and I've done that to some other people. And I had a buddy of mine, coincidentally, I think this was during Christmas time as well. I told him, I'm going to send some energy to you, or send a ghost to you. There's going to be a manifestation you cannot ignore. Because this guy was a little skeptical. He'd experienced a lot of things with him, but he was still a little skeptical. So he was like, yeah, whatever. So he had a house that they had lived in that he kept for his office, basically. And then the other residence was a few doors down. And so he called me and said that when after I said that I was going to send something to him, he came to his office, the house that served as his office the next day, and unlocked it and came in and was in the kitchen making some coffee, looked over in the refrigerator, had been moved out a good foot away from the wall. He said, "Okay, you can stop now." I leave.
Now, you've got a great story about the trailer ball that slid off the shelf. Those things are heavy, aren't they?
Those are really, really heavy. And this was during the Christmas season, and my daughter was with me. We were shopping. And this was at a Walmart store, as a matter of fact. We had all these trailer balls in the packaging lined up on the shelf. And she was off looking at something, and all of a sudden the ball starts sliding forward just slowly by itself. moving towards the edge of the shelf, and I yelled at my daughter and said, "Let's come look at this, come look at this." And she came and looked, we watched, I said, "Oh my God, it's going to fall off on the floor." And we ran over there, and I caught it just as it slid off the shelf. So, and I told her, I said, and she has a little bit of a gift, but I think she's always kind of been a little scared of it. And I told her when she came, I said, they're going to give you signs that they're with us, that they're with you. And there's going to be things you're going to see that you can't deny, you can't ignore. And that was certainly one of them.
Absolutely. Now, also, you talk about the holiday season. How do you extend that joyousness for the rest of the year? It's not that easy, is it?
It's not easy at all because, we have a lot of things to contend with in the world. We have a lot of things to contend with in our personal life. And what's been impressed on me lately from the spiritual realm, the guidance I've got, is that we have to make, every day, we have to make a conscious effort to focus on and to manifest all the positivity that we can. And we have to, and that's not to deny reality, it's just simply that we have to focus on working to change that reality, and there's several ways you can do that. And we have to develop an attitude of mindfulness, of gratefulness, being grateful for what else that we do have, for what we have materially, the relationships that we have. And we have to make a conscious choice to continue that compassion, that hope, that belief, that love that we all manifest around Christmas time, that we all hope for, and that attitude of expecting the miraculous or hoping for the miraculous. We have to focus on that every single day and draw that out through the entire year and not just make it a seasonal thing, but it's something that we need to be mindful of every day. And we have to check ourselves during the day as we go through the day, because we find ourselves slipping into negative habits or negative patterns or wrongful thinking, harmful thinking, or indulging in behaviors that are not the best for us. And we have to remind ourselves, hey, at this moment, am I doing everything I can to feel good, to connect with the other side, to make a positive difference in my life and the lives of others, and just experience joy, just experience compassion, and to manifest love and compassion, and to exhibit that to others. Am I taking 5 minutes here and there to pray during the day or to connect with the other side and ask for guidance and ask for the betterment of mankind? We have to do that. We have to extend that method. It's a conscious effort.
Tell us about these tall megalithic beams that popped up on you.
Oh, this is really wild. I was riding my motorcycle and I turned on this country road, and as I made the turn, I looked in my rearview mirror, as I always do, and there was this tall, thin, maybe 12, 14 feet tall. It was very, very tall, black, like a monolith, like the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey, but very tall, very thin, and it had appeared behind me in the roadway where I had just turned, and I knew, of course, there was nothing there, and I saw this in my rearview mirror, and I got the distinct impression that it was a being of some type of intelligence or some type of entity, and the message that it seemed to convey to me was, hey, we just want you to know that we're watching you, we're watching over you, we're protecting you, we're guiding you. And I wanted to turn around and go back, and all of a sudden there was this oncoming traffic that pushed at me to turn around and go back and try and see this, and then if I looked back in the mirror, it was gone. And interestingly enough, I was talking to a client the other day, and they made mention that they had experienced seeing such an entity, such a being. And since then, there's a few people I've talked to that have seen these very tall, thin.
What do you think they want you?
I think that they are kind of here to just for that purpose, to say, hey, we're here, we're watching over you. Open up your eyes and connect with the guidance that's available on the other side, and realize that these beings, these intelligences, our guardian angels, spirit guides, are around us 24 hours a day, every day, and we need to open up our eyes and realize that, connect with that, ask for that guidance, ask for that help,
John, we're going to come back in a moment and take phone calls in our final hour with you, readings with you. Just give us a question directly to John and he'll run with it. We're going to chat with him about a few other things when we come back on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not alone either. It's a refund of your taxes. The track is getting slow. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And they can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
I'm from East Los Angeles. People always ask, why would a famous actor like Danny Trejo do always those
You don't. I don't even think he does. Everybody in Hollywood does butt dancing.
It's fake. That's contract. It's a fake. Flamethrower. No problem. It's a fake. It's fake, man. That's a real problem. So always verify all your medication online at safe.pharmacy and keep your friends, your family, and yourself safe from fake meds. I get a little wrestle with fake brand, but remember, always check all your meds at safe.pharmacy. Because Hollywood isn't the only place filled with fake. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The baby is safe. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 20-hour standoff in Lancaster with police is now over. A father led police on a high-speed pursuit, at one point firing at officers.
The suspect exited the vehicle, went to the infant's house, had the handgun pointed to the infant's head, and slowly walked away from an officer.
The child is safe with relatives. The man arrested now facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer. It's been 36 days since a car plowed into LAPD recruit. Alejandro Martinez was the most injured. He's still in critical condition. His family held a prayer vigil outside the hospital.
We got word from the past few days. It has, but they didn't stop it.
That's his uncle Roy Graves. 2 other recruits also remain in the hospital. President Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday. Zelensky asked for more military aid to speed up their defeat of Russia.
Your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy.
The Holocaust Museum LA has received a $1 million grant to keep the museum free to school kids. About 30,000 4th through 12th graders visit that museum every year. The bomb cyclone blizzard headed for the East Coast is causing flight delays and cancellations. 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, more coming today. Airlines are now asking many passengers to reschedule their trip for after the storm. Cleanup continues in Northern California after a 6.4 quake Tuesday. Power has been restored to all, but running water has not. The final defendant in the shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker has pleaded no contest. She's getting 2 years probation. The other 2 suspects are looking at prison time. And it's now illegal to sell menthol tobacco and most flavored tobacco in California. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy highs in the 70s. Right now it's 53 in QB. La Habra has 55. Monrovia reports 56, and it's 49 in Redlands. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
The footy of freeway is 319 Wilmar, 210 west on Connect Road to the 118 west on blocked by a two-car crash. At the west on 210 is back up at San Andreas Boulevard. Go to City Terrace from the San Bernardino Freeway, car with a blown tire, taking up the right lane on the head east on Solo Street, and in Wilmington, Arbor Freeway, Solo into a wrecked car on a slope, wondering southbound for Anaheim Street, the number 2 lane is blocked. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Eric Rolls.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? And it's 3 reasons why it's true. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at monitoring.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFD Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Ram, Taco Bell, Accurate, Ticketmaster, Verbo.
This is a 60-ounce room and save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day, even hundreds of cheap water. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting the sprinkler and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water. Save California.
Are you tired of undrinkable water? Are you fed up with your old-fashioned water softener and its constant upkeep? Well, you shouldn't, because there's a far better 21st century solution. I'm talking about the Light Source Whole House Water System. Hey, y'all, it's Blue Shark. Light Source brings delicious filtered water to every tap in your home. It eliminates the bad taste and the harsh feel of chemicals like chlorine and other contaminants, and it reduces hard water problems. But unlike a softener, there is no salt. A whole house water system with zero maintenance, no filters to change, no salt to add, no monthly servicing. They install it, you forget about it. And right now, you can get the best deal of the year on a Light Source system. For a limited time, Light Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax, take safe. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source. Taste with a difference.
We put all your music radio stations and podcasts in one easy use app, and we made it completely free because, well, let's face it, you have other things to do with your mind. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts, a fiction podcast from me, Aaron Matthews, starring Malcolm McDonald.
Oh, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between your eyes and the next chapter. This is the great in between. A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. This is Jacob Amron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Pain is Live, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And of course, this hour we'll take your readings and calls with psychic John Russell here on Coast to Coast. I got a few more things to ask him, and we'll dive into your calls. All he needs from you is a question. I'll give you your name. So we'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long wished-for mattress that will make your 23 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, with the original Hybrid Casper's highest rated mattress, plus savings on sleep must-have. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual things.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with fair housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD, partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones, but your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. Here's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes, or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts, then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider Better Health Online Therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to makes all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/room2grow and save 10% on our first month. That's betterhelp.com/room2grow. I feel better already.
Leon covering with Dark Frogs and learning that the dads piggyback the dad rules to a water source. For me, it was the honey badger. The fact that they can take the copper snake bite and just snip it off, like it's no big deal. Just blow me away.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with psychic John Russell. We'll take your calls this hour. John, a couple more questions, of course. You've got some stones or rocks that change appearance. Let it go.
I have got the white rocks that are sticking out of my yard. They're very, very unique in appearance to begin with. And I bought them in. I love the energies that they emanate and the things that they teach me. But some of the rocks actually change in appearance as they're sitting here on my bed. The colors will deepen, the colors will lighten. This one rock in particular, there's some sigils that I have developed over the years that I've used, and one of those sigils appeared in this rock and then disappeared. It began to have this whitish, like a bloom, there's what I would call it, all over it, and in that bloom there were faces
there were letters and numbers. My name actually appeared, and some of that on this rock, and then all that vanished. And so they continue to evolve that way, and that lets me know that there are spirits and/or intelligences that inhabit these rocks, and maybe the rocks themselves have a type of intelligence, because we know Mother Earth is alive and active, and so all the manifestations, all the products that come from Mother Earth have some type of intelligence or energy to them as well.
And what's the story of disappearing vehicles?
I was riding my motorcycle, and I was on this backcountry road where I could see from miles, and I knew there was nobody behind me. And I was coming up to a stop sign at an intersection there that I was going to turn on. It's still a backcountry road. And as I came to the stop sign, as I habitually do, I looked in my rearview mirror out of habit, and there was a car right behind me. And it startled me because I had been looking in my rearview mirror as I approached the stop sign. And like I say, it's a country road, straight country road. You can see for miles on the thing, and there was absolutely no traffic on it. And all of a sudden, this car in my rearview mirror, and it just startled me. And I looked, and I was like, "Wow, where did this car come from?" There was no little road, side roads or anything coming up that it could have come on and gotten behind me, and I was just flabbergasted. So when I made my turn onto this other highway, it turned behind me and followed behind me at a little distance. And I kept an eye on it because it just felt strange. And I looked back, and it had vanished. It was entirely gone. So that was one of the different vehicles that I saw. And then the other time, and I write about this in writing Ghost Angels and the Spirits of the Dead, I was coming back on this highway. We had a major tropical storm here in Florida, and I had cabin fever, and I was like, I'm just got to get out and ride. So after the thing had passed, I was riding, and I was coming back home, and the strange cloud, which I write about in detail in the book, was forming up in front of me, and I was like, okay, do I keep riding into this, or should I take an alternate route? And this biker came up, fellow biker came up on when I left, and looked over at me and smiled and nodded, and that's not unusual. Bikers are similar to each other, but there was just something about his expression and the way that he looked at me that seemed odd, and kind of made me curious. And he got to the left turn lane, and that was about the time I had to make the decision: am I going to turn off, or am I going to ride forward into this cloud? And I had this impression to follow this guy. So I said, okay. So I swung over in the lane, got ready to turn. Well, he made the turn, and then some traffic came, and I had to wait on the traffic. And it wasn't just a few seconds before it was my turn to make the turn. And again, it was a long straight road. You could see forever the road we were turning onto. And he had disappeared. He had vanished. And like I say, it was only a few seconds after he made the turn that I made the turn. And there was no place for him to go, no place for him to pull off, no place. He was just simply gone. It simply vanished. And I believe that he had come to lead me to a safer path to avoid that developing storm that was coming up. So that's a couple of vehicles I've seen that have disappeared.
Let's go to the phones and do some readings. Now, what kind of mode do you get into, John, when you do this?
I'm always on. It's always there. The gift's always available, and I just use into it a little more finally when we get ready to do the reading.
Okay, let's go to Frank in Hollywood, Maryland. Welcome to the program. Hey, Frank, you're first up.
Yeah, lead off that. John, I want to tell you the last time you were on that I didn't get a chance to talk to you. There's something in your voice, like I'm sounding sanitizer. There's something in your voice that I think is the word truthful and kindness. And I want you to know that.
Bless your heart, I appreciate that.
My question is about my wife.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you want to know her name?
You don't have to. No, you can just ask what you need to know. Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I just want to know about her health.
Well,
I hate to say it, I don't think it's that good, but I think there's some things that she can do to maximize it, to alleviate whatever is going on. For one thing, if she's going to the doctor, if not, she should kind of get a checkup, but if she's under medical care, make sure that she does what they tell her, to do that with some regularity, because whatever they're doing for, I think, will help. And then I want to recommend this book. People have heard me recommend this a billion times. There's a book you can get at Amazon called The Art of True Healing. And there's an exercise in that book called the middle pillar exercise, and it teaches you how to activate and circulate energy centers on the body and to direct that for literal physical healing. And I would like her to do that, and then have her pay attention to her diet. She needs to eat regularly and eat meals that are conducive to her well-being. You know, we all have different diets. You know, there's a recommended diet that sometimes that works for people, sometimes it doesn't. We have to find out what we can eat, what works for us. But she needs to eat regular meals. They don't have to be big meals, but she needs to be eating 3 meals a day. And watching the water intake, things like that. Balancing exercise and rest, you know, the common sense things. Whatever her doctor will allow her to do as far as exercise goes. So, you know, sedentary is the worst thing for her. So if she can do a little bit of something that's going to benefit, that's going to help.
Frank, what do you think of that advice? Go ahead.
John?
Yes.
You're spot on. Everything you said is spot on. The problem is there's too many cooks in the kitchen. There's too many doctors.
Yeah.
Over medicated.
Yeah, that's it.
Different ailments. And she survived COVID. Her daughter and 2 grandsons had COVID. They didn't even realize it in the house with us.
Right.
And they got tested late, but she didn't get COVID.
Yeah.
Now, they say pros and cons about the vaccine. I think the vaccine worked for her and the 2 kids.
Yeah. And, you know, the thing of it is, like you say, too many cooks in the kitchen, and that's true. And that's like people with doctors, with psychics, with anything else. You go from hopping one to the other, one to the other, one to the other, and everybody's going to tell you something different. And that's where you wind up not knowing what they can do and taking too much, doing too much. So you're exactly right there. And that's what you need to do is focus on the things that we've said. And, you know, take more responsibility for her own well-being, and I think she'll be all right.
John, when you say you're on, now who's feeding you this information about his wife, for example? Where's that coming from?
That comes from out there, the other side, and my spirit guides, his spirit guides, her spirit guides, it's all connected. It's just like a big telegraph and telephone network out there, if you will, the psychic internet. And they access this information. You know, I can read for a client around the world. It's just like being there in the same room with them, because I can give no such thing as time picture distance, because we're all connected. The universe is all connected.
Next up, we'll go west of the Rockies. Mary's with us in the state of Washington. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Mary. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. And what is your question for Mr. Russell?
Well, I know that you can see between the world or beyond the veil out of the corner of your eye, in your peripheral vision, maybe a flash or something, and it always makes you look. And you do it, of course, with nothing there. Well, I've seen that in the past, and I know it, and that's it. And I can't remember the last time, especially now. Holy cow. I've been seeing things out of the corner of my eye the last 3 months, and they're not in the corner of my eye anymore. They're getting more to the place. And it's people and animals and men and women, and I can almost tell you what they look like. And dogs and cats and bugs, everything. And they don't scare me, except every time I think it is somebody, and I need to acknowledge that they're there and ask them, what they want.
Right.
And I had a head issue that could be life threatening, and they just said that person there and I died.
I don't think you're dying. And the reason for
the increased perception of your ability to perceive the other side visitations is just simply a normal growth of your psychic gift. And, you're doing the right thing. Just communicate with these appearances and ask what messages they have for you or for others. And a lot of times, as we have health issues, that kind of opens things up for us because there's kind of the body has kind of a natural firewall to this perception of the other side, so that we're not driving along the road and we see somebody standing in front of us and think it's a real person and swerve to avoid hitting them and have an accident. That's just a ghost. So we have this natural firewall there to keep us from having these experiences constantly during the day. And illness or tiredness or whatever, a lot of things can kind of lower that firewall so that these experiences become more vivid and more common. So you mentioned having a chronic illness, and that could be that. But no, you're not going to die. You're not getting that close to the crossing over yourself. It's just the process of that firewall coming down. And you've heard me recommend the book, The Art of True Healing. You can get that set to work on your physical condition and feel better. But no, you're not about to make the transition.
All right, that's good. Thanks, Barry, for calling. Next up, Darren's with us, truck driving in Virginia. Hello, Darren.
Hey, thank you for my call.
You're welcome. Go ahead with your question for John.
I am considering a career change from truck driving into something like medical representative. I'm thinking to some insight into that.
Yeah, Darren, that's the absolute right thing to do. Trucking's been good for you, but you need to get out of it. It is time for a change, and this is the year to do it.
As simple as that, but that's good advice. Make the move, right, John?
Make the move, absolutely.
Super. And when you see things about people, do you hold back?
I don't hold back, but I've learned over the years the other side will guide me with whatever tactics that I need to approach the situation for a person. But I've learned not to hold back, to give them everything that they need. But there's ways that I might present a difficult situation to one person one way and a different way to a different person, depending upon how they can receive it and how they take it. So I have to let spirit guide me in regard to that.
We've got Robert in Florida, first-time caller. Hey, Robert, thanks for calling.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, George.
Good thing. And go ahead with John.
I was wondering, do you take questions on deceased people?
I do, but sometimes it takes me a little bit longer to tune in on that, depending upon the person on the other side and how close they are and their willingness to communicate. So
give it a try, though, Robert.
Okay, when I was 16, my father passed away of small cell cancer, and I didn't get to say goodbye to him. I was wondering if he heard me say goodbye, if he was in a vegetative state at that time.
Yeah.
And is he proud of me?
He absolutely knows that you told him goodbye. He understands that, receives that from the other side. He's very proud of you, and he's close to you. Did he smoke? Hello? Are you there?
I'm there.
Did he smoke?
Yes, he's a heavy smoker.
Yeah. Do you occasionally smell like cigarette smoke around you, but there's no explanation for the aroma of smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your dad coming through, letting you know that he's there. And he is okay on the other side, and he is proud of you. I'll scream out loud, just like you would if he was still there in the pledge. And he exhibits a lot of love to you. He sends you warm hugs, he tells you.
Yeah, he makes me cry.
Okay, Robert, thank you.
Just know that he is there with you, yes.
When you brought up the smoking, did you smell it, John?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a strong aroma of smoke and like a cloud of smoke around me.
go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
How you doing, John? I have a second question about a herb, but look at Christmas, the Christmas question. You know, I was looking at a Christmas card. It's like, you know, couples and you know, people having fun, ice skating in a small town on the Christmas card. You know, it's an air of romance, and then you've got shows like The Grinch and The Scrooge, which is more of a mystery. And then if you look at the movie It's a Wonderful Life, it's kind of romantic, you know, but also like a mystery. So, you know, that's about that. And also the herb.
Well, what's the question?
Well, the question is, those there's like two colors, really, with Christmas, I see. You know, like there's an air of mystery and there's an air of romance.
Right. What's the question?
Then I also have a question about the herb rosemary.
Joe, I didn't hear the first question.
Well, the question would be, do you see those in Christmas? Do you see an element of that, the element of the ghost?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the spirit of Christmas, I think, is a literal spirit. I think that we have, and I don't think you can confine it to just a spirit. I think there are multiple spirits that are active or associated with the holiday season. And I think there is that element of mystery and romance that you mentioned. We do have this great mystery about the season and about the other side and about the spiritual realm and about life and death and things here on earth. So there is that. And with that also comes that great romance, that love and passion that we feel. And that's what I've decided that we need to try and extend that through the year. So, yeah, absolutely, that's there.
Joe, we won't have time for your second question. We've got way too many calls, and we're going to come up to a break in just a moment. John Russell with us, the psychic. A couple of his books are Knock in the Attic, Writing with Ghosts, Angels, and Spirits of the Dead. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And we shall be back in a moment on Coast to Coast and take final reading questions from you on Coast to Coast AM.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Mayor Karen Bass has launched a program to change LA's approach to homeless encampment. Inside Safe will bring homeless residents indoors to motels. The plan also includes hiring social workers in various county departments. The final plan of action needs to be in place by the end of March. The Corona man has been charged with 8 armed robberies and 2 attempted robberies in Orange County. 27-year-old George Arizon will be in court later today. Marine recruits to the rescue. They stopped a robbery at a mall in Torrance.
I saw them start smashing glass, trying to get some work again. Sticking with him out, grabbed him, stopped him down, trained him.
That's Sergeant Josue Medina. He and fellow Marines held 2 men until police came. 2 others got away. And The Grinch is the highest-grossing Christmas film of all time. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 47 in Cypress, 51 in Anaheim, 53 in downtown LA, and 41 in Brentwood. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
There is a major mess freeway in still marches are failing traffic, such as all lanes on the 210 westbound to 118, south of Creek diverted to the westbound 118, that 210 westbound is backed up past the Van Nuys Boulevard. The city terrace can be some before Soda Street, cover the boat is blocking the right lane, and Wilmington, Lincoln, southbound for Anaheim Street, solo is direct, covering the strip in the right lane.
Can't find a guy. Let's get you there faster. I'm Eric Rule.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID boosters, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Marlo says there was a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices. So don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong tip. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. There see too many talented people cut their lives short, but there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatment, at choosemat.org.
KFI, AM 640. The 911 system is totally broken. You call, you're on hold. You get a recording saying the first available operator will get to you. People call 911 and they ask for recipes for cornbread. And what's even worse, the 911 operator will gives it to them. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. We have the best medical system in the world. You know that, don't you? Which is why people have to go to GoFundMe, which is why they go bankrupt, which is why people have to decide, do we pay the rent or we pay medical bills? Keep in mind, we have the best medical system in the world. Bill handled. Remember, no insurance is the best insurance. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
Let me try again. This thing is acting.
If you guys watch, never mind. Oh, here we go. No, Gary and Sharon.
I swear the next hour I'm not going to go like this, I promise.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back with final reading calls with psychic John Russell in just a moment. On our next Coast to Coast program, MH370 disappeared 8 years ago from the Malaysian Airlines. Richard Godfrey will tell us he's a researcher who was part of the group investigating the disappearance. He thinks he knows where it is, so we'll talk to him about that. And then psychic Joyce Keller joins us to talk about miracles on Coast to Coast, so make sure you're part of the program. Beyond Belief, that is our television show, and we invite you to sign up at beyondbelief.com.
Yeah, head over to the website right now. We have some ad-free episodes that you can watch, and then there's a free 7-day trial that will get you access to a lot more shows that we've done. It's a neat website. Check it out. It's beyondbelief.com.
And of course, February 25th, you are invited to our luncheon with the great Pat Boone.
Yeah, please welcome, join us as we welcome Pat Boone. It's going to be a fun day. It's an interview. It's not for the air. It's only for those in the room. It's a banquet-style luncheon, so you can come on out. You can enjoy talking and listening to Pat Boone. Bring your camera. We'll take lots of pictures. He's going to talk about his singing and acting career. We're just going to have a good afternoon, a fun afternoon. So this guy's a legend. You don't want to miss out. Head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. All that info is right up there.
Looking forward to it. And of course, here's something for you to calm down. If stress gets you down, and maybe you're fatigued or moody, and would like to start the day with more energy, then you would like to relax in the evening throughout the night while losing weight, we have something for you to elevate and accelerate. Dr. Adam Buder explains more.
So what is it about Elevate that really makes it so powerful? Number one half servings of phytonutrients. Again, that's taking whole foods and putting it into a capsule with adaptogens to help our body combat chronic stresses that are coming at us every single day. And no trophies. They can actually help to reestablish healing neurologically. You know, our cells that fire together and be wired together. You've heard of people saying that they're firing on all cylinders. That is what this does. I'll tell you, when I started taking this, within the first day, I noticed better mental clarity, better energy. The next thing that we look at is the accelerator. We're looking at sculpting blend. We're allowing our gut to lightly detox. They can actually see an increase in energy just from that. But then there's also the probiotic. There's the prebiotic, and there's the enzyme blend that's restoring that gut health. So let's cleanse it, let's restore it, let's release that serotonin, that dopamine, to be able to reduce anxiety, to help to reduce that chronic fatigue, to help to increase the immune system of our body as well. I have found that just with these 3 capsules recently that I am seeing are having phenomenal success.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. George's Power Pack, now with free gift Be Slim and free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or at healthylooking.com. The CC Radio EP Pro from C. Crane is a classic radio from the past. It gives you the simplicity of needle and dial tuning. It has one button for power, one button for a bright display light. It doesn't have a clock or alarm. There's a tone switch plus bass and treble control to fine-tune the audio to your perfect pitch. It also has the twin coil ferret antenna, which makes AM listening sound surprisingly similar to FM. The CC Radio EP Pro has a line jack, so you can connect your smartphone for audiobooks and podcasts for voice clarity that you've never heard before. This week, receive 3-day shipping for only $15 on all orders above $50. To order the CC Radio EP Pro, call C. Crane now at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. Or you can visit them at their incredible website at ccrane.com. That's ccrane.com or 1-800-522-8863.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month for life. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to our final segment. John Russell, the psychic, is with us. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and we will take client calls as well. Why does it seem, John, that miracles appear during the holiday season?
I think we expect it to. I think we're more focused and we're more receptive. So, the rest of the year, we don't have that mindset. And that's what I was saying earlier, that we need to draw that out for the rest of the year. George, who on the other side for you would bring through a strong aroma of flowers, of florals?
A guy named Johnny Rose used to sell flowers in St. Louis. He died a year ago. Dear friend of mine.
Okay. And it's funny because he was Johnny with those.
I used it as a nickname, but that's what he called himself.
The aroma of roses. So that's coming through very, very strongly for you right now. So he wants to let you know that he's there.
Well, we're coming up on the year anniversary of his death. He owned a small limo company, which I used a lot when I was in St. Louis. But he came down with COVID and he passed away one day, and that was it.
So he's here. I want you to know that he's there.
Tell him hi. Let's go to Lisa in Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the show. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, George. Hello, John. Hey, I was wanting to know who is trying to get in touch with me. I just ran my name and called. I know right now I'm tried.
Your grandmother's trying to get in touch with you. And just sit quiet, close your eyes, do a little meditation, and say, okay, Grandma, I'm here. What do you have to tell me? There's not just like one message. There's an ongoing guidance that she wants to give you, so that it's important that you communicate with her regularly, okay?
So my grandmother on my father's side?
I would say on your father's side, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Nice. Let's go to Tina in Louisiana. Welcome to the show. Hi, Tina.
Hi, how are you?
Great. Good to have you with us. What's your question for John Russell?
Hi, John. Me and my husband are planning a big move with about 40 acres, and we're going to build down it. I'm looking to see if you can give me any insight for pitfalls or anything I can look out for that could be rare.
All right. Where's the bar, by the way? Louisiana?
I'm going in Mississippi.
40 acres there, Mr. Russell.
40 acres and a mule. I don't think there's any major pitfalls if the timing is right. So make sure that you're not rushing it. Listen to your gut instinct, and whatever you do, let it be in a timely fashion. We always have the timeline that we want to impose on things.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been telling that already, that you can't just say that you'll come in your own time. You can't.
Exactly. So just go with the flow, listen to your gut instinct, and that's going to help you avoid any pitfalls.
Good advice. Thanks, Tina. Good luck to you, and good luck. 40 acres, that's a pretty good size spread, isn't it, John?
Pretty nice, yeah. I wouldn't mind having that myself.
Next up, let's go to Susan in Roseville, California. Hello, Susan.
Hello. Hi, thank you for taking your call.
Sure thing.
I wanted to know what you see for my mom's health this coming new year.
It's for your mother's health, okay?
Yeah, her name is Carol.
Okay, Susan. I think that, she's like I always recommend that people get the book, The Art of True Healing. And you said if she can't use it, you can use the technique to work on her health, because it looks to me like she might be a little, nothing too drastic, a little downhill slide the first half of the year, and you want to avoid that. You want to temper that by using some techniques to boost her immunity, to increase her well-being. So it's something that can be avoided, but she needs to be proactive and taking steps to do that.
A diet and stuff like that.
More of the spiritual healing aspect of things. You know, it certainly is good to look at diet and to do the normal things that we need to do for our health, but she needs to introduce the spiritual healing aspect more than anything.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
John, we were talking earlier about the disappearing vehicles. You want to elaborate on those again?
Yeah, it was such a strange thing. Like I said, when I pulled up to the intersection of my motorcycle, I knew there was not a car behind me. I've been looking in my rearview mirror, a straight flat road you can see for miles, and all of a sudden this car appears out of nowhere and makes the same turn on another straight flat road, makes the same turn that I did, and was following me a little ways back. And I kept an eye on it in the rearview mirror because it seemed very strange. And I looked back and it was there, and I looked back a second later and it had vanished. It was gone. And I think that we have these occurrences, these physical manifestations, and I know in particular for myself, that the other side is like, hey, you know, we're here. We're watching over you. We want you to communicate this to others. We want you not only to experience this for yourself and your own well-being, but to enlighten others as to the reality of this dimension and the fact that we can communicate with it for guidance, for health, for protection, and for our well-being. And it's not anything to fear, to be afraid of.
Do you channel the other side?
I just, the word channel has kind of been abused and bandied about so much. I wouldn't say channel so much as just, you can say channel, but it's more just a connection, a contact, a communication that's always plugged in, that's always there. So it's something that I'm always aware of because the dimension is always there for me.
You remember the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg?
Yeah, Patrick Swayze, yes, absolutely.
And the ghost would step in her physically. Did they ever do that to you?
I've had a spirit walk through me.
Did you feel that?
Yeah, I literally felt it, and it happened. We caught it on film, as a matter of fact. That happened when we were filming the TV pilot, and I told people, I said, there's a woman over here, and she's walking towards me, and I said, right now, I feel her walking through me. She literally is walking through me and out the other side. And we had a clear camera forward-looking infrared radiation, and the setting we had it on, cold would show up as black, would show up as white. And when I said that on the clear camera, they caught a woman's footsteps, a woman's footprints, a woman's shoes on the floor. They caught the footsteps walking toward me and through me when I said that.
I love that. Gary's with us in Idaho. Welcome to the show, Gary.
Yeah, well, I'm in the Georgia age, and I've ridden motorcycles since I was 16 or so. Probably won't see any more. I had a real bad accident happen to me for my own stupidity. I got my arm ran over beginning of November here. Got my arm ran over by tools on an RV in Texas. I think maybe an angel or something helped me out because I don't see how I got my arm out from under there. And I thought I was going to lose my arm, and it's still kind of iffy. You know how an arm's going to come out? And then my other thing is, I was wondering, I had an uncle that died this year, and he was pretty mean to me. I wonder if you hear anything from him, Uncle Bob.
Okay. Use the lift the art of true healing. Work on the spiritual healing aspect. Physically heal the arm. I think the arm's going to be okay. And that just underscores the point that we have to listen to our guardian angels, be aware of what they tell us. Like you said, you were maybe riding over your head or negligent or whatever. And so we can't blame our guardian angels for that. We have to slow down and listen to them and listen to what they tell us to do and obey that. as far as the uncle that,
mean old Uncle Bob.
no uncle, he has kind of gained a different perspective on the other side. And so he is kinder, a more kinder and gentler person on the other side. So know that.
All right, thanks, Gary. Appreciate you being part of the program. Next up, Maria's with us in Illinois. Hi, Maria.
Hi, George. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Maria.
So it's kind of complicated. So I have a disability. I've been on the Section 8 housing voucher program for like 20, almost 26 years.
Wow.
Yeah, but in every year they've always had an inspection and I've always passed. I've never failed because the people that were the inspectors and the people that were doing the program then were a lot cooler, easier, nicer, and things like that. But they've changed the people, the inspectors, and it's really bad now. But this is the first year that I've failed miserably. After all these years, first time ever, and I'm using my Section 8. I have a hearing coming up January 3rd. They can test it, but I mean, they never even used to take pictures, but now in the last couple of years they did take pictures, and they took pictures of all my possessions and belongings. I don't have a car, so I haven't had a car for a year. I desperately need to get a car, but I haven't had a chance to. There's a lot of bad things are happening, and I'm really nervous because I can't afford to leave Section 8, but with they want me to just basically get rid of all my stuff, and I don't have anywhere to put it.
I'll hone in on a question.
So my question is there any way hope against hope, like some miracle of God that at this hearing they might, reverse the decision to terminate me to help on a program, or am I done for the first time in 26 years where I'm going to have to pay an arm and leg for rent?
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance you can get a reversal, but you're going to need an attorney. Do you have an attorney?
Well, actually, I went to this legal firm that they help low-income people, but they haven't decided whether or not to take the case yet.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, if they haven't decided, keep in touch with them, keep correcting them, but take the case. If they don't, consult with someone else.
Yeah, she needs some representation.
Yeah, it's got to have some representation.
Good luck, Maria. Let us know how things turn out for you. We'll be putting you on the prayer list for that and see what happens. Next up, let's go to Rodney in Indiana. Hello, Rodney. Take it away, sir.
Hey, George. I've called you several times in different reasons. Hey, I'd like to ask John, I'm 67 years old, been writing songs 63 years, had 3 career changes. Retired construction, retired factory worker. All through all these years I've been writing songs. I got over 500 written.
Wow.
My kids write songs, my wife writes, and I'm an inspiration to them, but I'm not commercially successful. And I'm just wondering, I've got stuff out there on Spotify and all, YouTube and all that. And just looking for major artists to pick something up. Do you receive any breakthroughs next year for me?
Is there a career hit coming up here, John?
I don't think so with the songwriting, as we all know that's a tough industry. So, don't give it up, don't get too much hope on it. For you right now, if there's some creative something that you need to be involving yourself in, and or learning, picking up on the side. Have you ever done woodworking? Any type of woodworking?
Yes or no?
Oh, okay. if you've done any type of woodworking, that might be something you want to look into. That would be something that would bring in some good side income, but don't don't see any major hits coming with the songwriting anytime soon.
Should he pursue that though, with the songwriting?
Yeah, I think he should stay with it. But man, that's a tough industry, as we all know.
Yeah, sure is. Okay, my friends. John, we want to thank you for being on the program. The books, The Knock in the Attic, Writing with Ghosts, Angels, and Spirits, all books, all available?
All available. You can get them anywhere online, all the major booksellers. As always, it's like to be here, George. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And definitely, when that next book is done, you know where to come back.
Definitely will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. John Russell, psychic extraordinaire, does a great job, and it's just so fan-friendly, to be sure. He's just one of a kind. He is one of a kind. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longer, Sean Marvisor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Vidal, Ryan Stacy, Ian Punnett, and George Knapp. I'm George Norris, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe with you. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pills, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Holiday songs remind us of family, friends, and gingerbread cookies. Hello, I'm John Cornian, founder of ROTHSCHILD Plumbing and Air. Unfortunately, the most wonderful time of the year isn't wonderful for many Americans. Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens are sometimes replaced with empty bear covers and hungry young children. That's why ROTHSCHILD Plumbing and Air is making a cash donation and giving a portion of every service call to a rescue mission in your area. You've been generous over the years, and once again, we're asking for your kindness in donating canned and dry goods. Call ROTHSCHILD Plumbing and Air at 866-377 to find out how you can help. Our mission is to help you with your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. But this holiday season, we're asking you to help us help others. Call us at 866-377. That's 866-377. Thank you.
No one has the same favorite routine, from the stations you love to the podcast you've been to the artists you can't live without. Download the free iHeartRadio app and hear what you want, when you want, for free.
The perfect holiday soundtrack
For when you don't care what Mariah wants for Christmas.
The total covers about 50% of the trunk. He's created this dance because he loves the attention of it. Everybody's for it. You don't have to ever had a president do this before, so they have to come in there and use their cable. You're asking for the impossible.
John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Recruit not doing well. I'm Bree Tennant from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's been 36 days since the car plowed into LAPD recruits out on the run. Alejandro Martinez was the most severely injured. He's still in a coma, listed in critical condition. His family held a prayer vigil outside his hospital.
We've got words from the past few days. I believe it's something better is going to happen.
That's his uncle, Roy Brave. 2 other recruits also remain in the hospital. 20-hour standoff in Lancaster with police is over. Father led police on a high-speed pursuit. At one point firing at officers. He also held a gun to his toddler son's head. The child is safe now with relatives. The man arrested now facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. President Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday. Zelensky asked for more military aid to speed up his defeat of Russia.
Ukraine's freedom falls. Ukraine is alive and kicking.
The pony rides at Griffith Park are over in LA tradition since 1948. The wait time for a ride was over 4 hours. The bomb cyclone blizzard heading for the East Coast is causing major flight delays and cancellations. 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, more coming today. Airlines are asking many passengers to reschedule their trips for after the storm. Cleanup continues in Northern California after that 6.4 quake Tuesday. Power has been restored to all, but running water has not. The final defendant in the shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker has pleaded no contest. She's getting 2 years probation. And the last meteor shower of 2022 will light up the sky just before dawn. That's 6:27 a.m. The Earth-Year's meteor shower includes about 5 to 10 meteors per hour. You can often see them tomorrow morning. Southern weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 49 in Garden Grove, 50 in Mission Viejo. We also have 48 and it's 51 in Calabasas. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Million cruisers for publicly with still more seatbelts fatal traffic shut down all lanes on the freeway westbound 118. Traffic being no driver onto that westbound 118. Police Oakville Edge, two-car crash on the eastbound 10 Central Charles Avenue. That crash has been moved over the right shoulder. And in the Newhall Pass, 5 north on Connect Road and 14 north on look out for a large rock in the slow lane. Okay, Final Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Harold Grohl. Great water is essential to a great life. Our bodies are 75% water, so getting plenty of clean, healthy water will, in fact, change your life for the better. Hey, it's Dean Sharp, and I want to tell you about Light Source, the whole house water system that will also change your life. A Light Source system gives you all the clean, healthy water you need straight from every tap. It removes the bad, leaves the good, filters out fluorine and other contaminants while retaining the healthy minerals. It tastes great, your skin and hair will feel great, you and your family will feel great. And Light Source is maintenance free. No filters to change, no salt, no need to buy bottled water. They install it, you forget about it. And right now, you can get the best deal of the year on a Light Source system. For a limited time, Light Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax means big savings. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source takes and feel the difference. At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com. Well, Lopez, did you know addiction to stimulant drugs like meth or cocaine is a disease? If you or a loved one has a stimulant use disorder or questions about treatment, choose Change California can help. Hey, change today and find a proven treatment option for you at choosechangeca.org.
Nikki Grace here, big news, brand new cold case podcast, Zone 7, with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a cold case with investigator Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives, trusted criminal justice pros who make up her quote, Zone 7. This ain't just a podcast turning for a war room. Look for Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum now on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I was, let's say, a young lady, right? When I was, young and one of the better surfers in COP. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Let's not get into.
You know how I know that's not true? Because you told a story about when you went to college and you had like a surf class and you never went.
Water skiing. Yeah, we never went water skiing because we didn't surfing. So, Broadway Junior Show, weekdays at 6 on KFI.
I gave somebody a birthday card one time, and it said, there was a NASCAR picture on the front of
the card?
And the guy goes, that's a nice car.
My dad once gave my daughter a birthday card that says, to my beautiful great-granddaughter. And I said, Dad, she's not your great-granddaughter.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show. You're sure she's great? Weekends at 6 on KFI.
I have a sign in my office. Is Diet Pepsi okay? And the answer is Monopoly Money okay? Bill, mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
KFI, AM 640. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
On the cold heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the supernatural is what's happening. Winter has arrived. A dangerous blizzard will become a bomb cyclone as it wallops the Midwest and Great Lakes this week. Damaging winds also spreading toward the East Coast and creating a travel nightmare for millions ahead of the Christmas holiday weekend. The winter storm will also usher in bitterly cold, life-threatening temperatures that will spawn a widespread flash freeze in the plains, Midwest, and East. It's heavy rain, followed by temperatures rapidly falling below freezing all the way down to Florida, which could see its coldest Christmas in more than 30 years. My gosh. President Biden's administration will send Patriot missiles to Ukraine for the first time on Wednesday. Today, as the Ukrainian President Zelensky visited Washington to address Congress, the Patriot missiles, the country's most advanced air defense system, will come as part of a $2 billion security and aid package for Ukraine. Zelensky left Ukraine to visit Washington, D.C. for the first time since Russia's invasion of his country began back in February. Congress has already approved $65 billion in aid to Ukraine, which we pay for, but lawmakers are now debating an additional $45 billion. Sales of existing homes in the United States slid for a 10th consecutive month in November, extending a record streak with mortgage rates high and inventory tight, according to industry data released today. Registered investment advisor Mitch Shedlock with us. Mitch, we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, we've called this. We've talked about this for a year now, right, George?
Yep.
Down 10 months, they slid another 7.7%. But interestingly, this is the 129th consecutive month of year-over-year price increases. You know, prices, well, actually they're falling now. So these are median prices. So it's not really like a repeat sale like we talked about for the Case-Shiller Home Price Index. Prices are falling, but the number of transactions on the low end are declining. People can't afford homes. So cash sales made 26% of the transactions in November. It's up from 24% a year ago. It's sort of a mixed bag, but it doesn't look good. If prices stay stubbornly high, then we're not going to have people buying homes. We're not going to have family formations. And of course, when you buy a home, you buy appliances for the home. You buy lawnmowers, you know, painting, furniture, cabinets, all of that. That's transactions that's not happening. An interesting thing happened last week. The Philadelphia Fed came out. This is their report, their estimate, and they revised jobs lower by 1.2 million for the second quarter of this year. Now, the BLS, all the mainstream media, we talked about this, and I told you I don't believe these numbers. So the Philadelphia Fed went and looked at quarterly numbers, and they're looking at 95% of the data when they came up with this estimate for 1.2 million. the BLS, when they look at these monthly jobs reports, they're just looking at 7% of the data. So it's highly likely when the BLS finally gets around to revising their numbers, it still isn't going to be until March, that they're going to take away jobs in the second quarter, and I think in the second half. So all of these, amazing job reports we've been hearing, I didn't believe them, and I think this survey proves that I'm right. But I want to end on a good note. I want to wish you and all the listeners out there a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, George.
You too, Nathan. We'll talk to you next week. Just last night we were talking with David Rabbi about the global shortage of grain. Listen to this story. Global seed maker Syngenta will release a new type of wheat developed with complex cross-breeding techniques in the United States next year, beating out rival companies that are also trying to develop higher-yielding wheat at a time of diminishing global grain supplies. The hybrid wheat, which combines positive traits from two parent plants, arrives after severe weather / spring harvests in the Ukraine war disrupted shipments to hungry importers, sending prices to record highs this spring. Hybrid wheat. Did you eat that? Think about that. Americans' positive self-assessments of their mental health are now at the lowest in more than 2 decades, according to a Gallup poll. In all, 31% of U.S. adults describe their mental health or emotional well-being as excellent. It's the worst rating by 3 percentage points. Howard Bloom, author of The Global Brain, is with us. Howard, people aren't too happy right now, are they?
Right now, Gallup released that report today. Gallup is one of the most respected polling organizations in America. It did a survey from November 9th to December 2nd, and the first line of the report is exactly what she said, very discouraged. Gallup said that American self-reports of mental health are the worst in over 20 years. Gallup explained that we've hit a record low in the percentage of our population who say their mental health is excellent. In 2001, 43% of us described their mental health as excellent. That has plunged to 31%, a massive drop. Meanwhile, 24% of us say our mental health is only fair or poor. So why so much gloom, doom, and depression among us? Culprit number one is the pandemic. Boston University says the depression rates in the U.S. tripled when the pandemic first hit. Gallup says that it was 8 months after the pandemic began that those who said their mental health care is excellent plummeted 9 points and hit its greatest low since the measure was first tracked in 2001. But yet, the COVID pandemic, with its lockdown, social isolation, work from home, and school shutdowns, seems to be villain number one. It has been an extreme challenge to our mental health. Culprit number two, in Gallup's opinion, is what it calls economic concerns precipitated by the highest inflation rate in more than 4 decades. The Atlantic has 5 other culprits: gun violence, climate change, and the political environment, not to mention overprotective parents, and of course, social media. What Gallup and the Atlantic do not say is that something remarkable is happening. The big companies that employ more than a third of us are going through what the high-prestige corporate consultancy firm McKinsey and Company calls a revolution in how they think about, talk about, and cope with all forms of mental health issues. McKinsey explains that a don't ask, don't tell approach to mental health in the workplace is being replaced by do ask, do tell, let's talk. More important, there's been a tectonic shift in the way insurance companies deal with mental health. 25 years ago, if you had a mental health problem, you were on your own. Insurance companies would not pay for a visit to a therapist, much less for a therapist every week. That has changed. Starting with the Mental Health Parity Act of 1996, then increasing with Obamacare in 2010, insurance companies have made a turnaround. Today, they realize that by paying for your visits to your therapist, they are saving themselves money. They know that if they can get your depression and burnout in hand, they can prevent expensive medical conditions such as diabetes, cancer, and coronary artery disease. The result, as McKinsey, is that between 2007 and 2017, the percentage of medical claims associated with behavioral health issues more than doubled. And the stigma that surrounds confessing to a mental health problem has changed radically. In some youth subcultures, announcing that you have PTSD or borderline personality disorder has actually become a badge of courage.
One result is that according to Gallup, nearly 1/4 of U.S. adults, 22%, report having visited a psychologist, therapist, psychiatrist, or some other mental health professional in the last 12 months. On average, we visit a healthcare professional 3.2 times a year. That is a remarkable thing from the days when seeking professional help was regarded as a market thing. But the most amazing figure in the Gallup report is this. Despite COVID, isolation at home, predictions of an environmental apocalypse, and the war in the Ukraine, 75% of us describe our mental health as good or excellent. That's a major achievement, and let's hope we're not flying.
All right, my friend, enjoy yourself. Have a great Hanukkah, Mr. Bloom, and we will talk to you next week. In a moment, we'll be talking with the author of a book called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. It is a very alarming story. Up next, Ed Dowd on Coast to Coast AM. On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you need to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you've probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. LifeLock.com.
This is your operating system talking, not your computer or your phone. It's your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. Here's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes. Or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts. Then exhale for 6. In for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp Online Therapy. Still access with a licensed therapist which connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back to Coast George Noy with you. Let me introduce our first 2-hour guest. Edward Dowd is currently a founding partner with TRUMAN Technologies, a global alternative investment firm. He's worked on Wall Street most of his career, spanning both credit markets and equity markets. Some of the firms he worked for include HSBC, Donaldson, Luskin, and Gimlet, Independence Investments, and most notably at BlackRock as a portfolio manager, where he managed a $14 billion growth equity portfolio for 10 years. After BlackRock, he founded Ocean Square Asset Management with a couple former BlackRock colleagues. He's written a book called Cause Unknown. The forward of the book is written by Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Ed, he's been on our program before, and welcome to you.
Thank you so much for having me on, George. Appreciate being here tonight.
This is an amazing story, but to qualify, let me ask you the first big question. How could a Wall Street guru, as good as you are on Wall Street, be writing a story about what we're going to talk about tonight? How did you uncover this?
Well, my whole career I spent looking for trends before the rest of the investment community found them, because most of the money that you can make in a very big way is threading the needle between perception and reality. And usually you uncover trends, anecdotes, and then you form an investment thesis, and then you look for data sets to prove your thesis. So for me, I was very prepared with what I was hearing early on in the early days of 2021 when I started hearing about sudden athletic death of some of our fittest and healthiest, youngest people amongst us. And I also had heard after my circle, anecdotes of death and disabilities beginning, in 2021, spring, winter part of 2021. And I had a suspicion of what it was, but I didn't have enough data at the time. So I made a commitment to myself to analyze data sets as we rolled through the year. And unfortunately, it's grim. The excess mortality and disabilities are off the charts. We had a big, in the book, I detailed what was an interesting mix shift from mostly old people who died in 2020 to younger folks, working age folks, between the ages of 25 and 64, which is, the population workforce, particularly amongst millennials, 25 to 44, they experience very, very high excessive death rates. But that's what led me to write the book. I have a thesis as to what's causing. I'm sure you can guess what it is. I don't pretend that it's definitive, but I believe it's definitive, and I have faith and walk people through the data. But first, I want to establish, is it true that athletes are dying at rates we haven't seen before 2021? And there's a study, the Washington study. It's a 38-year study that documented 1,100 such cases over a 38-year period globally. People dying on the field as close to the field under age 35 athletes. And that comes out to about 29 per year. We've been lucky since 2021 and 2022 to have a month with just 29 sudden athletic deaths. In the book, I document well over 550 in the front pages, and then there's a compendium with it, story after story. These are mostly local news stories, and we did a vetting process. We had a methodology to make sure today they happened after 2021 would be they were under age 45 and see that they were, cause unknown or, died suddenly. The thing to realize is when you fall to the ground on the athletic field, there's usually medical professionals there to resuscitate pretty fast. Yeah. And despite that, these people are still dying. So the bottom line is, it is true. So something different is going on in 21 and 22. And it's not just athletes, unfortunately. It started showing up in the insurance company data, the funeral home data. It's showing up in the CDC numbers, the death numbers, and then showing up in the UK ONS data and the Eurostat data, and also Germany, Australia. So there's excess deaths in the Western world that are off the hook. And, I'll just leave it there and ask some questions, but I can go into that and kind of go through what I think.
Yeah, and then towards the moment at the end of the segment with you tonight, we're going to ask you specifically what you think is causing this and why. And we'll talk about those possibilities. But how did you go about, you mentioned some sources, but how did you go about collecting the data?
So, I met up with some people who got my media profile up when I was doing anti-mandate, vaccine mandate protests on Maui. I live in Maui, and my media profile was, I had a good following on Twitter, and I started getting on some independent media shows, talked about the data that I was seeing, and I announced early on one of the programs I went on that, I wanted to be a lightning rod for people that were insiders, whistleblowers, to help me with my thesis. And one of the first people who approached me was Josh Sterling, who's come public since this anonymous day. He was a former #1 ranked institutional investor, Wall Street insurance analyst, worked for Sanford Bernstein, and spent 7 years there writing research reports and selling the research to the Wall Street investment firms who used him quite extensively. He had quite a number of relationships with insurance companies and what have you. And he offered to help me analyze the insurance company results. And early on, in January of 2022, one of the CEOs from a company known as One America, Scott Davison, on the Chamber of Commerce conference call that it flipped that they were experiencing 40% excess mortality, particularly amongst younger working age people in their group life policy business. And he in his own words said that a 10% excess mortality is a 3 standard deviation event in a 1 to 200 year flood. 40% is off the charts. So something happened to the young folks in 2021, and it continues into 2022 that did not happen in 2020.
What have they been saying has been the cause officially to these deaths?
So what I've heard as pushback to what we'll reveal later on, the pushback is that there's death with despair. Suicide rates are up, negative overdoses are up, and then of course the lockdowns prevented people from getting their cancer screening appointments, and so that's why we have these deaths. Well, that's an interesting. Those are 3 interesting things. Okay,
well, that's not very definitive, though, to us, is it?
No, it's not very definitive. There doesn't seem to be any interest in doing studies on what the actual cause is. And I don't know if you've heard, maybe or seen in the newspapers, there's a new syndrome called sudden adult death syndrome that seriously occurred in 21 and 22. Prior to 2020, we did not have this. Other things that are being blamed is what this term called long COVID, which, curiously enough, George, doesn't have a clinical definition yet. I find that interesting. Usually, there's a mysterious disease called long COVID wiping out younger people. I think it would behoove us to actually define it, get a definition of what it is.
Absolutely.
That's right. Here's the smoking gun for me. I'm an analyst, and we look at rates of change. And Josh and I discovered in March with the CDC numbers. The CDC didn't really do a good job of presenting the data on their page. They clumped the whole population in all ages together.
Are they accurate numbers, though?
100% accurate numbers. And I have a second data set I'll reveal that verified our numbers this August. So we were first 2 guys on the internet analyzing the CDC. But what we discovered was this. We were able to get the CDC data and break it down by age cohorts and develop actuarial baselines of what normal deaths were prior to COVID and set a 5-year average of, and that's how we calculated excess mortality. Well, what we found with the millennial age group, 25 to 44, obviously there was an excess mortality spike in the end of 2020, and then it kind of came back down as the seasonal, winter went away, and it was kind of hovering around 30%, the April, May, June time frame. And then into the 3rd quarter of 2021, it rose at what we call an accelerated rate of change. It looked like a growth stock chart taking off and breaking out from the trend. And it went to 84% excess mortality into the months of August, September, and October. And I posit that we all know something happened in August, September, and October that, especially for the working age people, that I posit that there was what we call mandate. But we can get into that later. But with that temporal spike of death in the 3rd quarter, it's hard to say, argue that there was a suicide path amongst working age.
Hold on for a second, and we'll talk more about this in a moment. His book is called Cause Unknown. His website is linked up at coasttocoastday.com.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another high-speed pursuit in Los Angeles, started in East LA, ended in Montebello. Driver taunted police, stopping and starting his car several times. One of those times, police were able to launch spike strips. Suspect arrested. Max Factor Air Andrew Luster has been denied parole. Ventura County Public Attorney's Office says Luster still remains a threat to public safety and should stay behind bars. He was sentenced to 124 years in prison, later reduced to 50 for the drugging and rape of several women. Under Prop 57, he can be released in 4 years. There's a new mural in the Fairfax district honoring the most iconic mountain lion ever, P22. He'll now live on Melrose near Ogden. You can see the famous cat depicted with a golden crown and 4 white dots. Southbound weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 50 in Huntington Beach, 49 in Irvine, 46 in Lake Elsinore, and 54 in Granada Hills. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Fatal stuck down to 2 westbound after avoiding the freeway. Traffic is backed up past Van Nuys Boulevard and being Robert from the westbound ticket. We also have a fatal collision on Highway 1 near Terminal 2. Northbound side of Highway 1 passes through Rock Hall and Rock on that. Northbound side back to rerouted through the southbound side. Can't find the sky helps get faster. I'm your reporter.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Manchin, starring Malcolm McDowell.
Oh, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the chapter. This is the great in between. A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Wondering if you should get an upgraded COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Did you know fish lagoons contain 27 to 9 gallons of water per day? Even tiny bits can be huge water. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting the sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
KFI, AM 640, like share intel, Sharon Tell.
I love it.
Like share with everybody.
I got it.
How about Sharon Elliott, the Tim Conway Jr. Show?
Oh, that I like.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI. Why don't people listen to us? The listeners listen to us. Listen to us, follow our lead. We know what we're talking about. John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're building up to an amazing story, folks. The next hour, we'll take calls with Ed Dowd, so get ready to make the call next hour here on Coast to Coast. March 18th, we're going to Sedona, Arizona, because we're going to be in a live stage show that we go and just have a great time with, and Tom's got full details for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We are going to be part of something called the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. It's at the Sedona Performing Arts Center, March 17th through the 19th. We're going to have a live show on Saturday, but there's a ton going on all 3 days. So what you can do is head over Friday. You can take advantage of some nonstop music, food vendors, workshops. Billy Carson will be speaking, William Henry will be speaking. A ton of people. There's skywatches, so much to do. Come back Saturday, take advantage more, and then come back Saturday night for our show, where of course we're going to do a round table and we're going to set up microphones and we'll have a band and just the whole works. And then we come back Sunday, do some more of it. It's going to be a jam-packed weekend. All the info, of course, is at coasttocoastam.com.
May 27th, the day before my mother's birthday, we are going to be in Oregon for another live show.
Part of our tour, we're going to keep going next year. This is Saturday, May 27th. We've got the amazing Granada Theater in McAllen, Oregon, which is about 84 miles east of Portland. Dr. Sky will be a guest. UFO abductor Travis Walton will be a guest. From Animal Planet, Bigfoot Hunter Matt Moneymaker will be a guest. This night will include a live band, a salute to veterans, and of course the Q&A we always do. We're going to have a ton of fun at this one as well. Check this one out, George. The table seats, the very first few rows, we're going to serve you a brisket dinner. People are going to eat there. So ticket for info, you can head over to coasttocoastam.com again. All that info up in the carousel.
Mom's going to be 94 the day after. Maybe we'll get her to call in while we're on stage.
Why not?
Something like that. Let you work on that. Super. And here's something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and getting the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to feed the system.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostim and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put Adaptostim along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostim and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Should former President Trump really run again for president, or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax polls or text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. It just takes seconds to vote. Text river to 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, or the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, a savings on sleep must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking the carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with that down. His book is called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. And as you got into this and you looked at the deaths, did they kind of like dodge the reason why these people have died? And how many people are we talking about in these couple of years?
Well, in 2020, there's about 500,000 excess deaths, mostly old. Then in 2021, it was about 500,000 excess deaths. There was a huge mix shift from old to young. To give you an example, the millennials in 2020 experienced 40,000 excess deaths, but in 2020, and that's 2020, pre-miracle vaccines. In 2021, they experienced 60,000 excess deaths. And Gen X didn't fare much better. They had something like 90,000 deaths in 2020, then 120 some odd thousand deaths in 2021. So old people died less in 2021. Young people died more in 2021,
which is highly unusual.
Highly unusual. Let's take some facts. We know in 2020 that it was determined that young people were not at risk. The old with comorbidities seemed to be dying. And that was a well-established fact. And then, seriously, in 2021, that flipped. It became what we call it on Wall Street an adverse mix shift. And the insurance companies actually had not really bad results in 2020, especially in the early parts of 2021, Q1 of 21, because when old people die, they've already paid into their insurance policy, and they're not really employed under the group life umbrella. If they have whole life, that's their own individual policy. And so they didn't take a big bottom line hit, but they started taking bottom line hits in the third and fourth quarter of 2021, and it continued into 2022. And the group life, let me explain a little bit. At the end of the last segment, I said there's a temporal rate of change in the third quarter. And it's hard to explain that the millennials decided in the 3-month period to have more suicides than normal, and also overdose on drugs more than normal, and also miss their cancer screening treatments more than normal. So there was an event.
So you can't rule it out.
You can't rule it out. It coincidentally, all three put together, it kind of comes to, it's weird. You know, it starts to become very improbable. But what's even more interesting is we discovered that data in March of 2022. And I just as I was writing the book, one of my insurance industry whistleblowers forwarded me a report I've tried with actuary. This is an industry group that does group survey reports for different lines of business. They did their group life survey, which covered about 80% of the revenue, and calculated the claims and excess deaths. And what they discovered was in 2021, in their policy, let me just back up a second to start with group like this. These are policies that are given to entry-level employees when they onboard the Fortune 500 companies and or mid-level companies. They're generally speaking 1 to 2 extra salary if you die. And you, it's a freebie. It's kind of like one of those benefits you get along with healthcare. I do this many times. I find my beneficiary form and then name the beneficiary behind it. And it's, it's kind of one of those things you never thought about. And to get a claim, you need to be actually employed at the firm. So let's go forward to this report in August that came out this year. They said in 2021, ages 25 to 64 experienced 40% excess mortality in this 80% revenue survey.
That's huge.
Huge. Now, what's even more interesting, George, is they did a study in 2016 that they obviously didn't answer to because this is why these policies are so good. They found out that on average, group life policy holders tend to die at a rate of 30 to 40% that of the general population in a given year. And that makes total sense, right? They're employed, they're able-bodied, they tend to be younger, they tend to be well-educated, they tend to have access to the best healthcare. So that was an established fact in the 2016 study. It's in my book. I recommend you can go find it. In 2021, the Society of Actuaries reported in September that relationship flipped. I just said that they had 40% excess mortality. The general US population had 32% excess mortality. So, 8-point differential. The group life folks seem to have a worse time of it in 2021. And so that just says something needs to be investigated baseline. Something is affecting the employed population more so than the general population. And the civilian labor force is about 154 million, but the actual employed population is about 100 million. And the group life policy holders are a subset of that. So there's something going on. Let's back out of that.
And let me ask you this though. If you know, based on all the deaths that were recorded in 21 and 22, do we know the percentage of those dead people? How many might have been vaccinated against COVID-19?
In the U.S., we do not. In the U.S., we do not have an exact number. The data is not good. And in fact, I will tell you, George, that insurance companies are quietly forming a coalition to get access to that data because they're suspicious. They're not, it's not being talked about in open circles, but I know for a fact that's going on. And they're going to, if the government doesn't give that data, they'll probably form a coalition to sue for that data.
Do we know how many of these people, well, we don't know about the vaccinations, do we know how many of these people might have had COVID?
A lot of early on, the insurance companies stated there was COVID deaths. They're now saying in the most recent quarterly report, saying their excess deaths is COVID and indirect COVID and non-COVID. So they're using different terminology and codes, but they don't have the numbers. They want the numbers and they need the numbers because they're mispricing their policies right now. They're taking losses.
Sure.
So they're aware of this. They're not publicly stating what they think the cause is. For people trying to get some of these individuals to come forward. We haven't been able to do that yet, but I think that's coming. Let me so I just told you that this healthy group with the Society of Actuaries experienced higher excess mortality. Let's roll over to disability, another problem that seems to be occurring in the U.S. So there's a database of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and this is all documented in my book, that it's the monthly employment report. These people that do the monthly employment report also ask survey questions about disabilities. And they ask, are you disabled or is someone in your home disabled and unable to work? Well, that number on an absolute basis is running between 29 and 30 million the prior 4 or 5 years in COVID. And then it actually went down during COVID, which is actually the lockdown because there was less activity after the things that went on. But then around between February and May of 2021, it took off and went to a new all-time high. and the absolute number as of September of 2022 hit a new high of 33.2 million. And it's come down a little bit in October and November, but the trend is still not good. It hasn't broken trend. And when we examine the data, you can slice that data from this database by total population, civilian labor force, and those employed. And what we found, curiously, was that the employed population experienced a 26% increase in the disability rate versus 11% increase in the disability rate of the general U.S. population. And the amount of employed people that became disabled between February of 21 and September 22 is about 1.2 million people. That's a big number. And why is that a big number? Because there's only about 98 to 100 million employed. That you can see how that can roll into the serious labor shortage for people who can't work. So that's why a guy like me, a Wall Street guy, is interested in this, because
they're numbers.
Right.
You're a numbers guy.
I'm a numbers guy. And so if I'm right and correct, there's implications for the global economic growth because this has occurred in other countries.
Now, the CDC reported that in August of this year, of the COVID deaths, 58% of them were vaccinated. Now, that's pretty high.
That's not a good number. And what do we know now, George? It's absolute fact that these inoculations were advertised as both safe and effective, and that we have many of our health officials, including President Biden, state clearly that if you took the vaccine, you would not get COVID and you would not transmit COVID.
That's not true.
That's not true, and that's not even close to true. And the story or the narrative changed to, well, I'm glad I had the shot because it would have been much, much worse and I would have been hospitalized, which there is no data for that, actually. There's no peer-reviewed study that I found.
Could be accurate, but who knows, right? I mean, we don't have the data.
If we don't have the data, and anybody who has a peer-reviewed study they want to put forth, I'd love to see it, because, that might change my opinion, but I haven't seen that yet.
Now, you're not an epidemiologist, you're not a medical professional. Have you come under fire because of your thoughts about this in the book, Cause Unknown?
I'm kind of left alone. The AP and Reuters early on in March fact-checked me, and they said that our expert page is wrong. That was the fact-check. There really was no counter-argument. And there was, they proved the three things I told you earlier, suicide, overdoses, and the cancer screening treatment. This is, it hasn't really become home to me because, I'm an investor, I'm a person on the right census thesis. I don't have a doctor's license to go after or a bar license to take away. So I'm just kind of doing what I would do on Wall Street. And the firm that I recently formed with the two gentlemen who are PhD physicists and helped me compile some of the data in the book. We're trying to raise capital to, that's according to the reality we see, and we see good interest. We haven't secured a seed yet, but we have a ton of people wanting to talk to us. So this is what Wall Street does. You come up with a thesis, capital will look at it, and we have some smart investors that are looking to invest in this because they agree with our thesis.
Well, there's one thing that there's no question about. The deaths have increased over the last couple of years. We know that.
That's the truth.
Interesting take.
And what's interesting, George, is, I remember in 2020, the robotic count was on the CNN ticker as well as the case count. And now there seems to be crickets across the globe from our health authorities about what appears to be a horrendous excess death and disability. And it doesn't really seem to be a problem now. In fact, it's explained away or not even mentioned. And a lot of these athletic deaths in my book, you can verify yourself, put QR codes that will link you to the local news story. What's interesting about it is these are local news stories, they never really make it national. So there seems to be a disconnect between reality and perception at the moment, which is what investors like myself take advantage of.
You met a senator in Washington, D.C. What was that all about?
Senator Ron Johnson has been suspicious of the COVID pandemic response. He's been talking about early treatment and how that was prevented from being effectively used in 2020. He now has concerns about the vaccine program, and he reached out to me and invited me to come to Washington to just present the numbers and the facts and state that's what I've noticed. And I said to him in my 4-slide presentation, I said to him privately that I believe this is an security issue because it's not correct. There seems to be a problem with the most able-bodied amongst the military employees, and there seems to be something that's affecting them that's not affecting everybody else. And I believe it's the vaccines, obviously, but if I'm wrong, what is it then, and why does no one seem to care? And in my book, I conclude with a statement that, look, I told you what I think. I'm not going to get into the who or why, because that's not helpful. It's true, this is happening. I believe it's the vaccine. If it's not, please offer no explanation. But what we do know is that our health authorities across the globe and global governments seem not to want to talk about this. And, in my opinion, it's negligence and malfeasance to not even discuss what's going on, not only to the employed population of the globe.
It is very strange, but you're right. We need accurate data in order to come up with some specific conclusions about this.
And I would, and Senator Johnson, I posed the question to him. I ended my statement to him with the following: that Wetmar had some of the most egregious excess deaths across the board. Their excess deaths in 2020 were exceeded in 2021 and in 2022. And that such death went up every year for every age cohort in this country. And while I was writing the book, they suspended the vaccine program for under 50 and stated it's better to get COVID than the vaccine. So you can do with that information what you want. And I posed about Senator Johnson. Why is it that some of the other countries seem to be backing away from this, and why are we not? And why do we continue to push it? These are good questions. So it's a question that I'm raising. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Capital's coming my way, and if I'm proven wrong, I'd be more than happy to say that I'm wrong.
And we're going to come back, final hour to go with you. We're going to take phone calls next.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option.
This is your captain. We are going to be creating some short videos. Please fasten your host. So now, get a video on my quiet.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane is as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the Tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50, they offered 100. I bought it for Tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as they do the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible Investments owner Phil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. She'll guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Merry holidays from the diverse and differently able staff at
What we're talking about is the crazy, mentally ill, drug-addicted, alcoholic lunatics on the street that are terrorizing everybody. And they've got nothing thing for those people. They just took care of the easy stuff, but the difficult stuff they haven't even tried. Johnny Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. All right. People don't understand chemical castration. I used to think they take away your man marbles. They just take them away. Those man marbles? Yeah. Johnny Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The baby is safe. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 20-hour standoff in Lancaster with police is now over. A father led police on a high-speed pursuit, at one point firing at officers.
The suspect exited the vehicle with the infant child, had the handgun pointed to the infant's head and slowly walked away from our officers.
The child is safe with relatives. The man arrested now facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer. It's been 36 days since the car plowed into LAPD recruit. Alejandro Martinez was the most injured. He's still in critical condition. His family held a prayer vigil outside the hospital.
We got words from the past few days. It has, but they didn't stop anymore.
That's his uncle Roy Brave. 2 other recruits also remain in the hospital. President Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday. Zelensky asked for more military aid to speed up their defeat of Russia.
Your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy.
The Holocaust Museum LA has received a $1 million grant to keep the museum free to school kids. About 30,000 4th through 12th graders visit that museum every year. The bomb cyclone blizzard headed for the East Coast is causing flight delays and cancellations. 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, more coming today. Airlines are now asking many passengers to reschedule their trip for after the storm. Prop 31 is alive and well. It's now illegal to sell menthol tobacco and most flavored tobacco in California. Very last meteor shower of 2022 will light up the skies just before dawn. That's about 6:27 a.m. Earthia's meteor shower includes about 5 to 10 meteors per hour. You can also see them tomorrow morning. Southline weather for KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 49 in Buena Park, 51 in Costa Mesa, with 48 in Torrance, and 52 in San Marino. We're lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
There's no improvement in the situation still are two drive fatal traffic. Completely shut down the C-10 freeway westbound after 118. The back up past Van Nuys Boulevard and taking all our traffic on the C-10 west has been diverted onto the 118 westbound. Also, we have a fatal collision on Highway 1 in the Blue area, northbound Highway 1 past the Blue Rock. Both lanes are blocked. Passengers drivers run on the southbound side. Can't find the sky up, check to their faster. I'm never full.
We can make 16 ounce lanes and save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day. Even tiny things can be huge water. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting the sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
Wondering if you should get an updated COVID-19 booster? There are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? And the 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
If I awoke to find
find a man dressed like a pirate in my house while holding a small dog, I think that'd be pretty damn cool. Who doesn't like pirates? I don't know anybody who likes surprise pirates. A surprise pirate standing over you while you wake up from a nap is not a great idea.
Surprise.
Jerry and Shannon, weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI. That's what I'm saying. You take kill a time. Kill it comes a good word. Kill it. I don't have to spell the fancy words I use. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI. AM 640. Her job was to drive me to school, but I was her geeky brother. So when we get close to school, she would always tell me, get down in the wheel well. I don't want people seeing that I'm driving you to school. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Did wonders for the old self-esteem, I'll tell you that. Weekdays at 6 on KFI. And we're going to give Shannon an alcohol test. No, we're not. We're going to give you an emotions test, but that's the lane we're driving in. Find out where those are hiding. Behind your bottle of Chardonnay. Ouch. Sharpest knife. Jerry and Shannon. That's what means what? We save the sharpest knife. Oh, that's right. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on KFI. That kind of an argument is what's so frustrating about Washington, D.C. today. Well, they did it, so we should be. That's not the way it should work. That's not what you would say to your own kids. And sometimes you have to treat these 535 members of Congress like children because they don't understand the stupidity of an argument like that. On KFI. That's amazing that he was able to keep that many guns in his house. You should have gone to one of those gun buyback programs. You could have got $200,000 worth of rounds. I think if he had gone to one of those programs, he would have set a record for one of those programs. Yeah, wiped him out. Tim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
This is Jacob M.I. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls this hour with Ed Dowd, author of the book Cause Unknown, which just came out a week ago. He will be back in a moment with him and you on Coast to Coast AM. Former President Donald Trump, as you know, has announced he wants to be the Republican candidate for president. Ron DeSantis from Florida, the governor there, has not announced, but a lot of people are teaming the two, saying, who would you pick? This could be a great political battle. And now Newsmax wants to know what you think between the two. They're conducting an urgent poll, as they call it, if President Trump should continue his run for president again. Or is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis a better pick? Vote in the Newsmax poll on Donald Trump and DeSantis. Just text the word river. 39747. That's River, the 39747. Simply let your voice be heard. Get into Newsmax, the news you can trust. I do. They do a great job. You can also get it on your phone with your app there. Newsmax is carried on every major cable system. If your cable system doesn't carry them, call them and demand it. And be sure to vote in Newsmax poll on whether former President Trump should even run again. That's River to 39747. That's River to 39747. Make the switch to Newsmax. You won't look back. Texting and rules for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, 2022 is a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all, with soft, silky, naturally new pajamas, exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally new pajamas feel just like your own bare skin. Even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing less than nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's pajamagram.com.
Welcome back to Coast. George Noy, along with Ed Dowd. His book is called Cause Unknown, which I mentioned just came out a week ago. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Ed, you believe there's some deception here, don't you?
I believe there's a cover-up at this point, for sure. I don't, in the book, I don't get into the who and why, because it is, and the data that we see, that we're presenting in the book, we have on our company website called the Humanity Project, outline the same story in almost every country. They all see this data, and I want to know why we're not talking about it. If there's excess death, disabilities, and it's crickets out there in from our healthcare authorities, mainstream media, and global government. So I think it's cover-up, but we'll see what happens as my thesis unrolls over time.
I have made it a point in my career not to tell people to get this or do that or not to or to. It's their decision. But I've got to tell you, these vaccines came out awfully fast when COVID hit, didn't they?
Well, so I personally did not take it, and it's because
I have not either. But that's me. I don't get vaccines.
That's me. I will tell you that I'm divorced. My children unfortunately got it, and my ex-wife did, and my dad, and my brother. Now, with what I'm doing, they're not getting boosted, so there's that. But for me, when what was announced, Operation Warp Speed is kind of like a disaster to me because I know how manufacturing works. I'm an analyst. I know that takes time to perfect and go from a small laboratory, which the mRNA was made in, to maximum processing facilities. So it was rushed. This Operation Warp Speed is second. The trial was 28 days, and I know for a fact that 28 days is not enough of a study to figure out whether it's safe and effective. Number one. Number two, I also know that typical vaccines, normal vaccines that aren't rushed under emergency authorization, take 7 to 10 years for safety data before they inject it in the humans. So I knew those two things, and I thought to myself, well, no one's going to take this thing. But I was wrong. I didn't realize that there would be a military trade psyop advertising campaign across the globe, which is what happened.
And by the way, when I say I don't take the vaccine, I meant this COVID vaccine. I have been vaccinated when I was a kid against the polio, and I was in the Navy for 9 years, Ed, and they taught me a couple times for cholera vaccinations and things like that.
Yeah, same here. I got my vaccines. I took a booster about a year before COVID hit. And again, this is an experimental novel technology that does not do what the old vaccine used to do. In fact, the CDC had to silently change the definition of a vaccine in September of 2021 from providing immunization against the virus to producing an immune response. They changed the definition. So the vaccines really are technically therapeutic, not vaccines in the traditional sense of the word.
What's interesting is last year the flu was basically non-existent, and now it's very rampant. Now they're talking about this triple epidemic of the flu, the respiratory illness, and COVID-19. Where did the flu pop up from all of a sudden?
You know, I don't think it's good, but the flu, the mysterious disappearance of the flu, in my mind, was a rebranding of the flu, but I'll never prove that. Maybe that gets proven in discovery years from now, but that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I don't think it ever went away. I think it was exactly here. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Craig in Santa Barbara, California to get us started. Hi, Craig. Thanks for calling. Go ahead.
How you guys doing?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I want to go back to years ago to Jesse Ventura's show Conspiracy Theory. He blew the whistle on these type of shots years ago that they were going to be harmful, that they had a purpose to harm the population, depopulate the planet. And what I'll say is, my boss got the shot, the electrician who worked face to face for months. We got sick. I was around it the whole time, never got sick. My friend's family all got the shot. Every last one of them got sick. I was at the house every weekend, never got sick. Don't trust it. Never had a flu shot in my life. I'll never have any big pharma stuck into my veins ever. The only shots I've had as an adult, I'm in my 60s, is from the dentist. And I had one session flu 3 years ago.
Interesting. I don't get the flu shots either, Ed, and
I used to get the flu shot years ago. I stopped because I seriously would get the flu every year. I don't know how to get the shot, but that's just me.
But it is intriguing how people who have been vaccinated have come down with COVID. Because isn't the vaccine supposed to prevent it, or is it just supposed to minimize it? They keep changing the story.
Yeah, it's about symbolic narrative changes. What I will say is this: recently, I haven't read this study in detail, but the Cleveland Clinic, the Cleveland Clinic, there could have been, a bunch of dudes in Africa, but the Cleveland Clinic came out with a study stating that it appears to be that those who are vaccinated are getting COVID more often than those who are unvaccinated. That's the Cleveland Clinic, and that story just came out a day or two ago.
We probably could do our own poll with our callers. Have you been vaccinated? Do you have COVID? Have you had COVID? Interesting. Let's go to Cheryl in Washburn, Missouri. Welcome to the show. Hi, Cheryl.
Hey, George. And hi, Mr. Ed. Stay South. This is awesome. Okay. First of all, I want to say that please contact the airway neighborhood, the coast to coast, and so much. Please contact your local congregations, the churches, and groups to offer warming transportation for the homeless people.
Oh, they're going to freeze. Absolutely.
Yeah, from the difficult days. Okay. And also, I want to be Australian or national guard, hospitals, collect those to be prevented, and the local courts, don't try to about it anyway. Themselves are temperatures, that is also our too. And I noticed how the flu shots have revived, which I'm grateful for, because it's good and that kind of deal. Anyhow, I want to say also, in addition, thank you, I guess, for awesome. Okay, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and hello, and God, and Jesus, and everyone else, too, and thank y'all. I'm there.
No question now, but a little warning, we're going to be in some frigid temperatures here in St. Louis in the next day or two, and people are concerned about the homeless, people who live outside. It's going to be 0 degrees.
It's tragic, and unfortunately, I remember back in my 20s in Chicago, when I lived there, same thing. It's one of those things that we don't seem to be able to fix.
We really don't. First time caller Stan is truck driving in Mississippi. Hi, Stan. Go ahead, sir. Stan, you with us?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Stanley. Stanley. I'm going to let you go. He was there. We heard him. Bob in the Queens in New York. Hey, Bob, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hello. Thank you. Love you, too.
Thank you.
The name of that way I was much more powerful. It was great listening to you. Anyway, quoted from Gary Moe. He's a PhD in clinical nutrition. I think you've heard of him.
Yes.
And he's been, just quick background. He had to sit with Wikipedia for a rifle because they said he's basically a crocodile like that. He's in clinical nutrition and health. And he is in applied biology, biology. He learned everything he could to help people now with nutritional protocols to getting really terminally ill. But anyway, he had on the orthodox, not alternative, orthodox doctors and medical people who've been, believe in vaccines, been vaccinated, and now they're talking about rubbery substances found in blood clots due to the vaccine. Morticians found this out because they washed out the cloth, and then they said, what is these rubbers? One was 6 feet long, the other one was in the teenager's leg, 6 feet long. Now, rubbery substances, of course, the body doesn't produce them. Thanks to these mRNAs, modified RNAs, they have, they're coming out. And it causes, also, they say it causes into the brain, blood area, and causing personality changes. And they're finding these micro nano particles, they call them graphite, which, of course, they razor sharp. Now, they razor sharp, and of course, that causes cutting blood vessels. So all this is coming up, and he's going to have, I might say, I'll give you a number, he's going to have a webinar. He spent 1,000 hours with his reviewing with another Richard Gale on protocols, including chelation therapy. It prevents, save yourself a heart transplant or heart bypass. It's a chelating agent, EDTA, which got rotor.
Yeah, it really works. But the website you gave out is good enough for us. No phone numbers. We don't get those out, okay? But Bob, thank you, and great information. People are concerned about this, Ed.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, the adverse events, being the worst of them, are kind of all over the map. Myocarditis has been talked about, blood clotting, television cancers, and a lot of work needs to be done on the short-term, long-term, and medium-term effects of what's going on. And so, my firm and I are just counting the bodies and the disabilities. We're not getting into this big disease. That's for the doctors, but we hope to start a vaccine damage project where we're going to collate all this data to kind of figure out what's going on. That's the next step. But we're not doing that yet because we're just trying to get the word out that this is true, it's happening. And, this is going to be, I think, George, something we're going to talk about, not for the next 10 years, but the next 100 years.
I think so, too. I think you're absolutely right about that. Mark is driving in Nevada. Welcome to the program. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, hi, George. Yeah, I know, there's still a little bit I talked to you before. I know you don't want to get into politics. I'll try to extinguish that. It's kind of hard to with this because I think it has a lot to do with politics, too. But I agree with your dad. Pretty much everything changed. I work in a pharmacy. I was working in a retail pharmacy, now hospital. I'm on the road from get myself to California, move back to the Midwest. Actually, I want to go to a state that has a little more freedom and everything else, And so, if you know what I mean, there's mandates that even for the hospital yet, and I was trying to find out more about it. I found out it's go online. Through some, it depends on the state, but through the HHS, you can get exemption. I'm going to try to get an exemption so I can work at a different hospital because, you have to get vaccinated. You don't have to go first. It's either, my wife was a nurse, actually, too, and she said stop people get fired. Other nurses got fired. They walked them out because they wish they vaccinated, and I don't blame them. I think that's disgusting. I mean, especially the kind of work we put in the hospitals and they're firing them. And then, nurses should be forced to get any vaccine, especially if it's still experimental. And a hospital on the government side because I know that every COVID patient, 13 months, they get an extra $30,000 for every COVID patient. And if they put on a respirator or a ventilator, if they get even more. So I know that's making the numbers higher. And that's why the hospitals are pushing for the vaccine too, because they're getting money from the federal government for all that stuff and for pushing the vaccine also.
I mean, there's no question, according to the CDC, 6 million people worldwide have already died from COVID. Now, those are astounding numbers, but the big question is does the vaccine work? And that's still up in the air, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the mandates. You mentioned mandates, and it's been proven that it doesn't prevent you from getting COVID or transmitting it. So that's the old definition of a vaccine. The mandate something that you let's forget about the safety issue. Is it effective? Not even a little bit. So that's been proven. That's been documented, but we're still pushing it. So that to me makes no sense. These mandates should be dropped just based on the effectiveness of the thing alone. To be mandating something that doesn't work is the definition of insanity. And you keep doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result. It doesn't seem to work. Then the safety issue is a whole other box of terror. So just based on the effectiveness, we should have ended this program long ago, but we don't. We continue to push forward as if nothing's happening.
We got Kathleen in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Welcome to the show. Hi, Kath. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Mr. Dowd. What I wanted to ask is what's strange happened to me this summer. I'm 64. I had all 3 shots. What happened was I lost so much blood. I only had 6.4 pints of blood in me. I knew I was sick. And number 2 was black. And I ended up thrown up in the ambulance, crossing ground like.
How'd you lose your blood pressure?
Well, strange things was never happened to me before. And we don't know. And I had all 3 shots, and all of a sudden, so I didn't have any company or nothing. Everybody's dead, I'm a widow.
Did you hemorrhage?
I don't go out. I have my groceries delivered. There's no way I had any contact. And I had the 3 shots. They came to the house and gave it to me. But to lose all that blood and only have 6.4 pints of blood in me.
When did you lose the blood, though? Over a period of time or in one gush? What happened?
I don't know, because it was like one day in June.
You just didn't have the blood in your system?
Right, I was sick. I was losing. I was not me. And I knew something was wrong. And then number 2 was black. That never happened before. And then when I called the doctor, and the secretary got the ambulance to come. While I was in the ambulance, I threw up in that bag, and it was like brown coffee ground.
I think your next book should be the different kinds of probabilities that have occurred with people who've been vaccinated.
Yeah, that's definitely a project we're working on. We're asking medical professionals that are suspicious to contact us. We're going to try to get that going. But that's a big project. Counting the bodies and the disabilities is that data is metadata, and this data that she's talking about is specific, and it's going to take some time. But there's indications that all sorts of illnesses and disabilities and strange things are picking up across the board globally, and it needs to be investigated. And unfortunately, I'm sure your doctor didn't, it was ABV, anything but the vaccine, he probably offered as an excuse. That's just because he doesn't know. So, am I a doctor? Can I tell you that it was a vaccine? No, but it's certainly suspicious.
It's, as we say, coincidental, which I don't believe in.
There are no such things as coincidences, George.
Exactly. You got that right. Yeah, the book came out on the 13th of December. How's it doing?
#1 in virology, immunology, and
Good for you. Well, after this show, it'll be even higher.
I thank you, George, for the opportunity, and I really appreciate you and your audience. But I will also say that it's currently ranked about 423 out of all 1 million for books on Amazon. So
That's good. That's pretty good without a lot of publicity. Ed, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Day.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today and Strangeness listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 Torrance police officers no longer work for the department. They were involved in a racist text scandal that included jokes about having gassed the Jews, urinating on a black man, and beating up a woman. 15 officers were placed on administrative leave after the texts were revealed last December. Orange County is canceling its public health emergency related to a spike in COVID-19, the flu, and RSV. Public health officials say the emergency was canceled only because of a change in federal policy that freed up additional resources and support. And you can't say American. At Stanford University, they released a list of forbidden words. African American, addicted, and brave also on the list. All in all, 150 words made this list. They say it's to get rid of harmful language. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 51 in Costa Mesa. Yorba Linda has 50. Long Beach has 52, and it's 48 in New Great Park. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
CSP still moving with a steady station on Highway 1 from the Springfield Blue area, northbound side of Highway 1 passing through Rockville, getting the block by the state of Jersey, traffic being right around on the southbound side. Up to Pyramid Lake in the State Freeway 5, southbound before Smoky Bear Road, in direct blocking the two right lane, and in the U-Haul Pass 5, southbound of the 14th, figures in a car in the right lane with the truck route. Stay fine, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mayor Bull.
If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Nazarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She had some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. And you can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Nazarkani can fix those problems too. Well, smile again, eat the food that you've missed. Now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Hey, Uline, the prevailing opinion is you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Mason, starring Malcolm McDowell.
Ew, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and the next chapter. This is the great in-between. A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640. See, it's politics. That's all it is. That's all we do. It's politics. There's no decision to be made. In a few minutes, I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to choose the men's room. That's a political decision. I may be accused of hyperbole, but how much? Bill handle. Not much. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. I'm sure you get a bunch of emails to handle your form. Okay, just to let you know, I agree with that, right? So you don't have to bother. Bill handle. Don't waste your time. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
Your candy-colored clown, we call the same. Tiptoe to mountain every night. Just as people started and it was seen. So to speak, everything is all around. I close my eyes. And I
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, psychic John Russell joins us with some Christmas ghost stories. Looking forward to that. And then, of course, in our last hour, we'll take questions, and we'll also do some readings on Coast to Coast. Well, this being Wednesday, the New Coast Insiders, 2 more programs that we grab out of the Art Bell Vault.
Yes, indeed. We've added 2 more classic programs. One from 2001, Art spoke with Peter Davenport from the UFO Reporting Agency. And then from 1995, Art discussed the Oklahoma City bombing with attorney Douglas Kalchek. This audio is classic audio. It's available for Coast Insiders. It's heard without interruption, which is really cool. It's on multiple platforms. All you need to do is become a Coast Insider. Make a great Christmas gift.
It sure will, and you can become a Coast Insider a couple ways. Just sign up at our website, coasttocoastam.com, or at the top of the homepage. Go to our free Coast app. You can do that. Click profile, subscriptions. Once you download the app, sign up that way. And you can also sign up if you are in Canada and worldwide. And the people who are insiders just love it.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
This is Buck. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have a provision. I've got 5 years of Coast to Coast program to play.
We're going to be back in a moment on Coast to Coast in just a moment, but to take final calls with Ed Dodge. But first, de-stress yourself.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I was just blown away from what it's done for me with energy and focus and clarity, and it's all natural. That's just maybe, and I was an inches off my weight. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are the gifts. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription. Just generally happy with myself.
I probably had an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives you energy, not only gives you the body benefit of the body, but it helps me with my mood, and you know what? It makes my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim. Refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
Tuesday, California, Northern California got hit with a 6.4 earthquake. A lot of folks still without power. It's so important to prepare yourself ahead of time before an earthquake such as that hits with a radio that works without power. Understanding your risk and preparing is the key here. C. Crane has a radio built for the surprise power outage, the CC Solar Observer. It's an AM and FM weather radio that will keep you informed during and after a powerless event. Does not require electricity. C-Crane's CC Solar Observer is a great radio to have on hand because it can be powered by the hand crank, the solar panel, or a common AA battery. It's got a built-in flashlight as well. It has the ability to charge a smartphone in a pinch as well. A dependable emergency radio with superior reception and audio is something everyone should have. The CC Solar Observer, a great choice for you. I highly recommend it. And this week, receive 3-day shipping for only $15 on all orders above $50. To order CC Solar Observer, this is what you do. Call C. Crane at 1-800-522-8863. They got people there now, as a matter of fact. 1-800-522-8863 or visit online at ccrane.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month for life. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story back with Ed Dowd. Our final segment. His book is called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022. Let's go back to the phones. Janice and Marley in Hawaii. Welcome to the program. Hi, Janice.
Yes, hello. Hello. I would like to inform the audience that I've been looking into this for a while from different medical sources on YouTube. And there's one, one broadcast that really stood out to me. It's called Foot-Long Blood Clot from mRNA. The pathologist, Dr. Ryan Cole, and this Dr. Kelly Victory. So there's two very well-researched medical professionals, medical doctors, that have been researching why people are dying
from the mRNA vaccine.
Have you looked much at that, Ed?
I know Dr. Ryan Cole, and I've been on Dr. Drew with Dr. Kelly Victory. And Dr. Ryan Cole is a brilliant doctor who noticed something strange going on in his practice early on, 2021. He runs a bunch of oncology labs where he gets, results from cancer screenings, and he saw a statistically significant increase in new cancers that he just didn't see prior to this. So that was his first inclination that, just like me, a pattern had changed, or the trend changed, and I told him when I saw him with Senator Ron Johnson that I likened him to a stock picker of doctors. He was able to see a trend. And of course, like me, he said, I didn't have enough data, but a trend is a trend, and I wanted to investigate it. So he's a great doctor, and he's really looking into what's causing the mechanism of action that are causing death and injuries. And he's one to stay on top of his watch. So I really respect him a lot.
Next up, Eric, truck driving in Indiana. Hello, Eric.
Hello, George. No, and I'm really glad that you're trying to be transparent with all this good information we have here. I had COVID for about a week, but I had it minorly. It was almost like the flu to me, because I've had the flu. And what I'm wondering is that back in the day when they had the Spanish flu, if they had a COVID test back here, wondering if they would, I was wondering if positive for COVID. Do you think it's a totally different thing, or do you think it's the flu?
Well, Eric, keep in mind Andrew Hoff, the epidemiologist, was on our program earlier this week. Talked about talked about how this was made in a laboratory in the United States, transported to Wuhan, China, where they were working on it, and he believes it got out accidentally. What do you think of that?
Well, what's interesting about that speculation is that, my partners and I at our hedge fund, we study demographics and macroeconomics, and my partner Carlos wrote a book that detailed demographically that China hit a population growth wall in 2020, coincidentally, and that had huge ramifications for their economy because of their population decline, the loss of the excess debt that they built up, can't be serviced, and they're experiencing what we call a minor economic collapse, or a major, according to many. And I just find it curious that they hit the demographic wall in 2020 when COVID appeared on the scene. So there are no coincidences, George.
That is exactly right. Mayat is with us in the city of New York. Hey, Mayat, go ahead.
Good morning, and season greetings to the beloved coach community. And thank you for your work. It's such a great program. I guess it's kind of a two-parter, and I'll listen over the air. The first part is, have you looked at the long COVID? I mean, I heard some programs where in the beginning, people were 100 plus 1,000 people were forming groups, and the deaths associated with it. And a point of clarification. I understand that the very idea of vaccine started in Africa, where a little bit of cow pus from the cow, and that's where the word "vac" comes from, which means cow, and then it was put into an injection. So the reason why they can pour a wool over our eyes so readily is because we must be precise in our language. So we need to say injection because of what it's an mRNA genetic manipulation, and we need to be clear. And the last part is I've heard people involved with the Great Flow. I've heard several guys Dr. Charles Malone, who created the mRNA, and backed away from what he created. And have you looked at, I've heard reports such as on Jeff Brady and other news, and he has a good archive, and other news, he's on WBAI. I've heard when it's warmed down, when the genetic manipulation is warmed down, the things swimming around very bizarre. Now listen over the air. hope you got all my questions and concerns. Thank you.
More like comments, Ed. Go ahead.
So let's use precise language. Dr. Malone and others and myself have said publicly that this is not a traditional vaccine as vaccines have been presented to us historically that George and I have taken without much problem. This is a mRNA experimental novel technology that is actually a therapeutic as per the new definition of what a vaccine has become per the CDC. So call it a vaccine as we knew it pre-COVID is a little deceptive propaganda in my estimation. So I've been calling these experimental mRNA inoculation therapeutics. That they're not a vaccine. And to your point on long COVID, is long COVID real? Yeah. Do they have a clinical definition for it yet? No. So it needs to be investigated, but I know doctors who are looking at ways to treat long COVID and vaccine injuries as well. So they're helping them together. I do think long COVID does exist, but it doesn't explain the tremendous uptick in mixture from young to old at 21 and 22 that continues to this day. And the young seem to be more adversely impacted than the old in terms of excess death at the moment.
Gordon in Plant City, Florida. Gordon, brace yourself for some cold weather coming your way.
Oh, yes, sir, it is. George, thanks for taking my call. Now, 79% of Americans are vaccinated, but only 58% of them got COVID. So the COVID vaccine, if you can call it that, had a 27% reduction rate. Now, it's not like a 99% reduction rate like the polio vaccine. So it's nowhere near as effective. And there are rumored side effects, but I took both Moderna, I took one Johnson, and I took one Pfizer. And I'm not sure if I'm going to take any more, but I seem to be doing all right. So there's definitely side effects. So I'm not trying to argue one way or the other, but I just want to throw this fact out and get your take on it.
Sure. So my children took the vaccine and they didn't have any side effects. It seems to be that there a couple things that went on. There were some hot lots that are being identified and tracked, meaning there was too much of the inoculant in them. There's also a lot of things going on with the storage. And if it isn't stored properly and it's sitting on the counter for too long, the mRNA lipid nanoparticle degrades. So you're not actually getting what was designed to create and mimic the spike protein in your body. So basically, a lot of people got stuck. So that's good news. The good news is that because it was rolled out so fast, it wasn't implemented as promptly as it should. A lot of training went by the wayside. A lot of people didn't take the files. They came inside those files, and if they didn't take them, all the sentiments and good, good or bad stuff depending upon your viewpoint, you settle at the bottom. So a lot of people just didn't get the stuff that was meant to create the spike protein. And some lots were hotter than others. So that seems to be what's going on, and that's why a lot of people were seemingly fine.
How can you get more data out of this, Ed, in order to really continue to back up your thoughts?
So we continue to monitor on an ongoing basis all the global excess deaths, Europe, UK, the United States. We looked with Germany as well, and we dropped Australia last week. We're going to do Canada. So we're going to continue to monitor that. We're going to continue to monitor disability. We're going to continue to look at other topics, the vaccine damage report. We're also starting a VAERS analysis with some of the people who are studying VAERS. And we're going to try to come up with correlations between the countries that are most vaccinated and excess deaths. We're looking at disabilities and correlation, and those should drop sometime either end of this month or in the beginning of January. So we continue to do our work, and the thesis, unfortunately, only gets stronger and stronger the more we peel the onion.
First time caller Chad is in Prescott, Arizona. Hi, Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, so just relating to some of the other callers, it was Edward Jenner in 1796 that actually created the vaccine from his milkmaid with cowpox, and he noticed that they were not getting smallpox because they already had the pustules, and he injected people with smallpox with the cowpox, and that's how that originated from. But I'm actually an epidemiologist here Prescott, Arizona, and the definition of this mRNA, as all your previous callers have said, is a genetic modifier and the spike proteins that associate with it. And all these other health consequences that we're seeing, it's actually creating an autoimmune response where people are going to start developing autoimmune diseases, disabilities, and so forth. My specialty is neuroscience, actually, for neuroimaging epidemiology, and I think that's one of the key underlying factors. These spike proteins, your body's supposed to recognize them and target them and adapt to them. However, the definition of an autoimmune disease is that spike protein.
What do you think of that?
At Senator Johnson's roundtable, a number of the doctors talked about this mechanism that it is producing an autoimmune response that kind of gets out of control, causes all sorts of different, presents differently in different disease formations. So there's definitely something going on with the spike protein. Dr. Malone early on in June of 2021 famously shared on the Dark Force podcast, and so it looked like the spike protein is toxic. And that was what started off this journey of discovery, because the establishment went out there so hard and so fast, it made it head to fit. So there's something to what this gentleman just said, and it's tragic, and it was designed not to do this, but it apparently does.
And where can people get your book, Cause Unknown?
They can go to Amazon and order it there. They can go to skyhorsepublishing.com and order it there. I don't know yet if it's going to be in bookstores, but hopefully it will at some point.
Will you give your regards to Tony Lyons for us at Skyhorse?
I will, and I want to thank you again for having me on tonight, George. I really appreciate you, the opportunity, and your audience.
What does your gut tell you about what's next for all of us?
My gut is this is unfortunately a cover-up. It's a cover-up involving local government, health authorities, and unfortunately the mainstream media seem to have received dollars to push the propaganda. So it's going to take, I think, a grind of awakening of the marginal mind, and the book was designed to be just that, to kind of convince your loved ones that don't really see eye to eye with you as to what might be going on. It's a primer designed to open up people's minds, and I think that the quicker the general population wakes up, the quicker this ends. And unfortunately, in classic frauds that I've seen, regulators come and save the day at the end, but the regulators are unfortunately compromised. So this is kind of just a grind. It's a battle of hearts and minds.
Yeah, I don't see any regulators coming to rush to do anything. Do you?
Well, unfortunately, the FDA has long ago been captured by big pharma. 75% of their revenues come from the fees that pharma companies pay to them on an annual basis. So this was an act that happened in the early 80s, and it wasn't as big of a percentage of their revenues. Now it's overwhelmed, and it's clearly what we call institutional rot and corruption that's slowly occurred over time.
All right, Ed, thank you again. Keep up the good work. We will be back in a moment as we talk about Christmas string stories next.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Whether you're in the news for your favorite radio station or getting lost inside a hit podcast, the iHeartRadio app gives you access to what you want to hear when you want to hear. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
It's great here, big news. Brand new whole page podcast, Zone 7 with Cheryl McCollum. You get to work a full page with investigator Cheryl McCollum, family members, detectives, trusted criminal justice pros who make up her quote Zone 7.
This ain't just a podcast trying to go to war with. Listen to us 7, the Terrible Column now on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
We just like to say Merry Christmas or whatever doesn't offend you. And a Happy New Year.
I was going through old postcards at a antique store, and a guy standing next to me didn't work there. He just says, "What are you looking for?" I feel like that, Ohio where my dad grew up, or maybe the valley where I grew up. He goes, "You want me to look through?" And my wife steps in between us, and she looks at him. She goes, "He doesn't like this kind of contact."
Jim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
I'd eaten at this Italian restaurant, and I had the most tremendous pain. I couldn't even drive myself to the emergency room. And so I get in, I'm in the fetal position in the back seat of my brother's car, and they rush me in, and I feel like I'm going to die. I can't breathe. I have tremendous pain. It felt like somebody shot me. So the doctor is pressing, and he's pressing, and he's pressing. He goes, "Does this hurt?" I said, "No." As he's pressing, and all of a sudden it goes,
The Jim Conway Jr. Show.
$300 bar.
Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Look, I'm not equating it to the mafia, but if you owe the mafia money, the one thing they want you to do is stay in touch with them. And it's the same thing with jury duty. As long as you're in touch with them and you need a little break here and there, and you call in and you write shit on stuff, they're cool with you. But the moment you try to avoid jury duty by not responding and all that stuff, that's when they get hit.
The Jim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Recruit is not improving. I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's been 36 days since a car plowed into LAPD recruit. Alejandro Martinez was the most severely injured of the group. He's still in a coma, listed in critical condition. His family held a prayer vigil outside the hospital.
I'm a person of faith, so we're all praying for it.
2 other recruits also remain hospitalized. 20-hour standoff in Lancaster with police is now over. A father led police on a high-speed pursuit, at one point firing at officers. He also held a gun to the head of his toddler son. The child is safe with relatives. The man arrested now facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. President Biden met with Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday. Zelensky asked for more military aid to speed up their defeat of Russia.
We Ukrainians will also go through our war of independence and freedom with dignity.
Pony rides at River Park are over. Pony rides have been there since 1948. The wait time to ride one of those ponies was 4 hours. Long cyclone blizzard headed for the East Coast is causing flight delays and cancellations. 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, more coming today. Airlines are now asking some passengers to reschedule their trip for after the storm. And you can't say American at Stanford University. They've released a list of forbidden words. African American, addicted, and brave are also on the list. All in all, there are 150 words on this list. They say the purpose is to get rid of harmful language. Match Factor heir Andrew Luster has been denied parole. Ventura County District Attorney's Office says Luster remains a threat to public safety and should stay behind bars. He was sentenced to 124 years in prison, later reduced to 50 for the drugging and rape of several women. Under Proposition 57, he's expected to be released in 4 years. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 47 in Westminster, 52 in La Habra, 50 in Pasadena, and 48 in Saugus. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
It's working exactly on the Emerald County Freeway. A 2-car crash, 14 fast on the 4 San Canyon Road, 2 right lanes are out of that accident. Over to the 605 freeway in Cerritos, another 2-car crash, 605 south on the 4 South Street. This road closing has taken out the number 3 lane close to right. Heading downtown LA. Then he's found past Central Highway, solo indirect targeted a pedestrian in the right lane. Can't find the sky up to get there faster. I'm Errol Brooks.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID boosters, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Hey, Mario Lopez here. Did you know addiction of stimulant drugs like meth or cocaine is a disease, not a choice? For getting help, however, is a choice you can make today. So, If you or a loved one has a stimulant use disorder or plexiglass treatment, choose Change California It's Help. Maybe change today and find a proven treatment option, including outpatient treatment programs, licensed residential facilities, or even virtual care at choosechangeca.org. Are you tired of undrinkable water? Are you fed up with your old-fashioned water softener and its constant upkeep? Well, you should be, because there's a far better 21st century solution. I'm talking about the Light Source whole house water system. Hey, y'all, it's Gene Sharp. Light Source brings delicious filtered water to every tap in your home. It eliminates the bad taste and the hard feel of chemicals like chlorine and other contaminants, and it reduces hard water problems. But unlike the softness, there is no salt. A whole house water system with zero maintenance, no filters to change, no salt to add, no monthly servicing. They install it, you forget about it. And right now, you can get the best deal of the year on a Light Source system. For a limited time, Light Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax, big savings. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source. Faith.
Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and bill payments for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Solaris is local and veteran owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expires 12/31/2022. CSLB number 978-152.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
How about somebody speak for the normal people? How about somebody tell the truth? Normal people don't want mental patients, drug addicts, and pedophiles sleeping in cars in front of their kids' schools. Why can't anyone say that out loud?
John and Jen, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Christmas time brings a lot of great things, and it also brings some scary, spooky things. And in a moment, psychic John Russell back with us, as we will talk about some things that have happened during the Christmas season. In our last hour of the program, you can ask him a question about some of the things we'll be talking about. Or if you want a reading, they'll just need a specific question from you. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. This new year, give yourself the gift of a great night's sleep with Casper. Get that long-wished-for mattress that will make your 2023 dreams come true. Choose the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress, which helps you sleep cooler, or the original Hybrid Casper's highest-rated mattress, but savings on sleep's must-haves. Don't drop the ball on these New Year's savings. Save up to $600 on mattresses and more at Casper.com or a store near you. Exclusive supply, see Casper.com/promo.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD, partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
This is your operating system talking, not your computers or your phones. It's your own internal human operating system. I'm feeling a little overloaded right about now. There's something you can do to ease my stress. Close your eyes. Or if you prefer, softly gaze at something in front of you. Now, inhale for 4 counts. Then exhale for 6. And for 4, out for 6. Repeat this for a few minutes, and you and I will start to feel more relaxed. If you want to ease the stress more long-term, please consider BetterHelp online therapy. They'll match us with a licensed therapist we connect with via video, phone, or online chat. Having a professional to talk to can make all the difference in the world in helping our mental well-being. And it's more affordable than in-person therapy. Visit BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow and save 10% on our first month. That's BetterHelp.com/room-to-grow. Wow, I feel better already.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you, John Russell back with us. Became aware of his psychic abilities at around the age of 6 years old. Started giving psychic readings to friends and families at about 15. By the age of 18, he was reading professionally. He eventually became internationally known and has more than 45 years of expertise as a professional psychic with a worldwide clientele. As a paranormal investigator, he has witnessed over 800 supernatural manifestations as well. He has several books out, including A Knock in the Attic, Writings with Ghosts, Angels, and Spirits of the Dead, and his websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And Merry Christmas, John. Good to have you back with us.
Merry Christmas, George. It's great to be back. I always love being with my Coast family.
They love you. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I've been very busy. A little bit tired as everybody is with the season, but other than that, can't complain.
Does your Christmas season bring out any special ghosts or strange stories?
You know, it does. I think that any holiday that we focus on and kind of raise our vibrations to and increase the energy thinking about it, whether it's Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, even New Year's, I think that we focus our energies more and become more aware of the paranormal possibilities, the spiritual possibilities around the holidays, just simply because we're more focused. And so that gives us a greater opportunity to have experiences.
So you think beyond the rest of the year, the holiday season, the Christmas season, is there a better time to communicate with the other side?
I think it is, simply because we focus more, we're more aware. Because, and especially during the Christmas season, we try and focus on the spiritual qualities of kindness, receptivity, giving, compassion, love, and we're focused on that Christmas story, the Christmas miracle, and the miracles that accompany Christmas, and the angels, and all of these things. And so we're expecting of that. We're hopeful about that. We're focused on that, and that creates a more receptive atmosphere for the other side to communicate more easily.
John, with the new folks who joined the team here, and they haven't heard you before, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Well, I became aware of my gift when I was about 6 years old, as you said. And around the age of 11, I started doing paranormal investigations. And the reason for that was I wanted to discover what was real and what wasn't, what worked and what didn't in the paranormal world, in the spiritual world. And as my gift developed, I began to do readings for friends and family. And then about the age of 18, I began to read professionally. And I've read now for 50 years. I've got as you said, I've got a worldwide clientele. I've got a couple of books out, and one of the works that I hope is going to be out around February, March this coming year. A little slow working on that because I've been so busy with my clients and everything, but that's kind of me in a nutshell.
Did your family, your parents encourage you?
My mother did. My mother was a believer, and her family had had a lot of paranormal experiences. And so it was just kind of status quo for me to come along and step into that. My father, on the other hand, was kind of I think, a closet believer. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He was a little bit
skeptical?
Yeah, a little skeptical, but a little bit scared of the paranormal. It was something that he couldn't control. It manifested whether he wanted it to or not. He couldn't explain it away, and I think it scared him a little bit.
John, did you ever have a bad paranormal experience yourself?
I haven't. In all these years, and during the introduction, you mentioned 800. I've had by now well over 1,000, and that's conservative. That's just kind of hitting the high point of 1,000 physical paranormal manifestations that have actually occurred on the physical realm. A lot of times others have witnessed them with me. We've recorded them, we've videoed them, we've photographed them, we've got them on audio, and never had anything negative, never had anything bad. I'm aware that there are people that say that they have, and I think some of that may be a misinterpretation of the event. Or, we're raised a certain way and to believe a certain way, and if anything happens outside of that paradigm that we can cause, then our knee-jerk reaction is it's satanic, it's evil, it's demonic, it's dangerous, whatever. And I think people default to that without understanding what's really going on in the spiritual realm.
John Russell with us, the psychic. We're going to talk about some Christmas events that have occurred this hour. Next hour, we'll take your calls, your readings with John, and all he'll need from you is a question. I'll tell him who you are, and you ask a specific question about just about anything, John?
Just about anything.
All right, perfect. Let's talk with you about some of these events that have occurred in your life. What's the story about the closet door that made a closing latching?
That was when I was a young child, and this was at Christmas time. We had the tree up, the presents front of the tree, and what a wonderful time. And my mother would go next door and visit with a friend of hers when we were there in the house. I felt comfortable with that. And she was right next door. I could run over and get her. I could call her. I knew how to use the phone to call the police if something happened or whatever. So I was okay being by myself. And so she was gone next door to visit, and I was alone in the house during the day. And I had a little spaceman toy, and I was flying him around, with my hand flying him around through the air through the house. So I started in the living room there and looked at the Christmas tree and all the presents. I was, joyful anticipation of opening those presents and getting the gifts. And so I was flying the spaceman. I was moving back through the dining room and the kitchen and around the corner into to my father's bedroom. And as I got close to it, I heard the closet door in his bedroom close and heard the latch click shut. Like when you push the door shut, the latch click shut. And I immediately ran next door and got my mother, and I said, there's somebody in the house. And so I explained to her what happened. So our neighbor was just, totally freaked out. It's like, oh my gosh, just call the police. And my mother said, no, I think I know what this is. Because this place, we're going to go over and check it out. If we're not back in 5 minutes, call the police or whatever. But I think I know what this is. So she said, I don't think there's anyone in the house. She said, I think that's just, a spirit communicating with you, manifesting stuff. And so we went into the house, checked everything out. Of course, nobody's there. And we looked in the closet, and she's like, it's okay. And explained to me that it was just a spirit communicating, manifesting. I was like, okay. So we closed the closet door, made sure it was shut. She said, are you okay for me to go back and visit with the neighbor? And I said, yeah, I'm outside. So she went in there and spooked me just a little bit. I can't say I was really frightened, but it's kind of a little bit unnerving. And so when she went back to visit the neighbor again, I said, okay, just to prove to myself I can do this and everything's good, I'm going to retrace my steps, fly my spaceman back there, and go back into the back part of the house to their bedroom again and prove to myself it's okay. So I got back there in the same spot I was before, and I heard the closet door closed and latched again. And I said, okay. I feel to myself, and I walked into there, and I grabbed the knob, and the door was completely shut. I grabbed the knob, and I opened up the door, and this overwhelming cold came out of that closet. It was like just having walked into a deep freeze or something. And it was like, wow, I was just overawed at this manifestation. And so I just kind of, in my own way at that young age, kind of greeted the spirit and said, well, okay, I guess I'll thank you for the manifestation. And I closed the closet door, made sure it was closed, and heard the last click. And as I was walking out of the room, I got out of the room and I heard the door close and latch again. So that was one of the Christmas experiences I had at a very young age.
Are you one of those guys, John, that can't sleep with your arm over your bed? Or do you pull it up?
No, I'm okay. I don't think there's any looking in that's going to get me or anything. I can sleep with my arm off the bed.
Friday night during the program, I'm going to devote the last 2 hours to Christmas miracle stories during open lines. You've had a few of those, don't you?
I do, yeah. One of the most amazing ones, and I write about this in my second book, Knocking the Attic, and I'll give you the highlights of it here. I had moved back to the family home, and so had my sister. We were both divorced, and we moved back home to help care for my mother, and it kind of gave us a soft place to fall after what we had been through, so we moved back into the old family home, and we had, it was all gas. It was a gas cook stove, a gas hot water heater. We had gas floor furnaces and gas space heaters. And during our entire lives, even as a young kid, my mother loved candles. And so especially at Christmas time, we'd light a lot of candles. And I kind of inherited that, I guess. I loved candles and loved incense. And so there was always some kind of flame going in the house, either through cooking or the space heater, we had candles going, all of this. And periodically we would smell a kind of funny odor, and we really couldn't identify it. We thought, well, maybe it was the plumbing leak under the house or this, that, the other, whatever. So all these years, periodically we would smell that odor, and we had all of this gas going constantly. And so one day I had come home, and it was late in the afternoon, but the sun was still out. It was a sunny day. It was cold, and it was right after Christmas. And I was watching the news, and sitting in my chair, and I had a very large bedroom there in the old house. This was where the closet door shut. That bedroom.
It was still in there.
Yeah, it was there, and it had become mine. So I was sitting there watching the news, and I had a gas wall heater going over in the bathroom. And I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and I didn't really pay much attention to it because the sun was shining through the bare branches and casting a pattern on my bed. And I thought, well, it's the sun making flickering through the branches, and didn't think much about it. And kept watching my news story. And then I kept seeing this flickering, and I looked over, and I looked at the bathroom, looked at the wall heater, which was lit. And on the inlet pipe, the gas inlet pipe into the wall heater, this tongue of flame about 6 feet long was out flickering like in the air. And I was like, oh my God. The house was fixing to blow sky high. So I went there and I looked at this, and I was like, this is insane. So I turned the gas heat off, turned the handle off, and the flame kept burning out of that.
It should have gone off instantly.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my God, I went and called the gas company. This was before cell phones. This was back when we still had landlines.
I thought you had a leak or something, huh?
Yeah, so I went and called the gas company. I said, what do I do? And they said, do you know where the gas meter is? And I said, yeah. And I said, do you ever arrange to go out and turn the gas off at the meter? So I got my wrench, ran outside, and of course it's cold as the dickens. So I turned the gas off at the meter, came back inside, and the flame went out, and then the heater, because all the gas was all coming out. So they said, we're sending an emergency crew out right away. So the emergency crew came out, spoke to the alley, the gas meter was out in the alley, by the alley. So they pulled up, and I told the guy what happened, and he was just kind of looking at me bug-eyed, and like, wow. So he gets out, and he has this handheld gas detector, and he turns it on, and the thing, the needle takes, and it squeals, and goes crazy, and he's like, what the heck? So he turns it off, turns it back on, and does it again, and he's like whacking it, what is wrong?
Yeah, like it's defective or something.
Like it's defective or something, and so we walk into the house, and he's like, oh my God, he said, can't you smell that? I said, what? He said, the gas odor is just overwhelming. He said, it's almost instantly giving me a headache, and I can smell it. And so he said, get doors and windows open. So we were opening the doors, opening the windows, and trying to air everything out. And I told him that near the bathroom, the hole that had developed in the inlet pipe, the flame was coming out. And he just shook his head, and about this time another truck pulled up, and so we walked outside, and the guy was telling him what had happened, and the technician goes, how badly was he injured? How badly was he burned? And he said he wasn't, this was him right here, and the guy said no. And so they examined everything and looked at everything, and this was a gas meter, and finally the guy understood. He said, my gas meter is not defective. He said, the gas meter is leaking. The line from the gas meter into the house is leaking.
Oh my God, could have blown up on you.
Yeah, every appliance in the house is leaking, and it has been this way for years. And so the guy said, we have to pull the meter, put a new meter in. You're going to have the plumber come out and check these lines and so on and so forth. So we spent the night without heat. It was just cold as everything. And so one of the people from the gas company looked at me and he said, this is a Christmas miracle. He said, it's a little after Christmas, but you'd have gotten a Christmas miracle. He said, this whole property shouldn't even be here.
Should have blown up.
He said, you should have blown sky high years ago. He said, I can't understand how this is still standing and how y'all are still alive. He said, you received a Christmas miracle. We didn't know the extent of it. So the plumber came out the next day, and they have a procedure where they pump up air, they get air pressure pumped up and release it into the lines and see, it's kind of like a blood pressure meter, and see how fast this indicator falls. It shows the leak. And they said that when they pump the air up, pressure up, and then release it into the line, the indicator immediately plummeted down to zero. And they said that like the gas and the guy had said, the meter leaked, the gas line into the house leaked, and between that and in the house, they found 17 major leaks. 17. And they said the same thing. They said, you should have been blown sky high a long time ago. This neighborhood shouldn't even be here. There should be a crater here the size of an asteroid impact. And so that was a Christmas miracle for us. We understood that our guardian angels had literally kept us safe and protected us all those years through all those major gas leaks.
And they put that sulfur smell in gas, because natural gas is odorless. So they put that smell in there, so you know there's gas in it. You could never smell that.
Just periodic. I guess we got accustomed to it over the years, and it was like when the gas technician was there, he was like, can't you smell that? And I was like, well, not really. It was like, so I guess over the years we had just got accustomed to it.
That is amazing. We're going to take a break in a couple minutes, John. We'll come back and talk about more stories during the holiday season. A Knock in the Attic, can people still get that book?
Yeah, they can get my first book and my second book anywhere. Online, where books are sold, Amazon, Books and Noggin, Barnes and Noble, a lot of mom and pop bookstores online, all still available.
You had fun writing that book, didn't you?
I had a lot of fun writing both of those books. I'm having fun writing the third one. It's just exciting to be able to communicate these things to people and to let people know the reality of the spiritual realm with which we can interact and, like in my case, receive life-saving protection.
Will you get back to Lisa when that third book is done? Because we want to get you back on when it comes out.
Absolutely.
And what's your best guess on that one?
Hoping by the end of February.
Super. And your websites, I've got a couple. Do you have a preference?
JohnRussell.net. If people want to get a reading, find out more about me, they can go to JohnRussell.net. If they want to find out more about the book, like I say, you can look at Amazon, enter the title, Writing with Ghost Angels or Spirits of the Dead, or A Knock at the Attic, and each book has its own website as well. You can go to writingwithghosts.net or aknockintheattic.net.
We'll be back in a moment with John Russell. We're going to talk more about Christmas stories, miracle stories, haunted stories. In our last hour of the program, of course, we will open up the phone lines for you to ask him a question about yourself, and they'll give you a reading.
If you're feeling lost, not by your radio, grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 sworn police officers no longer work for the department. They were involved in a racist text scandal that included jokes about having gassed the Jews, urinating on a black man, and beating up a woman. 15 officers were placed on administrative leave after the texts were revealed last December. Orange County canceling its public health emergency related to the spike in COVID-19, the flu, and RSV cases. Public health officials say the emergency was canceled because of the change in federal policy that freed up additional resources, not because respiratory illness is fading. Another high-speed pursuit in L.A. started in East Los Angeles, ended in Montebello. The driver taunted police, stopping and starting his car several times. Police launched spike strips, suspect arrested. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 51 in Brea. Grand Park is 48, it's 47 in Carson, and 53 in West Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
Looks like there's a fatal accident on the Santa Monica Freeway from downtown LA. It's 10 eastbound at San Diego Street, target. The pedestrian, the 2 right lanes are roped out past East San Diego Street off time. Fatal crash also on the 6-8 highway in the 22 area. Highway 1 northbound past Magoo Rocha, 2 northbound lanes are blocked. Traffic being routed around to the southbound lanes. KFI and Sky Health gets you there faster. I'm Aaron Bull.
Yes, it's just me reminding you that there's just a few days left to shop for me. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
For you and you and you and you. Toronto is made for everybody.
Number 4.
Sports and big TV. Drinks, games, your friends. It's the most wonderful time of the year at the most wonderful place for it all. Toronto.
3.
Our totally 80th New Year's Eve celebration is going to be awesome. Totally awesome.
Number 2.
Countdown to 2023. You can earn up to $100 in free slot play playing slots with the reward card the 26th through the 30th.
And the number 1 reason.
Give yourself the gift of good times. Book your holiday stay with us at MorongoCasinoResort.com now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times for everybody.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you. And yet, I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join us to start a podcast that's reserved from iHeart. you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say. And I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Hit page to talk. KFI AM 640.
Like an awkward 8th grade lucky dance. So no, it really happened. You're sold out. If somebody asks you to dance, you dance.
Johnny Dance weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
911 system is totally broken. You call, you're on hold. You get a recording saying the first available operator will get to you. People call 911 and they ask for recipes for cornbread. And what's even worse, the 911 operator is
Mornings from 6 to 10 on
voting for all this. Now, when you're going to move to a state where there's far less of these progressive black jobs, you say, wow, the place is better here.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
This was not necessarily always the case, especially in the past. Like concepts that very often come from religion, in addition to economic and political reasons for this, another reason often lies in the fact that like concepts that John Connie is born Christian. There's also a community like I'm very interested in simply
Once upon a time, moonlight in her eyes. And said she loved me so. But that was once upon a time. Once upon a
From somewhere below the earth, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie on Premier Network.
Well, if you want to converse with someone over the holidays, sign up for ParanormalDate.com. 845 people try of 148,000 signed up members now at ParanormalDate.com. And in the holidays, maybe you want someone a bit more mature, well, you can head over to ParanormalDate.com/seniors and those are people that are 60 plus and think like you do. So meet them, converse with them, do anything you want. ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Stay strong and build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. See Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body heal itself appropriately. Stem cell is a cell where you need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stent and adaptive stem together, supporting the body to be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking an adaptive stem cell in the stem?
The immune system is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put adaptive stem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift relax is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-56-POP. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Something about you. Just recent opulence and greater money order for me. Come with a gaudy construction and luxurious lifestyle. In his younger years,
On the holidays, it's easy to get wrapped up in the spirit of giving, except you might actually be giving away a lot more than you mean to. This time of year, we all tend to do things online like browsing, sharing, and shopping for gifts and travel. But more online time can also mean that more of your personal info is out there getting exposed. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity during the holiday season and all year round. And if you ever become a victim of identity theft, the dedicated U.S.-based identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock by Norton, you've got identity theft protection all wrapped up, unlike the pile of presents you probably got sitting in your closet. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes quick and easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $16 a month for life. Never worry about dropped costs. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
So at this point, you're starting to first mission like Con. Marco was to travel to a place called Canada, a journey of 6 months. Now, for this mission, Marco studied how the con reacted to his other agents. And here, Marco's astute observational skills will help him out tremendously. He says that he noticed that the con...
And welcome back to Coast, George Boy with you along with John Russell, our psychic friend, and we're going to take calls next hour, reviews or questions about the psychic world. And we're talking about holiday magic events and holiday mysteries, and it's quite a great time of year, John, isn't it?
It's a wonderful time of year, and I wish we could maintain that spirit of compassion and love and miraculous expectation. I wish we could stretch that out all year long and not just focus on the month of December, but keep that spirit the entire year.
It's been a strange year, hasn't it?
Oh man, we've had a strange couple of years. It's been a year and a half now. Yeah, and I think that what we need during the holiday season this year especially, we have to realize that we have within ourselves the power to connect with something positive, uplifting, enlightening, compassionate, and healing. And that's what we have to focus on instead of the steady dive of negativity that we're fed to the news sources and everything else. It's up to us to challenge that and to change that. I had a friend of yours and mine, Pat Hopkins. Yeah, she's started a thing where every Wednesday at noon, wherever you are at noon your time, that every Wednesday you stop and pray for as long as you can, for as much time as you have.
Now, we do that, John, on Fridays for people. How about that?
So, and what we're doing is trying to pray for humanity at large, not just for our immediate needs, but for all of our needs, because, what happens on one side of the planet affects this side of the planet. What happens to someone somewhere else goes out into the psychic atmosphere, the spiritual atmosphere, and eventually affects us in some way, whether it's emotionally or psychologically or physically or whatever. So we're all in this together, and we need to do everything we can to fix this thing, to make the earth a better place to live, and to focus on compassion and ending wars and justice and peace and harmony. And the more that we'll focus on that, pray for that, realize that we we can make these changes if we'll focus on the power and energy behind it and not give up, be consistent with it.
Absolutely. You had a story about a hand on your shoulder. What was that all about?
That was an amazing thing. I had been involved in spiritual work for so long, and I had seen so many people that did everything that they could, and they still fell ill or died or had all these severe problems. And these are all the things that the people involved in spiritual work with and try and overcome and try and help people with and try and help people overcome. And I had just gotten so frustrated that it seemed like I couldn't make the difference that I wanted to, and it seemed like that people tried their best and still failed, still fell sick, still died, still had problems, and people were seeking and striving for answers. And at the time, I just didn't feel like I had the way to put all that together, and I just got tired of it, and I walked away from it. I walked away from all spiritual work, and I went out. I drove my car out, and this was during Christmas season again. And it was a cold, clear night, and I drove my car out way out on the highway, way out in the country. And I got out, and I looked at the starry sky, and I said, give me an answer now. Show me something now. And I shook my fist at the sky, literally. I was just so mad and so upset and so tired and so disgusted. And nothing happened. And I said, yeah, I thought so. And I drove back home, and it was maybe a week or two later. I was lying in bed at night asleep. And I woke up, and I was wide awake. I could move my eyes, look around the room, but I couldn't move my body. I was totally paralyzed. And I was laying, facing away from the side of the bed toward my bathroom where the entity was. And they laid a hand on my shoulder very firmly. I could physically feel it, just like somebody was standing there in the flesh. And I gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze. I felt this tremendous love and compassion communicated through the squeeze, and it was like, we get you, we understand your frustration, but don't walk away from the gift, and don't walk away from helping others. Come back to this and walk in the light that you have, and you'll get some more along the way. And then the hand released its grip, and then I could move. And I turned over, and of course there was no one there, but that was a really powerful and defining moment for me. That the other side would come to me and give me that loving caress and say, hey, we understand, we got your frustrations, we get it, but we're here, come back to the practice, come back to your gift, and walk in the light that you have, and you'll get more.
Do these things happen to you often, John?
Nearly daily. Wow. Yeah, it's just an amazing life. And, other people that are around me, they will experience these things. And a lot of times I will kind of activate things that remain in the psychic and in the spiritual atmosphere and continue to manifest physically after I'm no longer there, like when we shot the TV ballot from the History Channel. The places that I investigated, then they sent reenactment crews back to those spots to see the historical aspects of things. And my producer told me that while they were filming in places where I had been, that they would see objects move on their own, like things would move 4, 5, 6 inches out of the things like that. So where I had activated things during the paranormal investigation, that energy remained active for quite some time.
John, what's the story of when you sent a ghost to a friend of yours? Nice guy, John.
I had met this woman, and we were initially thinking it was going to be a romantic connection, and it wasn't. She was a great person, and she liked me. I liked her, but there was just no romantic spark there, and so we became very good friends. And again, during the Christmas season, as a matter of fact, it was New Year's Eve, and we had met for a drink. And it was really early. It was about, I guess, 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that. And she said, what are you going to do what are you going to do tonight? And I said, I'm going to go to bed and sleep. She goes, really? Seriously? I said, yeah, the New Year will be there tomorrow. I said, what are you doing? Go to sleep. I said, what are you doing? She said, well, I'm going to a friend's house. We're going to open up a bottle of wine and, coach the older one out, and he went in and visit and have fun and everything else. Oh, that sounds delightful. So I had a good time. So she got up to go and kissed me on the cheek, and we hugged, and I said, you know what? She said, what? I said, I'm going to send a ghost home with you. And she laughed, and she knew what I did, and she believed in what I did. She believed in the experience of her own and everything, but she laughed, and I said, no, seriously, I'm going to send a ghost home with you. She's like, yeah, okay, whatever. So we said goodnight. So I went home, went to sleep, and of course at night I turned my phones off and everything else because people call all hours of the night and everything else. And, so I got up the next morning and turned on my computer, and I had this email from her. She was like, check your message. It was like all these exclamation points and everything. So I got my phone message, and she was like, oh my God, she was telling me all this stuff that happened later in the day that we talked. So what had happened was, after she left, she went to her friend's house, and there was several of her girlfriends were there, and they were sitting in the kitchen drinking wine. Now this was the winter, so it's cold. Everything's closed up. There's no grass, nothing open or anything like that. So those wire hanging fruit baskets that come in 3 segments. One of those was hanging there in the kitchen. And she said, out of the corner of her eyes, she looks at the thing and it starts moving. It starts swinging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And she's like, oh my gosh. And so she, tries to ignore it. And so finally, one of the other women there sees it and she goes, what the world's happening with this thing? And everybody looks in the basket and eating back and forth. So the lady gets up and says, well, this is weird. So she grabs it and stops it. And as soon as she puts it down, it immediately starts swinging again. And she said, by now, it's like getting, the arc is like getting a foot or two. It's like swinging out wildly. And everybody's like, what in God's name? What is happening? And she goes, it's John and his stupid ghost. And they're like, what? And she tells them that I was going to send a ghost with her. And she'd have evidence that there was some ghost with her. And so they stopped the basket. They were laughing. So she was telling them about me, and they were discussing things. And the basket started going again. So that was the time I sent a ghost home with people. And I've done that to some other people. And I had a buddy of mine, coincidentally, I think this was around Christmas time as well. I told him, I'm going to send some energy to you or send a ghost to you. There's going to be a manifestation you cannot ignore. So this guy was a little skeptical. He'd experienced a lot of things with him, but he was still a little skeptical. So he was like, yeah, whatever. So he had a house that they had lived in that he kept for his office, basically. And then the other residence was a few doors down. And so he called me and said that when he had, after I said that I was going to send something to him, he came to his office, the house that served as his office the next day, and unlocked it and came in and was in the kitchen making some coffee and looked over in the refrigerator had been moved out a good foot away from the wall. He said, okay, you can stop now. I leave.
Now, you've got a great story about a trailer ball that slid off the shelf. Those things are heavy, aren't they?
Those are really, really heavy. And this was during the Christmas season, and my daughter was with me. We were shopping. And this was at a Walmart store, as a matter of fact. And I got all these trailer balls in the packaging lined up on the shelf. And he was off looking at something, and all of a sudden the ball starts sliding forward just slowly by itself, moving towards the edge of the shelf. And I yelled at my daughter and said, look, come look at this, come look at this. And she came and looked, we watched, I said, oh my God, it's going to fall off on the floor. And we ran over there, and I caught it just as it slid off the shelf. So, and I told her, I said, and she has a little bit of a gift, but I think she's always kind of been a little scared of it. And I told her when she came, I said, they're going to give you signs that they're with us, that they're with you. And there's going to be things you're going to see that you can't deny, you can't ignore. And that was certainly one of them.
Absolutely. Now, also, you talk about the holiday season. How do you extend that joyousness for the rest of the year? It's not that easy, is it?
It's not easy at all because, we have a lot of things to contend with in the world. We have a lot of things to contend with in our personal life. And what's been impressed upon me lately from the spiritual realm, the guidance I've got, is that we have to make, every day, we have to make a conscious effort to focus on and to manifest all the positivity that we can. And we have to, and that's not to deny reality, it's just simply that we have to focus on working to change that reality, and there's several ways you can do that. And we have to develop an attitude of mindfulness, of gratefulness, being grateful for what else that we do have, for what we have materially, the relationships that we have. And we have to make a conscious choice to continue that compassion, that hope, that belief, that love that we all manifest around Christmas time, that we all hope for, and that attitude of expecting the miraculous or hoping for the miraculous. We have to focus on that every single day and draw that out through the entire year and not just make it a seasonal thing, but it's something that we need to be mindful of every day. And we have to check ourselves during the day as we go through the day, because we find ourselves slipping into negative habits or negative patterns or wrongful thinking, harmful thinking, or indulging in behaviors that are not the best for us. And we have to remind ourselves, hey, at this moment, am I doing everything I can to feel good, to connect with the other side, to make a positive difference in my life and the lives of others, and just experience joy, just experience compassion, and to manifest love and compassion, and to exhibit that to others. Am I taking 5 minutes here and there to pray during the day or to connect with the other side and ask for guidance and ask for the betterment of mankind? We have to do that. We have to extend that. And it's a conscious effort.
Tell us about these tall megalithic beams that popped up on you.
Oh, this is really wild. I was riding my motorcycle and I turned on this country road, and as I made the turn, I looked in my rearview mirrors, as I always do, and there was this tall, thin, maybe 12, 14 feet tall, it was very, very tall, black, like a monolith, like the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey, but very tall, very thin, and it had appeared behind me in the roadway where I had just turned, and of course there was nothing there, and I saw this in my rearview mirror, and I got the distinct impression that it was a being of some type of intelligence or some type of entity, and the message that it seemed to convey to me was, hey, we just want you to know that we're watching you, we're watching over you, we're protecting you, we're guiding you. And I wanted to turn around and go back, and all of a sudden there was this oncoming traffic that asked me to turn around and go back and try and see this, and then as I looked back in the mirror, it was gone. And interestingly enough, I was talking to a client the other day, and they made mention that they had experienced seeing such an entity, such a being. And since then, a few people I've talked to that have seen these very tall, thin.
What do you think they want you?
I think that they are kind of here to just for that purpose, to say, hey, we're here, we're watching over you. Open up your eyes and connect with the guidance that's available on the other side, and realize that these beings, these intelligences, our guardian angels, spirit guides, are around us 24 hours a day, every day, and we need to open up our eyes and realize that, connect with that, ask for that guidance, ask for that help.
John, we're going to come back in a moment and take phone calls in our final hour with you, readings with you. Just give us a question directly to John and he'll run with it. We're going to chat with him about a few other things when we come back on Coast to Coast AM.
To find out more about tonight's guest, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Just as they've done before. So, in the heart of where we are going to family, someone told me that this approach that calls for this time, that journey was in 1977. My parents started it with a German geographer. This approach was not one long, continuous road. It was a series of Spanish streams that spanned the coast and the Pacific Ocean. Section of the journey from
the best way to get into trouble and cause a ruckus is to tell the truth. You know firsthand. You actually don't get much trouble for making things up. You get in trouble when you tell the truth. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Did you know 60 ounce gallons can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny bits can huge water. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
Don't miss another holiday party, dinner, or family celebration because you're embarrassed by your teeth. It's time you did something for yourself. Give yourself the gift of a happier life. Call 4M Dental Implant Center today and celebrate the holidays the way you're supposed to. Smiling and laughing with good friends and family, sharing good cheer. Go ahead, you deserve it. Do it for you, for life, and for a lifetime of joyous holiday season. Call today and we'll give you the gift of a free exam, x-rays, and CAT scan. Plus, we offer easy financing and, as an added stocking stuffer, we'll pay your interest for 1 full year. 'Tis the season to be smiling at 4M Dental Implant Center. Call 800-4M Dental now.
This holiday season, 12 strangers, 12 tales, 12 ghosts. A fiction podcast from me, Aaron Mason, starring Malcolm McDowell.
Oh, this is the afterlife.
This is the liminal space between life and chapter. This is the great in-between.
A chilling new collection of stories presented in immersive 3D audio starting December 14th, ending on Christmas Day. Listen to 12 Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. With the iHeartRadio app, you get KFI anywhere, even at the North Pole. Yeah, we have all to listen. Please don't miss the smart ones. Anyway.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Layla Mohammed.
Oh, I feel so much love this morning at Ozark 30. One sip in of coffee, Alex. One sip, but it's okay. Yes, this is Layla, I know. Not Jen, then it's somewhere to sleep, enjoying her bed or pillows. They got me in here. I said, holiday time, they bring in the C&D list. I'm not even on the list. They're like, what's that girl's name? Who tells the news for Gary and Shannon? Yeah, see if she can fill in for 10 in the morning. I'm here. Oh, it's going to be one of those mornings. Yes, they burnt me loose. Yes. Good morning. This is your wake-up call. It's Thursday, December 22nd. People are driving crazy. I thought by now the roads in LA would be less crowded. Now, especially Saturday. No, I remember pre-pandemic, okay, so I moved here 1 year before the pandemic to this area. We call the Los Angeles area if you were listening somewhere else. Okay. So I moved here and I noticed like the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks of December, all the jobs are empty. Now people are going somewhere else. They're going on vacation. The kids are out of school. These folks are still here. I sat in traffic yesterday, 45 minutes going home, as if it were, September. So I'm discouraged about people still lingering. Go somewhere else so we can enjoy, a smooth ride on the 405 or the 101 or something. And they're out here and they're mad. They're gripping the steering wheel, the speed limit, they're swerving, you can't make eye contact. You know how people get real mad on the road, so you have to just sit there and, deal with it. But anyway, and that's my problem. It is Thursday, December 22nd. I'm Layla Muhammad in for Jennifer Jones-Lee. So, here are some of the big stories we're following this morning. The mayor of Long Beach has asked the city manager to go ahead and move ahead with a homeless emergency plan, one that's similar to the one that Mayor Bass rolled out in LA recently. Arizona's governor has agreed to remove some of the shipping containers he ordered placed along that border wall with Mexico to fill in the gaps in the border wall. And then, of course, time is running out for Congress to pass that $1.7 trillion funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. At 5:05, we're talking about Ukraine's president and his visit to Washington yesterday. He took his first international trip since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so we're going to talk with Karen Travers, ABC, coming up. She's going to detail what President Zelensky discussed in his meeting with President Biden and his address to Congress. We get started with some news. All right, let's do this. Tyler and Alex will say yes. All right, let's start with the headlines. Coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom, at least one person has been killed. This happened this morning. This was in an accident on the 210 freeway in the Lake Terrace area that involved half a dozen vehicles. One person was trapped inside a car overnight and was rescued. A big rig was on its side. Investigators in Downey are trying to figure out what caused an apartment fire that killed a woman and her 12-year-old daughter. Fire Captain George Villanueva says they were forced. They found a bathroom. They were found in a bathroom sleeping late Tuesday night.
Crews that found them stated that they were unconscious on the second floor, and it took multiple crews to bring both victims down the stairs.
The mother died at the scene, the daughter at the hospital. An older woman was also found in the home, taken to the hospital. Investigators say it looks like the fire may have started in the garage and then spread to the apartment. A councilman in San Clemente has suffered a concussion and multiple face lacerations while defending his wife to accused skateboarder.
The attacker struck me multiple times in the head with the skateboard.
Councilman Gene James says his wife was trying to record the scene causing trouble in their neighborhood when the skateboarder tried to attack her.
Some acts of violence at one's home strikes at the heart of the dignity and sanctity of home. Our family's emotional scars will be forever.
OC Sheriff Sergeant Scott Siley says the team was booked for threatening great bodily injuries, but also
assault with a deadly weapon, as well as elder abuse.
James was able to hold the team Monday until deputies arrived. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And more than 100 street food vendors have been shut down in Santa Ana following complaints of food not fit for human consumption. Mayor Valerie Amesqua says her family got sick after eating something odd in the tacos.
There's no area to wash the hands, no area to use the restroom. There's an ADA violation for blocking sidewalks. I am 100% behind businesses, but as long as we are following the law.
Amesqua says none of the vendors shut down during the 6-week operation had the state-required permit. Health officials say people should start checking with those health permits, making sure they're displayed before they're eating something from street vendors. Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. She'll have more on Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House yesterday. He asked for more aid to help protect his country from the Russian invasion. But right now, let's check your drive this morning in downtown LA on the 10 with Nick. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Good to hear you. Taking on the drivers, folks making their way on the eastbound side at Central. It's an ongoing issue. Two right lanes blocked, also 10 Peter Street off-ramp from the 10 eastbound is off limits, and that is causing some early morning delays heading eastbound on the Dennis State Bridge downtown LA. Then update on the summer, anything else going down your drive down to 15 or something. Keywords is a KFI traffic. I'm usually heading for you on the eastbound side of the 60. Nothing being reported in lanes in week at the moment. And you're making the eastbound 60 from, let's say about Atlantic. It does loosen up for you to make your way past Wilcox as they're making your way through the Monticello rotation area. Then update on the problem again or anything else, slowing down your drive. Just for yourself on keywords KFI traffic. Getting down to the Riverside and Corona areas, heading to the Inland Empire westbound side of the 91. As you make way to Orange County, looking about 22 to 25 minutes for your drive. Downtown Riverside continuing through Anaheim and Fullerton and make way towards the 5. And also looking at your drive as you come up through the high desert on the southbound side of the 15-minute smidgen slowing for you here and there. Out of this area, flying away from Ranchero Road, and I'll be passing through drive through the Cone Path, continuing toward about Lakehorn. KFI in the channel gets there faster. I'm Nick Polio.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, right now it is 5:07, and we're going to say hello and good morning to ABC, Karen Travers. Talking about Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House yesterday. Karen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. You know what? I said at the top of the show, I don't know. You're not really awake. Are you awake yet? It is 8 o'clock your time.
It was a long day yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, a lot of coffee.
Yeah, let's get right to it, though. So I felt like I was surprised that this visit happened. I think at some point there was some talk about it may not even happen, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of caveats to the trip, even from the White House, just saying, like, this is happening, but of course, security dependent, because if there were any reasons, not, if any security issues that would pop up, then they would take the trip off. But it went without a hitch. And this is a big day in Washington to have President Zelensky leading Ukraine for the first time since Russia invaded 300 days ago. I think that's something that people might not realize, that he hasn't left his country. He is often seen doing speeches, he talks to world leaders through virtual appearances at summits, he made that virtual address to Congress, but he hasn't left Ukraine. So this is a big deal, and he was at the White House yesterday for a series of meetings and a press conference, and then at the Capitol Hill for that historic address to Congress. So notable to even pull off a visit like this, and of course that came together very quickly with a big, significant amount of security yesterday in Washington.
I can imagine that. Let's talk about the conversation. So first, we saw that he sat down with President Biden in the White House, and then later that evening, they have a press conference after that, and then later that evening they have that address to Congress. Talk about sort of, President Zelensky's appeal to President Biden and Congress for more aid.
Yeah, it was a similar message, a two-part thing of essentially thank you so much to the president, to Congress, to the American people. I thought it was notable that Zelensky went to great lengths in both at the White House and Capitol Hill to say thank you to Americans for American taxpayer money for sending it to his country. Because, we were saying it's not just the military that's getting this. It's ordinary Ukrainians who are getting it too. It's the government that's getting the money to stay up and running, to do basic government functions. It's money to keep lights on, turn lights back on, so people have heat and electricity in Ukraine. And it was also a plea to keep funding coming. I think it was important when you heard him say, this money is not charity, it's an investment in global security and democracy that he says we handle in the most responsible way. And he had a warning. He said that if Russia isn't stopped now, he said it's only a matter of time before they strike against your other allies, that this is now the time to stop Russian aggression, because if Ukraine were to fall, what would Russia do next? So, a warning, a thank you, and a plea to keep the aid coming into the new year.
And touching on Russia before I let you go, any response on that one, because I know President Biden was defending the move to send that Patriot missile and defense system to Ukraine. Any response from Russia as seeing this meeting or seeing the defense system over there as exploratory?
Yeah, the response from Russia has been, a surprise, just saying that, America is continuing down a path toward a de facto and indirect war with Russia, and still kind of keeping up the, we're going to continue doing what we are doing in Ukraine.
All right, ABC here in Travel, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. If I don't talk to you before the holidays, happy holidays.
Thank you very much. And hope you get some time off.
I will not, but thank you. Talk to you later. Bye. Well, let's talk a little bit more, about that meeting from Washington with President Zelensky. Eric Karen talked about that, the address to Congress and the American people thanking them for their continued financial and military support to defeat Russia. Zelensky also asked for more support from the U.S., saying next year will be a turning point. I know it's the point when Ukrainian courage and American resolve must guarantee the future of our common freedom, the freedom of people to stand for their values. To tell lawmakers, Russia's tyranny has lost control over Ukraine, and despite all odds, the country is alive and kicking. At the end of the speech, he handed Vice President Harris and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi a Ukrainian flag signed by frontline troops from Ukraine. Zelensky also met privately yesterday with President Biden and Secretary of State Square. Meanwhile, Russian workers have been tearing down bombed-out buildings and hauling away debris in the captured Ukrainian city of Mariupol. Russian soldiers, builders, administrators, and doctors have been replacing the thousands of Ukrainians who have died or left. The Associated Press says it's found more than 10,000 new graves in Mariupol. Well, time is running out for Congress to pass A $1.7 trillion funding will go to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers have so far been unable to reach an agreement on amendments to the bill, which includes billions of dollars in more aid to Ukraine. Lawmakers do have until midnight tomorrow to pass that funding bill. And back here in LA, homeless people across LA will be offered motel rooms to stay in.
The rooms will be offered to people at the most troublesome camps under Mayor Karen Bass's new plan.
People should not be left to live and die on the streets because the city isn't giving them some place to go.
Bass says the plan will allow people to stay in the rooms until they're offered alternative housing. Bass announced the plan yesterday. She says she plans to house more than 17,000 people in her first year in LA. Blake Crowley, KFIU.
And the mayor of Long Beach has asked the city manager to move ahead with a homeless emergency plan model after the one in LA. The mayor wants that declaration before the city council at its meeting on January 10th. A no-burn order has been put in place again in SoCal. The South Coast Air Quality Management District extended a mandatory prohibition on indoor and outdoor wood burning due to high air pollution in the area. That is in effect until at least 11:59 p.m. We're talking about tonight. It affects those in the non-desert portions of LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, and all of Orange County. Okay, we have a lot to get to this morning. We are going to talk about an important message from the FBI for parents. If you're listening, kids are out of school right now. They may be spending more time on social media. There is a crime that is targeting children and teens. And our friend ABC Brad Gary is going to join us with some important information for parents to look out for and how to report these crimes. Right now, let's get a check of your drive from the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center. Let's go places. Oh, Nick, you're so sweet. For my energy is great. This is hot bacon until you make it next. I got this old raggedy cup of coffee from home. Look at that. But I need more of this. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm doing amazing, and it's good to be here, Layla. You're doing a great job.
Oh, I appreciate you, friend. Well, let's talk about this slow-moving traffic in East LA on the 50th.
Absolutely. In fact, if you're heading to this area of town, it's going to be busy for you 60 eastbound right now. Looking at the maps from Atlantic and Jamaica for Wilcox, nothing reported in lanes there. Maybe overnight south lanes could recommend stopping overnight and early morning hours. So again, if you haven't updated on this now, just continue yourself on keyword is KFI traffic. You will definitely see those delays. Ongoing issues for you as you make your way through downtown LA on the eastbound side of the same Santa Monica Freeway at Central. It's a left as the two-right lanes set down along the San Pedro State off-ramp from the Kennedy being off limits. And that's definitely going to be busy for your drive. Updating that looks like northbound Main Street right now. KFI the sky helps get to their faster. I'm the caller team.
All of these songs remind us of family, friends, and gingerbread cookies. Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Ruta Hero Plumbing and Air. Unfortunately, the most wonderful time of the year isn't wonderful for many Americans. Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens are sometimes replaced with empty bear cupboards and hungry young children. That's why Ruta Hero Plumbing and Air is making a transformation and giving a portion of every service call to a rescue mission in your area. You've been generous over the years, and once again, we're asking for your kindness in donating canned and dry goods. Call Ruta Hero Plumbing and Air at 866-77 to find out how you can help. Our mission is to help you with your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. In this holiday season, we're asking you to help us help others. Call us at 866-77. That's 866-77. Thank you.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owens, Patterson & Owens. Accidents don't care if you're driving to a doctor's appointment, picking your kids to school, or heading to a holiday party. Accidents do happen, and this time of year it's busier than ever. We have helped thousands of victims at the worst time. We're here if you need us. 888-OPO-WIN. OPOLaw.com.
Hey, this is Rick Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Lakers suffered a change last night, but the biggest news came off the court. Owner Gene Buck confirmed her engagement to comedian Jay Moore. The Clippers crushed the Hornets for their 5th win in the last 6 games. They hit the road tomorrow to take on the Sixers. And Derwin James and Khalil Mack will represent the Chargers at February's Super Bowl games in Las Vegas. Aaron Donald is the only player gone. I'm Nikki George.
With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Clear Center, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
Teaching core investing concepts. You've come to the right place. If you're anything like us, smart investing is getting started. That's why we're here. Investing for Beginners podcast is focused on learning the tips to learn more to teach you how to invest your money to work for you.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting high at 327. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
It's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, it's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID. You could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it clean. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. So it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, then start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The 12th annual TFI Pasta Farm is in the books.
Hey, Colin here. I can't thank all of you enough who donated to Catarina's Club this year. We had a record-breaking year, so hang going with those donations. And because of you, a lot of kids are going to have a Merry Christmas. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good God. Thank you. TFI AM 640.
Well, let's stimulate the talk.
Spending your morning on before deciding to return home. However, making the decision will become more significant. Again, it's
You're listening to Wake Up Call. I'm Layla Muhammad in for Jennifer Jones Lee. That sounds good. Who is that? You know, this is oh, I like this. This is smooth. Yes. I got an email from Steve, not our Steve, but thank you, Steve. Very kind of you. Thank you for listening to Wake Up Call this morning. Okay, here are some of the stories we're saying on top of gas prices, which is a big topic. If you are traveling for the holiday season, those prices are dropping in the south. That is good news. A gallon of regular gas in LA County at its lowest amount in October of last year, sitting at $4.43 per gallon. It's sad we think that's low. $4 a gallon. I thought it yesterday it was 5 cents per gallon. I give up at a certain amount. When I get to 50, I'm done. I talk to my car, I say, okay, that's it. We got to budget your job. We have a half a tank or a quarter tank. 50 is my final number. Orange County, the average 432 at inland is sitting at 427 a gallon. Plus, the State Water Resources Control Board has awarded nearly $889,000 to Riverside County to keep providing bottled water to people at a mobile home park for the next year. And a law requiring sesame to be listed as an allergen on food labels has increased the number of products made with that ingredient. But here's the problem. Some advocates say it takes advantage of the law, which is supposed to make food safer for people with allergens. Coming up at 5:35, we are talking about New Year's resolution for your pet. You probably have one. Is it to lose weight? Is it to go to the gym more often? Is it to be healthier? Whatever the case may be. Is it to find a husband? Hello. But does your pet have one? Coming up, we're talking with the Melrose vet. He's joining us with more on how you can make some healthy and positive and smart choices for your pet in the new year. But right now, let's say good morning to ABC Brad here. Brad, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Good morning. This topic, whoa, and I think parents are going to be really interested in hearing more about what you have to say. We're talking about an increase in children being coerced into sending explicit images and then being extorted for money. This is not, peer on peer texting. This is they're meeting people online and sending inappropriate images and then being extorted for money.
Right. So the FBI calls it financial sex torture. And you pretty much have it right, where I guess typically a male impersonator talking to a underage or teenage female, sometimes it's the other way around, But basically, they pretend to be your age, maybe the opposite gender. They'll send you fake pictures, and they try to quickly develop a relationship with you online. They're going to start paying attention to you, probably saying nice things. So they hopefully get you in their mind to a point where you'll send them explicit photos of yourself. And I think how this works is that they have a lot of kids on the line. In other words, they got a number of kids that they're trying to extort at any given time, because you have to work on volume. There's a lot of people who do this, obviously. So they're looking for more vulnerable kids. And then the problem is, if in fact you send them the pictures, they then turn around and extort you. They say, I'm going to send it to your friends, I'm going to put them online, and kids panic. And for obvious reasons. And the fear factor is so great for some of them that, according to the FBI, a number of them have committed suicide. And so it becomes a huge problem, as you know, from a parental standpoint of monitoring their social media, and then obviously goes to your relationship with your child, about would they come to you when something like this is about to happen or has already happened, and get you to help them figure out what to do next.
Oh, okay, so much to unpack here, and that's the part that broke my heart, is that the shame of it all, and not being able to go speak with your parents or go to law enforcement has led to some suicide. 7,000 reports in the past year. 7,000. How is that different from years past, or is there a track of that?
No, it's a huge increase. But I'll tell you this, that number is going to be so unbelievably low. If that's 5% of what actually goes on in what you and I are talking about, I think that would be probably more accurate. And the FBI would probably tell you the same thing. It's really something difficult to monitor if you think about all the social media sites, all the different places that these guys can go to impersonate kids. And it does really boil down to two things. It boils down to what I've already mentioned, your relationship with the kid. About this topic, and obviously many others, and a thing called parental control apps. There are a number of them out there that allow you to basically monitor, in some of them in real time, as to what sites your kid is on, how long has he been on it. You have the ability to block sites that they can go to. And so there is that. I get that can be a problem, because there are parents that, that technology like this would sound foreign to them. But it's something I think you'd really have to consider to do. So it's a combination of those two things. Neither one are going to stop this type of behavior, but certainly help slow it down and maybe keep your child from falling into some of these predators' hands.
Very good information. In terms of parents, you mentioned it's about the relationship with your child. That's really easier said than done, I think, sometimes. How is the FBI sort of sending that message to parents? How to approach this topic with your kids, letting them know they should come to you and then report it to law enforcement?
You have to have that relationship where you have a sort of a bond with them that you're not going to be judgmental to what they do. That if you come and talk to me about it, I'll talk through it with you. If you've already done something that's not good, come to me and we'll work through it. I think the fear factor of kids, because of how parents would judge them, is so great in some households that they just won't do it. And to your point, we're talking about your personality and their personality, right? Sometimes they don't blend well together. You've got to figure out a way to work through that. Because this stuff on screen has now gotten so out of control. I mean, American Academy of Pediatrics said the average kid spends 7 hours a day online.
7 hours?
It's just an outrageous number. And obviously that number has to be drastically reduced. And when it is reduced, you've got to be able to see exactly what you're actually doing online.
Oh, Brad, you gave us some very important information this morning. I know that someone listening got something from this topic, so thank you so much for sharing that with us.
You're welcome.
You have a good holiday season. Thanks, Brad.
You too.
Okay, let's get back to a few stories out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Power knocked out by an earthquake in Northern California has been restored to about 70,000 customers, but one town is still without running water. Most of the damage is centered in the town of Rio Dell. The 6.4 magnitude quake Tuesday killed 2 people and injured about 7 others. Homes and roadways were damaged. Agents with the DEA in LA say they have seized more than 38 million doses of fentanyl this year.
Those doses came from over 7 million fentanyl pills and more than 1,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. Bill Bobby is a special agent in charge of the DEA in LA and says fentanyl continues to dominate the illegal drug market, and it's hard to keep up.
That's because the Mexican drug cartels made the decision that fentanyl is the drug they're going to push because it's more profitable for them.
Bobby says his agents also seized 4,000 pounds of cocaine, 16,000 pounds of meth, 337 pounds of heroin. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Well, families have lined up for the last time to ride the ponies at Griffith Park.
I'm heartbroken. We've been coming here since 1980 when I was a child. We had to come out and support it. Now I don't know when we're going to ride ponies.
Griffith Park pony rides and petting zoo had to shut down yesterday because the city could not renew its lease. Under Stephen Weeks told NBC4 Kids getting rides there for 74 years.
It takes about 10 million Angelinos that have ridden through here.
Their homes have been found for those ponies and the petting zoo animals. And the great British filmmaker Mike Hodges has died.
Mike Hodges didn't crank out movies with the frequency of a Spielberg, but his films included the 1971 crime masterpiece Get Carter with Michael Caine.
You're a big Niagara Falls show.
The full-time job, and the 1980 cult classic Flash Gordon. Hodges also gave Clyde Owen his big breakthrough in 1998's Cruise and reteamed with Owen for his final film, I'll Sleep When I'm Dead, in 2003. Hodges died at his home in Dorset, England. He was 90. Mark Lawrence, KFI News.
Okay, let's talk food real quick. So what is something you absolutely have to have on the table for Christmas dinner? We talk to people about, Thanksgiving and my turkey. Some folks like the fried turkey. Some people like ham. They like their. Now, if you're a green bean salad person, we cannot talk. A green bean casserole. I don't do the green bean casserole. I know nothing about it. I'm not convinced. They'll talk to you about that. But if there's something, Alex and Tyler, you have to have on the table for Christmas dinner.
For us, it's always been ham Christmas Day and then some kind of like Mexican feast for Christmas Eve. So it's a lot of like mayonnaise, tamales. So that's kind of our Christmas in my house.
Okay, so ham, which is pork. It's the most popular traditional holiday dish in 23 countries. So it's not even U.S. thing, by the way. What about you, Tyler?
Tradition's been for me to go to a Chinese restaurant.
Is it because you were watching the movie A Christmas Story growing up? That's why I like to get Chinese food.
Chinese food on Christmas just gets so different.
Well, especially because I was always working on Christmas Day in my TV career. Like I'm always at the news station, so we order Chinese food.
Yeah. I can just taste the chicken chow mein already, and I'm salivating.
That sounds good. Well, for some folks, it's turkey, and for travelers who spend the holiday in the U.S., Canada, France, Ireland, and the U.K., can expect turkey on the table this Christmas. So there's a map that shows the most popular Christmas dishes around the world. Rice, fish, and prawns in places like Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria. Stuffed cabbage rolls are important there. If you're going to want prawns, like me, I love a good prawn. I think that's in Portugal, where you can get something like prawns on the table for Christmas. I should go there. Anyway, I lived in Germany as a kid, and Alex knows this. I know we have to get to break shortly. And she gave me the sweetest gift with just different German delicacies, items in there that we love. My mom was so excited. I lived in Germany for 3.5 years before that was in the army, and we were stationed in Germany. And over there, I just remember that besides the Christmas markets, which are a really big deal, it's so beautiful to shop this time of year. It's so special to go to the Christmas market. But buying a lot of gifts, not really a thing. You get chocolates, maybe like a 1 or 2 gifts, but it's not more about the gift giving than it is the experience of being with family and friends and doing the market and those sort of things. So it'd be nice to be in Germany right now, but I love being home here in the U.S. But at some point, I got to get back to Germany during this time of year, okay? We have much more coming up on Wake Up Call this morning. When we come back, we are talking about your pets and the New Year's resolutions and why they're important for your pet's health. We have the Melrose vet joining us. It's my first time talking to him, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, yeah, Nick, you said the Chris Kringle market. Yeah.
Chris Kringle. No, I was in Munich when I was a kid.
Oh.
And so I get to do that in Marienplatz.
Oh, look at you.
Come on, yeah. When you were growing up in Germany, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I feel you on that. And then with the fun there, they have a dispute blocking skill, which is really cool to see. So yeah.
It's just so magical. When I have a friend from Virginia who was just traveling over there with her husband, she's sharing all these pictures, and I said to her, just soak it up. It's such a special experience.
It really is. Yeah, and you can get out to North Lunstein to go see the castle that inspired Disneyland. The castle at Disneyland in Luxembourg. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. There's like castles over there, yeah.
They really are.
See, I think I'm meant to be a princess somewhere in a castle. With a nice long weave, like Rapunzel.
Get on that, mama.
We got work to do.
We gotta get to your kingdom.
Listen, okay, because I'm about 10 years behind on my kingdom.
No worries.
Okay, let's talk about this traffic. Tell us what's happening right now, Nick.
It's nice to drive right now later on the eastern side of the 60. So finally got a heads up of what's going down in the East LA, Montebello, or Monterey Park adjacent area. 60 Eastern and Garfield. If you crash, there's the two right lanes shut down. Looks like a bunch of oil spilled in lanes, and so that's why your drive really still going on the 60 eastbound as you come away from at least Atlantic, not all the way back to the 710 now. Also seeing issues for you continuing in downtown LA. Eastbound side of the 10 at San Pedro Street, maybe a little closer to Central. It is the two right lanes that are taken away, along with San Pedro Street off that being shut down. That's all due to an ongoing big topic crash investigation and heavy for your drive through downtown as you come away from Main Street. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio-Team.
I can't imagine what a pain it must be to lug around those 40-pound bags of salt as part of the upkeep on your old-fashioned water softener. Don't do that anymore. Get a Life Source water system. That's your solution. It's Jennifer Jonesley. I want to tell you about Life Source. It's the best salt-free whole house water system available in Los Angeles. Life Source reduces hard water problems like a water softener, but unlike water softeners, you can drink filtered and delicious water from every single tap in your home. Life Source eliminates the bad taste and harsh feel of chemicals like chlorine and other contaminants. Better yet, there is zero maintenance. I love this. No filters, no salt, no monthly servicing. They install it, you just sit back and forget about it. So ask now to claim their best deal of the year on the Life Source system. For a limited time, Life Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax equals huge savings. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. 800-803-2696. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
So, Chart weather from KFI. Partly sunny today. Mostly cloudy until this morning. We will have highs in the upper 60s to low 70s along the coast. Low 70s for the LA Basin and Inland Orange County. 70s for the valleys. Low 70s for the IE and low 60s in the high desert. We're warming up though to the low 80s. That's the plan by Christmas Day. We leave local from KFI's 24-hour newsroom. I'm Layla Muhammad.
The School of Continuing Studies at the University of Redlands believes that enriching career-focused educational opportunities should be available to all. Our classes are 100% online and flexible. Get started today and contact us at 909-748-8868.
Happy Honda days are here at North Reed's Honda Superstore. Shop a super selection of new cars, trucks, and SUVs, and get holiday deals so good they belong under your tree. Visit our super award-winning North Reed's Honda Superstore location in Huntington Beach, West Covina, Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Shop online at northreeds.com.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
AM 640.
And iHeartRadio station.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
You're listening to Wake Up Call on this Thursday morning. I like to call this Friday Eve. We have so much to get to this morning. I am surprising my mom today. She's not listening, so I can say this. She's visiting for the holidays from North Carolina, and her favorite food is the Temptations. And so there's the musical in town, the Broadway musical in town, and my sister and I sport some tickets. So she's going to be so excited. Tyler. I think that's a nice gift, right?
Absolutely.
Now we took her to see the new Avatar on this day.
That is a commitment to the movie.
It's literally, we got there at 3 something. I think we left like 7. It was almost 4 hours. It probably wasn't completely 4 hours. It felt that way. I know the previews were like 30 minutes. So you can do a whole meal in the preview section of it. But we were super excited about seeing Avatar. And I'm glad I did. I'm a fan of the original one. And it was just so special because without ruining anything, you can tell from the previews, there are new characters introduced, kids are introduced, and the backstories are just so, it's just about, their life, their new life. I think it's just so special. And I think they did a good job in this new one. James Cameron, right? Did a good job in this new one. Personally, I've heard mixed reviews, but I thought it was great. I was engaged the entire time. I thought it was action-packed, and I cried a lot at the end. There were tears.
I don't get to see it, but I've heard only.
Go see it. Go see it. It's very special. Okay, so we have a lot to get to. We are still waiting to get with our guest. Yes. So hopefully he will connect soon. But right now, let's talk about what else is happening across the area. Santa Ana has shut down more than 100 street food vendors following complaints of strange, unidentifiable protein and tacos.
My family ate a taco truck and we got very ill.
Mayor Valeria Mescla says none of the vendors had the required state permits to sell food.
We found something in our tacos that did not look right. One kid's family ended up in the emergency room. They found something that looked kind of odd in the tacos, and then the child did get scared.
Law enforcement, city, and health officials involved in the 6-week multi-agency operation say consumers should check that a valid health permit is displayed before eating food from street vendors. In Santa Ana, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A teen in San Clemente has been booked for assault with a deadly weapon for allegedly hitting a councilman repeatedly with a skateboard. OC Sheriff Sergeant Scott Steinley says the teen tried to attack the man's wife during a confrontation.
The husband stepped in front of that. A physical confrontation ensued, and the victim was then struck numerous times in the head and facial regions.
Councilman Gene James was able to hold the teen Monday until deputies arrived. James was taken to the hospital with concussion and multiple face lacerations, but says he will soon return to serving the community. And 3 exotic birds have been stolen from a pet shop in Orange County. The shop owner has asked the community for help getting those birds back. The seed barn was broken into Tuesday morning. The owner says the white umbrella cockatoo, a green double yellow-headed Amazon, and a Congo African gray were not for sale. They were her pets, which are worth around $10,000. At 5:50, we are going to talk about one of the biggest travel trends for the new year. It's called jet jetting, not jet set, jet jetting. And there may be a spike in online searches for trips to Paris. One hit series may be the reason. We're talking with an expert from Expedia coming up now. Let's say good morning to Dr. G, the Melrose vet. Am I saying this correctly? Sahaj Rawal?
Yes, that's me.
Perfect, Dr. G. Yes, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. First of all, so your practice is on Melrose, so the Melrose vet, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so take me through this. You're a lover of animals. Before we get into these resolutions for our pets and some other good causes you're working on, you're a lover of animals. What was the final straw for you to say, I want to be a veterinarian?
Well, I grew up in the field. My father was a veterinarian too. I always grew up around animals. I've always loved medicine. I've always liked interacting with people. So all those things kind of was, combined. My passion for all those things combined led me to this new career.
And so you opened your practice last year?
Yes, I started my own practice from scratch. I worked for a lot of different practices before starting my own. During the COVID pandemic, it was very challenging, but I worked hard and I managed to get it done. So, 2 years later.
And so what did you see that was missing in veterinary care that made you want to open your practice in LA, and sort of how are you making a difference?
Right. Well, I think there's a lack of, personalized care or approach to taking care of the pets. There's a lot of medicine, or at least veterinary medicine, is becoming corporate. A lot of hospitals are kind of concerned more about the profits rather than providing care for the animals. So I really wanted to create an environment where people entrust their veterinarian with their pet, and they kind of have that sort of connection where it's not so much more about a robotic transaction. It's more about the loyalty and commitment and trust they place on their pet and taking care of their animals. So when I saw last, whenever I see too much of that, I feel like here's my opportunity to kind of be different and make a niche for myself.
Okay, let's get to these New Year's resolutions for our pets. So people make them for themselves. What are some things that we can do to make sure we start the new year off with healthier pets?
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure that your pets are taken to a veterinarian annually, for their regular checkup. Make sure, because pets age very quickly, so one dog year, a cat year is equivalent to 7 or 8 years of a person's life. So that's very important. Make sure pets are vaccinated against wildlife infectious diseases. Make sure your pet has health insurance, so your veterinary care is getting expensive. And also ensure that, your pets are fed a healthy, balanced diet. They take them out for exercise. Obesity is also another major health issue. So those are some of the common things that I see we could do going into the new year to make sure that our pets are healthy.
Right, and you mentioned the preventative visits to the vet. You also said diet and exercise. Let's
Right.
talk about what are some common things that people, what are some common myths that people are making that force them to bring their pets to emergency vet care, to bring their pets to say, I don't know what's wrong, I don't know what happened, especially this time of year.
Right, so yeah, especially the holiday season, yeah, pets are getting into things, getting into, you know, um, whether it's, eating things off the ground, or table scraps, because a lot of people are, cooking and stuff, so that can obviously cause a problem with their tummy. So involvement diarrhea or any sort of tummy issue is a common problem. Sometimes they're different kind of habits, especially with Christmas trees, ornaments, they can choke on those to swallow them. And also certain plants can be poisonous, such as holly, cedar, mistletoe. So make sure they're away from those. Also electrical cords, pets to electrical cords, that can happen. Could be an emergency. Um, so those are especially, keep away from those kind of items. And also during the winter months, it's very cold. Keep them indoors. Make sure there's plenty of heating available inside the house. Make sure they have comfortable bedding. Some pets can tolerate the cold, but some can't. So it all depends on the breed, especially the pets that don't have much hair on their bodies. Make sure they're warm. Make sure they're inside.
Okay, one more thing for you before we wrap this up. I want to talk about the Underdog TV project. You work with this group to provide a really awesome service to folks at the Midnight Mission. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this was started by Liz. She's a USC student. It's a relatively new organization, a charity organization where um, every Sunday or one Sunday a month she goes out to Skid Row. She has a group of members, or some of the members now that are there, and I'm primarily their main veterinarian. So there's an organization that's set up in Skid Row where they're providing free veterinary services to all the pets in the homeless population. Services are primarily like vaccinations. A lot of the times we donate medicine, supplies, food to pets. So it's really good, especially during these times when people don't have much money. this is a great way to kind of give back to the community. So I'm very grateful to be a part of that.
Awesome. Dr. T, folks can find you at the Melrose Set on 8304 Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles, and also on social media, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Instagram, Facebook, my website, TikTok, I guess.
Are you on TikTok?
Yeah, I tried to line on TikTok. So it's called the Melrose Set. So I'll use the handle for all that makes the Melrose Set. I'm also on YouTube, but I'm not really, not on my main one. But the Melrose Set is my handle for most of these social media sites.
Okay, the Melrose Set on social media. Dr. T, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
And happy holidays to you and your family. Thank you so much.
You
too. Okay, when we come back, we are talking about something called set shedding. The experts from Expedia weigh in on why this is the trend for 2023. And I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with some of these shows we're streaming, which one I did start last night and had to text Shannon Barron about it, because Shannon and I, from the Gary and Shannon show, Shannon and I watch a lot of the same trash TV. And it's not a trashy show, but we watch all the same trashy TV. We watch all the same series. We are texting friends with our shows. So I'll give you a hint. This one's in Paris. There you go. All right, now let's take a look at your drive from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Headed to Montebello for some problems on the 60.
Looking issues and folks making their way eastbound. In fact, thanks to the heads up from Big Bruiser on the KFI traffic tip line. Time to put in your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic. As you're making your way eastbound along the 60 at Garfield or Wilcox, it is a crash that has a two-right lane stapling. That's going to be roughly right on the eastbound side of the 60 as you come away from Atlantic. Also seeing some looky loose flowing for you on the westbound side of the 60 from as far back as looks like about St. Gabriel Boulevard. So give yourself some extra time to get out the door this morning. Rough time for the 10 east and west along the San Bernardino stretch, and it looks like that's going to be pretty good for the driving both directions between the 710 and the 605. Although 10 westbound, a little bit of slowing here and there from before the 605, just kind of light and patchy as you continue toward Garfield. KFI in the sky, let's get to their faster. I'm Nicole O'Keefe.
Hey, all, it's Steve Sharp. Did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rates by which solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called Net Metering 3.0. It's now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power companies. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in the awesome rates of Net Metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in Net Metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 10087.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Prime members, save on your table dinners at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off animal welfare certified bone-in beef rib roast and steaks through December 25th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Lakers fell to the Kings last night, but the biggest news came off the court. Owner Jeannie Buck confirmed her engagement to comedian Jay Moore. The Clippers crushed the Hornets for their fifth win in the last 6 games. They hit the road tomorrow to take on the Sixers. And Derwin James and Khalil Mack will represent the Chargers at February's football game in Las Vegas. Aaron Donald is the only ranked player going. I'm Nikki Jordan.
With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you. at myturn.co.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Wondering if you should get an updated COVID-19 booster? Here are 3 reasons you should. Vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. Finally, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age. Boosters help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you. And yet, I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say. And I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Chris Whittle.
When something big happens in Southern California, I know KFI is going to be all over it because the talk show hosts and the news department have one common goal, and that is to present the story in a compelling way. Bringing guests on the air with talk show hosts, and we put reporters out in the field, sometimes in danger's way. Not on purpose, but it does happen. For instance, Steve Gregory once almost caught a vehicle on fire while reporting on a fire live. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
That promo we just ran with Chris Little. First of all, Chris is my boss. He's listening. Why are you up this early, sir? That means you could have been here. He's like, no, Lily, you're on the D list. This is the D list shift for the holidays. I'm just joking. I did not know that Steve Gregory story you heard Chris talk about. I didn't know that. He almost caught a dealer, just threw him under the bus. Yeah, he's like, one, who, Chris or Steve? Chris threw Steve under the bus like that. One time, Steve almost caught a car on fire, covered the fire. Why are you telling? Why are you making this a promo? Okay, let's get down to business. We do have a fun segment coming up. So first, let me tell you what the stories are we're staying on top of out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. By the way, if you're just tuning in, this is Layla Muhammad in for Jennifer Jones-Lee. She is enjoying some much-deserved time off for the holidays. Jennifer, if you're awake, go back to bed and have a great holiday season. Okay, here we go. The major storm that's moving across much of the country right now has delayed or canceled more than 1,600 flights. Forecasters have predicted heavy snow, ice, and powerful winds between today and Saturday. Also, Ukraine's President Zelensky has addressed Congress and the American people during his visit to Washington yesterday. We thank them for their continued financial and military support in the effort to defeat Russia. And Zelensky also asked the U.S. for more support. Before we get to our segment with media, I have something really cool to tell you about. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort, breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around the fall for 2 at the lake, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen. And you can unwind at TRILLIONAIRE's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com to learn more Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like millions of miles away. That sounds good. I need to go there, Mayor. Okay. At 5:57, let's say good morning to Christy Hudson from Expedia. Hi, Christy.
Hi, good morning.
I love this. Okay, set shedding, not jet setting, set shedding, and thanks to the popular rom-com Emily in Paris, you guys are noticing a travel trend. Tell us about this.
Yes, so it's a new travel trend. Skydiving is this phenomenon where people are getting travel inspiration from TV shows and movies they're binging. But here's the crazy thing, they're actually going on these trips. According to Expedia research, 61% of travelers say they've actually booked a trip because of a show or movie they've watched. So you just mentioned Emily in Paris, which I'm a huge fan of that.
No, I just started season 3 last night.
Oh, did you? I was going to ask if you've been through the whole thing yet. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, just the first episode because I had to get up this morning. But you know, by tomorrow I'll be done.
Yes, and we need to talk about whether your team now hating Gabrielle and we Season 3, just like you said, came out yesterday, and we expect searches for Paris are going to explode because when the show first came out in October 2020, Expedia searches for Paris shot up 25%, but then when season 2 came out, searches grew an additional 155%. So people are definitely inspired to try to go to Paris and relive Emily's life.
Oh, I mean, it's so fabulous. I've been to Paris, and so, but she just makes it look like, oh, I'd love to live there and work there and have this whole community of friends. I can't decide who she should be with because Camille, you know, she's still dating our chef guy. What's his name? Gabrielle, yeah. She's still in the picture, kind of. So
I know, and that's kind of a no-no, you know, for friends.
So we'll see how it plays out. Are people just looking for flights when they're doing these searches? Is it also like certain hotels and locations?
Yeah, it's everything. So we also saw this phenomenon with another really popular show recently, White Lotus, which was set in Sicily. And that drove 171% increase in flight searches, but people also searched for that specific hotel, which was hilarious because if you've watched that show, you know that it's the setting for some not so great things on a vacation. But people just can't be stopped. They want to go anyway.
You know what? I haven't seen that show. I'm not there yet on that. That's that one. It's what, second season?
Yes, I highly recommend it. It's a great watch.
Okay, I have to catch up on that. And so this is really something we're seeing now with the streaming platforms. They're inspiring travel. Any other places that you might not think about that are being inspired by people are going to because of shows and movies?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, this is starting to outpace even like social media in terms of our influence on travel decisions. And it's right up there even with recommendations from your friends and your family. So it's really a significant influence. And it's not just these dreamy places like Paris and Sicily. One of the other shows I watched recently, Welcome to Wrexham, which is about a Welsh soccer team that Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney bought. That drove searches to Wales up 50% right after that show came out. And Wales and Wrexham are not a traditional, you know, really popular tourist destination. So it has such an impact on people becoming interested in places they might not have even had on their radar before.
Oh, I want to talk to you so much more. Before you go, really quickly, one place that's on your travel list that you know all about travel that you can't wait to get to in the new year.
I want to go back to Tokyo because finally Asia is open again to travel, and I love Tokyo.
Oh, I want to go. I've never been. We should go together. You need a plus one call me.
Yeah, I'm just going to call you back right after this. We'll get going.
Perfect. Christy Hudson from Expedia, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me. Happy holidays.
You too, Christy. Thank you so much. This is KFI and KOSTHD here, Los Angeles, Orange County. Let's get right to traffic right now with our friend Nick Issues, continuing downtown LA on the 10th.
It's on 32nd Peter Street. It's an ongoing County crash investigation. Two right lanes and San Peter Street off from the 10 are off limits, and that's when you're switching for your drive.
as you're coming away from at least Main Street, if not all the way back to 110. Also seeing delays from the westbound side of the Santa Monica Freeway as you come away from about Alameda, heading back towards St. Joe's Street. Even seeing delays beyond that as you make way towards Central. It looks like it's still going to be issues for you as well, continuing in the Monterey Park area, Montebello actually, more so. Monterey Park adjacent out of East LA, east on 60 at Garfield. It's an ongoing crash investigation here as well, and some Singapore continuing. Two right lanes, 60 east on Garfield are off limits, and that's back up the drive for you as you come away from about Atlantic. Give you an update on either of these problems or anything else going you downtown to 15 yourself on keyword K by traffic. I'll be showing up for the drive in the Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills area, westbound side of the 91 and the 241 toll road. It's crashed. What's supposed to be up to the right shoulder here sooner than later, but it is still allegedly blocked in the left lane. That's going to be a busy drive for you on the east, rather westbound side of the 91. There we go. From as far back as surface clouds. KFI, this guy helps get there faster. I'm in OOTD.
Volvo cars are known for safety. Volvo owners, well, they're known for loyalty. So what's better than safety and loyalty? Yep. Now, safety and loyalty have a new location in Thousand Oaks. Fresh Volvo Cars Westlake in the Thousand Oaks Auto Mall, opening mid-October. Fresh Mac. That easy.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, should you get that proposal done?
We can wait till tomorrow.
Some things can wait.
Should we book those flights to see your folks?
We can do it later.
But untreated COVID is one of them. If you're 50 or older or have a chronic condition, COVID can be deadly. Got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away, because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Jacob MRI. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
From SoCal weather from KFI, partly sunny today is slightly cooler than yesterday. Highs in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast. Low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County. Low 70s for the valleys and for the IE. Low 60s in the high desert. Overnight we're in the 40s. And then we're warming into the 70s, upper 70s by Saturday. Highs in the low 80s by Christmas Day. We leave local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Layla Muhammad. This has been your wake-up call. Handle on the news with Wayne starts right now.
And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Not So Handle. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And good morning, it's the Bill Handle Show. Bill, finishing up, oh, it's probably sad, finishing up his European vacation, that river cruise. And he's only got probably a couple, 3 days left to yell at those Europeans about why America is better. And then he will be back next week. Now, because we're heading into holiday time, Jennifer Jones-Lee is now off for the holidays. She'll come back after New Year's. And this morning, I'm very excited to have Layla Muhammad in for Jennifer Jones-Lee. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy to be with you, Wayne. I didn't know Bill was on a cruise.
Oh, he loves those river cruises. I was paid to see that. Can you imagine on a cruise with Bill? Do that. All the time. You know, I'm trying to remember the specifics, and I may not be remembering the specifics enough, and so maybe this is not worthwhile. But I do remember the last time that he took a river cruise in Europe. There was a lot of effort and activity undertaken to make sure that he had Diet Coke available.
Is that like his coffee of choice? Like he likes Diet Coke for the pump?
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. He likes Diet Coke instead of water. Oh. He likes Diet Coke instead of his family. I really love Diet Coke. And apparently
And now I don't remember if they don't have Diet Coke at all over there, or the Diet Coke that they have over there is not to his specifications. And he arranged the whole thing. And why not? Wouldn't you? Love this. If I had the wherewithal and the ability to make sure I had my favorite beverage no matter where I was in the world, I'd do it. What is your favorite beverage? I'm currently into coffee, really. But now you may mock me. I'm not mocking you. I have decaf only.
Oh, then what's the point? I understand why some people have to, but what is your point? Like, why are you drinking decaf?
That sounds terrible. Okay, for one reason, this is too much information that nobody cares about, but I will answer your question because I have respect for you. And you asked. I limit, this is a relatively new thing, I limit taking caffeine to a pre-workout supplement before the gym. I don't want caffeine any other time because I don't want to build up a tolerance to it. So the decaf allows me to drink tons of coffee.
I didn't know.
I drink coffee a lot. I love it. Iced, hot, with half and half, black, put it into a protein shake, doesn't matter. Coffee.
I love coffee. I like coffee flavored ice cream. I cannot imagine starting the morning working without coffee. When I'm not working, I can get by. When I'm working, like I have to function, read words. This morning, I think I had 3 hours of sleep last night. I'm still drinking coffee cup number one. It's struggle over here, but I have to have coffee. I don't trust people in media, if they're on radio or TV and they don't drink coffee. I don't trust you in the morning. Don't trust you.
So you don't trust me because I'm drinking.
I'll let you fly with decaf. That's fine, Wayne. I'll let you fly with that decaf. I'm talking about folks that come into work at like 5 a.m. and they're like, oh, I just drink water. Why? How does that work?
I don't know, but you know that so do you crash later from the caffeine? Do you have a caffeine crash later in the day?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I don't often go keep on drinking coffee at night and go to sleep.
Well, that's just okay. That suggests how much of a tolerance it's built up.
It's all mental.
It's not doing its job. I can do it. By the way, I think most people know this. Maybe not coffee. Caffeine does not give you energy. You know how caffeine works, right?
No, don't do this to me. I don't
No,
want to know what
I'm telling you how it works. I didn't ask you why it does what it does.
I did not ask you. I want to believe that for
me means you have a naturally, we all do. Make it sound like it was just you. You, Layla. One weird thing about you. We all have this chemical in our body called adenosine. And you wake up, and that's when it's at its lowest. And then as the day goes on, it builds up more and more. And it's what makes you tired. Caffeine blocks it from attaching to your brain. So it's not giving you energy, it's blocking the thing that makes you feel tired, which in turn gives you more energy. Well, it maintains your energy that would otherwise dissipate because you're getting tired because of the adenosine. So then, what happens with most people is the caffeine wears off, and the adenosine didn't go away. It's circulating in your body, waiting. It's almost like musical chairs. It's waiting for its chance to attach to your brain. It was going to attach earlier, but it couldn't because the caffeine is sitting there. Now there's a ton of it that's built up, and it all attaches to your brain at once. Boom! Crashing. I'm impressed. So I don't know what's happening with you.
I don't know either.
It's just, you may have damaged that chemical from your body.
I did morning TV for a long time.
Yeah, like most of my career was morning.
So I think,
coffee was good. I could have had an IV strip and been good to go. That's going to be your next step out here.
That's okay. Only when I'm working. When I'm off, I don't have to have coffee. When I'm working on the air, coffee. When I'm with people's children, coffee.
Oh, man.
Teaching people children, I can think of.
No, I'm a professor. I teach, you know, I teach. I'm a professor, so when I'm in class, I have to have coffee to get through a 3-hour class.
Yeah. All right, let's do the poll. Who else drinks coffee in the morning? Tyler, good morning. Good morning, Lee. Good morning. Good morning, coffee every morning. Without fail.
I trust Tyler.
Right, Alex Lonzo, coffee in the morning?
Yep, but just the one in the morning.
One and you're good?
Yep.
All right. Dana's there?
I drink coffee, black coffee.
Oh, that's serious. Black coffee drinkers,
Like nothing in it. No sugar.
black coffee drinkers are like the hardcore, right? You're a little proud of that, right? You think, and I'm not ragging on you, you think you're a little bit better than those that have a little something in our coffee, right? Because you can handle it without any adornments.
Right.
All right, hey, let's get a news update from Layla Muhammad, and then we'll start handle on to the news here on a Thursday morning. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The mayor of Long Beach has asked the city manager to move ahead with a homeless emergency plan modeled after the one in LA. Arizona's governor has agreed to remove some of the shipping containers the order placed along the border with Mexico to fill those gaps in the border wall. And time is running out for Congress to pass a $1.7 trillion funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers have until midnight tomorrow to pass that funding bill. We do have partly cloudy skies today. Highs will be in the upper 60s, low 70s inland and along the coast. This report brought to you by In-N-Out Burger. Let's check traffic right now. It's just letting us know we have Nick still, correct? We still have you. Hi, Nick. You're talking about that crash in Montebello on the 60, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a real mess right now. As both folks are going eastbound at Garfield. Now, the two right lanes are shut down. Got some heavy oiling lanes that's still getting cleaned up, and that's causing you delays 60 eastbound this morning. As you're going right from Atlantic, westbound down to 60, also going to be slow going for you from Paramount Boulevard to make way back towards Garfield. Ongoing issues for you as well as you make way through downtown LA. On the eastbound side of the 10 and St. Peter Street, progressive, the two right lanes shut down and the off-ramp taken away. It'll be slow going for you as you come away from the 110 and there's a fatality crash investigation. Also slow going for you on the westbound side of the 10 K, the Monmouth Freeway, off the 60s, you make way toward the 110. KFI, the Skyhouse gets there faster. I'm Nick Polly of TV.
And In-N-Out, our hamburgers are made with the highest quality ingredients, made fresh and by hand, made with a smile, and made to order just for you.
This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVin.com. Nobody likes to pay the car sales. And in this scenario, you're selling me your car. So don't lie, and I'll buy on the top money at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy to do.
You know, I've never heard of an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog. Call the firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorney. Sweet James has now settled $188 million just this year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need, having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You may not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities. If it happens to you, call Sweet James to speak to somebody who can. You got nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and money for the justice you deserve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. One of the best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, and Sweet James.
Selfie Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHID Power.com.
Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fun. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With Surf Air's private flight, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. SurfAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at surfair.com. There's a better way to fly private.
This holiday season, give the gift of unlimited fun with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. With unlimited visits now and all through 2023, a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass is truly the gift that keeps on giving. Whether it's springtime treats at Boysenberry Festival, summer sizzle at the all-new Fiesta Village area, fall fun at Knott's Spooky Farm, winters here at Berry Farm, or all of the above and more. Experience it all with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. Check a Season Pass off their list at Knott's.com. It's the most wonderful time.
iHeartRadio and iHeart Christmas music playing now on Code 103.5, your official holiday music station.
They're double angry. They are really. Yeah, they're really this angry. I'm amazed they care that much. With all the crap that really matters that they don't care about, it's endlessly fascinating to me what people decide to care about. I hope Kevin DeLeon keeps Stonewall. John and Kevin, that's how you deal with this stuff. Is you just look right at them, wave and smile. Weekdays at 2 on KFI. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's not Bill Handle. KFI AM 640 live everyone, the iHeartRadio app. Yes, it's the Bill Handle Show. Bill on his European vacation. He's back next week. Layla Muhammad is here in for Jennifer Jones-Lee, and it is time to begin today's Handle on the News, brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Knight Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call Knight Law Group at 844-43-LEMON. Here we go. Lead story. Yes, a little snag in passing the omnibus spending bill in Congress because Senator Mike Lee of Utah decided to insert a provision, or he wants to insert a provision that will extend the Title 42 immigration procedures through which we've been expelling everybody who crosses the border right away. He wants to extend it. It is set to expire at some point after a judge ordered it be ended. The Supreme Court has issued a stay of that pending some litigation. In any event, they want to put this somehow into the spending bill, and as you might imagine, there are other people who don't want it in there. And whether this will actually scuttle the whole thing or not remains to be seen. There is still some time before the deadline, and Mike Lee says something that may well be true, which is the reason that people like Senator Schumer don't want it in there and don't want to have a vote on it is because they know it'll pass. That if it's put to a vote, that they will vote to extend Title 42 or codify it into law. The specific thing we're doing now, codify that into law explicitly, which may or may not shield it from further court action. It's all a big mess. I think, wouldn't it be easy to say, you have these spending bills, those are the things you must pass by October 1st every year. And why don't we have a law that says nothing else can go in there, period? And they say, well, things that affect revenue or something can go in there. No. The only thing in the omnibus bills are, how much are we going to spend on these government agencies and programs that exist now? We're not adding, we don't make up new programs. We don't use these bills to get rid of programs. We don't use these bills to do anything else. You want to fight those fights, fight them separately. 4,000 pages? Who reads all that? I mean, I guess they have people, lawmakers have people who kind of take probably chunks and sections and they go through with their highlighters or red line with stuff they want to point out and speak up about. The 4,000 pages of stuff, I wonder what some of the smaller stuff is that we never talk about. We talk about obviously the big things like this defense spending, money for Ukraine, right? Which is $44 billion in emergency assistance to Ukraine and NATO allies. But what about the stuff we never hear about? Oh, I know. There's little, like we want to put an asteroid video game machine in a library in Boone, North Carolina. We need $80 to get it from the used video game store. And it goes. You never, that's the thing. We are so removed from what they're doing. And
So are they. Do you think there's a single person who's going to vote on this bill who's read the whole bill?
No,
It's not possible.
no, I don't think it's possible either. Speaking of lawmakers, Zelensky heads to Congress. We're talking about Ukrainian President Zelensky. He met with President Biden in the White House yesterday. They also had a joint news conference, and then there was the joint session of conference that he addressed last night. Zelensky, bottom line, saying that he needs the U.S. to continue to support Ukraine to defeat this Russian invasion. This was his first trip outside of Ukraine since the invasion by Russia back in February.
Yeah, well, it's a massive security risk. Although, it's an interesting thing. Inside Ukraine, it's a massive security risk.
Absolutely.
I think they kept bombing the heck out of that country. What did you make of this? And this is just having fun. Because there are people now who are really criticizing Zelensky.
Why? Because of how he was dressed. That's one. I think it's absurd. I mean, this man is leaving a country at war. I mean, what do you expect him to come in a three-piece suit to the White House?
Some people do. Some people felt that he should have.
Oh, okay. Maybe you have time to go get a suit. Because this was not like let me just hop on a flight and go to the U.S. This was a top secret mission to get him to the U.S. NATO spy planes were involved, fighter jets, just to get him here. It was a big deal.
Yeah, and I think Russia bombed all the men's warehouses in Ukraine, so he had nowhere to shop.
You know what? You've been working with Bill too long.
I know. But also people are mad at him because they say somebody called him. I'm gonna have to paraphrase it, but basically he called him the geopolitical equivalent of a welfare queen. Because he keeps asking for money. As if there's not a decent reason to maybe support them in this fight against Russia. And then the other thing is, and this is a little funny to me, there was an exchange of flags. Remember, we gave him a flag that had been flown over the Capitol that day, and it was all folded up in a nice triangle box, beautiful wood. And he gave a Ukrainian flag that had been apparently autographed by. There were all these signatures on it, like all the members of 38 Special or the 1972 Dolphins signed it. And he just had it loose and just kind of went like here. And it's just sitting on top of the podium there where Pelosi is and Alan Harris is. And it's just there. Like it was a kid out, came home to the beach and just dropped it on the floor.
I don't have a comment on that. I'm not touching that. No. You can do what you and Bill do. I'm visiting.
Very good. Now we got to change gears and tones because this is a terrible situation. And it was going on yesterday. A guy was seen speeding 132 miles an hour. CHP tries to pull him over. He doesn't want to be pulled over. Chase on the 14. The guy, while he's being chased, calls the sheriff's department and says, I've got a gun and I've got a baby in the car, and if they don't back off, I'm going to shoot at them, at the cops. He ended up at a trailer park, and he gets out of the SUV he's driving, and he's holding a gun to the baby's head and goes into one of these trailers. This begins 8 hours-long standoff. And apparently, finally, it has been resolved. Man, oh man. And also, apparently, that was his son.
Yeah, and I think earlier on we didn't know all those details. I think for everyone, knowing how it's resolved was the relief and all of this. Because we understand that hours long standoff in a situation like this where police see that he has a gun to a baby's head. Yeah. Let's talk about what's happening with this eviction moratorium in LA County. It's been extended until the end of January. The county board also considering a relief program for mom and pop landlords who have been unable to collect the rent during the tenant protection.
So they're telling whoever they tell to do this to work up a plan to possibly extend it again into June.
And I'm wondering with this, now we have a new mayor and the whole plan was Mayor Bass for the city is to remove a lot of these homeless camps, get people into hotels. Is this a way to say we don't want to put more families on the street? But on the other end of it is, what do these landlords do? These mom and pop landlords, when they only have 40 tenants or 20 or 30, and This is their way of paying their own bills. What do they do?
Well, the answer has always been, and at least they're starting to talk about this seriously, the answer has always been not to give money to the renters and not to make the renters go jump through all the hoops to get approved and get the money, which then hopefully they pay their rent. The answer always has been to give the money directly to the landlord. Yes. So they're, and let the landlords handle the paperwork and the whole thing. And LA County's looking at doing that for those smaller landlords. If you're a big institutional property management company that has thousands and thousands of apartments, nobody cares about you right now.
This will be a $5 million relief program for the mom and pop landlords, which is what they're proposing. Supervisor Joseph Relief proposing the $5 million relief program for the mom and pop landlords who have been unable to collect their rent. So we'll see if it gets extended beyond January 31st. That's the deadline right now.
Sure. All right. Hey, let's get a news update from Layla Muhammad, and we'll continue Handle on the news. This is the Phil Handle Show. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here is Layla live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The DEA in LA says over the last year it has seized enough fentanyl to kill every person in the 7 largest counties in Southern California. Bill Botner is the special agent in charge of LA and says fentanyl has become the drug of choice for cartels because it does not require the maintenance or overhead of drugs like marijuana, meth, and heroin.
All you need to do is get chemicals. You can make the drugs in a warehouse, in a garage, so you don't have that all the problems that come along with scaling heroin production.
Botner said agents seized over 38 million doses of fentanyl along with 337 pounds of heroin, 16,000 pounds of meth, and 4,000 pounds of cocaine. News brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. A large king tide surf is hitting the Orange County coast this week. The National Weather Service says waves are expected to reach over 7 feet by Friday and Saturday. It says the surf will be at its highest between 8 and 9 in the morning. The king tides could cause some flooding on Blue Line Beach parking lot and beach boardwalk. Insight was out of sight until it lost its life.
NASA has officially ended the program for its InSight Mars lander. The stationary lander hit the red planet November 26, 2018, and was designed to last only 2 years, but doubled that before Mars dust covered its solar panels, causing it to lose power. InSight shut off its instruments one by one recently until it sent a final picture in its tear-jerked final tweet on Monday. Its artificial intelligence said, in part, "My time here has been productive and serene. If I can keep talking to my mission team, I will, and I'll be signing off here soon. Thanks for staying with me." Michael Crozier, KFI News.
A new law requiring sesame be listed as an allergen on food labels has increased the number of products made with the ingredient. Olive Garden, Wendy's, and Chick-fil-A are adding sesame to products that did not have it before. Some advocates claim it takes advantage of the law aimed at making food safer for people with allergies. The law starts January 1st. The Food Allergen Labeling and Consumer Protection Act listed sesame as the country's 9th major allergen. SoCal weather from KFI. We have partly cloudy skies this morning with temperatures in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast, low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, low 70s for the valleys and the IE, low 60s in the high desert. Let's see what's happening on the roads right now. We do have some trouble to tell you about this morning. Let's see. Chester there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see what your location was.
Oh, yeah, well, we did the email. We could talk on the IR50, much easier.
Oh, it would be. Good morning, though, to you, Jeff. I'm happy to hear your voice.
I was all ready to say good morning, Professor. So there you go.
Oh, you're sweet. And I'm trying to figure out this format and everything on the show, and I think I'm going to Jeff now.
Oh, I can imagine. I don't know how you guys do what you do. So good morning, and yes, it's a pleasure to hear your voice. Good morning to you, to all of you driving wherever you're driving. We came out of the San Fernando Valley, and everything was pretty good there. The 101 was what I was going to lead with, but there's no problems here. South 405 is doing quite well, really. But where we are right now is over Montebello. I know I heard Nick trying to warn you about this stuff. It looks like it's kind of clearing. There's a bit of an issue here. Eastbound 60 around Dorfield, Finley, leaving the 710 out towards Montebello. And it looks like we've had some of the right lanes blocked. Looks like they're trying to open them right now. The bottom line here, if you're east on the 60, leaving the East LA interchange right now, it'll be a little slow from a little bit past Atlantic until you get past it. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, maybe spend 5-7 minutes with it, but after that you'll be okay. We're right over it right now. Looks like you're trying to clear. Westbound out of volume coming in from the 605, but really not too bad. One thing I do want to warn you about also, going up towards Acton and Palmdale, north on the 14, it's centered around Crown Valley, but it's more, it's closer to where it turns north going into Palmdale, but there is a crash up there, and you got a good 2-3 mile backup approaching. Southbound, it looks pretty good, so stick with us. We'll keep you covered here all morning long. By the way, Lana, for your weather, it's kind of gorgeous out here. The clouds are at a minimum, that's for sure.
Oh, good. Well, that's good to know. You know, I was trying to be a meteorologist, but I did not get there.
I can't even spell the word.
I can't either. That's something we have in common. Oh, my goodness.
Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky.
You know, end of the year donation decisions are best made where it can do the most good, which is right here at home. Children's Hospital Los Angeles delivers world-class care and life-changing research for critically ill kids. Your donations help families that need this life-saving care, so please give generously. Call 800-670-CHLA, that's 800-670-CHLA, or visit donatechla.org to make your year-end donation.
Accidents don't care if you're driving to a doctor's appointment, taking your kids to school, or heading to a holiday party. Accidents do happen, and this time of year it's busier than ever. We have helped thousands of victims at the worst time. We're here if you need us. 888-OPO-WIN. OPOLaw.com.
Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up, or visit ServiceChampions.com. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us now at KFIAM640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. He in vacation. No, but again, he on vacation in Europe. Preposition straight. He'll be back next week. Wayne Messman here. Layla Muhammad is here in for Jennifer Jonesley. And we're doing Handle on the News for you. And the Holocaust Museum in LA has received $1 million grant to be used to support free educational tours for students. They already do a lot of this. About 30,000 students from 4th grade through high school take a tour of that museum every year. They are mostly from underserved communities. They're going to be breaking ground on an expansion project. They want by 2030 to be able to handle 500,000 visitors a year, 150,000 of those students.
Well, Skid Row infrastructure project getting $47 million in state funding. So $47.5 million, by the way, is the total. This is to help with bicycle connectivity and pedestrian safety. It's the largest infrastructure grant ever for Skid Row. $38 million of that's coming from the state, and then $9 million from a matching grant from the city.
Yes, because that's the biggest problem on Skid Row, not enough trees. So now they're going to put in 500 street trees because everything else down there is wonderful, except not enough bike lanes and not enough trees.
Now, this was introduced, by the way, this announcement came from City Councilman Kevin DeLeon, whose district includes Skid Row, but we know that he's in the middle of controversy right now over his refusal to resign his role, a leaked racist conversation. So, people are saying, no, it's interesting, this announcement coming to him.
Well, sure, but this is a big accomplishment, yeah, for him, at least according to him. How about this? I know something that could be done to help that doesn't cost anything. Well, it might cost a tiny little bit. Change the name of that area from Skid Row to something else. It's going to be the nicest Skid Row in the United States of America.
You know, I had a story down there recently. I was doing a story from my other job. There's a rooftop garden. I think there may be a couple, but I thought it was really cool. They have these rooftop gardens there to give people, access to fresh, vegetables and fresh water, right? And I was just standing up there looking at how that was, and then also looking down at the other side of it, like, how sad and depressing and just And who should be living like this? When you're on steroids, you feel that way. You have to be out there. Like, why are people able to live like this? It shouldn't exist in the city. It shouldn't.
That's why I don't understand why this kind of beautification.
And what's the point of that?
I mean, you know, making it more. I mean, they're saying make it more livable. Which is, I mean, I want people to live in livable conditions, but if you say what we're going to do is pour all this money into making Skid Row more livable, you're basically saying we're kind of committed to the idea that people are going to be living on Skid Row. Oh, speaking of homes, this is kind of cool. You can 3D print a drill bit, you can 3D print an action figure, and you can 3D print a house. And in Arizona, they are now 3D printing houses that are especially good. They use a mix of concrete foam insulation, steel. They 3D print the walls, the interior walls, the exterior walls, normal foundation, normal roof. They cost under $300,000. And this is Arizona, hot as heck. This particular approach gives the home massive insulating properties. It's going to keep those houses much cooler in the heat of Arizona than a traditionally built house. And they could be built the whole house is built in 6 weeks.
Would you live in a 3D print?
Yeah, I think I would. Not in Arizona.
Oh, Arizona's beautiful though. I know it gets really, really hot, but it's beautiful. Yeah. I went to Scottsdale earlier this year, my first time in Scottsdale. Beautiful homes. But if we're doing a bike ride, a friend and I were doing this like e-bike ride through the neighborhood, it was so hot. I'm like, how do you guys live up here? But I'm sure their homes are sort of super cool because they have all this solar energy and all this other stuff going on.
Yeah, and this is just an advancement on that idea. For less money than it would cost you. If you built a house traditionally and you wanted it to have the same R value, you couldn't get a house like that for under $300,000. So this is nice. This is some good stuff.
Let's talk about flavored tobacco. So California's Prop 31 ban on flavored tobacco is now in effect. It went into effect yesterday. And this comes after the Supreme Court rejected a bid last week by the tobacco industry to prevent the state from enforcing the law. So with this law, flavored tobacco for e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, and flavored cigars can no longer be sold in stores.
Because of the young people.
Yes, because when you're selling things that say cotton candy, berry, and cherry, that sounds yummy to them.
Sounds like yummy to me too. But there's nicotine in there. Now, do you, because you're not that old. I'm older than you.
Oh, bless your heart, Wayne.
So I don't know if you're, and you don't have to answer this question.
I was around.
It's sort of obliquely getting into how old you might be, but are you old enough to remember when freely sold and without any contraband were candy cigarettes?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a time when you went to 7-Eleven and got candy cigarettes, and nobody said this is terrible and it's encouraging people to smoke. And I don't know if it led to anybody smoking cigarettes.
But we would do that with our cigarettes, and we would do that as kids. We would sit there and pretend like it was a real cigarette and use the candy. Yes, of course. I was around then.
Yeah, but I did that with pretzel sticks too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't do that with pretzel sticks.
It's a cigarette, sure. No, but if you get the thicker the pretzel rods, you pretend it's a cigarette.
Oh, I can see that with the pretzel rod.
Now, could they sell, and would it sell flavored vapes? No nicotine. It's just a flavor delivery system. And would kids go for that? And then you don't have the nicotine, and you don't really have the issue, do you? Other than, I guess, now we don't want kids pretending they're adults. I think that, because that's what the candy cigarette was about. You had to pretend you're an adult. Just like those little wax, the little wax bottles with the flavored liquid in them, and you bite the top off and you drink it. And that was kind of pretending that you were an adult chugging a beer.
The Kool-Aid juice, what are they called?
I don't remember.
But they were made like, well, it was, you know what? I don't think of it as it reminded me of a beer. I think it reminded me more of like a Coca-Cola, but they were juices. But I can see what you're saying. You twist the cap and pop it on like a beer. I'm now processing that. And they came in cherry and different flavors. What were they called? Tyler, you don't know. I know you're just running around.
Was I the only kid that accidentally chewed one first time I had it.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about? The juices with little twisting stuff.
It's what I said he ate.
Oh, you
The wax and
because you probably ate probably was just you.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's ever said that. Not that I know. Yeah.
Oh, he's here, everybody. Sam Bankman-Fried is in the building of the United States of America after being extradited from the Bahamas. After a lot of back and forth about whether he would waive extradition or not, he did finally. Here he is, in big trouble, and in even bigger trouble because two of the principals at FTX and Alameda Research have pled guilty and are going to cooperate. So now he's going to have the people he was in business with closely. One of whom he was dating. They're going to turn against him to make it harder for him to say, I was just a dummy. I wasn't a fraudster. I was just really bad at this. That's how it goes. Yeah.
Because who wants to take the fall for something?
Nobody.
So people will think when it comes down to them, like, oh, no, I'll tell you everything you did. I got the receipt.
Right. All right, hey, let's get a news update for Layla Muhammad, and then we'll finish up handle on the news. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here is Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
So the man who allegedly from that high-speed chase fired at officers, then barricaded himself at a mobile home in Lancaster with his 1-year-old son has been fatally shot during the standoff. That man was shot late yesterday when he put a gun to the child's head. The baby was not hurt. A British news outlet said it took a top-secret mission to get Ukraine's president to the U.S. The UK Daily Mail said President Zelensky was escorted by NATO spy planes and fighter jets. And the cryptocurrency entrepreneur Sam Bankman-Fried is expected to make his initial court appearance in the U.S. today on charges that he swindled investors and looted customer deposits on this FTX trading platform. We do have, we do have some mostly sunny skies today, highs in the upper 60s to low 70s, inland and along the coast. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Deals Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's check out the 60 with Jeff.
Hey, good morning. I want to follow up on this. If you were with us last time around here, there was a little bit of a problem. There was a kind of a spill here eastbound on the 60 freeway, a little bit before the Montebello Town Center there, but it was around Garfield. And but we left it just a few minutes ago. They were starting to clear all lane. They had a couple lanes blocked here, so it's still a little slow going through there. Excuse me. There's still a little slow going through there. You'll be slow around the 710, but you'll see once you get past the line, you start moving again. The westbound tracks are in real good shape at this point for a change. Coming in from the 605 to 60 to 10, and even the dreaded 210 is looking pretty good. We're going to go towards LAX. I'll give you a good look at 105, and boy, LAX is just one happy place here today. That's for sure. So more on that coming up. Don't go away. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
Calling numbers. Save on your table dinner for Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off animal welfare certified bone-in beef rib roast and steak through December 25th. While supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by iaccidentlawyer.com. Accident Lawyer, actual client. I was hit on a motorcycle by a truck, resulting in a serious leg injury. My first lawyer downplayed with them. We called iaccidentlawyer.com. They got me $8 million on my first home cash, and I got savings for the rest of my life. Thank you, iaccidentlawyer.com.
Attorney Robert Cody, results fair, not a guarantee.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Happy Honda days are here at Norton's Honda Superstore. Shop a super selection of new cars, trucks, and SUVs. And get holiday deals so good they belong under your tree. Visit our super award-winning Norton's Honda Superstore locations in Huntington Beach, West Covina, Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Shop online at norton's.com.
This winter, spread joy, not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner.
Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
California Department of Public Health reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. And consider masking up in indoor public places. Do something good for yourself this winter. Get protected. And if you have to, get tested. More tips at covid19.ca.gov.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. He is on vacation. He is back next week. Layla Muhammad is here in for Jennifer Jones-Lee, and we're finishing up Handel on the news for you.
Okay, we have a story about the shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker. So the final defendant charged in connection with that shooting, and this is the one that involved Lady Gaga's dog walker and the death of 2 of her French bulldogs last year. Well, the final defendant pleaded no contest yesterday, was placed on 2 years probation.
Man, this is the woman who showed up with the dogs saying, "Oh, I found these dogs. Where's my reward?" And I figured out very quickly that she had a connection to the father of the younger fella who actually did the shooting and stealing. And so I guess that's why she only got probation, because she was just guilty of being an accessory after the fact and receiving stolen property. The shooter, the actual guy who did the shooting, right? No, he pled guilty.
I said no contest.
Well, he also pled no contest. Yeah, he pled no contest to attempted murder, and he got 21 years. And then we're waiting for Dad, who has pleaded no contest to possession of a firearm with a prior conviction, but won't be sentenced until next year. And that's how that all wraps up. Okay, boys. Yes, the dogs are turned on. Rapper Tory Lanez decided he would not testify in his trial over the shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. And this is what's interesting. So the closing arguments began, and now they're going to, I think, continue today and finish up, and the jury will get the case. Do you know that the defense is he didn't do it? It wasn't him. Yes, somebody shot Megan Thee Stallion in the feet, but it wasn't him. It was her friend who was mad because it came out that Tory Lanez had slept with both of them.
Right, this is the friend Kelsey Harris. Have you been following this mess?
Yeah.
It's like a bad soap opera online.
Witnesses are disappearing, witnesses taking the stand and suddenly saying they don't remember anything. Even Megan Thee Stallion said, I don't really even want to have to do this because that's being a snitch.
Well, the woman did test positive for gunshot residue.
Yes.
And it's looking like, I'm not in the courtroom, but what I'm hearing is looking like Tory didn't pull the trigger, right?
It's hard to know.
It's hard to
know.
know.
The prosecution's case is he pulled the trigger. He was mad. Everybody agrees somebody was mad at Megan Thee Stallion.
And everyone agrees Megan did get shot.
And everybody
yes. Now that we're in court, we realize, okay, because there was some chatter beforehand. Oh, she didn't get shot. No, Megan got shot. So Tory's saying he didn't do it. And Kelsey's sitting there who did it. Now, Kelsey's initial text message after the shooting to whomever she texted, because you know they like to pull the receipts from the text message, was that, oh my God, Tory shot Megan.
Call 911.
Right.
So the prosecution's theory is Tory Lanez was mad at Megan because Megan dissed Tory Lanez's whacking acumen. But the defense's theory is it was her friend Kelsey Harris was mad because Tory Lanez was sleeping with both of them, not with their permission, and she's the one who shot.
Well, Megan Thee Stallion said that Tory shot her.
That's right. So
Meanwhile, where's the Jenner family and all this? It's the Jenner fashion, because this all was at like Kylie's house, wasn't it? It was at Kylie. No, it was a party. Yes, it was a party at Kylie Jenner's house.
Yeah. Well, the media is calling it a get-together.
Well, it was a gathering at Kylie Jenner's house, so clearly all these celebrities were there. And at some point, the question was, would they have to testify because she was there? And I think Corey Gamble, Kris Jenner's boyfriend slash fiance slash maybe husband, was there as well. So what a mess.
You're way more plugged into that world than I am.
Not on purpose. I just see this in my feed a lot, and it's like daily updates. People are invested in this story in the hip hop world, and yeah.
And here's another crime blotter story.
So this is involving Dog the Bounty Hunter. So the convicted rapist who was nabbed by Dog the Bounty Hunter was denied parole. This is the man from Ventura County. He was denied parole yesterday after prosecutors argued he still posed a threat to members of the public. His name is Andrew Luster, convicted of 86 offenses in 2003, including rape of an unconscious person and poisoning. He was sentenced to 124 years in prison following the conviction, but that was vacated and then reduced to 50 years in 2013.
And he ran away during the trial, and it was Dog the Bounty Hunter who went down to, I'm pretty sure he went to Mexico, and went down there and got him and brought him back. So he's not getting out. He's not this time.
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein will face a maximum of 18 years in prison after prosecutors failed to convince the jury that he should be subject to extra enhancements for planning the sexual assault of which he was convicted, and also that the woman that he assaulted was particularly vulnerable. The jury did not buy either of those enhancements. He's still never getting out.
Never. Right. Between here in California and what happened in New York, getting out. Let's talk about Brittany Griner. And this is something that maybe you can weigh in on, Wayne, because I didn't realize she was receiving fan mail when she was being held in Russia. Did you know that? I didn't know that was a thing. Like she could get the fan. I was delivering the letters to her.
I knew that people were writing her, and I knew that they were delivering those to some place in Russia. I didn't know that they were actually giving those letters to her, though.
So she got them. She said in a letter, an open letter, to her fans on social media yesterday on Instagram that those letters did more than uplift her. They kept her pretty much going, that she never lost hope because she got those letters from people encouraging her. She said they showed me the power of collective hands. That she asked people to write letters to Paul Whelan, who is still being detained in Russia.
Yes. So that's the only bad thing that I will ever say about Brittany Griner, is that she apparently doesn't understand Paul Whelan and what he did and how he ended up in prison, or she would not be in any way supporting him.
Whelan. Yeah, he's been in Russia since 2018, detained in Moscow by Russia's domestic intelligence agency. They pretty much think he was spying, right?
Yes, because he received a thumb drive that had Russian secrets on it, and he says he was set up by his longtime 10-year friend who worked for Russian intelligence that he palled around with for 10 years. So his case is a little murkier than Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner should have gotten some kind of a following. They found the date thing. They should have said, "Oh, you're gonna have to pay us a lot of rubles over this," and that should have been the end of it. Whelan's a different fish altogether. And on the last day of the Griffith Park Pony Rides, confrontation between people who are sad that it's going away and people who are glad that it's going away.
Did you ever go to this pony ride? I've never been.
I never went on. Oh, I saw it.
I never saw it. And I've only been to LA since the pandemic.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Oh.
In my opinion.
Well, now it's a little more.
Just kind of going around. But there was a 4-hour wait to ride a pony on the last day, so some people love it.
Right. But the bottom line was found to be inhumane. right?
Well, there were animal activists said it was inhumane, and the city, because of all the pressure and the heat, they decided to not renew the contract. I don't think the city officially got into the question of whether it was inhumane or not. They just said, "Oh, the contract's coming up, and we don't need this hassle." So they said the city could not, in good faith, move forward with the extension. So that means whatever was happening with the animal advocates was pressuring the city to go ahead and end it. And they were looking for alternative models that were safe and healthy for both children and animals. Hey, now normally what we do around this time is we let Jen, but you're Jen today, we'll hit the last story that later in the stack that you would prefer to talk about.
Oh, a stranger who raised $120,000 to help an 82-year-old Walmart worker pay off medical debt. I love stories like this.
And that's basically the story. It's Elizabeth Rizzo is the do-gooder, and Carmen Kelly is the 82-year-old woman who's working at Walmart and needs a cane, holding a cane. Elizabeth Rizzo sees this, starts talking to her, finds out she's still working at 82 because she has all this medical debt. She only had $50 in her bank account. Rizzo makes a TikTok video about the situation, sets up a GoFundMe, over $129,000.
Love stories like this.
This woman.
And I think for Rizzo, she talked about how she really had a great relationship with her grandmother, her own grandmother, who passed when she was 15. And so the lesson that her grandmother taught her was about giving. So she carried that in her adult life, and that's why she wanted to do something nice for the Walmart worker. I love her story.
She's really sweet. And that is Handle on the News.
I survived. Is it okay? I'm sorry. How does Jen do this? Jen, I don't know how. It's a miracle to be able to juggle the newscast stuff, talking, watching. It's a lot going on.
I think she gets a lot of help from the dogs.
Oh, they come in the studio?
Oh, sure. I'll go with it. Yeah, she brings them all to the studio. Some of them hold the coffee for her.
Oh my goodness.
Some of them research stuff on Google.
This show is a machine. I don't get it, but hats off to you, Wayne, hats off to Jen, and Bill when he gets off the fruit.
All right, we'll get some news from Layla now, and then we will continue with this Electoral Count Reform Act. Sounds boring. It's not boring. It's something else besides boring. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Merry holidays, politically correct blowhard.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
No evictions just yet. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Eviction protections in LA County have been extended. KFI's Blake Foley reports live. The county's eviction moratorium is now in effect until at least January 31st.
The moratorium was supposed to end at the end of the year. The extension was put in place to align with LA City, where the eviction moratorium is scheduled to end on that January 31st day. Motion to extend renter protection stated COVID-19, RSV, and the flu could make things harder on renters. Now, these protections may continue past January 31st. The board has also ordered county staff to look into the possibility of extending the moratorium through June 30th. Staff will also be looking into a $5 million relief program for mom-and-pop landlords. Reporting live, Blake Foley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James accident attorney. Investigators say they are still waiting for the autopsies of 3 people killed in Riverside by a deputy sheriff from Virginia.
Riverside police say toxicology results are still pending for all 3. The department says detectives are sifting through hundreds of pages of online conversations and social media posts to find out how a 15-year-old girl in Riverside was duped into an online sexual relationship by Austin Edwards, the 24-year-old trooper turned deputy who posed as a 17-year-old boy online. Police say the day after Thanksgiving, Edwards killed the girl's mother and grandparents. The Virginia State Police say they made a mistake in not properly vetting Edwards prior to hiring him. The governor of Virginia has called for an investigation. Gregory, KFI News.
A man who left leaves on a high-speed chase fired at officers and barricaded himself in a mobile home in Lancaster with his 1-year-old son has been fatally shot during the standoff. LA County Sheriff's deputies say the man called the Sheriff's Department during the chase on Tuesday night and said he had a gun and the child in his car. He then fired at officers. The man was shot late yesterday when he put a gun to the child's head. The baby was not hurt. Homeless people in LA are being offered motel rooms under Mayor Karen Bass's new emergency plan. The mayor says the city is offering the rooms to people at the most critical camp. We're in the process right now, just beginning, of identifying encampments. And as we do that work in outreach, we'll be gathering the information as to how many individuals are actually living in a given space. Mayor Bass says people will be given services including mental health care while in the motels. The people will get to stay in those motels until permanent housing for them becomes available. Ukraine's president has addressed the joint session of Congress hours after meeting privately with President Biden at the White House. President Zelensky says because of the war started by Russia, Christmas will look different this year in the country.
We will celebrate Christmas. Maybe we can do it. Not because it's more romantic, no, but because there will be no electricity.
Zelensky says the U.S. support is crucial, not just to stand and fight, but to win on the battlefield. He told lawmakers the money received from the U.S. is not charity, but an investment in global security and democracy. The major storm moving across much of the country has delayed or canceled more than 1,600 flights. Forecasters have predicted heavy snow, ice, and powerful winds between today and Saturday. Delta, United, and other airlines say they are loosening their change policy so travelers can choose new flights and avoid the bad weather. And Arizona's governor has agreed to remove some of the shipping containers he ordered placed along the border with Mexico to fill gaps in the border wall. The federal government sued Arizona last week, saying the containers are trespassing on federal land. The KFI financial report, the Dow down 405 points, S&P down 58, NASDAQ down 220. The average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.34. Southland weather from KFI, partly sunny. Highs in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast. Low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County. Low 70s for the valley. Low 70s for the Inland Empire. Low 60s in the high desert. Overnight we're dropping into the 40s. Warming to the mid to upper 70s by Saturday. Highs in the low 80s by Christmas Day. That sounds like a beach day for me. Maybe after getting off the sun. Right now, 47 in Fullerton, 46 in Mission Viejo, 47 in Van Nuys, 52 in Hacienda Heights. Let's see what's happening in the sky right there. Just bombs. We're looking over LAX bombs, so that's a mess.
Well, it sure is. Good morning to you, and thanks for joining us here. I'm going to ride along with you now. I really hope that you caught Layla's reminder about the weather and air travel. That's a big storm that's going through the middle of the country right now, so there could be delays. But right now, the drive on the 105, we had to look at it all the way in just a few minutes ago, 106.05 all the way across. Still in pretty good shape. It's a little slow in Frank Charlotte. Seems to be that way. 26 hours a day, I don't know why. But, and yes, LAX actually both levels are quite busy. So have your airport act together. And by the way, call the airline when you're still at home without to leave. Don't try calling them when you're driving. You don't need all that's for sure. The southbound 405 coming out of San Fernando Valley is still in pretty good shape. We'll show a victory over the hill. Once past Sunset, good down to the airport. North 405 now, we just turned north on the 605. So we see that whole stretch of something happens behind us. Northbound 405 around the scales. That's approaching the 110 in Maine. We got a little bit of a center divided problem. It's going to slow you down a little bit. But other than that, once you get through the 110 and up to LAX, things are looking real good. We're going to head back to the 60 freeway. So this is something there's still some delays there. So I'll check it for you. Don't go away. Jump on. KFI in the sky. Updated COVID vaccines are here, just in time for the season that brings us all closer. Just in time for added protection against the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time for crowded stores and great big family dinners. Updated COVID protection is here. And if you haven't had a vaccine since September, it's time to give yourself the gift of updated protection. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
During this interruption, let's talk about disruption, emerging new channels, cookieless media. Marketers, are you missing out on one of the most engaged audiences in today's new open web? With Science programmatic software at Selfie, stay in tune with digital audio, stream the future on CTV, and level up with in-game. So you can see an average 3 times return on ad spend, maybe even on this very program next time. Science, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit scientnow.com to learn more.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Today, part of Bill Handle will be played by not Bill Handle. I'm in Handle Show, so see the difference. And now, here's not Bill Handle.
Case 58640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, it's the Bill Handle Show. Bill on his European vacation. He is back next week. Not too much longer to go till we get our Bill back. Wayne Resnick sitting in, Gary and Shannon coming aboard at 10. And some of the things we're watching for you here at KFI, there is now a mural honoring the famous mountain lion P22 who had to be euthanized due to a bunch of injuries and illnesses. If you want to go look at it, you will go to the Fairfax district of Los Angeles on Melrose, here, Ogden. And the Lakers definitely need more than LeBron James to win. He was back in action. Anthony Davis still out. Russell Westbrook still out. They lost to the Sacramento Kings, 134 to 120. This continues to be a dismal season. And the main item of discussion now, you know what they're trying to work on the big budget in Congress, and part of that is this Electoral Count Reform Act. That is one of the most bipartisan things that has happened in this Congress in a long time. It was put together by senators from both parties. It has been endorsed by both party leaders in the Senate. And the idea is to clear up the existing law about how the presidential elections are finalized. Here's what I want to do. Because I talk a lot about how you have lawmakers, and this is true at the state level here in California, Sacramento, they're terrible at writing laws. At the federal level, they're terrible at writing laws. And this has been true since the earliest days of this fine, fine country. I'm going to read to you now one sentence from the current Electoral Count Act, which is a Title III, Section 15, if you're so inclined. I'm just going to read one sentence. Okay? There's many, 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 many more sentences. But I will just read this. Okay. This is one sentence. If more than one return or paper purporting to be a return from a state shall have been received by the President of the Senate, those votes and only those shall be counted which shall have been regularly given by the electors who are shown by determination mentioned in Section 5 of this title to have been appointed if the determination in said section provided for shall have been made or by such successors or substitutes in case of a vacancy in the Board of Electors so ascertained as have been appointed to fill such vacancy in the mode provided by the laws of the state. This original law is gobbledygook. It goes on and on like that. It's supposed to be a step-by-step guide to what happens on 1 o'clock, both of those specified in the statute, and it's supposed to be the instructions for what you do. And you can't really make sense of it at all. I sure can't. Run-on sentence after run-on sentence. You don't know what's really supposed to happen or not supposed to happen. And so, the Electoral Count Reform Act seeks to rewrite the whole thing and make it clear. And it affects the four different, what do you want to call them? The four different people or entities that are involved in certifying a presidential election, and it basically addresses all these vagaries as to all four of these groups' responsibilities. So, here's what's in it. I hope to God that these guys who wrote this in order to clear up that old stupid one have made it as clear as possible. So first of all, you have the state legislatures that are part of this process. you may remember the Trump team was kind of hoping that they could get state legislators in red states to change their laws after the election, to change the law to give the electoral votes to Trump. So what does this new Reform Act do? It says, whatever you're doing in your state, and we're not telling you everything you have to do or not do, but whatever you're doing, you have to do it in accordance with the way your law was on the day prior to Election Day. You cannot change your election laws after an election. I mean, you can change them after an election for the next election. You can't change them after an election for the election that already happened. So that's one thing. Then you have the state officials. You have people like governors and secretaries of state. And this says that you basically, the executive officers in the state, which is almost always the governor, has a duty to certify the results. You have to do it. It's not arbitrary. You don't have any discretion. You can't decide you don't feel like doing it. You have to do it. The vice president, remember, some people wanted Mike Pence to not certify the thing, and he didn't do it. He didn't follow that. He did his job. But you never know who you might get as a vice president. And so this clarification makes it clear you are like a secretary. You don't have any authority, you don't have any power, you're just an administrative assistant here. You have to do the thing. You don't have any power to say you don't want to do it. And Congress, because this old law allows for objections, which happened in the last election. Lots of objections were made to try to delay it. This now says, basically, you're not going to be playing that game anymore. You can only make an objection if you're saying the state's electors weren't certified by the state, or if they don't turn over their voting results. There's no other objections that you can make. And that should count down on, this should cut down on all the shenanigans that went on, except for one thing. I'll just leave you with this. This is a law. It's not the Constitution. It's just a law that's been written. What happens if, let's say 10, 12 years from now, you have a different Congress, and they say, we're not going to follow this law. We're going to do what we want. Who's going to stop them? But at least they're trying. All right, let's get a news update from Layla Muhammad, and then we are going to talk about, there's a new kind of police robot out there, and a lot of people don't like it, and I think they're completely missing the point. I think if they thought about it properly, they would want as many of these police robots out there as possible. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and here is Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Slightly more Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. The Labor Department reported today that applications for jobless claims for the week ending December 17th reached up by 2,000 to 216,000. That's up from the previous week, 214,000. A bear that escaped an exhibit at a zoo in Florida and attacked a zookeeper has been shot and killed. The escape in the behind-the-scenes area happened just after 5 last night at the Jacksonville Zoo and Garden. And the NFL has announced a multi-year agreement with Google for NFL Sunday Ticket. The package of out-of-market Sunday afternoon games will be distributed on YouTube TV and YouTube primetime channels. We're looking at partly cloudy today with highs in the upper 60s to low 70s inland and along the coast. Let's see what's happening out there on the road with Jeff Bob. If I in the sky, we just get an update right now on the 60 freeway, right, Jeff?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Exactly. If you were listening last time around now, I was promised just have a look at it. Again, E60 Garfield Finley is just leaving the 710 and it's towards the 605. Garfield Finley, 2 right lanes is full blocked. It looks like they had a fresh delivery of paper there. There's quite a spill, and they're still working on it, so a lot to go on. Now, the good news, the E60 is just kind of slow. It's not really backed up or stopped or anything. But slow from about Atlantic. Once you get past Garfield Finley and up and over the hill, out towards South El Monte and all that industry, you'll be just fine. Westbound side is looking pretty good. North 405 now, going through the South Bay. That's from the 110 up towards LAX. A little bit of a delay before the 110. It's a center fire problem. Shouldn't be the end of the world delays. After that, though, pretty good drive to a very, very, very busy LAX. Be aware. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
This holiday season, get the gift of unlimited fun with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. With unlimited visits now and all through 2023, a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass is truly the gift that keeps on giving. Whether it's springtime treat at Boysenberry Festival, summer sizzle at the all-new Fiesta Village area, fall fun at Knott's Spooky Farm, Richard Cheer at Berry Farm, or all of the above and more. Experience it all with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. Check a Season Pass off their list at Knott's.com. Join the excitement of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend and attend Playoff Fan Central January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFP Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Allstate, AT&T, Capital One, Cheez-It, Chick-fil-A. If you have assets like a home, why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I radio station.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning. It's the Bill Handel Show. Bill is on his holiday vacation, but he's going to be back next week. And in a moment, we're going to talk about these police robots and why the people who oppose them, I think, have it all wrong. And if they understood it properly, they would all support police robots. But first, have you ever heard of a king tide? Well, forecasters are calling for a big king tide to hit Orange County on the coast this week. It's going to start today, but then the biggest tides over 7 feet will come tomorrow, Saturday, according to the National Weather Service. And I guess it will be at its highest between 8 and 9 a.m. on those days. It's going to impact a lot of the Orange County coast, Balboa Peninsula, Sunset Beach. Watch out if you were planning to hit the tasty waves this holiday time. All right. I don't know if you remember this, but LAPD announced last month that they were going to buy Spot the Robot. Spot the Robot is the robot that sort of looks like a dog. That's the shorthand for telling somebody what it looks like. It doesn't look exactly like a dog. For example, it doesn't have any fur. And it doesn't even have a head. But it kind of looks like a dog. And it's made by Boston Dynamics, and it's been around for a while. And when Boston Dynamics came out with Spot the Dog Robot, they were not touting it as specifically a law enforcement tool. They were touting it as a safety information gathering tool because it has a 360-degree array of cameras on it. It can be fitted with other kinds of sensors. For example, you could put a sensor on it, send it into a coal mine to detect the presence of deadly gases. Or let's say, God forbid, there was an explosion at a factory. You could send in Spot to look around before you sent in any humans to look around in case it's really dangerous in there. And that was kind of the original marketing for Spot the Dog. But law enforcement agencies saw that and they said, hey, we have dangerous situations too, where you'd rather not send a human being into it, like a suspect who's barricaded himself, for example, or a hostage situation. And so New York got a spot the dog robot for its police department. And I think they got it a couple of years ago. They stopped calling it Spot. They called it Digidog. And nobody really had a problem with it, except a video came out where there was a hostage situation going on in a high-rise, and it was a public housing building. And here's the video with New York Police Department officers walking and this robot walking with them, and people lost their minds because it made them think of RoboCop. It made them think of high-tech policing of people of color, and there was so much outcry that they stopped using Digidog. Well, last month, LAPD said, we want a Digidog. Well, we want a Spot. He's still calling it Spot, Chief Michael Boyd. And he said, listen, we're going to buy this robot dog, and we're only going to use it in very specific situations. We're not going to just put it out on patrol. We're not going to use it to surveil. We're not going to use it to follow somebody that we think is a suspect or do a stakeout. And if we're going to use it, you got to get approval from a deputy chief, and the chief has to be notified. And the idea would be primarily those things I described to you: hostage situations, somebody is barricaded. Maybe somebody's in a house and they're barricaded and they won't come out, but you don't know if they're armed or not. It would be used in situations like that. Those are the situations where now you send a SWAT team. You have an active shooter. If you have a suspected explosive device, and generally you send a SWAT team, and this would allow you to at least initially take a look without endangering anybody's lives, not just the police officers' lives, without endangering anybody's lives. Activists hate it. You have privacy activists, and their beef is primarily, it just makes it easier for the police to get information, right? They can see what's going on the street, even though there's no police officer on the street. But if there was a police officer on the street, he would be able to see what's going on the street, and nobody denies that a police officer is allowed to look with their eyeballs when they're on the street and see what the eyeballs see. But they don't like the idea of that being handed off to a robot. I guess because now you could have a police officer on the street, and you could have a robot on that street, and now the police can take a look at two streets at the same time. And then police reform activists are worried about police departments becoming over-militarized, and that these robots will be used to oppress poorer neighborhoods of color, and it will perpetuate and make easier what they say is the trend in policing to over-police minorities and all of the disparities that result from that. Now, it might help to know where the contemporary interest in these police robots come from. It comes from a thing that happened in Dallas about 6 years ago. A guy went on a shooting rampage. He shot 5 police officers, he shot other people, and he ended up, they were chasing him, and finally he ended up in a garage. And he was in the corner of the garage, and he would not surrender. He would not surrender at all. Everybody knew that he was wildly dangerous. So here's what they did, and I'm not endorsing this or condemning it. I'm just telling you what they did. Is they got a robot similar to this, and they put a little bomb on it, basically, and they sent it in, and they blew it up, and they killed the guy. And that's how they ended that problem. And in the immediate aftermath, people were happy. They had neutralized a very, very dangerous man who had no intention of giving up. And they could have sent officers in there with guns, and they would have ended up shooting them to death. But they did it this way, and they therefore didn't put their officers in so much harm's way. But after things settled, that's when the opposition started to grow. Then more recently, up in San Francisco, they voted to allow police to do the same thing that had been done in Dallas, which is to equip a robot with some kind of deadly force in case you had a similar situation. And there was a huge public outcry, and they reversed themselves in San Francisco, and they're not going to do that anymore. Now, I'm trying to think about this because there is no doubt that there's racial disparity in policing. That's just a fact. You can cut the statistics any way you want. That's happening. So the people who complain are correct in the thing they're complaining about. Where we may diverge is solutions. They see police robots as more of the same problem. But, and this is kind of off the top of my head and I'm musing about it, but if you're able to send a robot into certain situations, that means you're not sending in the police. And a lot of these police shootings that happen, and I'm talking about the high-profile ones especially, where it's police officers killing young black men, shooting young black men, and in a lot of those cases, the police really should never have escalated the situation in the first place. But that's a separate problem. Once the situation's been escalated, why do police shoot? Mostly they shoot because they're afraid. They believe they might be in danger right in that moment and that somebody might be about to try to kill them. They're afraid. If you switch to sending in a robot first in some of these situations, a robot is not afraid. If somebody makes a move, if somebody reaches for a cell phone, a robot is not going to go, oh my God, it might be a gun and I might die and I might not see my children tonight. Bang, bang, bang. And the fact of the matter is, if deployed properly with proper oversight, I think using these robots in certain situations would actually reduce the number of people killed at the hands of police that don't need to be. That's just my opinion. All right, let's get a news update from Layla Muhammad, and then it's a game of cat and mouse in Anaheim. On one side, the health inspectors. On the other side, you'll find out. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and here's Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour.
Homeless people across LA will be offered motel rooms to stay in.
The rooms will be offered to people at the most troublesome camps under Mayor Karen Bass's new plan.
People should not live and die on the streets because the city isn't giving them some place to go.
Bass says the plan will allow people to stay in the rooms until they're offered permanent housing. Bass announced the plan yesterday. She says she plans to house more than 17,000 people in her first year. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
And the mayor of Long Beach has asked the city manager to move ahead with a homeless emergency plan modeled after the one in LA. The mayor wants the declaration before the city council at its next meeting, January 10th. News brought to you by 4M Dental Implant Center. Max Factor heir and convicted rapist Andrew Lester has been denied parole. Ventura County prosecutors argue he is still a threat to the public. Lester was convicted in 2003 of 86 crimes, including rape of an unconscious person and poisoning. He left the county during his trial and was eventually caught in Mexico by reality TV star Dog the Bounty Hunter. Well, the State Water Resources Control Board has awarded nearly $889,000 to Riverside County to keep providing bottled water to people at a mobile home park for the next year. People there have been told water from the park system is unsafe to use for any purpose. And the designated Prime Minister of Israel has announced his new government will be sworn in next week. This will be his 6th term as Prime Minister.
Putting him at the helm of the most right-wing, nationalist, and religious government in Israel's history.
ABC's Jordana Miller says far-right and ultra-Orthodox leaders are poised to control top posts with unprecedented and expanded powers. She says their stated agenda is set to challenge Israel's pluralist Jewish identity. Southland weather from KFI. We have partly cloudy right now, mostly sunny by this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s to near 70 at the beaches. Low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County. Low 70s for the Valley and IE. Low 60s in the high desert. Right now it's 47 degrees in Yorba Linda, 50 in Newport Beach. Let's see what's happening on the roads right now. We're checking out the I-5.
You betcha. As a matter of fact, as I speak to you here, we're doing circles around the Golden State Freeway, the I-5 at Los Feliz. It's always a busy spot. Unfortunately, it's been some kind of a tussle between, it looks like the driver of a tanker, a big tanker at that, and maybe a driver or two. The tanker is sitting in the right lane. Motor officer's been here for a while trying to help out, but now CHP has arrived, a couple of boosters actually. So here's the bottom line. The right lane is blocked here, and they're northbound 5. Well, it's slow from the east to LA interchange, but it's really getting to be more like stop and stop. That stops at the 110 right outside Dodger Stadium. Now, we had to look at the 101 earlier, a little slow coming up from East LA, but north of the 4 level, all the way into the San Fernando Valley, is a much faster drive than this I-5, that's for sure. Because, it's not far up to the 134. It's a pretty tough drive. I want to warn you about some kind of long lane problems that happened earlier this morning. Eastbound on the 60 freeway around Garfield Finley, that's east of the 710. 2 right lanes have been blocked. There was a spill. They've been sanding it down. The delays there are not too bad. It's a little slow coming away from the lane, but not too bad. And I can't warn you enough about LAX. It is a super busy place this morning. Most of the freeways getting there are okay, but the airport itself, you really got to have your airport act together. Make sure you know what's going on. And all the storms that Layla's been telling you about in the weather report, they are affecting air travel, so just be aware of all that. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Feel like you're riding an economic roller coaster? All the whiplash is likely to wreak havoc on your investment portfolio, maybe even derailing your future plans. It's unpredictable, uncertain, and unsettling. It's time to regain your footing with a second opinion from Edelman Financial Engines. We're Barron's #1 rated independent financial advisory firm 5 years running, so you can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more, from an experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth checkup with a planner who puts your needs first. There's no sales pressure and no obligation. When it comes to your financial well-being, you can count on the top-rated independent financial advisory firm in the nation. Visit Edelman Financial Engines at EFEWealthPlanners.com. That's EFEWealthPlanners.com. Barron's rating awarded annually in September 2018 to 2022. Compensation paid for distribution of rating.
Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? And it's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And 3, your risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171. 800-809-7171.
I'm from East Los Angeles.
People always ask me, why would a famous actor like Danny Trejo do all his own stunts? Listen, that tinsel, it's a fake. That car crash, it's a fake. That flamethrower, no problem. It's a fake. A fake man. That's a real problem. So always verify all your medication online at Safeguard Pharmacy and keep your friends, your family, and yourself safe from fake meds. I get a little wrestle with fake bear. But remember, always check all your meds at Safeguard Pharmacy. Because Hollywood isn't the only thing filled with fakes.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And good morning, it's the Bill Handel Show. Bill on his European vacation. He is back next week. Wayne Resnick here. Gary and Shannon coming in at 10. And let's talk a little bit about the cat and mouse game that is going on in Anaheim, and to some extent in Santa Ana, but mostly the cat and mouse part of this game is going on in Anaheim right now. And on one side, I'm going to say they're the cats in the cat and mouse game are the code enforcement people and the health inspectors in Anaheim and Orange County. And on the other side, I guess they're the mice, are the street vendors of food, almost universally unpermitted taco stands. There has been a crackdown going on. They go out, the enforcement trucks, the health inspectors, they go out and they shut these people down, they throw away their food, they impound their equipment. And it's all about, number one, they say, public health. These people are working without a permit. They are often not following proper health procedures, and it's a danger to the community, they say. And it's also about brick and mortar taco businesses and other restaurants not enjoying the fact that right down the street is somebody selling tacos from a cart, maybe undercutting my brick and mortar restaurant, or in at least one really interesting situation, just drawing people away from my restaurant, even though there's a restaurant down there that sells tacos for $2.50. And there's a taco cart right down the street. And the restaurant owner is very upset because the taco cart is drawing business away from his restaurant and it's $2.50 tacos. But the taco stand is actually selling tacos for more. So I don't really know what to make of that, other than people must like the tacos from the taco stand better. In any event, it's an ongoing problem. This has been going on a long time. Once the food truck craze started, so many years ago, brick and mortar restaurants got upset, and a lot of municipalities passed laws and zoning ordinances to try to protect the brick and mortar businesses by saying you can't have a food truck or a taco stand within so many feet of a brick and mortar business, and also you can't have a taco stand or a food truck within so many feet of another taco stand or food truck. And in some cities, it works to effectively freeze out these independent vendors. So the government side of it is they're breaking the law. It's dangerous. The business side of it is, hey, they're stealing customers from legitimate brick and mortar businesses who pay taxes and get permits and pay rent and do all these things. Now, the other side of it is basically almost a uniquely American idea. The people who support these unpermitted, law-breaking, they are breaking the law, food vendors, they talk about entrepreneurship, the American dream, supporting yourself, making something of your life. And that is what these people are doing. They're not scofflaws. They're not bad people, poison people. They are wonderful people pursuing their dreams and making a living. The truth is, both of those things are true, basically. So this year so far, there's been at least 100 citations handed out, 85 cases where the equipment was impounded. And when I say it's a cat and mouse game, here's what I mean. One thing is this, and this is really interesting. If you have a food stand and you have enough wherewithal, you can hire somebody to go to the city storage yard where they take your grill or your propane tank that they seize from you, where they take it and store it. You can send somebody with binoculars to spy on it and see when they drop off your equipment. The other thing that's happening is
doesn't seem to matter how many times they shut down an illegal food stand. The food stand comes back. And this leads me to believe that at least some of these food stands are making a ton of money. I think we would all assume somebody selling tacos or hot dogs or whatever from a little stand, there's no way they're making a lot of money. They might be able to support themselves. They're not getting rich. But there was an interview with a guy who works at one of these taco stands. And he's talking about the equipment gets impounded. Every time the city comes and impounds the equipment, it costs them $8,000. That includes all the meat that they throw away. And the guy estimates that so far he has lost $90,000 in equipment and food because of the crackdowns from the city. Yeah, still in business, still doing it. If you can weather that level of losses, you must be making enough that it's still worthwhile for you. So that's the big game that's going on, and I look at this and I think of something. These are people set up on the street primarily. The city doesn't like it, the restaurants don't like it, they go after it. Now, there's a parallel community going on in Southern California. And these are the Instagram pop-ups. You've probably seen them. This is where somebody in their backyard starts making barbecue or making quesadillas or making breakfast sandwiches, like the place in Hollywood where they make breakfast sandwiches in their apartment and you buy it and you show up and they lower the sandwich down to you in a bucket from the upper floor of their apartment. Now, these food pop-ups, they call them, or underground food restaurants, get written up in the LA Times, they get written up in that website, Fever, they get lauded. People go crazy. Lines, Instagram posts, all about it. Very often, they parlay that success as an illegal. It's still illegal. They're just as illegal as what these street vendors are doing. But they're able to parlay that into a brick and mortar restaurant. Their reward for being illegal is they get to have a legitimate business, but the street-based vendors just get shut down time and time again. And I'm not going to get into how the Instagram pop-ups are visited almost exclusively by middle and upper class white trendo people. And you don't really read about the health department aggressively shutting down those places, even though it would be just as easy to do it. But they don't. So that's what's going on there. Now, let's get a news update. And then there's a new pay transparency law here in California. What you need to know about it, whether or not it's really going to help end disparity in pay. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and here's Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Time is running out for Congress to pass that $1.7 trillion funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers have until midnight tomorrow to pass the funding bill. AAA estimates that nearly 113 million people will travel at least 50 miles from home December 23rd through January 2nd. That's 4% higher than last year. And just a little sports nugget here. The Brooklyn Nets ranked up 91 points in the first half against Golden State last night, the third highest total in NBA history. First half, 91 points. The Nets were 91-51 during halftime against the Warriors, who was missing Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins. The final score, Brooklyn 143, Golden State 113. Ouch. Do you stay to watch the game? Hard question. Do you finish watching that? Or do you leave when it's 91 to half? Partly cloudy today with highs in the upper 60s along the coast, upper 60s to low 70s inland. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm from the Southern California Toyota Jewish Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're checking out some trouble on the 134.
Well, I just love to hear you say Brooklyn, that's all.
Aw.
No problems here, really. I'm going to give you a good report. If you're looking at Pasadena coming through Glendale,
Chrome right by the KFI studios. Wave to Layla and the gang as you go by. But it's pretty good drive all the way over to the 170, 134 lane. That's a great drive. Now, not so good is, listen up now, this is going towards the San Fernando Valley. North 5 Los Feliz, right lanes blocked for a long time, and a solid backup now, almost back to the delay interchange. The North 101 is slow to the 4 level, but north of the 4 level, it's a much faster drive into the San Fernando Valley, no problems at all. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Right now during Mattress Firm's Dream December sale, get a king bed for a queen price, or a queen bed for a twin price, and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable bed. Visit a store near you or mattressfirm.com today. This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Hey, cheese lovers, save big at Whole Foods Market during the 12 days of cheese. Get 37% off select holiday cheeses with Prime through December 24th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You know, end-of-the-year donation decisions are best made where it can do the most good, which is right here at home. Children's Hospital Los Angeles delivers world-class care and life-changing research for critically ill kids. Your donations help families that need this life-saving care, so please give generously. Call 800-670-CHLA, that's 800-670-CHLA, or visit donatechla.org to make your year-end donation.
Buy the Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month and only 3,000 grams. It's the cheapest price anywhere, guaranteed. I'm Scott Baker, CEO and founder of Autonomy, where you can subscribe to an EV like the Tesla Model 3 for less than the cost of a lease and with no long-term contracts. This price is for a limited time only. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, price is at $1,000 per month. 28 days notice does not include taxes, insurance, or deposits. Regular time offers not valid on space.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, they'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Visit LosAngeles2023.com to start booking your trip today. You'll find links to local hotels, no before you go event information, and the official fan guide for the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship in Los Angeles. Plan your trip to LA today. Ladies and gentlemen, Top Chef Fabio Viviani has arrived. And now, the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace in Morongo. Number 7.
Contest is open. Steakhouse meats and Brazilian churrasco.
Number 6.
Pescado is open. Try the pizza tower and oysters on the house.
Number 5.
The Chiru is open.
Number 4.
Horses Waffles is open. The best barbecue this side of the Mississippi.
Number 3.
Mercado Central is open. It's unrivaled, innovative Italian fare.
Number 2.
Sweet Things is open. Sweet treats for the biggest sweet things.
And the number 1 reason to go to the marketplace at Morongo.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times.
Everyone needs health insurance, and you can sign up for it through Cover California. It's a free service from the state that helps you find and pay for health insurance. We work with brand name companies to offer quality plans that cover preventive care, doctor visits, emergency care, and more. You'll even be able to find out how much financial help is available for you. Many who enroll with us pay as low as $0 per month. Regardless of how much you make, you should go to coverca.com and see how we can help you. Cover California. It's way to health insurance. Enroll by December 31st.
The holidays are here. What's on your menu? Shop Stater Brothers for tender, juicy beef bone-in ribeye roast at just $5.77 a pound. And get in the spirit. Save 30% on all 750 milliliter bottles of liquor when you buy 4 or more. Happy holidays from Stater Brothers Market.
Jennifer Jones-Lee.
When something big happens in Southern California, I know KFI is going to have it first. The newsroom editors, the reporters, the anchors, the hosts, everybody is going to jump on top of it and make sure that we give the most accurate and timely news that we possibly can. You're going to have reporters all over the place that want to participate in the news-making process to make sure that we have that story covered as thoroughly as possible.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handel Show. Where's Bill? He is on a boat on a river in Europe, but he will be back next week. Ray Resnick here, Gary and Shannon in at 10. Bad news. More bad news, I should say, for Sam Bankman-Fried, head of the now defunct and disgraced FTX cryptocurrency exchange, who is here on U.S. soil to face a bunch of fraud charges after being extradited from the Bahamas. Here's the extra bad news. The co-founder and former chief technology officer of FTX, Gary Wang, and the former CEO of Alameda Research, which was the sister company where they stole money from the FTX investors and sent it over to Alameda Research, Carolyn Ellison, they have pled guilty to federal charges, and they will be cooperating with the Justice Department's investigation, which means that they will be pointing their fingers at Sam Bankman-Fried in exchange, I assume, for leniency, because these are big charges with big potential sentences. So it's probably good for justice that at least these two people are going to admit what happened, and it's bad for Sam. California has a new paid transparency law. Starts January 1st. If you have more than 15 employees and you post for a job to hire somebody, you will have to include the pay range for that job. You don't have to say the exact dollar amount, but you have to give a range. Currently, you don't have to. You can just say, wanted, some blabbermouth to talk on the radio for 4 hours every morning.
And you don't have to name. Don't you really interrupt you? Don't you think that's a good thing, though, so people can kind of have a gauge of what the job pays? Because sometimes you don't know what a job pays.
That is true. And the awkwardness of when in the process do you ask? You probably hope that they'll tell you sooner rather than later, but do you want to go through a whole interview without even knowing what the potential thing? Yeah, no, exactly. So that's absolutely right. For the person applying for the job, it really does help. You might decide not to apply for the job. Or you might decide you really want that job and put extra attention into going after that job as compared to a similar job that doesn't pay as much. But there's another issue too that this is trying to fix or address. And that is pay disparity based on things like sex, race, age. Because if you don't have to reveal how much you're paying, there's no way for anybody to know if people who are doing substantially the same work are being paid substantially the same money. There's always going to be legitimate reasons that somebody doing the same job as you is going to make more money than you. If they have been there longer, that's a legitimate reason. Even though every day you both show up, you both do exactly the same thing, you're both equally good or bad at your jobs. If they've been there longer and they make more money, there's no problem. Maybe they were hired at a higher salary because when they started, they already had more experience than you. When you were hired at the same time, they already had 5 years of experience, you didn't have any experience. That's another legitimate reason. If you work in any kind of industry where your compensation is tied to performance, let's say sales, some kind of a sales role, and somebody simply sells more than you, Well, of course, they're going to have higher compensation than you. But apparently there are problems with women being paid less than men, even though there really is no rational distinction between it. People of different races being paid differently, even though you can't find a rational reason for it. So this is what California is trying to get at. And it's not so much that this will directly stop that from happening, but it will allow the state to better investigate claims. It's still going to take an employee saying, I'm being paid less because I'm a lady. But now what happens is, what does the state do? They don't even know what everybody's being paid. Here, they would already have the information about what those different positions pay. If you don't put a pay range in your job listing, you can be sued. Yeah, by anybody. Or anybody can file a complaint with the Labor Commissioner's office. And then you can be penalized anywhere from $100 per violation up to $10,000 per violation. But you won't have to pay a fine the first time as long as you add the needed information after that. Bigger companies have even more of a responsibility here. They have to give detailed reports on what everybody is making. The smaller companies just have to put a salary range on the job listing. The bigger companies, which have been required to do some of this already for a couple of years, they have to give reports to the Civil Rights Department of the state of California saying, this is how many people we have in each job category. Here are the pay ranges by sex, race, and ethnicity. It's kind of like if you are paying people differently based on their sex or their race or their ethnicity, you basically have to snitch on yourself to the state, which makes it really easy for the state to go after you. So that's all that's going on. Hopefully it will make it less daunting, and you will waste, as Layla pointed out, you will waste less of your time when you're looking for a job, because you'll have some sense of what's on the table financially. Let's get a news update from Layla Muhammad, and then we're going to be joined by ABC News crime and terror analyst Brad Garrett to talk about a big problem that is getting worse, and that is kids being coerced into sending explicit images of themselves and then being extorted for money to keep it secret. This is KFI AM 640 live every week on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Holding off on eviction, bring Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Eviction protections in LA County have been extended until the end of January. KFI Flake Show reports live protections could be extended even longer.
The County Board of Supervisors has also ordered a report on possibly keeping the eviction moratorium through June 30th. Staff will also be looking into a $5 million relief program for mom-and-pop landlords. The motion to extend renter protection stated COVID-19, RSV, and the flu could make things harder on renters. The county's initial extension now aligns the county with LA City, which has eviction protections through the end of January. Reporting live in downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
At least one person has been killed in a crash on the 210 freeway in Lakeview Terrace that involved half a dozen vehicles. One person trapped inside a car overnight was rescued. A big rig was on its side. Investigators in Downey are trying to figure out what caused an apartment fire that killed a woman and her 12-year-old daughter. Fire Captain Jorge Villanueva says they were found in a bathroom late Tuesday night.
Crews that found them stated that they were unconscious on the second floor, and it took multiple crews to bring both victims down the stairs.
The mother died at the scene, the daughter at the hospital. An older woman was also taken to the hospital. Investigators say it looks like the fire may have started in the garage then spread to the apartment. Two associates of former FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried have pleaded guilty to criminal charges related to the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange. A U.S. attorney says both are cooperating with Southern District of New York. The pleas were announced as Bankman-Fried was flown to the U.S. from the Bahamas to answer the charges tied to his role in FTX's failure. 216,000 people in the U.S. have filed for unemployment benefits last week. The Labor Department says this is 2,000 more than the previous week.
Despite the 1-week uptick in claims, the 4-week moving average points to a significant decline in first-time filers.
ABC's Jim Ryan says the number of last week's unemployment applicants is nearly identical to the figure 1 year ago. About 1.67 million people were receiving jobless aid the week ending December 10th, which is about 6,000 fewer than the week before. Time is running out for Congress to pass a $1.7 trillion funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers have so far been unable to reach an agreement on amendments to the bill, which includes billions of dollars in more aid for Ukraine. Lawmakers have until midnight tomorrow to pass the funding bill. Ukraine's President Zelensky has addressed Congress and the American people to thank them for their continued financial and military support in the effort to defeat Russia. Zelensky asked for more support from the U.S., saying next year will be a turning point.
I know it's the point when Ukrainian courage and American resolve must guarantee the future of our common freedom, the freedom of people to stand for their values.
He told lawmakers Russia's tyranny has lost control over Ukraine, and despite all odds, the country is alive and kicking. At the end of his speech, he handed Vice President Harris and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi a Ukrainian flag signed by frontline troops in Ukraine. Zelensky also met privately yesterday with President Biden. And Russia has weighed in on Zelensky's visit to the U.S. ABC's Tom Rivers says Russia's foreign ministry says the trip demonstrates the unpreparedness of Kyiv and Washington for dialogue with Russia to establish peace.
Her view, neither Ukraine nor the U.S. wants peace. It simply ought to continue the hostilities.
A spokesman for the Kremlin says the visit shows America is continuing down the path toward a de facto and indirect war with its country. Well, Spain has begun its winter festivities with the celebration of its Christmas lottery known as El Gordo. The biggest prize is $425,000.
In keeping with tradition, the winning numbers are called out by children in the grid in a nationally televised El Gordo draw known as the Fat One.
Oh, hey, Tom, that's Tom Rivers again saying the popular lottery hands out a total of $2.7 billion in prizes. Spain's Christmas lottery is ranked as the world's richest for total prize money involved. The KFI financial report, the Dow down 459 points, S&P down 71, NASDAQ down 274. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.34. Southland weather from KFI. Partly sunny this morning, but mostly cloudy throughout the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast. Low 70s for the LA Basin and Inland Orange County. Low 70s for the valley. Low 70s for the IE. Low 60s in the high desert. Overnight dropping into the 40s. Warming into the mid to upper 70s by Saturday. Highs in the low 80s by Christmas Day. Right now it's 45 in Brea, 55 in San Clemente, 45 in Stevenson Ranch, 50 in Lomita. Let's get an update on the 5.
All right, good morning. Now, if you're anywhere around the East LA interchange and headed north into the San Fernando Valley, let me give you the backups and a possible way around all this stuff, and I'll explain what's going on. Number one, the North 5 is now backed up quite solid from the East LA interchange all the way to Los Feliz. That's just before the 134, where now the 2 right lanes are blocked. Extensive delays. Now, using the North 101, yes, it's going to be quite slow from the East LA interchange up to the 4 level, but north of the 4 level, boy, it's a much faster drive into the San Fernando Valley. Now, back to the North of Los Feliz, what happened was it looked like a simple wreck. I just mentioned to one of our traffic producers, I said there's an unusual amount of CHP cruisers down there, and it seems somebody involved in this crash, well, they had to be restrained. So there's just a lot going on. Fire department, CHP, and everything. North 5 Los Feliz, 2 right block, use the 101. Good news for the eastbound 60 at Garfield. If you were listening at home, perhaps, you had to make this drive, but E60 at Garfield Finley, that's east of the 710. 2 right lanes are blocked. All lanes are open now. Pretty good drive. We're going to go down to 710. We got a couple of reports about a few problems here and there. Oh, one more problem on that North 5. Another reason not to use it. North of the 134, the Alameda on-ramp is an issue there. So it's not a good place to be right now. Jeff Barr, KFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDC Appliances.
LikeforLike.com.
The LikeForce whole house water filtration system, and I have one at home, is very simply the best system I've ever had, and I've had plenty. What it does is connect directly to your plumbing from the outside. So as the water goes inside the house, it is highly filtered, great tasting, and obviously very safe water. Every tap, every faucet in your house produces this water. You're bathing, you're cleaning, you're cooking, you're doing your clothes, you're doing dishes with bottled quality water. And what a cup of coffee it makes too. No maintenance of any kind ever. No filters to change, no salt to add, no monthly service. Once it's installed, you can forget it's ever there. And until December 31st, LikeSource will pay your sales tax. It's their best deal of the year. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit likesourcewater.com. LikeSource Water, taste and feel the difference.
Protect your children by staying up to date on COVID vaccines this winter. Updated by Veil of Vaccines. Are now available for kids 6 months and older. Visit myturn.ca.gov to schedule an appointment and keep your family's immunity strong. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
On radio station.
Today, key part of Bill Handle will be played by not Bill Handle. Simon and Handle show, so see the difference. And now, here's not Bill Handle.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handle Show. Bill is on his European vacation. He is back next week. Gary and Shannon are coming aboard at 10 o'clock, and in a moment here, we're going to talk to ABC News crime and terror analyst, former FBI agent, and fill-in host here on KFI occasionally, Brad Garrett, about a very disturbing trend involving children, explicit images, and extortion. But one thing we're watching here at KFI is this. The Rose Parade is coming up, and those floats are expensive to make. A little float could be $40,000, $50,000. A corporate float, $350,000. And it turns out inflation has affected the price of the materials and supplies they use to make these floats by 40%. You may notice some of these floats not as elaborate this time around, thanks to inflation. All right, let's bring him on. Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terror analyst. Good morning, sir. Good to talk to you.
Likewise. Good morning, Wayne.
All right, let's get into it. Tell us the thing that's happening, and we will talk about how it happens, why it happens, and what can be done to try to stop it or at least protect your child from it happening to them.
So the FBI calls it financial sextortion, and basically what it is, it's online scammers pretending to be age appropriate to whatever kid they're interacting with, 8, 10, 12, 14. They engage them to basically form one of those online relationships. I guess they don't spend a lot of time doing this because I'm not convinced you're going to be able to extort a lot of money out of a 12-year-old. But the point being, they convince them at some point, at least a percentage of them, to send sexually explicit pictures to this person they're dealing with, who then turns around and extorts them and says, unless you send me X, I'll release the pictures to your friends and also place them on the internet.
How, this just sounds to me like very rapid grooming. We usually think of grooming, and grooming can take place over days, weeks, months. But here, obviously, this must be happening pretty quickly. What kinds of techniques are used to take, especially, you're making me sad by pointing out that some of these victims are as young as 8 or 10. I kind of had thought, well, maybe this is happening with teenagers, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. What kind of techniques do these people use to take a child who I assume is not raring to go for something like this and get them to comply?
I think it's really about attention and letting them know that somebody cares about them. So if you have a child, and I'm being very generalized here, that spends more time alone, too much time online, and doesn't really have sort of hour-by-hour supervision from a caregiver or a parent, that they're more prone, generally speaking, to get lured into things. You know, far beyond what we're talking about. You can name another topic. And so they get pulled in because somebody's actually actively talking to them online, sending them pictures of a person that's clearly not them, but attractive, age-appropriate, as I mentioned earlier. And that's how it's sort of built. As I said, I don't think they spend a whole lot of time because you would need volume to make money doing this. And so if they don't think they're going to get anywhere with the pictures, I think they move on. But I'll tell you, Wayne, according to the FBI, a number of these kids have actually taken their own life or fear that these explicit pictures that they mistakenly sent, or shouldn't have sent, obviously, would end up on the internet. And according to the FBI, whether you pay them or not, they tend to stick them on the internet.
Oh, my goodness. So what you're saying is, obviously not every kid online fits this profile that you're talking about. No parental supervision, possibly not as many friends as the typical kid, spending a lot of time online. Not every kid online is like that. So when a scammer contacts a kid, is this a phishing expedition? They just contact a bunch of kids and then they have a way of quickly determining whether they have a child who's vulnerable to this as opposed to one who's not? Or is there a way to tell before you initiate contact that you might have identified a vulnerable kid?
I don't think so. I think this is strictly a fishing expedition. Keep in mind, you're many times dealing with scammers that are in like Nigeria, the Ivory Coast, Eastern Europe. I mean, it goes on and on. Just like every other scam that you and I can talk about the rest of the day, of trying to rip the elderly people off, etc. It's all the same approach. There's no indicators, according to the FBI and DHS, that these guys are trying to lure these kids to a location, like, a sexual predator would be trying to do. This is strictly finances. It's a way to make money in a very brutal, cold, and harsh way. And that the difficulty is obviously IDing this person that's attempting to scam your child. So it really boils down, in my view, Wayne, to two things. One, clearly, is the relationship you have with your child or children. And we all know that can be a challenge based on your personality and theirs. So that's one side of this. The other is, I think, with so many of these kids, you really need to have what they call parental control apps. There's a number of them online. I've read reviews of some of them that will actively allow, with an app on your phone, to track what they're doing, who they're calling, what websites they're going to, what websites you can block. Now, one would say, well, that's all great, but couldn't they just go to another computer? Well, they could. But we tend to do things that are right in front of us. So if you have a tablet, an iPhone, or an Android phone, that's what you're going to really try to use.
All right, Heath, we're going to get a news update from Layla Mohammed. And then if you can stay on, I kind of want to walk through exactly how this scam unfolds, because it starts as one thing, or as far as the child knows, it starts as one thing, and then a switch is flipped, and it's very different. And then maybe we can talk about some other ways that we can all protect ourselves online. And then maybe if we have time, Brad, I don't know if you're up for this. Maybe trade. I would love. You have so many cases. Well, I'll wait to tell you because we're late. So get ready. You might be put on the spot a little bit, but not in a bad way. I promise, not in any kind of bad way. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Layla Mohammed live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Thousands of people in Humboldt County still have no water after that 6.4 earthquake, a magnitude earthquake shook northern California Tuesday. California has banned flavored tobacco products. It means flavored tobacco for e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, and flavored cigars can no longer be sold in stores. Massachusetts also banned flavored tobacco products. And the U.S. population grew by 1.2 million people this year. Estimates released today by the U.S. Census Bureau show that growth was largely driven by international migration. The nation has 333.2 million residents. There's the number, Layla. Get it together. Partly cloudy skies today. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, upper 60s to low 70s inland. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson, and Owen. Let's check out the drive on the 710 with KFI in the sky.
Boy, that was me. I'd say a lot. All right. Yesterday afternoon now, we had a Caltrans crew kind of involved in the crash. So please, they're working so hard here through the holidays to clear up the freeways for us. But this is kind of a moving work zone, if you will, so be careful. Southbound 710, they're in the fast lane and moving through Long Beach Boulevard right now in the fast lane. So again, it's a little slow coming out from the 105. So again, please be careful going through. Now, big delays, and we're going to go fly back up there and check on this, but going into the San Fernando Valley, north 5 to Los Feliz, 2 right, and the extensive backup all the way to the East LA interchange. The northbound one was slow to the 4 level, but north of the 4 level it was looking real good. More coming up. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Accidents don't care if you're driving to a doctor's appointment, taking your kids to school, or heading to a holiday party. Accidents do happen, and this time of year it's busier than ever. We have helped thousands of victims at the worst times. We're here if you need us. 888-OPO-WIN. OPOLaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Save even more when you shop great deals at Vons and Albertsons. Right now, Starbucks coffee in 10 to 12 ounce bags or 10-count K-Cups are just $5.97 each. Limit 2 with digital coupon on Vons or Albertsons.com. Offer ends December 27th.
If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Mizarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She had some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. And you can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mizarkani can fix those problems too. Well, smile again, eat the foods that you've missed, now pound $250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound $250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Experience the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend at Championship Campus in downtown Los Angeles, January 6th through 8th. Championship Campus features Playoff and Central, AT&T Playoff Playlist Live, Media Day, the Extra Yards 5K, Taste of the Championship, and more. For more information, go to collegefootballplayoff.com/championship campus.
Dance the baby, feel good for the holidays with Christmas music playing now on iHeartRadio's Coast 103.5.
This is crazy land. Piling up all these crazy programs. They all do this. They spend up everything and they don't worry about tomorrow, and then when the markets tank, they're screwed. John and Ken. And so then their last resort is, oh, looks like we're going to have to raise taxes. Weekdays at 2 on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is the Bill Handel Show. He is back from his vacation on Monday. Wayne Resnick here. And we're talking to Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terror analyst, former FBI agent, about this problem of financial sextortion of minors, where, wow, during the past year, 7,000 reports of this happening, Brad. I assume it is on the rise.
There is no doubt about that, Wayne. I would be willing to bet that 7,000 number is hitting between maybe 5 and 10% of the real number, because so many of these don't get reported for a number of reasons. The family keeps it internal, and they just go on. And you can also understand that on some level. So it's like so many other scams, difficult to control. Bad guys typically aren't here. My guess is if you're in Nigeria or the Ivory Coast, nobody's going to be kicking in your door anytime soon. So what you have to do is build your own defenses against people like this. And you and I started to talk about this a few minutes ago about your relationship with your kid, to be open, to have them come to you during difficult times, or them to come to you and say, look, some guy's trying to get me to send them pictures, or I did send them pictures of what to do at that point. So all of that, is important in sort of curtailing these guys, or at least slowing them down. It's like so many bad things that happen online. There is no like off valve that you could really shut this down.
And so the thing is, the first step of this is to gain the trust and the interest of the child by pretending to be an age-appropriate person who's interested in them. At some point, the switch is flipped. How is that switch flipped? What is the, like, do they literally go from one direct message of like, yeah, I'm going to have fun this weekend, what are you going to do, to send me $500 or I'm going to post this photo online? Or is there a transition from the con to the extortion part of it?
So the obvious trigger will be that you relent and send him a picture. At that point, depending on how explicit it is, he may ask you to send him more pictures. So he may have to have more dialogue with you for that to occur. So let's assume that you do that. Once he believes he has truly compromising pictures, that's when the extortion comes in. Then he flips the switch and tells you, look, I've got these pictures. If you don't give me X amount of money, I'm going to release them online. I'm going to release them to your friends at school, so forth and so on. And then that's where maybe the biggest tragedy of these cases occur, where kids absolutely freeze. They're afraid to tell your parents, they're afraid to tell their friends, and they feel like they're in a box. And obviously, they're not financially independent. And so there's that pressure of, if I don't pay this guy, he's going to release these pictures. So that's why I think, sadly, some of these kids end up taking their own lives. So it can go from an awful thing to an absolute tragedy.
A couple of questions I do want to ask, but they're specific, they're a little delicate. Do the perpetrators send photos to the victim in order to get the victim comfortable with sending photos back?
So I think sometimes. And obviously they won't be photos of the real person because he's an adult. But yes, I do think to say that there is one particular approach, the answer would be no. There's going to be varied approaches. I think some run out of patience quickly, try to push the explicit photo thing too quickly, and the kid turns them down. But it's that key moment where you, the bad guy, have convinced this kid that you want to have this online relationship with them, and that they're, to what you and I were talking about earlier, that need to connect with somebody because you feel lonely, you don't have enough friends, whatever it might be. It's kind of like the moth seeking light, where they see somebody who actually may care about me a little bit. I mean, it's just a horrible thing because obviously he is just playing on your emotions to get what he wants and then to steal from you.
Okay, now you mentioned that sometimes there's repeated requests in order to get the photos to be explicit enough that they actually are compromising. The kinds of photos that ultimately are sent, are these photos that would constitute child pornography? Are they that explicit, or do they fall short of that? And the reason I ask is just because the level of effort that might be put into catching these people might be higher if what's being transmitted is actually legally child pornography.
I think in some cases it probably is, because if you think about if you're going to extort somebody on this particular topic, it would have to be pretty explicit. I mean, something where you've got a shirt and your shoulder showing, or below the knee is showing, and it doesn't really get you very far. So you'd really have to get into more intimate parts of the body, and pictures of that get sent. Because let's face it, if you're into extorting somebody, you're going to really need, a product that the person would be so embarrassed if other people saw it. So, yes, I think there would certainly be a percentage of these that may well fit the definition of child pornography.
What are the dollar amounts that are typically demanded? Are they really, really small, like $20, or do they ask for several $100s in some cases?
I think it's all over the chart. I think it's, they may start high and then realize that they can't get that much, so they'll lower it, just like many extortions. And my guess is they have a bottom line that if you don't pay X, then I'm going to immediately release these photos. So, there's a variance in that, but again, I think it's all about volume. So you're not talking to one kid, you're talking to 50 kids in a given day or 2 days, going one to the other, until eventually you get people to bite, because that's how scams work, right? This happens all the time to elderly people. It happens all the time when there's a catastrophe someplace, like a hurricane in Louisiana or Florida or wherever, where people are in desperate straits to get their house fixed, to get the water out of their house, and they get scammed. This is really kind of the same in the regard of you're preying on the vulnerable. And let's face it, if you're going after an 8 to 10, 11-year-old, they don't have executive functioning skills enough to sort of sort this out. And they panic. And unfortunately, make a mistake sometimes.
All right, Brad, it's good to talk to you. The thing that I mentioned before, we don't have time now, but I hope that we're on again sometime. I hope we're on again sometime, because what I want to do sometime, I think it would be a great conversation and fascinating to hear, is to talk a little shop and compare some of the different kinds of cases that we've both dealt with. So sometime when you're on, I'm going to carve out some time. You could even start thinking about it now. But the weirdest case that you ever worked as an FBI agent, and maybe the case that affected you the most. And we could share those. That would be great.
Sounds good.
All right, there he goes. Thank you so much, Brad. Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terror analyst. And the problem with fighting this particular sextortion scheme is the best way to prevent it is hard. It's to have fostered a really, really good, close, trusting relationship with your children. And it's not something that you could do overnight or in a week. Let's get some news from Layla Muhammad, and then it'll be time for Handle on the News Late Edition. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Layla. Oh, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted them to know that you're live and you're in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and you're Layla Muhammad.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to just keep it tight with the news. Okay, so a councilman in San Clemente has suffered a concussion and multiple face lacerations while defending his wife from a teen skateboarder.
The attacker struck me multiple times in the head with a skateboard.
Councilman Gene James says his wife was trying to record the teen causing trouble in their neighborhood when the skateboarder tried to attack her.
An act of violence at one's home strikes at the heart of the dignity and sanctity of home. Our family's emotional scars will be forever.
OC Sheriff Sergeant Scott Steinley says the team was booked for threatening great bodily injury, but also
assault with a deadly weapon, as well as elder abuse.
James was able to hold the team Monday until deputies arrived. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
It's brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Public health officials say the number of COVID-19 related hospital cases in LA County has increased slightly from one day to the next. State figures show there were 1,274 COVID-positive patients in county hospitals as of yesterday, up from 1,251 on Tuesday. 152 of those patients were being treated in intensive care. A public health emergency in Orange County caused by a surge in RSV, COVID-19, and other diseases has been canceled. The county's chief health officer declared the emergency on Halloween. She says the designation has been canceled because more resources and support are now available thanks to a change in federal policy, not because infections are down. A woman in San Diego County charged with murdering her stepfather because she found new photos of herself on his computer has been convicted of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say the man died in 2020 from strangulation, suffocation, and a lethal dose of prescription pills. Defense lawyers argued the man's death was from a history of substance abuse and overall poor health. Stepdaughter is looking at 25 years to life in state prison. Families have lined up for the last time to ride the ponies at Griffith Park.
I'm heartbroken. We've been coming here since 1980 when I was a child. We had to come out and support it. Now I don't know when we're going to ride ponies.
Griffith Park Pony Ride and Petting Zoo had to shut down yesterday because the city did not renew its lease. Owner Stephen Weeks tells NBC4 kids have been getting rides there for 74 years.
It's been about 10 million Angelinos that have ridden through here.
He says homes have been found for the ponies and the petting zoo animals. SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast, low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, low 70s for the valleys and IE, low 60s in the high desert. Overnight, we're in the 40s. Right now, it's 50 degrees in Fullerton and 49 in Laguna Beach. Let's check out the drive to LAX.
Party bunch, LAX, a really busy spot here right through the holidays, that's for sure, but especially right now. Now, if you're still at home, make sure you call and find out about your flight. Layla's been covering this in news and weather and stuff, but the weather going through the middle of the country towards the East Coast pretty severe, and it's causing delays and sometimes cancellations, so be aware. But driving there, actually, believe it or not, is pretty easy right now from Long Beach, the northbound 405 all the way up is fine. Even, believe it or not, the westbound 405, my goodness, a little soft with the 110 to Crenshaw, but it's pretty good. And the south 405, once you get out of San Fernando Valley, a little slow, but from Wilshire down, it's all looking good. Now, we are back over a long lane problem, if you just joined us here. North 5, the Golden State Freeway at Los Feliz, just before the 134, to Flatwater Village. We still have the right lane blocked. This is a little bit better than it was. It was the two right were blocked for a while. But at the end of a crash, they're clearing up a lot of the CHP cruises here. Someone had to be restrained during this crash. It was really a bad one. Backup is pretty much East LA. Now, the North 101 was an easy way around this. Right now, I'd say it's a toss-up, really a push. Really slow getting through the East LA interchange. It was good after the 4 level, but now, with all the volume coming up, it stays slow up towards around, well, about Western, approaching Sunset Boulevard. So, at this point, it's your call. I'll follow up on this for you. That's where Jeff KFI in the sky.
Here's the gift of Cheesecake Factory. Through December 31st, get a free $15 bonus card for every $50 gift card purchased at thecheesecakefactory.com or at any of the Cheesecake Factory restaurants. Visit thecheesecakefactory.com for more details. If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
Hi there. I'm getting paid to talk to you, and yet I'm the most boring person I know. Isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. Of course, you could join me to start a podcast with Spreaker from iHeart. If you've got something to say, it'll help you monetize it. And I bet you've got more to say than I do. I have literally nothing to say, and I'm loving life. Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com. Get paid to talk.
Tesla reinvented electric cars. At Autonomy, we've invented a new way to get them: subscription. Try the Tesla Model 3 for as little as $450 a month. No long-term commitment or debt. And currently, no wait time. I'm Scott Safer, CEO and founder of Autonomy, and our easy subscriptions are the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get a Tesla Model 3. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, frankly, the $1,000 per month subscription. The phone they does not include
Imagine air travel that's simple, hassle-free, and fast. That's First Air. Save hours on every trip. Avoid busy, crowded terminals and fly from airports closer to your home. No crowds, no long lines, no stress. With First Air's private flight, you're in control of your travel day, not the other way around. FirstAir.com, the most convenient way to fly. Get a free quote on your next flight at ROTHSCHILD.com. There's a better way to fly private.
For more than 50 years, TRILLIONAIRE has helped personal injury clients. We're not only familiar with LA's laws, freeways, and traffic, but also the judges, juries, and insurance companies. And they know our reputation for winning serious injury cases. So when who you know and what you know really matters, call TRILLIONAIRE.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Stark. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait and don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com.
KFI is in your ear, so put it on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
And 11 is late edition. Here's not still handled.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handle Show. And I'm not him, apparently. And I'm not. I'm Ray Messi. In for Bill. Gary and Shannon coming up at 10. I'm here with Layla Muhammad, who's in for Jennifer Jones-Lee. And it's what we have for you. Handle on the news. Late edition. Are you excited? Are you as excited as I am? Depends on the story, and there's a lot going on. Look at me. Are you excited as I am? Did you ever play in a band? Like, were you a drummer? No, I was not a drummer. You did drummer energy. Like, you did. I was not a drummer. Look at you as a drummer. Thank you. And that's a compliment, yeah. No, I take it as a compliment. All right. Well, you're not as excited as I am, at least not physically. I'm operating on fumes right now. So it's what, 3 hours last night of sleep? Oh, that's not enough. Yeah. Well, let's get through this thing, shall we? Let's handle on the news edition and lead story. The suspect is dead, and thank goodness only the suspect is dead after an hours-long standoff up in Lancaster. It started with CAP trying to pull this guy over for going over 130 miles. It then resulted in a chase during which this bad guy called the sheriff's department and he said, if they don't stop chasing me, I have a gun and I have a baby here in the car, and if they don't stop chasing me, I'm going to shoot at the cops. He didn't at that point threaten to hurt the baby. He ended up at a trailer park somewhere, and in order, I guess, to get from the car into the trailer home, he decided the way he would keep the cops at bay is while he's moving from the car into the trailer home, he's got the gun at the baby's head. The baby is his only son. Now hours of standoff and trying to negotiate with him, he's having none of it. And at one point, while they were trying to negotiate something with him, he again put the gun up to the child's head. That's when deputies opened fire, killing the bad man. The child was not harmed. Yeah, and for deputies to say, obviously, they didn't want it to end this way with him there. They were hoping both would be alive in the office. That standoff was 40 hours. Yeah, I'm fine that it. I'm kind of fine it ended the way it ended. Yeah, I'm glad the baby was okay. Yes. Let's talk about what's happening with Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX founder, CEO, expected to appear in court in New York City after being extradited from the Bahamas. So, the latest information is two of his top associates, including his one-time girlfriend and his co-founder, they pleaded guilty to criminal charges. They're now cooperating with investigators. Now, whether or not Sam Bankman-Fried was aware of this, we don't know. He was not, because the guilty pleas were all done under seal on the 19th. Yeah. Then he gets over here, and then they unseal it. And his girlfriend's dominating, and his whole color's pictured on it. They were both released, the two associates released on $250,000 bail
after their secret court appearances. They have travel restrictions, obviously. And then authorities in the Bahamas arrested Bank of last week at the request of the U.S. government. I don't think that's going to end well.
Well, no, you're talking about, at least the government is alleging, about $8 billion in loss. So you don't walk away from a long prison term with $8 billion in loss.
In this country, that's one thing that that you will not get away with. People get away with a lot of stuff. When it comes to the government's money, people's money, banks' money, never. One thing.
And it's going to be hard for him to defend himself if two people are saying, oh yeah, us two, we did crimes, and he did crimes with us.
Yeah, because weren't they facing over like 100 years in prison or something? The ex-girlfriend or the one-time girl?
Oh, sure, but that's, they have these, every charge that you get charged with has a statutory maximum. It's the most you could get under the law. And that's what the media reports all the time. There are very few cases where people get that.
No, I understand that, but when you're 28 and you're hearing, you could be in prison, you're not going to look at me, 138. But when you're 28 and you hear 110, you're just thinking, oh my goodness, it's all my good years, my bad years, my other years. Like, let me go ahead and tell what I saw.
Well, there is a mural now honoring famous mountain lion P22 who was euthanized, and it's pretty big. It's a very large mural. It depicts P22 with a golden crown, and then there are 4 white doves next to P22, and a big text thing that says, "Long live the king." The artist, Corey Maddie, said he's the king of the hills. He's always going to be the king of the hills, and he's so majestic. So she did it to pay homage to P22. Took her 22 hours. There's that mural that can be seen in the Fairfax district of the city of Los Angeles on Melrose, near Austin, as you cross to. You got your Thomas guide out.
And it seems like old school people. It seems like this artist, Corey Maddie, the one you just mentioned, it seems like she had sort of she felt a connection to P22. P22's eyes, and so wanted to depict that in the mural. I think there was a reflection. Yeah.
And also, she did a mural of P22 in October, before all this happened, before P22, she had put a mural honoring P22 up in Silver Lake.
Do you think it's going to be, okay, I want credit for this, if you're listening to filmmakers, if I need my coins, or let me be the voice of P22. That'd be even better. But do you think this is going to be like an animated movie of P22?
There's going to be a movie, right? There's going to be, here's the problem. Now, you can't own the idea of this. It's my idea. You can't own the idea so generically of a movie about
shooting the hopes and dreams. No, I'm trying to help you. You're not.
I'm trying to help you. You have to come up with a specific take or angle on those stories.
I'll think about that. It's probably going to be,
and then you're going to be rolling in ducats, man. You're going to fly away from KFI every day after your shift in your own private helicopter after that. You can't just say, hey, it's a movie about P22 and expect anybody to give you a lot of money for that.
I'll work on that. You want to be my executive producer?
I'd love it. Wonderful. All right, hey, let's get a news update from Layla, and then we'll finish up the panel on the news late edition. It's KFI 8640 live everywhere on the Radio app. Layla's live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And we just touched on this story right here. That man with a gun who barricaded himself in his mobile home in Lancaster with his 1-year-old infant following a high-speed chase has been fatally shot by sheriff's deputies during an hours-long standoff. A British news outlet says it took a top-secret mission to get Ukraine's president to the U.S. that included being escorted by NATO spy planes and fighter jets. And the cryptocurrency entrepreneur Sam Bankman-Fried, we just spoke about, is expected to be in court here in the U.S. this morning making his initial court appearance on charges that he swindled investors and looted customer deposits on his FTX trading. We have partly cloudy skies this morning, heading into mostly cloudy by this afternoon with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, upper 60s to low 70s inland. Let's head now to an update on the sky.
Hi there, thanks for joining us all week. This has been a long thing from now. There's concerns for northbound Golden State Freeway getting into this Napa Valley. Before we cross the 134, those dealers, we're spinning around it right now. We do have a very complicated crash at times as the two right lanes closed. And as I speak to you, mind you, we're looking straight down at it right now. The right lane is still blocked. She is finishing up a whole bunch of paperwork. There was a lot involved. Bottom line, back up to the East LA Interchange. Now, the North 101, the obvious alternative, trying to get the reception the valley, it's not terrific anymore because this has been playing so long that we've been talking about the North 101. The 101 itself is real slow through about Vermont, and then finally, after that, it starts moving up and over the hill and into the San Fernando Valley. And southbound, everybody's kind of looking. There was a huge burst of CHP there at one time. So just be careful going through. We'll let you know when it opens. Jump on AFI in the sky.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Don't miss another holiday party or family celebration because you're embarrassed by your teeth. Give yourself the gift of a happier life. Celebrate the holidays the way you're supposed to, surrounded by good friends. California Dental Implant Center and get a free exam, x-rays, and CAT scan. Plus, easy financing and we'll pay your interest for 1 full year. Call 800-4-DENTAL now.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you could get more with Anthem Blue Cross, like a $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes medical, hospital, and prescription drug coverage, plus more than $5,000 per year in benefits like dental, vision, hearing, and over-the-counter supplies. That's more than $5,000 in benefits just for you. Call 866-336-1895 now to get more than $5,000 in extra benefits with an Anthem Medicare plan. That's 866-336-1895. Call 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. For complete details of coverage and limitations, Blue Cross New Jersey has a health plan, and for Blue Cross partnership plans, an HMO Tech plan with a Medicare contract and a partner for the California Medicaid program. Enrollment in Anthem Blue Cross partnership plan depends on contract renewal. Anthem Blue Cross is the trade name for Blue Cross of California. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Cross of California partnership plans are independent licensees of the Blue Cross Association. Anthem is a registered trademark of Anthem Insurance Company.
This holiday season, give the gift of unlimited fun with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. With unlimited visits now and all through 2023, a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass is truly the gift that keeps on giving. Whether it's springtime treats at Boysenberry Festival, summer sizzle at the all-new Fiesta Village area, fall fun at Knott's Spooky Farm, winter cheer at Berry Farm, or all of the above and more. Experience it all with a Knott's Berry Farm Season Pass. Check the Season Pass off their list at Knott's.com. The California Department of Public Health has this important message for you. They're reminding you this winter to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. Do something good for yourself this winter. Get protected, and if you have to, get tested. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. That's covid19.ca.gov. Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Terranea Resort. Breathtakingly situated on 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around of golf with two with the links, and have dinner at Cattle in the Kitchen. You can unwind at Terranea's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com to learn more. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win a stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. That's KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. Bill back from his vacation on Monday. Jennifer Jones-Lee is on vacation. Layla Muhammad is here, killing it. Can we say slaying it now? What are we saying now? Former co-workers. Yes. And he was having Layla on the air, and a viewer sent me a shirt that said Layla. That was very cool. I felt kind of hit when I talked to my niece and nephew. But I don't know, people still say slay. I don't know what this is. They do. I don't know what's happening with kids and the kids. My students always laugh at me because they can tell I'm old now. They're like, oh, okay. I make her Rolodex people, and they're like, a Rolodex? Oh my God. Actually, even I gotta say, a Rolodex is pretty. It's a good Rolodex. There's something about having that in your hand and flipping. I like the encyclopedia still versus looking everything up online. Oh my. It's hard to get in my hand. You know, I don't know. There's something about that. You're an old soul. I am about 130 years. Yeah. Gary Kenneth coming in at 10. They are young souls. And let's finish up. Handle on the news, the late edition, Layla Muhammad and me. So the CDC has weighed in with the final tally on overdose deaths, the drug overdose deaths in the U.S. for last year, 106,699. The CDC saying that's nearly 16% higher than the nearly 92,000 overdose deaths a year earlier. That is being, the increase is being driven by the fentanyl problem. Yeah. The leading cause is not the only cause, but it's the leading cause now of overdose. Well, speaking of fentanyl and overdoses in general, in Orange County, the Board of Supervisors had voted to send $120,000 to be used to buy Narcan for 6 area districts. 20,000 in Narcan per high school district. So I guess all the high schools are going to get it in the following districts: Capistrano, Irvine, Orange, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Saddleback Valley, and Tustin. These are considered grants. And it will allow about 476 single uses of Narcan per school district. Because Narcan's about $42 a spray. But a coffin is way more than $42. Let's look at North Carolina, where a lawyer died trying to take a gun away from a client to open fire inside the law firm. This is interesting. So this guy and his wife goes to this law firm to meet with them and to help with recovering damages from a car accident. And the lawyer has his wife representing the husband and the wife. Everyone set seems going well. Proceedings last about 6 hours. The guy steps out at some point and then comes back and opens fire. And then he kills himself, by the way. What's interesting about it is that this firm was the third law firm representing this guy. He had been through 2 previous law firms. So already you know there's some kind of a problem. And apparently they had been told that the client had a temper. And they got the client. But you still don't expect something like this to happen at all. Hey Layla, before you tell us about what happened at the Miami airport, can I ask you a personal question? It has to do with the story, but it's under 2 seconds now. I've seen this video, by the way. Oh, good. You have the story.
No, but they don't have any kids. I thought you didn't, but I wanted to make sure. Yeah, that's nothing like a bad thing. That's only paying.com because people get real concerned. What do you mean? Now I don't have children. I literally do not have small children. I've never had kids, and I think at one point I wanted to be a mom, but now I'm of a certain age, and I think I should fail. Don't email me and tell me they're options. I'm good. But I would probably become a mom via marriage. I think that'd be a great stepmom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't have kids, and the reason I bring it up is so people like us, I don't think we can relate to whatever was going on in this woman's mind when this
Tell us what happened. So mom is, they say a meltdown, but it really was that. You look at the video, she was outraged. Did not find her kids. The kids that walked away, they didn't know what kids were at the airport. She's talking with like the gate agent. And at some point, you see her yelling and then throws a computer at this woman, this airline worker, who I think handled herself very well. You can see the airline worker's face like, just like, oh, I can't do this, I hit the computer. But she held, her composure. Even though it's all her fault. Yes, she wasn't watching her kids. The kids wandered off. Now my kids are gone, and she's yelling at the gate agent to find her kids. Yeah, it's different. I think you were picking up your child at the gate because your child came from another state, and the airline was supposed to be doing like the escorting of the minor on the plane. They lost your kid. Okay, still don't throw a computer at a person, but I can imagine it's getting worse. My child, oh my goodness, what happened? But this was different. Like you said, this was because she panicked, but she panicked in a way she projected the panic onto somebody else. And listen, that woman was hurt. She was the computer at her. She ripped the boarding pass reader off the phone. I mean, everybody else like, she still got to make our flight. Oh, it was crazy. So she's charged with aggravated battery and criminal mischief and disorderly conduct and caused $10,000 in damage. And she has not made bail yet. Apparently, her family's out there. I wonder, is she allowed back at the airport? I think that's not know. What are those rules on that? Right.
No flying.
No flying, yeah. Oh, speaking of flying, a yelling match broke out between a flight attendant and a passenger. Let me set, we have the audio on. Let's check this out, okay? Here's what happened. They're on the flight, and the guy wants a particular standard. And a flight attendant says, well, I have to go check to see if we have enough of this particular thing. Just because, we only get so much of the different foods on the plane. And instead of understanding that they can't magically make a sandwich that doesn't exist, he starts yelling. And that flight attendant starts crying. Yeah, that's how bad he was. That's how mean he was. So that flight attendant goes away. And now comes who I assume is kind of like the mama bear. Although she's a very young woman, but the mama bear of the flight attendant, who now is livid that this dumb passenger has made her coworker cry. And here's a little bit of what happened.
As far as 9 miles north, over 5 miles say. At one point, those lived on a hold to charge and back the cows to get arrested, letting them go free. This was a common practice as it allowed them to graze. Well, when the two men were watching the animals live off, likely going in search of water, they were continuing to come back. While some dog would give chase, but it was fruitless. The camels were gone. They were forced to abandon most of their women and begin to march back toward the
goes on from there. She's yelling at him that I'm not your servant and all this stuff. And I gotta tell you something. I like it. Yeah, these folks on the plane who are dealing with passengers every day, before the pandemic, but also since the pandemic, they're exhausted too. A lot of personality, people are, sensitive, they got anger issues, they're acting out, and you're stuck with these folks in the air. You can't go anywhere.
You got enough attention on time.
He's just like, whoa.
I like it.
All right, thank you, Layla Muhammad. We're going to have news from you in just a second.
And then when we come back, these meme stocks, these stocks that go big because people are making a joke out of them.
It looks like that might finally be on its way out. This is KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Christmas in Southern California. Fake fireplaces, guest rooms filled with out-of-state relatives, and stimulating dogs.
Home at time.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
No evictions just yet. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Eviction protections in LA County have been extended until at least January 31st. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live. The county is looking into relief for landlords.
The county is considering $5 million in funds to help mom and pop landlords. The county has also ordered a report on possibly extending the eviction moratorium until June 30th. Daniel, you can Google thing with the Apartment Association of Greater LA says many of landlords are upset about the move.
I hear from landlords all the time who are today facing foreclosures or having challenges being able to pay their unnecessary daily expenses just to keep up their lives and support their families.
Google says the potential $5 million will not be enough. The county has cited COVID-19, RSV, and the flu as factors that may make things harder on renters. Reporting live in downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A man who led police on a high-speed chase and fired shots at officers and barricaded himself in a mobile home in Lancaster with his 1-year-old son has been fatally shot during the standoff. LA County Sheriff's deputy said the man called the Sheriff's Department during the case Tuesday night and said he had a gun and the challenge car.
Monsters and bloody
Officers.
They hope to define the boundaries of what it means to be human. We know most monsters are real, yet we can use monsters to learn about reality. Psychology, biology, folklore, literature, primal thinking. We're on a journey to learn about the world through the lens of monsters. We hope you come along with us. Subscribe at monstertalk.org.
Bill Bob is a special agent in charge of the DEA in LA and says fentanyl continues to dominate the illegal drug market, and it's hard to keep up.
That's because the Mexican drug cartels made the decision that fentanyl is the drug they're going to push because it's more profitable for them.
Governor says the agents also seized 4,000 pounds of cocaine, 16,000 pounds of meth, 337 pounds of heroin. Steve Correggio, KFI News.
And to learn more about the fentanyl crisis, you can download the KFI News podcast, Get and Killed, on the iHeartRadio app. Power knocked out by an earthquake, Northern California has been restored to about 70,000 customers, but one town is still without running water. Most of the damage is centered in the town of Rio Del. The 6.4 magnitude quake Tuesday killed 2 people and injured about a dozen others. Homes and roadways were damaged. The major storm moving across much of the country has delayed or canceled more than 1,600 flights. Forecasters have predicted heavy snow, ice, and powerful winds between today and Saturday. Delta, United, and other airlines say they are loosening their change in policy so travelers can choose new flights and avoid the bad weather. Ukraine's president has addressed a joint session of Congress hours after meeting privately with President Biden at the White House. President Zelensky says because of the war started by Russia, Christmas will look different this year in his country.
We will celebrate Christmas. Maybe candidates. Not because it's more romantic. Yeah. Not because there will be no electricity.
Zelensky said the U.S.'s support is crucial, not just to stand and fight, but to win on the battlefield. He told lawmakers money received from the U.S. is not charity, but an investment in global security and democracy. WNBA player star Brittany Griner has shared on Instagram a post thanking her fans for writing her letters while she was detained in Russia. She said in her post yesterday that the letters showed her the power of collective hands, adding, "I hope you're joining in writing to Paul Whelan and continuing to advocate for other Americans to be rescued and returned to their families." ABC Stephanie Ramos saying that since Griner's return to the U.S., she is on a crusade to help others. Whelan is a retired Marine who has been detained in Russia since 2018 for espionage. The KFI financial report, the Dow down 500 points, S&P down 77, NASDAQ down 206. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.34. Stock marijuana from KFI topped the cloudy this afternoon, with highs in the upper 60s to near 70 at the beaches, low 70s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, low 70s in the valley, and in the IE, low 60s in the high desert. Overnight temperatures in the 40s. Warming to the mid to upper 70s by Saturday with breezy conditions, and then highs in the low 80s by Christmas Day. Right now it is 55 degrees in Tustin, 56 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 53 in Long Beach, and 46 in Santa Clarita. Let's check out what's happening on the road. Checking out the Q10 with Jeff Bob and KFI in the sky.
Thank you for letting us tag along with you. This morning, generally speaking now, LA, Orange County, everything's looking good. We have two projects to worry about. But I'll start with the Q10. Boy, coming in from the 50, coming down to it. It was like this every morning. This is a real easy drive. Maybe a little slow down to the Q10, but not bad at all. Funny too, every time we pass over Pasadena, I see another policer set up. We're in Colorado, so they're getting ready for the parade that'll start pretty soon. Now, one of the problem areas, and I wasn't warned about, we're headed back there right now. North 5 and Los Feliz, we had two right lanes blocked for a while, and it's just the right lane. I think it has finally cleared. It's still slow coming up on the East Atlantic. We're headed back there. I will update that for you. I'll let you know for sure if I'll interrupt it. North 101 was the alternative. Things have thinned out a little bit there as well. It's still slow, though, to the 4 level, but most of that's pretty good. And going back to flying and LAX, our big international airport here for LA, getting there is fine. Really, North 405 from Long Beach up, south from West LA into 105, all that. So the airport itself is truly a very busy place. So be prepared. Jeff Bob, KFI in the sky.
This hour of the Bill Handle Show brought to you by Jacobian Life. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with your choose to win. Choose Jacobian Life.
Good things come to those who wait. And 31 years after Paul Rushnack opened Rushnack Volvo Pasadena, Volvo is now coming to Thousand Oaks. This October, Rushnack Volvo Cars website is open, offering the same safe and reliable cars as our Pasadena location. So what's better than safe and reliable? New dealerships now. Yeah, 7 empty with new and less electric. And thank you for your patience. That's not, it's that easy.
When you're innovating business, every blinking cursor, every blinking page is an opportunity. What you're doing, if managing to make something better, or create something new. Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe as an innovator in all of us. With Viceland Smart PCs powered by Intel P-Progress built for business. Call the Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. Hey, did you get that proposal done?
This is like it's not.
Some business can wait.
Should we book those flights to see your folks? We can do it later.
But untreated COVID is one of them. If you're 50 or older or have a chronic condition, COVID can be dead. Got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treated right away. You don't feel good, can't work. You can visit. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Jacob, I'm wrong. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating thoughts.
Imagine this because it demonstrates that this opportunity network goes separated for them.
AM 645 everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, this is Bill Handle the show. Getting resident in. Handle back from his vacation next week. Gary and Shannon coming up in an hour. And in a minute or two here, we're going to talk about, you may remember the whole GameStop stock fiasco where people jokingly started hyping GameStop. A lot of people make a lot of money, but also cost a lot of people who lose a lot of money. It's part of a bigger trend that they call meme stocks. These are stocks that become popular for all the wrong reasons. But before we get to that, please listen carefully. I would love it if it was you who won. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination. It's Terranea Resort, situated atop the California Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite. If it's to play around at golf with 2 at the lake, you'll have dinner at Catalina's Kitchen. Visit, this is what you have to do to enter the win. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram.
You're looking for a post that's a picture of the ocean. It should be the very first post, but if it's not, don't worry. Look for the post with the ocean, read the caption, do what it tells you to do, and you will be entered to win this very valuable prize. Paranoia is no Motel 6. That is for sure. You could win a stay at this luxury resort. It's right here at home, but it feels like a million miles away. Visit KFI AM640 on Instagram, and for more information about Paranoia Resort, go to paranoia.com. Now, GameStop. You remember the GameStop thing? It started on Reddit. There's this group on Reddit called Wall Street Bets, and it's not full of your normal button-down, tie-wearing, institutional investor stock traders. It's full of, in my opinion now, it's full of a lot of crazy people. I don't even mean that pejoratively, but it's a lot of crazy people who like to dabble in the market to different degrees. And they all decided that GameStop stock was the way to go. Now, here's what they were trying to do. You've heard about shorting stock. It took me so long to understand what shorting a stock was and how it worked. But if you think a stock is going to go down, then you can make a bet that it's going to go down. And if you're right, you make money. And here's how you do it. I finally think I understand it. And this is what happened with GameStop. People, the institutional type investor people, the button down people, they were betting on GameStop to go down. They were shorting GameStop. And here's how you do it. I'm not suggesting you do it because I think it's a little evil, quite honestly. You don't have any GameStop stocks. You think it's going to go down. So what you do is you borrow some GameStop stock. You borrow it. That means you're going to have to give it back at some point. So you borrow it, and let's just say you borrow it at, you agree it's $100 a share. Now you borrow it. You don't have to pay for it yet. You're just borrowing it. But when you give it back, basically, that's when you're going to have to pay. $100 a share. Now you're thinking this is going to go down. When it goes down, I'm going to buy it from somewhere else for $80 a share. Now when it's time to give it back, I've made the difference. I get to pocket the difference. Now the people on this Reddit, this subreddit, they didn't like that. They didn't like that the institutional investors were shorting GameStop, and they decided it would be quite a lark if they screwed over those guys by doing what they call a short squeeze. That's when you try to make the stock go up so that the people who are betting it'll go down lose their shirts. Now, the only way that you can make the stock go up, really, is to buy it. So they started buying it. They weren't buying it really so much because they thought they could make a lot of money. They were buying it to screw over those other guys. You buy more of it, the price goes up. They want the price to go down, the bad guys in the story. But instead it goes up. Now what happens, if you're sitting on a position of a shorted stock, you want it to go down. It needs to go down or you're screwed. Now it's going up because these clowns over here are buying it. Kind of ironic. It goes up. You know what you have to do? You have to start buying stock from somewhere because you want to buy it as low as you can because eventually, you're going to have to give back those shares that you borrowed. So you have to start buying it also, and that exacerbates the problem, and it goes up even more. And a bunch of people got really hosed. People who were shorting GameStop. But then what happens is, a lot of people in this subreddit, because they stayed in too long, they got hosed too. Now after that happened, the guy who started the online pet company Chewy.com, which is a great, I get nothing from them. I mean, I buy everything from them, but I get they don't even know I exist, except just as one of their many customers. But man, oh man, you get pet supplies, Chewy.com. I really do recommend it to you. He became the head of GameStop. and he is trying to basically make GameStop the Chewy.com of the game industry, i.e. e-commerce, and participate in that space. And my point being simply that he did not lean into any of that nonsense that was going on. He got serious about treating it like a company, as opposed to AMC was also the subject of a similar meme stock action. But it looks like AMC wants to lean into it and be in on the joke. And so the way that AMC is handling it is very different than GameStop. Now, the bottom line on this, it seems to be on the way out. Everybody's losing their taste for doing this kind of thing. I imagine it was fun while it lasted. Notwithstanding that some of these guys in this subreddit, lost a lot of money. Let's get some news from Layla Muhammad, and then, Layla, I don't know if you date or not. I'm asking only because the next topic, the 10 dating trends that everybody hopes will go away next year.
I'm actually going to participate in this conversation. Because I don't date, and there's a reason why.
And maybe it's one or more of the 10.
Probably all of them, and I look forward to talking to you about them.
All right, great. It's KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Layla, and she's live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Slightly more Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. The Labor Department reporting today that applications for jobless claims for the week ending December 17th inched up to 216,000. That's up from 214,000 the previous week. A bear that escaped an exhibit at a zoo in Florida and attacked a zookeeper has been shot and killed. The escape happened behind the scenes in an area so people weren't nearby. They happened just after 5 p.m. yesterday at the Jacksonville Zoo and Garden. And the NFL has announced a multi-year agreement with Google for NFL Sunday tickets. That package of out-of-market Sunday afternoon games will be distributed on YouTube TV and YouTube Prime Time channels. We do have partly cloudy skies today, highs in the upper 60s along with hosts, upper 60s to low 70s inland. This report brought to you by ChooseMax.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're getting another look at the 105 to LAX.
You know, why we really didn't have any attention to people trying to get to LAX this morning, that's for sure. It's still okay, although the West 105 got a little busy. It's well from the 710 going over to about Wilmington and then the 110 through Crenshaw. But it's basically, it's a fairly good drive. Carpooling is good all the way across the eastbound side of the time, except for going through the North 605, and that's kind of a given, kind of slow. But again, North 405 from Long Beach up and South 405 from Fort Brentwood down. That's all looking good. Now we're headed back to, we got turned around here for a moment, but headed back to that north side of those dealers problem. We're pretty sure it's cleared, but I think it's still slow coming away. We're getting through the 10, going up through the 1 day, but I'll check that for you. Quickly, the 134 and the 101 across that Santa Valley are part of it anyway. Looking pretty good. Jeff KFI Sky.
When you're young, let's full of choices. Don't let both of those highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and choices with just one wrong. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMax.org.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Right now, save big on a great night's sleep during Mattress Firm's 3 December sale. Get the lowest prices of the season and save up to 60% off select mattresses from top brands. Visit a store near you or mattressfirm.com today.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your payment. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
selfie.com.
Tired of the BS? We spent $500,000 on risk. Result $8 million for leg-injured motorcyclists.
Hey, there's a better way to fly. Instead of being stuck in endless lines and packed onto planes, try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. Save an average of 2 hours on every trip and avoid crowded airports. Pick a new way to fly private. With Surf Air, you'll fly from smaller airports closer to your home. There are no lines, no waiting, and no stress. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel that makes flying easy. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private.
Don't miss another holiday party, dinner, or family celebration because you're embarrassed by your teeth. It's time you did something for yourself. Give yourself the gift of a happier life. Call 4M Dental Implant Center today and celebrate the holidays the way you're supposed to. Smiling and laughing with good friends and family, sharing good cheer. Go ahead, you deserve it. Do it for you, for life, and for a lifetime of joyous holiday seasons. Call today and we'll give you the gift of a free exam, x-rays, and CAT scan. Plus, we offer easy financing and, as an added stocking stuffer, we'll pay your interest for 1 full year. 'Tis the season to be smiling at 4M Dental Implant Center. Call 800-4M Dental now.
If a private company did that, you'd be charged with defrauding your customers. This Public Utilities Commission is committing fraud on behalf of the energy companies because they bought off all the politicians. Everything about this entire topic is a scam. They're not going to get your rebate as quickly as they promised. John and Ken, it's a ripoff. It's fraud. Weekdays at 2 on KFI.
KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. He is back from his vacation on Monday. Oh, coming up in about 10 minutes, Mo Kelly is going to be here to talk about entertainment news. I love Mo Kelly so much. And Gary and Shannon coming in at 10. And I love them too. Please don't make me choose between any of them. And you know what? I'm learning to love you, Layla Mama. Thank you. Working with you today in for Jennifer Jones-Lee. And you said something before the break. And it has to do with this topic we're going to get into. You don't date because you had enough. I had enough about 10 years ago. Oh my goodness. Do you want to laugh now? Listen. Alex cracking up. Go ahead. Well, don't worry, she'll find out. Right, because she's still in her 20s. You know how that is. In 20s, everything's all changed. You have options. As you get older, my young people here in the building looking at me like I'm an old aunt right now. As you get older, the options change, okay? Well, the process keeps changing, and the process brings with it all these problems. And is there one specific thing about dating you want to mention that helped put you off it? I'm just exhausted. I don't know how to say it. Then I moved to LA and life is here. I mean, this madness. Well, here are some of the things. Dating here is insane. Here are some of the things that make dating impossible now. And I think a lot of this, you have the apps. You have the fact that it's harder to meet people organically. But here are some of the things, and I don't know if any of these have happened to you, but here are some of the things that the Huffington Post says should go away in 2023. You've heard of ghosting? Yeah. What about zombieing? Zombieing is when someone who ghosted you suddenly pops back up again like nothing happened. I don't know if it happened because if you ghost me, I'm going to block you. You might pop back up, but I wouldn't know. Like, I was going on a date with the guy I met out here. Again, why I don't date in LA. We had plans, and then the day up, I kind of checked in, like, hey, it's still on where we're going. And then all of a sudden, he has an emergency have to leave town, which I don't think is true. So I just blocked him. I don't know if you ever a little bit. No, it doesn't. Blocking him because he canceled the date because he had to leave town does seem a little bit harsh. No, it doesn't. I think he was lying. That's what seems harsh. Oh, my goodness. Well, okay. How about this? There's a new thing now. This is relatively recent. Some of these apps now, like Hinge, you have a thing where you can send a voice message to a match.
Yesterday, I listened to a friend's Finch app, this guy's voice, and I don't know what he was talking about. He doesn't know what he was talking about either. It sounded kind of poetic, you know, like he was reading a poem.
Oh, I see. Well, there's something called voice phishing, where you use a phony voice. You try to make your voice sound sexier, or even in some cases have somebody else record the voice message to the person that you are trying to woo. That's no fun.
Well, Reed, how important is voice in your dating? The person's voice.
For me, unless it's truly 10 standard deviations outside the bell curve, it doesn't matter. I mean, if someone has a voice and her voice is like just happens to resonate at certain frequencies that just happen to give me epileptic seizures, literally, then that's a no-go. But no, I'm not picky about that.
I've never thought about it. I think I wouldn't be picky. Now, if you sounded like Steve Urkel, I gotta go. I don't have time for that.
You might be a wonderful man.
That was cute, but I can't listen to that every day. Somebody might hear my voice and not want to listen to yours every day.
The phrase beige flags. Have you heard of this? Beige flags? You've heard of red flags, obviously. Red flag, oh, something's off, bad, go away. Beige flag. This is the warning signs that somebody is probably super boring.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, let's say somebody, their whole personality is about that they like The Office. And that's it. That'd be a beige flag. And, I hate this. I agree with this. It's called Power PDA. You know what a PDA is? Public display of affection. Well, apparently now, on the rise, are people who are on a date, and not only are they PDAing, but they are really, really going at it. They are grabbing. They are groping each other. They are kissing in a way that makes you think one of them is trying to retrieve the other one's tonsils out of their throat. That's a power PDA, and I agree that should stop. I do not like this stuff.
But what date are these people on? Are they like on
it doesn't matter.
Are they married like Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker?
No, nobody marries those things.
Well, Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker.
Okay, well, no normal people do this. Let's put it that way. That is not happening. Now, here are a few trends that are considered good. Infladating. Inflation dating, and this is simply where people agree to go on less expensive dates because everything is so expensive. Oh, you sound like you're thinking about this. Maybe some guy says, listen, gas is so expensive, food is so expensive, maybe let's scale down our plans. It sounds like a block is about to come from your fingertips.
Well, no, I was just saying, because it says on here, this was according to eHarmony's end-of-year study about dating trends for the new year, and I was just talking with Alex about how I'm contemplating one of the dating sites, right? Not the swiping stuff. I'm talking about you got to pay and answer like 100 questions to know you're serious because of the investment, and eHarmony is one of the ones that came out. So I'm like,
And finally, where'd the one go? Oh, here we go. Now this is really apparently only for the women right now, although I don't know why men couldn't set up the same thing. There are now Facebook groups for women to get together to find out if they're dating the same guy. There's now a Are We Dating the Same Guy group for almost every major city in this country.
Brilliant, actually.
I didn't realize that was such a problem for you.
What? That's a problem. It's just not for women, for people in general. I think that there are a lot of cheaters out here. And see, here's the thing. It was a little harder to get away with it during the pandemic when you were stuck in the house with your spouse or your significant other. But now folks are back outside. And they're acting like it.
Get on Facebook and join one of those right away. All right, hey, let's get some news from Layla Muhammad, and then Mo Kelly is going to be here. We're going to talk about some entertainment news. It's KFI AM 640, live everywhere from the iHeart Radio app It's actually on the iHeartRadio app, not from the iHeartRadio app. Layla Muhammad, you are live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Yeah, and Santa Ana has shut down more than 100 street food vendors following complaints of strange, unidentifiable protein and tacos.
My family ate a taco truck and we got very ill.
Mayor Valeria Mescla says none of the vendors have the required state permits to sell food.
We found something in our tacos that did not fit right. And one kid's family ended up in the emergency room. They found something that looked kind of odd in the tacos, and then their child did get sick.
Law enforcement, city, and health officials involved in the 6-week multi-agency operation say consumers should check that a valid health permit is displayed before eating food from street vendors. In Santa Ana, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The final person charged in connection with the shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker in LA has pleaded no contest and was placed on a 2-year probation. The singer's dog walker was shot last year during the death of 2 of her French bulldogs. Police say the woman claimed she found the dogs and responded to a reward offer for their return. She pleaded no contest yesterday to the charge of receiving stolen property with a value of $950 or more. Officials say the Holocaust Museum in LA has received a $1 million grant from the Jack and Goldie Lumber Foundation to support free educational tours for students. The grant announced yesterday comes during a recent rise in anti-Semitic rhetoric nationwide. The museum annually welcomes 30,000 fourth grade through high school students, primarily from underserved communities. Museum officials say that they expect to welcome 500,000 visitors annually by 2030. In sight was out of sight until it lost its light.
NASA has officially ended the program for its InSight Mars lander. Stationary lander hit the red planet November 26, 2018, and was designed to last only 2 years, but doubled that before Mars dust covered its solar panels, causing it to lose power. InSight shut off its instruments one by one recently until it sent a final picture in its tear-jerk final tweet on Monday. Its artificial intelligence said, in part, "My time here has been productive and serene. I can keep talking to my mission team, I will. I'll be signing off here soon. Thanks for staying with me." Michael Crozier, KFI News.
SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs in the upper 60s to near 70 along the coast, low 70s for Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s for the valley and IE, low 60s in the high desert. We're warming into the low 80s by Christmas Day. Right now it is 58 degrees in Laguna Woods and 58 in Orange. Let's check out that drive on the 5.
Those low 80s for Christmas is so wrong. So, the northbound 5 now, it's been in trouble all morning long. I'll explain here if you're coming through the East LA interchange. The big problem was northbound of those dealers. It's clear. Finally, it was the 2-hour lane for a long, long time. So it's starting to move coming out for the East interchange, but of course there's a new problem northbound now before the Glendale Freeway, the overpass. Second lane from the left is just a solo stall, little white cars just sitting there, so a little slow getting through the Glendale Freeway, but after that you'll be okay. Now the obvious alternate all morning long was the North 101 coming up from East LA. There's so much traffic going over there, it's actually slower now than North 5. It's still slow coming up from the merge with the 10. And it stays that way up to about the 1. Even southbound, they're kind of busy, and the southbound's working all over the place this one, so please be careful in work zones. But southbound before the 4-level work zone there, and then leaving the East LA interchange, be careful. Before you get down to 710 on Indiana, the white lane is blocked off there. Again, account that crew working on something on the right shoulder, so please be careful going through these work zones. There's people there, and it's your mom and dad, who knows, so just be careful, there's people working. Southbound, I think we get all the way down through the 605. Oh, real quick, West 60 at Rosemead, past the 605. If I want to skip that off-ramp view, headed that way, there's been a crash on the off-ramp, so just be careful. Santa Anita, any of those will work for you. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
Termites are with us virtually all of the time. Southern California is termite central. Not a question of if, it's a question of when. So let's say you're undoing your holiday ornaments in the garage and the attic and you see these little bugs flying around. Probably termites. Groups or discarded insect leaves, looks like small piles of sawdust at the bottom of your baseboard. Termites.
call the Coast Pacific Coast Termite. They'll come out, give you a free home inspection, and even if you don't think you have termites, they'll give you a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply, and even if you don't know or think you have termites, still give them a call. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. You can still be home where they do their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
During this interruption, let's talk about disruption, emerging new channels, cookieless media. Marketers, are you missing out on one of the most engaged audiences in today's new open web? With Viant's programmatic software Adelphic, stay in tune with digital audio, stream the future on CTV, and level up with in-game. You can see an average 3 times return on ad spend, maybe even on this very program next time. Viant, built for the new open web. Built for now. Visit ViantNow.com to learn more.
Have you heard? Peter Brothers is having a 30% off liquor sale. That's right. Save 30% on all 750 milliliter bottles of liquor when you buy 4 or more. Bring some to your next holiday party or grab a few for gift. Peter Brothers Market, 30% off liquor sale. Don't miss it.
Running out of high water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service from the technicians, low prices.
Live everywhere.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for movies. It's time for music. It's time for Mo Kelly.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Bill Handel Show. Bill back from vacation on Monday. Here now, as he is every Thursday at this time, with his wonderful show on Saturdays from 6 to 8, and his even more wonderful show on Sundays from 7 to 10. Mr. Mo Kelly.
Good morning, Wayne. Good morning. It's always good to talk to you.
Always wonderful to see you and speak with you. And you've got some hot entertainment news to discuss. This sort of just in. Let me ask you a question before I talk about this story. Do you consider the television aspect of professional sports to be in the world of entertainment, or is that still a separate thing of sports?
Oh, no, it's most definitely in the end of entertainment from the way that it's packaged, from the way that it's presented. I'm quite sure Tyler, who's running the board today, would have some thoughts on this as well as someone who works in sports entertainment. I've worked in sports entertainment. It has always been an aspect of entertainment first and foremost. You can't have a professional sports league and not also talk about how it's being distributed around the world, from television to streaming. The NFL streams on social media. At one point, they had a deal with Amazon. I think it might be with Twitter now. The NBA is all about the business of trying to market the sport in China and beyond. The NFL, going back to the NFL, they're doing games in London as well as Mexico. So absolutely, it is more entertainment than actual sports. In the NBA, for example, their company is named NBA Entertainment. They are specifically crafting it as an entertainment entity, not a sports entity. You can read that however you want.
Well, no, good, because then that really explains all the bidding behind this development. We now know NFL Sunday Ticket, which has been on DirecTV for, the mid-90s, I think?
Yep.
And was being sought over. Amazon wanted it. Apple wanted it for a while. They bowed out of the negotiations. ESPN was trying to get it. And it's Google. Google has it. So those NFL Sunday Ticket games will be on YouTube TV or on a YouTube primetime channel that they will set up. The league wanted, I don't know what to make of this, $2.5 billion a season.
That sounds about right, if only because it has been escalating in terms of the broadcast. When I say broadcast, I should say distribution rights at this point, because it's not actually being broadcast. And they're going to make that money back. Whoever buys it, be it Google, they'll be able to sell the ad space because the NFL is the number one sports entertainment property in the world, honestly. So, yes, you wonder why it costs maybe
$5 million for a 30-second spot during the Super Bowl because the NFL draws eyeballs.
And if you want this, it's $300 or $400 a season.
I don't want it.
Well, problem of cost solved, isn't it?
No, I mean, I've had like the Red Zone channel on Sling. I stream my TV, and it's obviously going away from there. But I'm not going to spend hundreds of dollars for that access, accessibility. It's just not for me. You know, there's too many other ways that I can get that.
All right, now listen, this Whitney Houston biopic, I want to dance with somebody. It's opening tomorrow. Although, do they still do the thing where late Thursday night?
Yes, yes. It is available today if you want to buy tickets, yes.
Oh, okay, very good. So it is available. And what can you tell us about it? You know, when you just say Whitney Houston biopic, a lot of people's mind is going to go to the later parts of her life that we don't wish to remember maybe so much. What does this movie do with that?
I made the point last night when I was sitting in for Tim Conway Jr. I always want to caution people the difference between a biopic and a documentary. A biopic is going to show you the highs and maybe some of the lows, but it wants to leave you with a good taste in your mouth by and large, where a documentary is just going to give it to you however it was and however it should be remembered. This is a biopic, and I think it's going to be more positive than negative. But I say this as someone who worked in and around Whitney Houston. That was when I was at the height of my work in the music industry. And the real story of Whitney Houston, which I don't think is being told in this biopic, is far more sad in nature. It is far more actually, it actually makes you angry because you saw the number of people who looked the other way and turned their backs on an obvious addict and how she was spiraling out of control. And this biopic, from what I've seen, does not tell that story, and more tells about how Whitney Houston took control of her career and her image and turned herself into a worldwide phenomenon, which she was. But the larger part of that story is how many people were hanging on, making money off her, and even though she was spiraling down to what ended up being a bathtub, face down in the bathtub, no one stepped in, no one intervened.
Now, what are your thoughts on this? When you already made it clear, a biopic is not a documentary, and so if you're making a biopic, you can fictionalize some things, and you can certainly choose which parts of the person's life you want to focus on or leave out. Do you think there's any responsibility when you're making a biopic? No. That there's certain things you have to leave in, or there's certain things you never should put in, or is it 100% an artistic decision of whoever's making that?
I think it's the latter. It's artistic license. If you want to dramatize certain events, you can look at any biopic and they'll put in people who did not exist. They will put in moments which did not happen. They will possibly cobble together like a composite of a number of people and turn that into one character. They will tell events out of order. And you look at any biopic, and I was looking at Aretha Franklin's biopic and said, oh, that happened out of order. That didn't happen. And someone who actually knows the history of the subject of the biopic, it's very easy to check out what did or did not happen. And sometimes it's intrusive in nature. Sometimes it's actually a lie. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's artistic expression. It is a dramatization of someone's life, not the actual experience of someone's life. It's not necessarily from first-person accounts. It may contain it, but it's not told in that way.
All right, now, the one other thing about this movie I want to bring up, and I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this, I might actually go see it. Stanley Tucci plays Clive Davis in this movie. Now, I haven't seen a trailer, I haven't seen a clip. Have you seen a trailer or a clip?
Yes, I have. Stanley Tucci not only looks like a young Clive Davis, I could see him pulling off the mannerisms and idiosyncrasies of Clive Davis. And for people who don't know, Clive Davis, music legend, started Arista Records, the record label for Whitney Houston. And every year, Clive Davis would have this night before the Grammy party. If you were anybody in the business, you got invited to that Grammy party. He is still a living legend in the business, one of the biggest names ever, except maybe Ahmad Urban of Atlantic Records, maybe Quincy Jones is a producer, Clyde Davis is right there. So Stanley Tucci, to your point, is a great fit.
All right, very good. Now, let's get some news from Layla Muhammad. And then when we come back, one of the most famous and accomplished filmmakers in the history of film is suffering from deep regret out of one of his most famous movies. Some would say the movie that paved the path for his career. And we'll tell you who it is, what the movie is, what he regrets about it. With Mo Kelly, our entertainment guru and the host of the Mo Kelly Show, Saturdays 6 to 8, Sundays from 7 to 10. There is no finer way to spend your weekend than with Mo Kelly. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's Layla Muhammad live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, that time is running out for Congress to pass a $1.7 trillion funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. The deadline is midnight tomorrow. AAA estimates that nearly 113 million people will travel at least 50 miles from home between tomorrow and January 2nd. That's 4% higher than last year. And the Brooklyn Nets ran up 91 points in the first half against Golden State, the third highest total in NBA history. The Nets led 91-51 on last night against a Warriors team that was missing Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins. The final score was Nets 143, Golden State 113. We do have partly cloudy skies out there, highs in the upper 60s along the coast, upper 60s to low 70s inland. This report brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places headed to South El Monte where there's a crash on the 60. Good morning, Nick.
In the morning, we're heading right westbound side at Rosemead Boulevard. It is the around traffic that's actually taking away, but that's causing some heavy delays on the 60 west itself as coming away from Tech Road. Also, issues for you continuing in Long Beach. Got a stall on the northbound side of the 405 with the 710. Left lanes taking right back up the drive-through to come away from Cherry. Heading to Orange County for a stall being cleared from lanes along the 57 south of the 91. Should be on the range here sooner or later, but switching a bit of a slow go for your drive 57 southbound and stretches down to the Brainerd area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick calling you.
Add cannabis or take a medication that may impair, put the car keys away and stay in. Have a sober friend pick you up or order in. It's worth it. Whatever you do, don't drive the highway. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson & Owen. Accidents don't care if you're driving to a doctor's appointment, taking your kids to school, or heading to a holiday party. Accidents do happen, and this time of year is busier than ever. We have helped thousands of victims at the worst times. We're here if you need us. 888-OPO-WIN. OCOLaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not an offer.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I'm still mad at timeshare companies. For over a decade, I've been fighting to clean up the timeshare industry by getting folks out of bad timeshares. But after all those battles, I'm still asking, how do they sell timeshares for $25,000 when they're available online for only $1? Here's how they do it. They lie. They tell you timeshares are a great investment. You can go anywhere, anytime, or your maintenance fees will never go up. Everything they do to get you to sign is part of a well-planned trap. If you've ever been held hostage at a timeshare presentation and bought, Wesley Financial Group is here to help. To date, we've canceled timeshares for over 16,000 families. I guarantee you this. If we take you as a client, we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare cancellation guide. 800-887-1010. That's 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010. Happy Honda days are here at Norway's Honda Superstore. Shop a super selection of new cars, trucks, and SUVs. And get holiday deals so good they belong under your tree. Visit our super award-winning Norway's Honda Superstore location in Huntington Beach, West Covina, Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Shop online at norrees.com.
As we celebrate Christmas, you may wonder if Jesus Christ can make a difference in your life. You bet he can. Franklin Graham. That's why he came, to save us from our sins. He came to earth as a babe, took our sins to the cross. 33 years later, he died on the cross, and God raised him to life. He's not dead, he's alive. If you've never put your faith and trust in him, You can do that right now. Just pray this prayer. Dear God, I've made a wreck of my life. I'm sorry for my sins, and I ask you to forgive me. I believe that Jesus Christ is your Son. I want to trust him as my Savior and follow him as my Lord from this day forward. Amen.
If you prayed that prayer, please call us at the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, 855-255-PRAY. That's 855-255-7729. 855-255-7729.
God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Where you get your Tesla until the $7,500 federal tax credit kicks in? Well, don't. I'm Scott Pacer, CEO and founder of Autonomy, where we've already dropped our prices. At Autonomy, you can subscribe to a Tesla Model 3 now for just $450 a month and $3,000 down. That's cheaper than a lease. Guaranteed. See price comparisons and other details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, price is $1,000 a month. 28 days notice does not include taxes, fees, or port ticket costs. Limited offer not allowed in all states. Restrictions apply.
I never read reviews, but the ride is so amazing I had to leave them. Now they've ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how the ride works. Back in the review carries as one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising the ride. I'm Martin Hope, inventor of Navage nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's power suction can help you breathe better. And how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going way down. Snort Vesby's gone. Unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Steve Gregory, I love the connection I have with you, the listener. You're the reason I do what I do. Ask the hard questions. Hold people accountable. I don't take lightly my responsibility to be your eyes and ears when I'm talking to a politician, a cop, even a celebrity. I'm just merely the conduit between you and them. And I'm proud that KFI News has a reputation for getting into the faces of the powerful to make them squirm to get to the bottom of the story. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
Later said this about himself. I developed a feeling of very great physique, which had remained great today. It was like a third party that achieved the solid which about
Even in tall order, KFI 640 on everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I mean, it's nice that you only want one thing, but then the thing you want, holy smokes. I don't know how Sam is supposed to do that. It's the Bill Hagel Show. Bill coming back from his vacation on Monday. Wayne Resnick here. I am here with the wonderful Mo Kelly. We're talking some entertainment news. Mo, before we get into the super famous director who heartily regrets one of his most famous movies, can I just bring this up to you because I think it is hilarious, and since you already said sports is entertainment, I think it fits. Sure, no. We all know about Salt Day, right? This Turkish chef with his thing of yeah, and he comes around and sprinkles salt down his arm. Well, Salt Day has been banned from the U.S. Soccer Open Cup final because of his deplorable behavior at the FIFA World Cup celebration. He apparently ran onto the pitch while Argentina was celebrating their win. And you are not supposed to do that. And so now he's kicked out. And I think that's really funny. He's a weird dude. Yes, he's a weird dude with a weird gimmick. And people go nuts. You go to his steakhouses and there's one, does he still have the one in LA or did it close? I think he still does. I've never been, but I've heard of it closing. You walk around to the table with his glasses on and hold up the salt and you do it with, you try this on where he contort his wrist and drop salt. It's just weird, but people clamor to him. The salt would roll down his arm onto his steak, and then I think that the health department stepped in and he had to change what he was doing because they said you can't really have salt rub on your arm and then go on people's food. But it's such a strange thing to get people excited to go to a restaurant. I never really, maybe he's considered sexy or something by some people. There is that. He is an influencer beyond his steak houses. But I just think you're a weird society now, and we idolize weird people doing weird things when it doesn't make any sense. Personally, I don't need you to touch my seasoning like that before you season my food in front of me, because I don't know the hygiene habits of this guy. And I know that if the chef back in the kitchen is probably using their hand as well. I don't know, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to know about it. Yeah. A lawbreaker. Now, let's get into this. One of the most famous directors of all time, we can agree on this, is Steven Spielberg. And he now, all these years later, is talking about the regret that he has over his movie Jaws. What is he upset about? It can't be that it wasn't successful enough, and it can't be that it wasn't a good enough movie. It's got to be something else. It seems he is upset over the sport fishing of sharks in years and decades since he made the movie Jaws. Whereas people didn't necessarily think about the fear of sharks while being in the ocean in the 1970s. In the years since then, there was this low-level hysteria surrounding sharks, great whites, tiger sharks, mako sharks, and sport fishermen seem to fish them unnecessarily to a disproportionate degree as to other actual threats in the ocean, even though people do die from shark attacks every single year. And Steven Spielberg said, I'm really sorry for putting a bad name on sharks. I don't know how sincere it is, but that's what he said. Because the deal is that he, first of all, of course, Jaws, the movie based on Jaws, the book, and the author of the book, Jaws, is responsible for the idea of a shark that is mad at people and targets specific people. And the author of that book, Peter Benchley, he also has said he regrets portraying a shark that way. And Spielberg says he regrets portraying a shark that way. And is this because of all the information coming out about how the shark population is being devastated and these guys? Here's the thing, let me ask you this. Are they jumping into something they don't need to jump into and giving themselves more power than they really had? And that this book and this movie really doesn't have anything to do with why people keep killing sharks? Yeah, I think it's twofold. One, obviously, Peter Benchley did, so he's just really making a contemporary comment. But Steven Spielberg, I'm sorry, you're right. He had said that years ago. Yeah. But Steven Spielberg, lately, he is more in the news for comments that he makes than the actual films that he makes. And I don't know why that is. I'm just noticing a pattern. Not that sharks needed help from where I sit. Not that sharks were an endangered species. I don't expect Stephen King to say, oh my God, I'm so sorry about making the movie Cujo because it puts dogs in a bad light. I don't think this is a real issue. But to Steven Spielberg, it is. And it's almost self-congratulatory. Where like, I made this great movie, and all of a sudden it changed the perception of sharks forever. Slow down, dude. Slow down. All right, Mo, so good to talk to you. And I'll be listening to you over the weekend. And you're a good guy. Well, I don't know about the latter, but I'll be talking to you. All right, very good. There he goes, Mo Kelly. Here he comes. Gary of Gary and Shannon. And Gary, before you tell us what you're talking about on the big show, I have a question for you to follow up on what I was talking about with Mo, if I may.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I did see the table.
That wasn't the question, but I'm glad to know. Do you think that whatever damage may have been done to the reputation of sharks from the movie Jaws and the Jaws, do you think it has been now largely undone by baby sharks? That's interesting. I think there is a generational gap. I think kids feel very comfortable tickling large predatory animals in the ocean. Whereas our generation, we grew up being afraid of sharks because of Jaws and Jaws 2 and Jaws 3D.
All right, that's some trenchant analysis.
I also appreciate your use of the word trenchant.
Anytime. So, what's coming up on the Big Gary and Shannon show?
There is an amazing statistic. We in California have zero idea what cold weather actually is. In Denver yesterday, in the course of 45 minutes, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in 45 minutes, and then dropped a total of 68 degrees over the course of about 12 hours. From yesterday afternoon in Denver, when it was approximately low 50s, to this morning when it was below zero.
I know, and there's like 100 million people who are under severe winter warnings.
And I mean, the idea of air travel, I know plenty of people who are planning on flying over the course of the next 72 hours. It's going to be an absolute mess, especially if anybody has to go through either Denver or Chicago. Because right now, those are the two airports that are having the most trouble.
All right, very good. I'm going to get out of here. Gary and Shannon are going to take over. Gary, if you wouldn't mind, please give Shannon a firm, hearty handshake for me.
Okay. Thank you. Gary, look her directly in the eye when I do that, or?
Yes, give her a nice professional eye contact.
Okay. An appropriate eye contact.
Appropriate, yes. Co-workers, that's hard for you to gauge. Gary and Shannon coming right up. It's KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
When you're ready to take a peek outside the snow globe, KFI will get you up to date. KFI. KOST,
Los Angeles, all the time.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Eviction moratorium extended. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County Board of Supervisors has extended eviction protection until at least the end of January. The Apartment Association of Greater LA's Daniel Rugelson says landlords aren't happy about it.
All they want to do is be able to collect their rent and to earn a reasonable return on this large investment they made in property. And it's really difficult.
The board is also looking into possibly extending the eviction moratorium until June 30th. A $5 million program to be created to help mom and pop landlords. A man from Corona will make a first court appearance for a rash of recent armed robberies in Orange County.
We committed 8 armed robberies in Orange County on 2 days last month.
U.S. Attorney LA spokesman Kieran McAvoy says on top of those allegations, George Arizona is accused of 2 attempted robberies.
During the robberies, he allegedly displayed a black semi-automatic handgun with a gold-colored barrel and pointed the handgun at the victim, telling restaurant employees to give him their money.
He says on one of the days, Arizona robbed 2 restaurants located right next to each other at Garden Grove, and 15 minutes later robbed 3 businesses on the same block in Westminster. The guy faced 27 years in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Homeless people in LA are being offered motel rooms under Mayor Karen Bassett's new emergency plan. The mayor said the city is offering the rooms to people at the most critical camps.
We're in the process right now, just beginning, of identifying encampments, and as we do that work in outreach, we'll be gathering the information as to how many individuals are actually living in a given space.
Mayor Bass said people will be given services, including mental health care, while in the motels. The people will get to stay in the motels until permanent housing for them becomes available. And LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon says a bicycle connectivity and pedestrian safety program in Skid Row will receive $47.5 million from the state grant. De Leon's office said yesterday the funding is the largest infrastructure grant ever for Skid Row. The project includes over 2 miles of bicycle infrastructure, 500 street trees, and over 540 pedestrian lights for the downtown LA neighborhood. Ukraine's President Zelensky has addressed Congress and the American people to thank them for their continued financial and military support in the effort to defeat Russia. Zelensky asked for more support from the U.S., saying next year will be a turning point.
I know it's the point when Ukrainian courage and American resolve must guarantee the future of our common freedom, the freedom of people to stand for their values.
Until lawmakers, Russia's tyranny has lost control over Ukraine, and despite all odds, The country is alive and kicking. At the end of his speech, he handed Vice President Harris and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi a Ukrainian flag signed by frontline troops in Ukraine. Zelensky also met privately yesterday with President Biden. And a British news outlet said it took a top-secret mission to get Ukraine's president to the U.S. UK Daily Mail said President Zelensky was escorted in a top-secret brigade of NATO spy planes and fighter jets. The report says the Ukrainian president crossed to Poland by train early Wednesday. He was taken to an airport and flown to Fort Base Andrews near Washington. Arizona's governor has agreed to remove some of the shipping containers he ordered placed along the border with Mexico to fill gaps in the border wall. The federal government sued Arizona last week, saying the containers are trespassing on federal land. And Zillow says Santa's home in the North Pole is worth over $1 million. The real estate company says Santa and Mrs. Claus first claimed their 25-acre home on Zillow in 2015. The house was constructed in the 1800s and includes a 14-story fireplace, for roasting those chestnuts on open fire. Zillow says the value of Santa's house has increased 12% over the past year and nearly 77% over the past 6 years. The KFI financial report. Oh yeah, I don't have that open standby. The Dow is down 722 points, S&P down 105, NASDAQ down 375. The average price for a gallon of regular gas in California, $4.34. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy right now. We'll have more clouds as we go into the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s to 70 at the beaches. Low 70s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s in the valleys and Inland Empire. Low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Overnight we're in the 40s. We are nearing 80 degrees inland by Christmas Day. Right now it's 60 in Santa Ana, 63 in Laguna Hills, 62 in Burbank, and 60 in Malibu. From the Southern California, to your traffic center, let's go places we're headed to. Road means there are problems on the Sports Podcast.
Considering for your workshop running the road people are now often taken away by a pretty serious wreck and needed how using heavy delays from well before the 605 coming out of the office on the high school interstate from the fog up to 7. Running up for the 10 months, even though that will be light and patchy for your drive still coming out of the West Virginia area and doing Blue Baldwin Park. From the 6, it'll be patchy and strong for your 10 westbound, passing the 605 to the Almonte and Rosemont area to continue toward Amherst. Westbound 610 looking better for your drive still, smidgen of sunny from Azusa into Irwindale, from Azusa Avenue toward Irwindale Avenue, and then further west on Allen and 210, getting away from Monrovia from before Myrtle as you continue toward, through rather, all the way toward the 134. And then getting from you downtown to 15 your cell phone, keyword is for the traffic jump on Saturday 605 as you come out of the, let's say, Corvera or Whittier adjacent area, still going for you 605 southbound with the Beverly Boulevard, beyond the 5 for Firestone, the northbound side of the 605, still going for you, especially off the 105 for the 5. Westbound side of the 91, seeing a really rough one for you coming out of Riga from Marquise Boulevard, beyond the 605 Airport Bellflower Boulevard. That's the Conference Group that stop to the Bay Drive. KFI the sign off to their bastards. I'm the Collier team. Join the excitement of the college football playoff national championship weekend at the 10th playoff Fan Central, January 6th through 8th at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA. Playoff Fan Central offers a wide variety of family-friendly entertainment and interactive experiences that will put you right in the middle of the action as we celebrate the pinnacle of the college football season. Admission is free. Just download the CFE Playoff mobile app on your Apple or Android device to get started. Playoff Fan Central is brought to you in part by Dr. Pepper, Gatorade, Goodyear, Mercedes-Benz, Modelo.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better? Or create something new? Our Dell Technology Advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things.
Welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Thank you for inviting me and the show you're here for. Today's part 2
With Microsoft Smart PCs powered by Intel Deep Pro that's built for business, call the Dell Technology Advisor at 877-DELL.
Hi, this is Justin Church. When it comes to trusting a team of just your kids, no team is more qualified than Children's Hospital Los Angeles. LA's top pediatric hospital delivers world-class care and life-changing research for critically ill kids. Your donations help provide this life-saving care. So please, give generously. Call 800-670-CHLA or visit donatechla.org to make your year-end donation.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
We have two buddies stuck behind the jet for you tonight. Welcome Gary and have Pete. Please welcome
Gary Hoffman.
Welcome my teens and my 20-somethings, I get it.
It's cool.
This is the song of the summer.
Shannon Farron.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Talk about a whole bunch of
Gary and Shannon.
and we gotta do something. And we gotta do it now.
We can start our story today with stories in history.
Radio app on this Thursday, December 22nd. We have a real treat in store for you. Not only is Gary an exceptional adult theater actor, he is also an exceptional adult theater playwright and has written and updated A Christmas Carol. We will bring you our special Gary and Shannon show, Christmas Carol, tomorrow. What time are we going to kick this off?
I think it's 4:30.
Okay.
We're going to get Swamp Walk tomorrow because nobody wants to talk politics right before they go away for the holidays.
Well, it is incredible. It's very well written, our own version of A Christmas Carol, and that'll be a lot of fun tomorrow. Are we going to eat pizza tomorrow?